The main cannon gathered energy. The entire sky turned a terrifying blue-white. Boom! In the next moment, a torrent of energy roared down. The battleship's artillery fired in unison. Lasers, heavy artillery, particle beams. They poured down like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. The earth instantly turned into daylight. A sea of fire violently engulfed everything. The figures of the insectoid generals were completely submerged in endless light and fire. The void trembled and the heavens roared. The entire battlefield transformed into a hell of destruction. Smoke slowly dissipated. Amidst the ruins, the remnants of fire still flickered. The camera zoomed in. There lay 4 insectoid generals collapsed among the ruins. Their armor shattered, their breaths chaotic. The law forms behind them completely collapsed, turning into nothingness. This scene, the live chat exploded. We won. The insectoid generals are all wiped out? So satisfying. So relieving. But at this moment, on the battlefield, the air was dead silent. Qi-Yan, charred all over, blood splattered, stared at Yi-Chen with a fierce gaze. If it weren't for Huang Lei, who had desperately torn open the entire crust to shield them from the most lethal bombardment, at this moment they would have turned to ashes. Ming Yuan, in a dire state, had cracked scales, blood dripping down. She raised her head, her eyes twisted, gritting her teeth. Unwilling to accept this. I didn't expect our meticulously planned ambush. Now, it has turned into a live show for the human race. We are like clowns, beaten to a pulp. Qi-Yan roared to the sky, madness burning in his eyes. Kill him. Kill Yi-Chen. Even if we all die here today, we must kill him. Sun Luo spoke coldly, his voice extremely grim. We can't kill him. He has a war god level powerhouse by his side. We can't move at all. From the very beginning, we were set up. We shouldn't have come. Huang Lei gasped like thunder, his fists smashing hard into the ground. So what do we do now? Run? We can't escape. Fight? We can't win. Do we really have to die here? Silence pressed down, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly a low, cold voice echoed in their ears. 4 fools. Who allowed you to act on your own? Boom! As the voice fell, the entire world seemed to freeze in an instant. The 4 insectoid generals' pupils constricted. They suddenly looked up, gazing into the void above the shadow. They saw a silver-white radiance slowly emerging. Then, a slender figure stepped through the air. The pressure was like an ocean, killing intent, like a chasm. The 4 valiant generals of the insect tribe were shaken to their core, roaring in unison. Moon God! It's the Moon God, my lord! The Moon God has arrived. We are saved. Qi-Yan laughed maniacally, his eyes blood-red. Ha ha ha! As long as the Moon God is willing to intervene, they will all die. All of them will die here. Meanwhile, in the central command room, the alarm suddenly blared. Beep beep beep. The piercing red light flickered, and the entire room was instantly filled with tension. An officer stood up abruptly, his voice trembling. Report! Above the northern military district, the Skynet system has been breached. Boom! The air instantly froze. He Xianling suddenly stood up, his voice chilling to the bone. What? Is it the insect tribe launching a full-scale attack? The officer was drenched in cold sweat, shaking his head frantically. No! There's no insect tide. Only one insect. He Xuanling's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze turning icy. One? What kind of joke is this? The officer's voice trembled, staring fixedly at the data on the screen. I don't know what method it used, it actually forced its way through the Skynet defenses. Now it's heading straight for the northern military district. Target the live broadcast site. Boom! The entire command room felt as if struck by lightning. A second of dead silence. Then, the atmosphere exploded. Someone shouted, activate the backup shields. Deploy the space battleships. Encrypt the command chain, immediately block battlefield signals. Xuanling's hand slammed down on the tactical table, veins bulging. His eyes were terrifyingly cold, revealing a deep sense of crisis. What level is it? To be able to forcefully breach the Skynet? The officer swallowed hard, his voice dry. Unable to detect energy levels. All radars and quantum locks have been interfered with. All we know is it's heading towards Yidaishu. The live broadcast screen suddenly shook. The signal flickered violently. Buzz, a strange low-frequency vibration echoed in the ears, as if the entire world was being suppressed. In the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A silvery light slowly descended. It resembled the purest moonlight. Accompanying this radiance, a figure slowly descended. Above the void, a figure, tall and graceful, seemed to walk out of the light. She stepped down through the air, her skirt dancing lightly in the wind, her surroundings shimmering like a sacred illusion. No bloodshed, no ferocity. Her face was pure and flawless, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Even her gaze was gentle and calm, like a clear spring. She slowly lowered her head, the corners of her lips curling into a faint smile. In that moment, everyone who saw her felt a profound tranquility within. They even forgot their fear, forgot the bloodshed, only left Withan indescribable peace. In the live broadcast room, it completely exploded. But this time, it wasn't screams nor curses. Instead, so beautiful the is this really an insect? God, I've never seen such a perfect being. Am I going crazy? Why do I feel like she's an angel? No, she's not here to kill. She seems to be bestowing blessings. Holy crap, is there something wrong with my head? Why do I want to kneel? The frenzied barrage of comments completely reversed. Humanity's hatred seemed to be stripped away. In its place was fervor. Some were teary-eyed. Some trembled as they typed. If she conquers us, I'm willing. No, I want to join the insect tribe, to kneel at her feet. And at this moment, on the battlefield, the roaring sounds had completely vanished. The space battleship, with its massive energy core, suddenly extinguished. Buzzed the entire ship like a soul severed, slowly descended, ultimately crashing to the ground, raising clouds of dust. On the ground, the mech troops came to a complete halt. The steel behemoths, devoid of soul, stood silently, with no fighting spirit whatsoever. At this moment, the central command room was in chaos. The alarm blared, sharp and piercing. On the control panel, red lights flickered incessantly. Quick, pull up the files. Search the Zerg database immediately. The technician's fingers flew over the keyboard, cold sweat pouring down. In the next moment, the screen popped up a message. No relevant records. What? No data at all? This Zerg has never appeared before? A deathly silence enveloped the entire command room in an instant. Zuenling's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth and growling. Issue the order immediately. Northern Military District, full-scale attack. Eliminate it. At all costs. The communications officer's hands trembled as he pressed the call button with all his might. Northern Military District. Execute the attack order immediately. Did you hear that? Fire. All units fire. The voice roared until it tore through the air. But in the headset, there was only silence. Just the faint sound of static. The communications officer's hands began to shake. He frantically switched channels, his voice tinged with desperation. Repeat. Northern Military District. Fire immediately. Follow the orders. Is anyone responding? No response. No one paid any attention. The temperature in the command room plummeted. Zuenling's eyelid twitched. His gaze fixed on the screen. On the screen, that figure slowly descended. A silvery light enveloped the battlefield as if it were the sacred moonlight. Beautiful, pure, holy. Yet it brought unprecedented despair. Zuenling's hand gripped the tactical table tightly, veins bulging, cold sweat streaming down. His voice was hoarse, laced with utter shock. No, this isn't an ordinary Zerg. It must be capable of mental control. And its control is terrifyingly strong. The range is vast. Even electromagnetic waves are within its interference. His pupils constricted, gritting his teeth. What a terrifying Zerg powerhouse. Fortunately, they had lured this Zerg powerhouse out before the final battle. Otherwise, if they had encountered it during the Grand Showdown, humanity would surely be caught off guard. But the current situation was still dire. They were completely unable to intervene in the battle. Even more frightening was if this truly was mental control. Then, the entire Northern Military District could fall into chaos. Even humanity could turn on itself. In the command room, Zuenling suddenly gritted his teeth and grabbed the communicator. Contact by Jinxa immediately. Have him retreat with Yi Chen. The communication channel connected. A dead silence. By Jinxa. Do you hear me? Retreat immediately. No response. Only the cold sound of static. Zuenling's heart sank suddenly. A chill shot up his spine. His pupils dilated. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Old Bai, could it be that he has been controlled? This is bad. He suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed on the main screen, gritting his teeth and shouting madly. Switch channels. Quick, contact Yi Chen. Contact him immediately. Beep, the signal connected. Zuenling roared. Yi Chen. Quick, get away from Bai Jinxa. The voice reverberated throughout the command room. Everyone's face turned pale, a chill running through their hearts. On the main screen, in the live feed, Yi Chen's figure was slowly turning his head, glancing at Bai Jinxa. At this moment, Bai Jinxa's expression changed. His eyes were fixed on that slowly descending silvery figure. In his gaze, the outline of the moon god was reflected. At that moment, he seemed to forget everything. Forget the battlefield. Forget the mission. Forget Yi Chen beside him. The whole person stood frozen in place. Only devotion remained. Yi Chen's heart sank. His breath caught. A memory struck like lightning into his mind. In the last life, Bai Jingzi had been eroded by the Zerg's mental attack. He turned against his own kin. Piloting the Qilin, he raised his blade and slaughtered his own people. In the end, it was he who personally brought him down. But now in this life, he could not possibly stop Bai Jingzi. He couldn't even block a single finger of his. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. No hesitation. Whoosh! Yi Chen's figure flickered. He suddenly dashed to the side, racing away. Not a moment of doubt. He knew very well. Right now must first leave the battlefield. Survive. Live. Only then would there be a chance. In the next second, a gaze suddenly locked onto Yi Chen. That gaze, as if it were tangible, carried an immense pressure, enveloping his entire being. Yi Chen's steps faltered, and he abruptly turned back. At that moment, his eyes met with the moon goddess. Boom! It was as if the entire world lost its sound in that instant. In the void, only those eyes remained. Deep, pure, yet extremely dangerous. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. His heart sank suddenly. The air seemed to freeze into ice. And at this moment, the silver-white figure suspended in the void tilted its head slightly. Oh, the voice was crisp and pleasant, like a celestial melody. The moon goddess' eyes shimmered with a soft light, yet held a hint of the bizarre. She looked at Yi Chen, the corners of her mouth slowly curving into a smile. Her voice carried a trace of surprise. How interesting, she spoke softly, her tone laced with a light chuckle. Clearly, you are so weak. Yet, you have not been controlled by my mental power. The silver light flowed around her, her gaze as if looking at a rare treasure. Truly interesting. At this moment, the live stream's comments went completely wild. She is too beautiful. This isn't an enemy. She is an angel. I suddenly feel that humanity is unworthy to be her enemy. Willing to submit. She is the salvation of this world. The comments surged like a tide. No longer filled with curses, no longer filled with fear. Instead, it was replaced by frenzied admiration. On the screen, the silver light spread across the battlefield. She slowly looked down, as if a deity had descended. The imperial capital. Central command room. He Xianling stared intently at the screen, his gaze sharp. In the next second, his expression changed drastically. No! He saw the moon goddess gaze locking onto Yi Chen. The sense of crisis instantly peaked. Immediately activate the central missile system. Use the imperial capital missiles. Directly strike the northern military district from a distance. His voice roared to the point of tearing. Orders were given. A dead silence followed. No one moved. No sound of keyboards. He Xianling suddenly turned around, grabbing a nearby officer, and shouted angrily, "Are you deaf?" Execute it quickly. His words were abruptly cut off. His pupils suddenly constricted. The officer's eyes were vacant, hollow, out of focus. His face was ashen. Xianling's whole body trembled. He felt a chill run down his spine. His gaze slowly swept around. In the command room, one face after another. All the same, eyes vacant, standing there in a daze, as if they had lost their souls. A terrifying coldness surged from his back to the top of his head. Xianling's throat was dry, his voice trembling. This moon goddess mental control can actually affect remotely through the network? In the next second, his gaze fell back on the screen. That silver-white figure floated quietly. Her smile, gentle and pure, yet like a silent knife, it pierced into his mind. Xianling's body swayed. His vision began to blur. The silver light swallowed his sight. In the next moment, he saw them. His wife. The wife who had died on the Zerg battlefield. She smiled, standing in the light and shadow. Her gaze was so gentle it seemed to melt everything. And his parents. His child. One familiar face after another. Approaching slowly with smiles. "Let's go home, child. You are very tired. It's time to rest." The voice, like fine rain, gently struck his heartstrings. At that moment, Xianling's figure froze. Breathing rapidly, his eyes instantly moistened. Knowing full well this was just an illusion. Knowing that all of this came from the moon goddess mental power. Booth couldn't help it. Couldn't help but stop. Couldn't help but look. Because these were his longed-for loved ones. Those he could only meet in dreams. Xianling's throat tightened. His heart felt as if it were being pulled by something. His reason teetered on the edge of collapse. So be it. Even if forever asleep, he almost reached out to touch that illusory warmth. Just then a sharp pain shot through his tongue. The taste of blood surged into his throat in an instant. Xianling jolted violently. His teeth bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain yanked him out of the abyss of illusion. Bang! The illusion shattered. The phantoms dissipated completely. Warmth turned into endless blankness. Xianling trembled all over. His hands pressed against the tactical table, gasping like a bull. His chest heaved violently. In that moment he felt his heart had been hollowed out. A tearing emptiness consumed his insides. Worse than death. Like withdrawal. Like losing his soul. Xianling slowly raised his head. He looked at the figure suspended in the silvery light on the screen. His gaze fixed intently. Fear. A fear deep in his bones. It surged straight to his brain. This kind of mental control is more terrifying than any drug. Once trapped, there's no way to extricate oneself. His Adam's apple bobbed, his lips turned pale. Deep down, an uncontrollable dread. This is the true monster. Xianling gasped heavily. He forced himself to stabilize his breathing. In the next moment he strode towards the control panel. Smack! He abruptly cut off the power to the central screen in the command room. Whoosh! The combat personnel who had been immersed in the silvery illusion all froze. Then they gradually came to their senses. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. Breathing became rapid. What just happened to me? I actually thought that the insect race was an angel? She is clearly the enemy, a demon. How could I? I feel like I had a dream. A beautiful dream. Waking up now feels so awful. My first love is now someone else's wife and I actually... The command room fell into chaos. People were engulfed in a complex mix of emotions as if just awakening. Xianling suddenly roared. Enough! Wake up immediately! Everyone put on the mental isolation helmets. Enter combat readiness status. His voice thundered, shaking the entire room. The soldiers jolted awake. They were completely alert. Movements unfolded rapidly. Tactical backpacks were ripped open and mental helmets were donned one by one. The atmosphere swiftly shifted from dazed to tense. Combat readiness status was fully activated, but Xianling did not stop. He quickly walked up to a technician, his gaze icy. Now, can we get off the national broadcast? The technician was momentarily stunned. A bitter expression on his face. Not possible. Xianling's expression darkened. The technician gritted his teeth to explain. That broadcast did not originate from our system. They used a temporary relay line going through the military district's broadcasting station. The authority Eisensight. We can't stop it. The current broadcasters are all under mental control, completely unable to cooperate. Xianling gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. So you're saying we just watch as the entire nation is manipulated by it? The technician lowered his head, falling silent. The air was heavy as iron. After a long pause, Xianling gritted his teeth and growled. Since we can't stop it, then destroy the site. He suddenly turned around. Relay my orders. The capital missile silo fully activate. Target Northern Military District. Lock on insect race. Moon Goddess. In the next moment. Boom! The capital defense zone. Missile silos opened simultaneously. Countless giant missiles spewed flames, slicing through the night sky. Their tails blazed like shooting stars. The sky was instantly illuminated by a blinding light. They roared, they howled, charging straight for the Northern Military District. The sound of breaking air tore through the silence. And at this moment, in the Northern Military District, enveloped in silvery light, the Moon Goddess shifted her gaze from Yi Chen. Instead, she slowly raised her head. She saw, in the sky, clusters of blazing tails blooming. Missiles raced towards her, carrying the power to annihilate the world. The corners of her lips slowly lifted. A smile. A touch gentle to the extreme, yet eerily chilling. Her voice, soft, like a gentle caress on the heartstrings. Intercept those missiles. The Moon Goddess' words were as light as a whisper, yet they felt like a divine decree. In the next moment, boom! The entire Northern Military District roared with the sound of mech engines. Dozens of steel behemoths activated simultaneously, but their machine guns did not rise. The cannons did not fire. They suddenly soared into the sky, charging towards the roaring death trajectories. 1, 2, 10. The mechs accelerated wildly. Like a flock of suicidal birds, they crashed straight into the oncoming missiles. Boom! A deafening explosion. The mechs collided with the missiles. In an instant, flames erupted. Steel fragments fell like a meteor shower from the sky. The burning flames dyed the night sky red. A scene. Shocking. Frenzied. Clearly these were the most elite mech warriors of the human race. Yet at this moment, they charged forward without hesitation. To protect the Moon Goddess, they went to their deaths. Like faith. Like a pilgrimage. Just to guard the goddess in their hearts. However, faced with such a brutal scene, the livestream's bullet comments suddenly turned bizarre. Stop it. Why attack her? She is our angel. She hasn't harmed us, you scum. Why attack such a gentle goddess? Who gave the orders? Hurry up and die. In the live stream, the comments flooded in. Not out of fear. Not out of cheer. But out of anger. Countless viewers roared in madness. Come, protect her. Use your lives to defend this noble goddess. Crazy. They're all crazy. He Xianling shouted in anger. Bang! He slammed his fist hard on the table. The steel plate cracked, emitting a piercing roar. His eyes, bloodshot. His chest heaving violently. This moon goddess is treating everyone as hostages. If they attacked recklessly, there would only be one outcome: fratricide. The military district would self-destruct in an instant. He Xianling gritted his teeth, growling softly. If the northern military district still has people who are not under control with so many weapons over there, it would be more than enough to crush a Zerg. But what to do? Everyone was under control. Even if there were weapons, no one could operate them. Moreover, the Central Command had no authority to mobilize the northern weapon systems. He Xianling's heart was in turmoil. Just then suddenly, a deep voice echoed in his earphones. Have you all regained your senses? The voice was cold, laced with a hint of mockery. He Xianling's body jolted. He raised his head sharply. Yi Chen. A surge of joy filled his heart. Right. There was still him. Yi Chen. He wasn't controlled. He Xianling's breath quickened, about to speak. But he heard a calm and chilling voice from the other end of the earphones. Give me access to all weapon systems in the northern military district. The voice brooked no argument. I remember the northern military district has quite a bit of gunpowder. I plan to test its power. If it's a close-range attack, she won't have time to react. He Xianling's pupils constricted. The gunpowder in the northern military district? The power of those missiles was indeed great. Perhaps it could truly injure this Zerg powerhouse. On the other end of the earphones, Yi Chen's gaze was sharp, fixed on the silver-white figure suspended in the air. A memory slowly surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, he had seen her, the personal guard beside the Zerg Queen Moon Yaojiang, codename Moon Goddess. However, in that life, this Moon Goddess hadn't lasted 3 seconds before him. He had shattered her with a single punch. So, his impression was very faint. But now, he clearly realized. This Moon Goddess' mental control ability was indeed very strong. Yet her physical body was extremely fragile. As long as he had enough firepower, as long as he could call upon the northern military district's weapons, he could tear apart the hypocritical veil of this sacred goddess. Adjust the permissions, He Xianling roared. The technician's fingers flew across the keyboard. Lines of commands refreshed frantically. Yi Daishuai's registration authority has been upgraded to the highest, equivalent to Central Envoy. He Xianling suddenly turned around, speaking urgently into the communicator. Yi Chen, this is all we can do. The Central's control over the northern military district is limited. Only partial authority can be invoked. From now on it's all up to you. Yi Chen's voice came coldly. No problem. I will also do my best to completely shatter the moon goddess before me. In the next moment, Yi Chen found an unused black falcon and directly mounted it. Boom! The black falcon shot out a blinding tail flame. At high speed, it tore through the night sky. The direction of the rush was the command room of the northern military district. Above the black falcon, Yi Chen's eyes were as sharp as knives. He fixed his gaze on the silvery figure in the distance, unable to resist twisting the throttle to the maximum. However, above the dome, that holy figure, pure to the extreme, slowly lowered her head. The moon goddess. She looked at the speeding black falcon, the corners of her lips slowly rising. All struggles are in vain. A gentle sentence, yet carrying a deadly disdain. She raised her jade finger. The fingertips slowly moved. Buzz. Countless silver threads suddenly burst forth. Like flowing light, they filled the vast sky. In an instant, they transformed into a heavenly net, sweeping down. Each thread, sharp as a knife, could slice through steel with a light touch. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The air was crazily sliced, erupting with sharp howls. The black falcon sensed the incoming attack. The alarm flashed wildly. Red light illuminated Yi Chen's face, yet his gaze was as cold as ice. Come on. He pressed down on the joystick. Buzz. The black falcon suddenly rolled, plummeting rapidly, pulling up, tumbling. Countless silver threads brushed past. Sizzle. The metal shell sparked, yet did not hit. The black falcon, like a black lightning bolt, pierced through that silver web of death. Boom! It crashed heavily into the command room above. Yi Chen leaped down. He suddenly pulled open the hatch switch. Bang! He burst into the command room. A loud noise came from behind. The alloy door slammed shut. Heavy protective locks fell into place. The outside world was cut off. The silver threads crashed against the alloy door. A loud noise erupted. However, they could not shake the command room's door. After the violent impact, there was only dead silence. In the void above, the moon goddess quietly looked down. Her gaze held a hint of surprise. She did not expect that person had truly escaped. yet a cold smile reappeared at the corners of her lips. Interesting. At this moment, lying in the ruins, Sun Luo slowly spoke. His voice was hoarse, carrying a chilling tone. My lady moon goddess, this Yi Chen is very special. He must be killed. Otherwise he will become a threat to the insect race. The moon goddess lowered her eyes, her voice indifferent, like ice, just a mere ant at the martial master level. What is there to fear? She gently turned her head, looking towards the alloy door. Her gaze held a hint of mockery. To not be affected by my mental power. Ha! Perhaps he carries a blocking device. But the entire northern military district is under my control. He cannot escape. Boom! The command center's door was tightly shut. Yi Chen, his figure like the wind. He rushed towards the main control console, his hands moving swiftly. Authority authentication, red light flashing. Beep beep beep. Highest authority confirmed Northern Military District Fire Control System fully unlocked on the screen. Countless red dots lit up in an instant. One artillery after another, one defense hatch after another, slowly opened. The dark cannon muzzles all turned. Target locked. In the void, that silvery holy figure. The moon goddess. Yi Chen's gaze was cold, the corners of his lips curling into a bloodthirsty arc. Let you see the power of this shot. Boom! He fiercely pressed the launch button. The next moment, the entire northern military district seemed to be torn apart by thunder. Countless flames erupted. Missiles howled out of their chambers. The tail flames whipped wildly, roaring and growling. Like a pack of wolves attacking, like a storm of steel. With an unstoppable fury, they charged towards Moon Goddess. The live broadcast. The nation exploded. No! Stop! Why attack the angel? Yi Chen is the real demon. Protect her. Protect the moon goddess. The barrage, eerily fervent. On sight. Missiles, like dragons piercing the clouds. From all directions they roared in. Only 100 meters left. Before our eyes, that sacred moonlight was about to be devoured by flames. Ding, a crisp sound. The void suddenly turned cold. A flash of white shadow swept across the sky. In an instant appearing before the moon goddess. Dressed in white, fluttering. In hand, a silver long sword, its cold light blazing. By Jinxa. His gaze was hollow and lifeless. Yet the corners of his lips held a trace of a chilling smile. The long sword swung fiercely. A whisper, like a ghost, spilled from his lips. Extreme cold hell. Boom! An endless cold wave erupted from the sword's edge. The chill instantly engulfed the void. A white storm surged violently. In the blink of an eye, the incoming missiles. 1, 2, 10. All of them. Frozen. Frost locked the flames. The missiles fell into a frozen abyss. Silent, without a sound. Kakaka. They transformed into blocks of ice, losing their furious flames. Losing their lives. Clang the next second. They all fell together, heavily crashing to the ground. Yet there was not a single explosion. Dead silence. Oppression. In the central command room, Zoenling's face turned pale in an instant. The chief of staff beside him swallowed hard, trembling in a low voice. Bye Jinxa? He actually protected the Zerg? Another person exclaimed. It's over, even Jinxa has turned against us. Xianling stared intently at the screen. His fists slowly clenched, veins bulging. At that moment, what crushed the psychological defenses of the Central High Command was not the Moon Goddess, but rather their once most trusted comrade. How cunning! Above the void, the Moon Goddess' voice was soft, as if whispering. Those eyes, like the bright moon, slowly narrowed, reflecting a playful glimmer. Clearly just a little brat at the martial master level, yet still wants to resist the authority of the Moon Goddess? The corners of her lips curled slightly. In the next moment, she raised her slender finger, slowly pointing towards the distant alloy fortress. As her fingertip fell, her voice was cold and sacred. Everyone, listen to my orders. Tear down this command room. Drag Yi Chen out for me. With a single command. Boom! Jinxa moved. His figure, like a ghost, suddenly flashed to the alloy gate. The silver long sword, its cold light surging. Clang! The blade struck down fiercely. Metal, sparks flying. A dull roar shook the earth. One sword. 2 swords. 3 swords. Each sword carved deep scars into the thick alloy door. At the same time, the mecha troops of the Northern Military District took to the skies. They charged towards the command room like frenzied steel beasts. Buzz! Laser beams poured down madly. Sparks exploded everywhere. The heavy steel walls were charred black. Not only that, those massive mechas extended their mechanical arms. Ka. Grabbing the door hinges, they crazily pried. The twisted metal let out a piercing scream. Meanwhile, inside the command room of the Northern Military District, cold lights suddenly lit up. The soldiers of the Northern Military District slowly opened their eyes. Pairs of pupils, hollow and cold. their gazes filled with hostility. They slowly raised their weapons. The gun muzzles all pointed towards Yi Chen. Step. The synchronized footsteps echoed on the steel floor, sending chills down the spine. A chilling, killing intent swept over like a tidal wave. But Yi Chen's reaction was faster than theirs. Whoosh! The shadow-devouring blade burst forth from its sheath. The cold light flashed. Ka! Yi Chen's figure suddenly vanished. In an instant 12 blades of light flashed like thunder. Clang! 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 Firearms, magazines, sabers, all shattered into pieces by the shadow-devouring blade. Bang bang bang! Fragments scattered, sparks danced wildly. The soldiers' movements froze in midair. The next moment, Yi Chen's figure vanished before them. He followed the invisibility of the shadow-devouring blade and hid in a corner of the command room. Boom! 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 The entire command room shook violently. The heavy door trembled madly. It was outside those controlled mechas. They were crashing in wildly. The roar of steel was deafening. Yi Chen's breath hitched, his heart sank. Not good. Inside were the controlled soldiers. Outside were the out-of-control mechas. He was trapped in a steel cage. What he faced was not only enemies in greater numbers. Their strength was also superior. And the most terrifying part, these people were all his own. I must find a way. Just then, an urgent voice came through the headset. He's Xianling. Yi Chen. Quick! Turn off the command room screen. As long as don't let them see the moon goddess. If they can't hear the moon goddess voice, we can break free from her mental influence. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Understood. He hesitated not for a moment. With a flick of his wrist, the black scorpion appeared in his palm. Buzz mode switched. Sniper. The gun muzzle, cold, locked firmly onto the central screen. Yi Chen pulled the trigger. Boom! A flash of fire. The sniper bullet burst forth. Crack! The screen shattered instantly. Fragments flew, sparks erupted. The next second, the entire command room fell into dead silence. The voice of the moon goddess vanished. The silver-white light no longer echoed in sight. Those soldiers, who had originally looked hollow-eyed and were closing in, froze in their movements. The firearms in their hands slipped to the ground. Their pupils slowly focused. Their expressions bewildered. Where am I? What was I just doing? A soldier looked down at his trembling hands, his face pale. I just actually shot at Commander Yi? God, another person screamed in terror. Were we controlled? The insect race actually has this kind of ability? The air was thick with suffocating panic. Yi Chen coldly interrupted them. Shut up. Now put on the mental isolation helmets. Prepare for battle. His words cut through the chaos like a blade. The soldiers suddenly awakened. Their expressions turned serious in an instant. Someone let out a low growl. Yes. The isolation helmets were quickly donned. Bullets were chambered. The atmosphere tightened once more. Boom! 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 A violent roar exploded from above. The steel walls twisted madly. The alloy door sparked wildly. Debris flying everywhere. Deep cracks were spreading across the door panel. The furious howls from outside were like a flood beast, roaring madly. Bai Jing's sword blade fell heavily. Clang! The heavy door lock had already been severed by more than half. Bang bang bang! The mecha's iron fists pounded furiously. The defense barrier flickered with light, on the verge of collapse. Yi Chen raised his head. His gaze was as cold as ice. He knew the enemy was about to break in. The roaring sound was deafening. The cracks in the alloy door crisscrossed. A soldier rushed in, his face pale. Commander Yi, there's a final defense system outside the command room. Should we activate it? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. What functions does it have? Nuclear bombs buried in the surroundings. Once activated, centered here, everything within 100 meters will be reduced to ashes. The soldier's voice trembled. The enemy is within attack range. But the soldiers of the Northern Unit, Special Envoy Bai Jingsa, might also die. What should we do? The air froze. Everyone looked at Yi Chen. Not a second of hesitation. Activate it. His voice was cold, like a knife cutting through the air. Activate it now. The soldier was taken aback, his Adam's apple bobbing. Ye. Yi Chen's gaze was sharp as he coldly interrupted. Right now, the moon goddess is the greatest threat. If we don't kill her, we will all die. He stepped forward, his voice as hard as iron. Moreover, the brothers in the northern military district, and Bai Jingsa, if they come to their senses, they certainly wouldn't want their hands stained with the blood of their own people. So, I will bear all the consequences. You all, execute immediately. The soldiers' expressions changed, gritting their teeth in response. Yes. The terminal lit up with a red light. Final defense system activated. The alarm was sharp, and the lights flashed wildly. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. The vibrations grew more intense. The alloy door shook. Sparks flew everywhere. Bai Jing's sword light continuously slashed, tearing a deep crack. The mecha's fists pounded furiously. The door began to twist. 7, 6. Yi Chen stared intently at the terminal, his fists clenched tightly. 5, 4. The roar grew closer, the metal screamed. The moon goddess quietly looked down, a smile at the corner of her mouth. It's about to end. 3, 2. Everyone held their breath. 1. Boom. Light exploded. White light engulfed the vision. A blazing wave of fire shot into the sky. The high temperature incinerated steel, tearing apart the earth. A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. Everything within the defense circle vanished in that moment. Steel Mecha, Bai Jingsa, the moon goddess, all were swept into the boundless explosion, reduced to ashes. After the explosion, there was silence. Nationwide live broadcast, black screen. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared blankly at their phones. A few seconds later, they slowly came to their senses. Fear surged like a tide. Someone suddenly opened the comment section. They saw the barrage they had sent earlier. Lines of frantically praising the moon goddess. Their spines instantly chilled. What happened? I actually called her an angel? I even said, to kill Yi Chen? More people turned pale. Dry heaving. Blood flowed from their noses and mouths. Some collapsed on their beds as if they had lost their souls. Some held their heads and cried. Others frantically refreshed the screen, wanting to see the moon goddess one more time, wanting to return to that dreamlike beauty. But reality, cruel and cold. They could not go back, could not let go. Soon, the live broadcast channel lit up again. Flames rolled, embers filled the sky. A figure slowly appeared. The barrage exploded. What? She's still alive? God, she didn't die. In the footage, the moon goddess stood in the sea of fire. Her silver-white attire turned to ash. At this moment, she was in a sorry state. Her body was covered in burn marks. The sanctity was no longer present. In its place, was ferocity, was ugliness. Beside her, Bai Jingsa was also alive. Similarly covered in wounds, his white clothes turned to charred damn humans. The moon goddess' voice was hoarse and filled with rage. I will kill you all. I will tear you to pieces. A roar shattered the ruins. At this moment, the moon goddess in the live broadcast, her body charred, her face twisted in rage. This scene sent shivers down the spines of countless people. The netizens who had just awakened felt a storm rising in their hearts. Some couldn't help but dry heave. Some held their heads, their faces filled with terror. God, she's not an angel. She's a monster. A demon. I just actually kneeled to send her a barrage? Disgusting. I'm going to vomit. Quick, kill her. She can't live any longer. Imperial capital. Hurry, send reinforcements. Save Yi Chen. Yi Chen almost died for us. All troops should mobilize. The barrage surged. This time, it was the true voice of humanity. No longer blind praise, but complete fear and anger. The Northern Military District also gradually restored communication. Command Center, please respond. The enemy is still here. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Everyone enter combat mode. Urgent shouts filled the channel. Tiger Ben Mecha Team, requesting command orders. Tiger Leopard Unit, prepare for battle. The roar of steel. The mecha engines roared. One by one, the mechas soared into the sky, locking onto the moon goddess in midair. The giant cannon aimed, firepower unleashed. The atmosphere ignited in an instant. Launch! The roar echoed through the battlefield. Boom! At that moment, a massive silver-white halo slowly emerged in the sky. Like a sacred full moon, it illuminated the horizon. The moon goddess, her divine form revealed. Light poured down, covering the entire northern war zone. In the next second, hiss! The mechs trembled in unison. The steel beasts lost their movement. The soldiers, once filled with murderous intent, suddenly had vacant expressions. Their hands fell limp, bodies suspended in midair. The movements were eerily chilling. The entire channel fell into silence. He Xianling stared intently at the screen. Breathing rapidly, his heart sank. Damn it! His voice was as cold as ice. Mental control still exists, but the range has shrunk. She can no longer influence the entire nation. However, under this moonlight, she remains the absolute ruler. He Xianling clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. This battle is far from over. Go, bring me Yi Chen. The moon goddess' voice was sharp yet gentle, like a saint's whisper, yet akin to a demon's command. Several mechs moved in unison. The roar of steel, the tremor of air. They sped towards the command center. The shattered door exploded amidst the thunder. Ally fragments scattered, flames danced wildly. A steel arm reached into the ruins. Moments later, a figure was dragged out. Yi Chen. His body bore no bloodstains, no severed limbs, only a weak breath, brows tightly furrowed. He had fallen into a coma. The recent explosion had shaken like thunder. The impact shattered defenses, causing turmoil within him like a raging sea. Meridians ruptured. Blood and energy reversed. Internal injuries surged like a tide. No external wounds, yet pain penetrated to the bone. His hands still tightly gripped the black scorpion and the shadow-devouring blade. Even in unconsciousness, he did not let go. This scene was captured by the live broadcast. The national audience erupted instantly. Yi Chen. He's injured. God. Why isn't anyone saving him? Imperial capital. Hurry up. Don't let him die here. Quick. The barrage flooded the screen, emotions spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, in the sky, the moon goddess looked down at her prey. A flicker of extreme strangeness flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand, gently grasping. An invisible force lifted Yi Chen. His body floated in midair. His neck was tightly gripped by an unseen force. The air froze. The camera zoomed in, and everyone saw it. Yi Chen was held in the moon goddess' hand. Like a captured eagle. Yi Chen's fingertips twitched slightly. His eyelids slowly opened. The blurry flames gradually came into focus. A choking pain surged in his throat. He was suspended. His neck was firmly locked by an invisible force. His body could not move. The moon goddess lowered her head. Her face was close at hand. Those silver-white eyes resembled a frozen lake. She stared at him. The corners of her lips curled into a sickly smile. Ah! Her voice was soft, yet carried a heart-wrenching chill. Truly impressive. She slowly spoke, her tone as if admiring a delicate prey. Generally speaking, even equipment that isolates mental control cannot stop the penetration of moonlight. But you. She leaned in closer. At such a close distance from me, you surprisingly remain unaffected. How interesting. Her gaze locked onto his eyes. Exuding greed. Exuding madness. Now, she whispered, as if to a lover, I can't help but want to pry open your brain, to see where your powerful mental strength comes from. The moon goddess' fingers slowly tightened. Yi Chen's breathing grew more rapid, yet his gaze remained cold. He stared at her, silent. Under the reflection of the flames, he resembled a silent cheetah, poised, ready to strike. Yi Chen slowly raised the shadow-devouring blade in his hand. The blade tip trembled slightly, pointing at the moon goddess, but his arm felt as if it were filled with lead. Every ounce of strength was draining away. His eyelids grew heavier. His fingers loosened slightly. The shadow-devouring blade slipped from his grasp, making a crisp sound as it fell. Yi Chen's arm dropped. He seemed to collapse as if utterly exhausted. It appeared he had completely lost consciousness. Sleep now, a gentle whisper echoed in his ears. Like the wind. Like a dream. Sink into a beautiful dream. It was the voice of the moon goddess. Cold. Yet tender. Like a sweet lullaby. Darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. In the next moment, Yi Chen abruptly opened his eyes. He was stunned. He found himself lying on a neat large bed. The quilt was soft, the room spacious, and the walls were snow white. The air was filled with the scent of sunlight. Everything was clean and warm. Brother, it's time to get up, or you'll be late for school. A familiar voice reached his ears. Yi Tianli. The voice was crisp and laced with laughter. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. School? What school? His breath caught, and a storm surged within his heart. This was an illusion. It was the moon goddess' mental trap. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy. He bit his tongue. Hiss! A sharp pain shot straight to his brain. The taste of blood spread in his mouth. Blood slowly oozed from the corner of his lips. However, he did not wake up. Everything around him did not disappear. The illusion remained firmly in place. Brother, why is your mouth bleeding? Yi Tianli's voice rang out again. Urgent, flustered. Mom, come quick. Brother's mouth is bleeding. Yi Chen turned his head. At the door, a beautiful young woman rushed in. Shun Ru Xue, his mother. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and concern. You didn't bite your tongue while sleeping, did you? She carefully parted Yi Chen's lips, her movements gentle. Come on, let's go to the hospital. She called back. Zhen Yuan, hurry up, drive Zhang Tian to the hospital. Soon, Yi Zhen Yuan came over, scolding while reaching out to check. How could you be so careless? Let me see. His tone carried a long-lost concern. Gentle. Kind. Yi Chen's heart trembled violently. Everything felt like his deepest desires. His father no longer cold. His mother gentle and caring. His brother calling him brother, with an innocent smile. Perfect to the point of making one sink. At this moment, in a corner where Yi Chen could not see, the moon goddess quietly observed this scene. Her eyes held a hint of a sickly gleam. She murmured softly, as if to herself, A child lacking love? Ha! It seems there's not much difference from an ordinary person. The streets were clean and tidy. Sunlight bathed the pavement, warm and bright. The traffic flowed orderly, noisy yet calm. Yi Chen sat in the back seat, gazing out the car window. They passed by what used to be a slum, but it was no longer dilapidated, no longer dirty and chaotic. Tall buildings stood, neon lights flickered, and the streets bustled. Like a modern dream. Like paradise. It's nothing serious, just rest well afterward, the doctor said, putting down his tools, speaking lightly. Your tongue is just slightly bitten, pay attention to your diet when you go back. I've already helped you ask for leave from school, just go home and rest well. Shin Ruksha's voice was soft and gentle. She stood by, her eyes full of concern. Yi Chen lowered his head, remaining silent. Deep down, he repeatedly coldly reminded himself, this is an illusion. Everything is fake. It's all the moon goddess illusion. The car slowly drove back home. The house looked brand new. The courtyard was tidy, the living room warm. It was a warmth he had never possessed. Brother. Yi Tianli ran over, his smile radiant. Your classmate is looking for you. Footsteps sounded. A figure walked in from outside the courtyard. Zhang Yuan. Dressed in a neat school uniform, his backpack slung over one shoulder. Yi Gu. Zhang Yuan smiled, his tone familiar and close. How's your health? Exams are coming up and you're having issues at this critical moment. Can you still maintain your top rank? Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. His gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yuan. What exam? His voice was hoarse and rough. Hunting the insect race? What insect race? Zhang Yuan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Brother Yi, have you read too many novels and gotten confused? The insect race. The insect race is of course. Yi Chen wanted to speak, but suddenly a wave of dizziness hit his mind. A sharp pain surged through his nerves. His consciousness felt like it was being pulled into an abyss by an invisible hand. Memories became hazy. The insect race. The insect race is an enemy from beyond the heavens. No. A novel setting? The voice in his mind grew fainter, more and more distant. Yi Chen's breathing gradually quickened. The light before him softened. Warmth wrapped around him like water. Did I have a dream? A long, long dream. He slowly raised his head. His gaze was dazed. Void. At that moment, the whisper of the moon goddess seemed to echo in his ears. Yes, a dream. A false world. Forget it. If it's all a dream. Yi Chen lowered his head, his voice deep, as if speaking to himself. Then that would be good. Whoosh. The air suddenly turned cold. In the next moment, his eyes snapped wide open. A cold light flashed in his pupils. Sharp as a knife. He slowly raised his head. Before him, Zhang Yuan's smile remained gentle. But at that moment, click. A light metallic sound. Zhang Yuan's smile froze. Because, at his forehead, a dark gun muzzle approached coldly. Black Scorpion. That weapon of the battlefield appeared in Yi Chen's hand. At this moment, the Black Scorpion rifle was locked firmly on Zhang Yuan's brow. Yi Chen's gaze was terrifyingly cold. A false world. A false tenderness. Unfortunately, I see through it. His finger tightened slightly on the trigger. The air was filled with murderous intent. Zhang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. That originally harmless smile shattered completely. The gunshot rang out. Bang! Blood splattered before Yi Chen's eyes. The sound of Zhang Yuan's scream echoed in his ears. The smell of blood filled his nostrils. The recoil of the firearm violently shook his arm. Everything felt terrifyingly real. Goodbye, friend in the dream. Yi Chen whispered softly. The gun muzzle slowly drooped. The illusion trembled. Colors twisted. Light and shadow collapsed. At this moment, in reality, Yi Chen, that originally powerless hand, suddenly tightened, gripping tightly the black scorpion hanging at his side. He raised it suddenly. Click. The gun muzzle locked onto the moon goddess chest. Bang! 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 Bullets roared out. Swish! Blood blossoms erupted in the void. The moon goddess figure shook violently. A piercing scream shattered the air. That holy face twisted, shattered. In the central command room, silence was torn apart in an instant. He Xianling stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on the screen filled with disbelief. He, under mental control, he can actually fire a gun? This kid, has he gone mad? The live broadcast room exploded. Holy crap! Yi Shui fired a gun. He hit it. God, how did he do it? This is the true war god of the human race. The barrage surged like a storm, frantically scrolling, rumbling. In the illusion, Yi Chen slowly turned around. Before him were Shin Ruxue, Yi Tianli, and Yi Jinyuan. They still wore gentle smiles. Goodbye, family in the dream. Yi Chen's gaze was cold, but his tone was unusually calm. I want to go back. Back to that cruel world. The voice of the moon goddess echoed in his ears, tempting, filled with reluctance. Why? Isn't it good to stay here? Why go back? Yi Chen raised his head. His gaze was as firm as steel. Because there are unforgettable people. His voice was low, yet shook the heart. Those heroes who died at the hands of the insect race for the human race. The soldiers of Sunbei City. The warriors of the front line. And countless others whose names I can't even remember but who bled on the battlefield. How can I forget? How can I forget? I absolutely cannot let their blood be shed in vain. At this moment, the illusion shattered completely. The light and shadow felt like shattered glass, wildly crashing down. In reality, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His black pupils burst forth with blinding light. He fixed his gaze on the moon goddess. His eyes were sharp, cold, filled with a fiery battle intent. You wanted to pry into my heart, didn't you? His voice was deep and chilling. Then fine. I'll let you see the deepest secret of my heart. Immediately after, fear suddenly flashed in the moon goddess' eyes, because she saw a sea of blood, a mountain of corpses, an endless battlefield rolling in crimson. The air was thick with the strong smell of blood. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Those were the remains of the insect race. Also, the remains of the human race. Shattered mechas, broken bones, littered the ground. Slaughter, despair. A hellish scene tore open before her eyes. And in the center of this sea of blood and mountain of corpses, a figure slowly approached. Yi Chen. He stood alone. Bloodlight surged around him. At that moment, he no longer resembled a human. He was like a slaughtering deity. A terrifying aura weakened her legs. An instinct rising from the depths of her soul made her want to kneel. No, it's impossible. The moon goddess' breath quickened, her gaze trembling. The next moment, a knife. Sun Luo, the crimson figure, was cut in two with one stroke. Blood splattered everywhere. The second knife. Ming Yuan, screaming, his body was cleaved apart. The third knife. The fourth knife. The strong ones of the insect race, one after another, all turned into corpses under Yi Chen's blade. The brutal scenes unfolded one after another. She could even feel the pain of her kin dying. No, what is this? Is this his memory? How is that possible? Her mind was in chaos. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is just an illusion. It must be an illusion. But the scenes continued. She saw herself. The moon goddess appeared before Yi Chen. The next second, a punch. Bones shattered, flesh splattered. Her body was smashed into a pulp. Fear completely drowned her consciousness. No, don't. She screamed, her voice trembling, her mind breaking down. However, it wasn't over yet. The scene shifted. A towering figure appeared. Ri Yao, her elder brother, the leader of the 7 sons of the insect race. He was the most powerful existence in her heart. But boom! In the next scene, her elder brother was pierced through the chest by a gunshot. Blood mist exploded in the air. No! Impossible! This isn't real! The moon goddess' scream was heart-wrenching. But the nightmare continued. She saw a figure stepping through the sea of blood, rushing towards the endless abyss. The insect queen! That supreme existence hovered in the sky. She was the faith of the insect race, an invincible god. But in the next second Yi Chen charged in. The blood-soaked figure was like a doomsday Azura. The blade flashed. The insect queen, her massive body, crashed down. That enormous head was severed in one stroke. Blood surged like a waterfall. No! The moon goddess' spirit completely collapsed. What is this? This isn't real. How could the insect queen die at his hands? He couldn't have seen the insect queen. Absolutely impossible. This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. But the more she shouted, the clearer the scene before her became. Fear completely consumed her. In reality, the moon goddess' body trembled violently. Her silver-white hair fell in disarray. She convulsed, blood trickling from her throat. Those proud, cold eyes were now filled with terror. Impossible. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Her voice was sharp, frantic. Her whole being trembled uncontrollably as if her soul was collapsing. The live broadcast captured this scene perfectly. The comments exploded instantly. What's going on? Moon goddess, how does it look like she was counter-killed? She can't control Yi Chen but instead collapses herself? Damn, Yi is awesome. This live broadcast is too thrilling. Charge. Take her down. The netizens are completely ecstatic. In the central command room of the imperial capital, He Xianling suddenly stood up. His gaze fixed on the screen, his heart racing. This kid, he murmured, his eyes filled with shock. How did he do it? The moon goddess' mental power, logically, it shouldn't be able to backfire. He Xianling's mind raced with speculation. Did he lose his composure after being attacked? Or, does Yi Chen have some special ability? He couldn't figure it out. But at this moment he only knew one thin-gone opportunity had arrived. Just as the moon goddess spirit completely collapsed, Yi Chen slowly raised his arm. The black scorpion gun, pitch black, glimmered coldly. The muzzle lifted, coldly locking onto the moon goddess head. Yi Chen's gaze, staring intently at the moon goddess head, wordless, ruthless. His finger pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted. The bullet tore through the air, carrying a roar of destruction. The next second, blood blossomed into a hideous flower of blood. The moon goddess head was pierced by a single shot. Blood mist filled the air, splattering high above. Her body stood rigid for a moment, then slowly fell. The live broadcast screen froze in an instant. Then, the barrage exploded. Headshot. The moon goddess is dead? Yi Chen is awesome. Took down the insect race powerhouse. This scene is historical level. The moon goddess body fell from midair. Her once holy silver hair was now stained with blood. In the sky, the massive halo suddenly cracked open. Ka ka ka. The lunar manifestation shattered inch by inch, turning into countless silver fragments, dispersing with the wind, leaving no trace. At that moment, the entire battlefield finally fell silent. In the central command room, there was a moment of dead silence. The next second, it erupted completely. We won. Yi Chen took her down. The insect race moon goddess was shot in the head. Everyone cheered wildly. Some were in tears. Some pounded the table and shouted. A scene of shock, a scene of frenzy. Meanwhile, in the northern military district, communication on the battlefield was restored. Soldiers gradually regained consciousness. They focused their pupils, breathing heavily, looking around. Where am I? What was I just doing? A mecha pilot looked down at his blood-stained hands, his face filled with fear. Was I just blowing up the command room's door? Damn, did I want to kill Commander Yi? God, what happened? More people held their heads, stunned, as if just waking from a nightmare. In their ears, countless screams came through the battle frequency. Where's the enemy? Are the insect race dead? What happened? And on the screen, everyone saw that Xin Yi Chen killed the moon goddess. A single shot, ending the nightmare. But at this moment, in midair, Yi Chen slowly lowered his head. His breathing was heavy to the extreme. Every inch of his muscles trembled. His strength was completely exhausted. Amidst the endless smoke and the bloodlight of the rising sun, his body slowly fell, along with the moon goddess corpse plummeting towards the ruins. Commander Yi! A gasp came through the battle frequency. The mecha engines roared angrily. Several steel behemoths took to the sky simultaneously. Wings sliced through the air, leaving blazing white trails. Catch Commander Yi! Support him! We can't let him fall. Hurry! Metal giant arms shot out. The air exploded with a dull sound. Lock on! Steady! The giant arm carefully caught the exhausted figure. The black military uniform, charred and torn, stained with blood. Yi Chen, eyes closed, breathing heavily, yet still gripping the black scorpion. Boom! The earth suddenly exploded. The tremor was like the roar of a beast. Debris flew, dust soared into the sky. On the battlefield, everyone's gaze sharpened. A pitch-black crack tore through the ground. Bottomless, like a giant mouth leading to hell. Damn it! He Xianling roared, his voice shaking the command frequency. It's the insect race's fierce general. Be careful. Protect Commander Yi. Mecha units assemble immediately, protect Yi Chen, and lock all weapons on the rift. However, from the rift, a vague black shadow suddenly emerged. It extended its menacing claws, grasping a bloodied corpse tightly. Moon God! In the next moment, the rift abruptly closed. The earth returned to dead silence. Not even a trace was left, as if it had never existed. The entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. Then, a soldier's voice suddenly rang out, filled with fear. Commander! Not good! The Zerg's valiant general has taken the moon god away. Through the underground radar, we've captured the life signs of the Zerg's valiant general. It's the earth-shattering general, Huang Lei. He is frantically fleeing deeper with the moon god. Zuanling's face darkened like iron, but his voice was cold and sharp. We can't worry about that now. First, protect Yi Chen. He is our most important combat force right now. As for the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. They want escape. During the first round of attacks, we already installed trackers on them. Once the military preparations are complete, we will launch a real hunt against them. His voice was deep, filled with murderous intent. This time, there will be no survivors. And immediately send Yi Chen to the medical bay. Zuanling's voice was cold yet tinged with urgency. Several military doctors, fully armed, rushed into the mecha's protective circle and lifted Yi Chen onto a specially designed stretcher. The emergency transport channel opened, white light flickered, and the medical bay closed with a loud bang. The air still carried the scent of blood and fire. The battlefield finally returned to silence. Time passed second by second. He Xianling stood in front of the screen, his gaze fixed on the diagnostic data. Tension froze into ice. Suddenly, the communication rang. The voice of the military doctor came through, unable to hide the relief. Report. Yi Commander, apart from internal organ damage, there are no other issues. His body is not in serious trouble. Mental state is also extremely stable. In an instant, the entire command room erupted in a wave of suppressed cheers. He Xianling exhaled heavily, his voice hoarse. Good, good. Make the news public immediately. Let all the citizens concerned about Yi Chen feel at ease. 10 seconds later, the live broadcast channel lit up with a big headline. Emergency notice, Yi Chen is not in life-threatening danger, has now awakened, and is in stable condition. In the next moment, the bullet screen went completely out of control. Holy crap! Yi Commander is alive. Aha! My heart is finally back. I cried. Yi Chen is the true god of war. Yi Commander! My faith! Countless people were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. The internet went wild, and the whole country was in an uproar. People cheered and rejoiced, as if they had personally experienced a victorious triumph. At this moment, the joy of surviving spread to every inch of land. Yi Chen's reputation soared to the sky. Meanwhile, the interview site regained order. Luya's face was pale, her hand gripping the microphone still trembling. She had finally fully awakened. Recalling the scene just now, her heart raced. She and the photographer had been live streaming under mental control. If it weren't for Yi Chen breaking the illusion, this livestream could have plunged the entire dragon country into a nightmare. So terrifying, she murmured, her back chilling. The photographer, equally drenched in cold sweat, wiped the beads of water from his forehead and said with a bitter smile, "This interview almost became the largest disaster livestream in human history." Luyu pressed her lips tightly together, her fingers hovering over the end live stream button. Just then, a voice came through the earpiece. "Reporter Luyu, please pay attention. Yi Chen has awakened." Luyu froze in shock. The photographer looked up, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Yi Commander has awakened? Should we continue filming?" He swallowed hard, lowered his voice, and smiled. "We can't capture every moment of the Zerg without remembering the protagonist of this battle, can we?" Luya's breath caught. A wave of complex emotions surged within her. She gritted her teeth and slowly lowered the button in her hand. "All right. Let's continue." At that moment, inside the medical cabin, the white light was soft. Yi Chen slowly propped himself up. His military uniform was charred, blood still staining his shoulder. Looking disheveled yet exuding an undeniable fierce aura. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw a microphone thrust in front of him. "Commander Yi." Luya's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement, her tone trembling. "Just now, you single-handedly defeated the Zerg powerhouse, the Moon God. What are your thoughts right now?" Yi Chen was taken aback. He looked down at his tattered clothes and touched his cracked lips. "What? You're in this state and you're still being interviewed?" He raised his head, his gaze helpless, but the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. "Can I, first let me eat something? I'm so hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, the medical cabin fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, Luyu couldn't help but laugh. "It seems Commander Yi is indeed exhausted." And, she tilted her head slightly, looking at the camera with a playful smile. "The idle burden is a bit heavy. So let's end today's interview here." The live broadcast room erupted instantly. "Ha ha 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 ha. Commander Yi, don't talk, I'm starving, let me eat first." This response is so down-to-earth, the tough guy persona seems to have collapsed. "But I love it even more. When's the next interview? Can't wait to eat." Although it was a pity not to hear the heroic declaration, the bullet screen was filled with laughter and blessings. More people frantically flooded the screen. "Take care of yourself, Commander Yi, you are the pride of Longhua, looking forward to your next performance." At this moment, the emotions across the internet exploded. Yi Chen became a belief in the hearts of billions. Time passed. A full week had gone by since the Battle of the Moon God in the Northern Military District. The smoke of the battlefield had completely dissipated. The order in the military district gradually stabilized. Yet the pain brought by that battle still lingered. The death toll was so long that it was hard to bear to look at. This week, the Northern Military District held 2 memorial services. One for the soldiers who fell in battle and one for those who sacrificed themselves during the Moon God chaos. In the conference hall, the atmosphere was heavy, oppressive to the point of suffocation. The newly appointed commander, Chao Zixio, stood at the podium, his expression grave. His gaze slowly swept across the room, and he spoke solemnly, "In this battle, we won. But the price we paid, none of us will forget." His fists clenched tightly, and he added in a low voice, "If it weren't for someone stepping up, this disaster would have been even worse." After saying that, he raised his hand, pointing to the figure in the front row. "Yi Chen." That young face was cold and silent, yet it stood like a flag in the hearts of countless soldiers. Chao Zixia's voice suddenly rose. Yi Chen, Commander Yi, the Northern Military District thanks you. Thank you for single-handedly slaying the moon god at the most critical moment and holding this line. From today on, I, Chao Zixio, in the name of the commander of the Northern Military District, publicly announce Yi Chen officially becomes the highest commander of the Northern Military District, with the authority to mobilize all military district resources. His orders are equivalent to my orders. No one is allowed to disobey. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted. At that moment, the entire conference hall felt like it was about to lift the roof. Countless soldiers had fiery eyes. A shining golden medal was presented at the podium. Chao Zixio personally pinned it to Yi Chen's chest. At that moment, the entire audience stood in solemn silence, giving the most standard military salute. Below the stage, those who had once been unconvinced, those old soldiers and generals who harbored resentment towards Yi Chen, were now silent. They knew. A month ago, they were still doubting this young man, doubting what right he had to sit in the commander's position. They hated him, driving away the faith of the Northern Military District Chao Wei Wu. But now, the Moon God battle had silenced them completely. If it weren't for Yi Chen, the Northern Military District would have been a battlefield of corpses, even turning against each other. If that had happened, their dignity would have been trampled underfoot by the Zerg. At this moment, there was only one thought in their hearts: he is worthy. Yi Chen is their new faith. After the meeting, the hall gradually quieted down. Only the heavy sound of military boots striking the ground remained. Yi Chen had just stepped out of the control room when an officer hurried forward, whispering a report. Commander Yi, the naval commander stationed at the East China Sea, General Zhang Tailan, requests an audience. Yi Chen paused, raising an eyebrow. Zhang Tailan? Zhang Lai's father? What could he want? I think I know. Yi Chen's expression darkened as he calmly said, "Let him in." Moments later, the door was pushed open, and a cold gust of wind swept into the hall. The visitor walked in with a firm stride, military boots thudding against the floor like a hammer. Zhang Tailan, clad in the uniform of a naval general. His epaulets were like mountains, his back straight, and his gaze sharp and profound. Even from several meters away, one could feel the fierce aura of military spirit emanating from him. He approached Yi Chen. Bang! A crisp military salute, clean and flawless. Then, he bowed slightly, his voice hoarse, filled with respect for military achievements. Commander Yi, I, Zhang, owe you a word of thanks. If it weren't for your efforts in this battle, the Northern Military District would have been awash in blood. Yi Chen raised his eyes, his expression calm, and nodded slightly. General Zhang is being polite. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Zhang Tailan slowly lifted his head. His gaze had taken on a different sharpness. Commander Yi, I did not come this time just to express my gratitude. His voice was deep as thunder, each word resonating. I hope you revoke Zhang Lai's assignment to the Assault Corps. I will not allow him to go to his death. As soon as these words were spoken, the pressure in the hall suddenly dropped. Yi Chen's gaze lifted slightly as he slowly spoke. Zhang Lai has high command abilities. He also has the potential to lead. Putting him in the logistics department. Yi Chen paused, his eyes turning cold. Indeed, what a pity. As soon as this was said, Zhang Tailan frowned, falling silent for 2 seconds before letting out a long sigh. His hands slowly clenched, knuckles turning white. Commander Yi, if he truly fights for his beliefs, to protect his homeland, I will not say a word. But now, why does he want to join the Assault Corps? It's out of spite. To bet that I, his father, do not believe in him. To prove that he is not a coward. Zhang Tailan's voice suddenly rose, filled with suppressed rage. Such a mindset, going to the battlefield, will only lead to death. With that, the hall fell completely silent. Yi Chen's gaze slowly deepened. He did not immediately retort. Instead, he reached up to scratch the back of his neck. His expression showed a moment of helplessness. This matter is indeed hard to judge. Although he had promised Zhang Lai to persuade his father, the man before him had a point. Yi Chen let out a light breath, glancing out the window, and chuckled softly. General Zhang, it is said that it is difficult for a clear official to resolve family matters. Why don't you two have a fight? A fight? Zhang Tailan thought he had misheard. Yi Chen nodded. Since the disagreement is so great, then stop arguing. I'll give you both a chance. He then took the lead and walked into the tactical analysis room. Yi Chen arrived at the center of the hall. He reached out and pressed the holographic projection device on the table. Instantly, the light screen lit up, and models of wormhole fissures and swarms quickly constructed a virtual battlefield. Shadows filled the entire floor, as if a real battlefield had descended. Yi Chen's voice cut through the air like a blade. Facing the wormhole invasion, simulate real combat. You two, father and son, will face off against each other. I will witness, and AI will determine who wins, and we will listen to whoever that is. The air was deathly silent. Zhang Tailan was momentarily stunned. His brows furrowed, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly nodded, his voice deep and carrying an unyielding pressure. All right, but Yi Shuai, you must remember what you said. Whoever wins, we will listen to them. Yi Chen's expression was cold, replying indifferently, what I say counts. He turned around, picked up his phone, and contacted Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai, come to the tactical calculation hall quickly. Come meet your father. After hanging up the phone, within 5 minutes, Zhang Lai walked in. The moment he stepped into the hall, his footsteps halted. What met his eyes was that face he was all too familiar with, yet one that suffocated him. Zhang Tailan, his father. Those eyes, as cold as the sea, exuded a pressure like a mountain. Zhang Lai's heart suddenly constricted, his fingertips clenched tightly, his throat dry. Yet he still took a step, one step at a time, toward the center of the hall, until he stood face to face with Zhang Tailan. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The distance between father and son was merely 2 meters, yet it felt like a turbulent sea separated them. Yi Chen raised his hand, stopping the impending explosion of tension between the two. Now, I will reiterate the rules. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable pressure. Zhang Lai wants to enter the battlefield, but he needs to be recognized first. He looked at Zhang Tailan, his gaze sharp. You say he is impulsive, immature. Then let him prove whether you are right or if he truly has the ability. The holographic sand table lit up. Wormholes, swarms of insects, collapsing battlefields, all appeared in an instant. Under the cold light, the air solidified. Yi Chen spoke softly. Simulated confrontation. Real-time calculation. Each side has 1,000 troops. Wormhole invasion, the position is critical. Your task is to hold the position, last for 30 minutes, or destroy the core of the wormhole. Scoring will be determined by the AI system. Whoever wins, I will listen to them. Zhang Tailan took off his gloves and placed them on the table. His voice was steady, cold as iron. I accept this rule. As long as you win, I won't care where you go. He looked at Zhang Lai, his gaze like a knife. I have led troops for half my life, winning countless battles. In this battle, you cannot be my opponent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lai's fingertips trembled slightly. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed, but he still raised his head. His gaze was firm, his voice crisp. How will I know if I don't try? In this battle, I will give it my all. Even if I lose, I want you to know that I am not as cowardly as you think. The hall fell into silence. Only the holographic light flickered across their faces. One cold, one fiery. It was as if blades were facing each other. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He spoke softly. Very well. Simulated confrontation. Now, begin. With Yi Chen's command, the simulated battle officially commenced. Boom! The sand table trembled, and within the wormhole space, swarms of insects poured out. A black torrent surged madly toward the human position. Zhang Tailan's gaze was like a knife, his voice deep. First line of defense, hold steady. Heavy artillery, alternate fire. Virtual soldiers immediately formed ranks. They stood like iron walls, blocking the insect horde. The roar of gunfire erupted, flames illuminating the scene, as the insect swarm flew in pieces. His command was as calm as iron, the rhythm steady, neither hurried nor anxious. On the other side, Zhang Lai stared intently at the sand table, his eyes ablaze. First squad, feint attack on the left flank. Second squad, infiltrate. Cut off the middle route. Sever the coordination of different insect species. Artillery position 3, delay 3 seconds, wait for my signal. Orders flew out like a barrage. Small units moved like venomous snakes, agilely weaving through, tearing apart the insect swarm. The formation of the insect tide collapsed in an instant. Push up. Push to the mouth of the insect nest. His voice was cold and sharp. The virtual battlefield shifted. The soldier ranks sliced through the Black Sea like a sharp blade, inch by inch, closing in on the insect nest. Zhang Lai's tactics were like a raging fire, fierce and ruthless. At this moment, Yi Chen stood in the center with his arms crossed, a cold light reflecting in his eyes, his lips pressed together lightly. Indeed, the command styles of the two are completely different. One focuses more on defense, while the other emphasizes offense. Soon, Zhang Lai was the first to shatter the wormhole core. 20 minutes passed, and the battlefield was cleared. He slowly exhaled, his heart racing, a glimmer of light flashing in his gaze. We won. But when he looked up, the sand table on the other side was still in operation. Zhang Tailan's position was as solid as a rock. His defense had not crumbled even a fraction. 10 minutes later, the tide of worms completely disappeared. And the red side's mission was accomplished. The AI screen flickered, coldly announcing, blue side completed. Time taken, 19 minutes and 32 seconds. Score, 87. Red side completed. Time taken, 30 minutes. Score, 94. The air fell into a momentary silence. Zhang Lai suddenly looked up, his voice hoarse. Why? I was 10 minutes faster than him. Why is my score lower than his? The AI coldly responded. Scoring criteria: casualty rate, mission completion, resource consumption. Blue side casualties, 62. Red side casualties, 18. Red side wins. Zhang Lai's pupils constricted, his breath tightening, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Zhang Tailan sneered, his voice low. With such heavy casualties, if it weren't for the sand table simulation, your army would have collapsed completely. He stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a knife, weighing down the air. Although it's a simulation, casualties are equally important. Now, what you see is a screen. The soldiers in your hands are just numbers. But on a real battlefield, those numbers represent living lives. Losing means everyone dies under your command. Zhang Lai fell silent, his fingertips turning white, his breath quickening. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, his voice dry yet exceptionally firm. I truly do not understand this scoring mechanism. This time, I accept it. I am willing to bet and lose. I will withdraw from the assault camp. He paused, his gaze suddenly turning cold, spitting out the last sentence. But that doesn't mean I can't go to other units. Give me another chance. If I lose again, I will honestly return to logistics. Zhang Tailan sneered, his gaze sharp as a knife, his voice low. Do as you wish. No matter how many times you come, it will be the same. I am your father, you cannot win against me. Seeing Zhang Tailan nod, Yichen said no more. He merely glanced at Zhang Lai. His face was pale with coldness. Yet it bore a stubbornness that refused to admit defeat. Yichen felt a stir in his heart and spoke softly, rest for half an hour. Then, the second round. As he finished speaking, Zhang Lai looked up, his eyes blazing, not uttering a word. Yichen turned and walked to the corner, calling Zhang Tailan outside. If Zhang Lai does not go to the assault camp, would you agree to let him go to other units? Zhang Tailan was silent, his gaze as hard as iron, his voice cold. Let him win first, then we'll talk. Yichen stared at him, suddenly asking, why? Why do you insist on not letting him go to the front lines? Zhang Tailan paused. The air was terrifyingly still. After a moment, he slowly spoke, because I don't want to send a white-haired person to the grave of a black-haired one. Yichen was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing. Zhang Tailan's gaze turned to the void, carrying a hint of restrained pain. I know he has talent, he has ability. After all, he is my son, the son I raised by myself. I know better than anyone what kind of person he is. He paused, his throat moving, his voice suddenly dropping to a very low tone. But he once had an older brother, who died on the battlefield against the insect race. His remains were nowhere to be found. I personally collected his belongings, personally arranged everything for him. Do you know what that feels like? Yi Chen remained silent. Zhang Tailan closed his eyes, exhaling, his voice hoarse yet filled with ironclad resolve. I can die. I can die at any time on the battlefield, but I will not let Zhang Lai repeat his mistakes. In the next round, I will win. I will completely shatter his thoughts. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Tailan and suddenly asked, aren't you worried that Zhang Lai will hate you? Zhang Tailan's gaze lowered slightly, but his tone was cold and firm. He will understand. There's nothing wrong with logistics. Logistics is also a part of the army, serving the country. He paused, looking into the distance, and added softly, I started from logistics and climbed up step by step. Yi Chen frowned slightly and slowly spoke, but the more you prohibit something, the more it becomes irresistible. Zhang Tailan was silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered, even if he hates me, it doesn't matter. Compared to him hating me, I fear more that he will die on the battlefield, leaving me, regretting for a lifetime. The air suddenly felt heavy. Yi Chen sighed lightly and turned to leave. He found Zhang Lai. If your father insists on sending you back to the logistics department, what do you plan to do? Zhang Lai suddenly looked up, his eyes fierce, his voice unwavering. Then I will go abroad. To other countries, join their military. Go to the front lines, fight the insect race. Even if I have to start as a private, it doesn't matter. Yi Chen was taken aback, staring at him, and slowly asked, why? Why are you so obsessed to this extent? Zhang Lai was silent for a few seconds, his fingers tightening, and he spoke softly, because I once had a brother. He died on the insect race battlefield. His bones were gone. My mother went mad. Even now, she is still in the hospital, unable to recognize anyone. His voice trembled, but his gaze was colder than a knife. I cannot forgive the insect race. I must take revenge for my brother with my own hands. Yi Chen stared at him, his expression slightly changing, but he did not interrupt. Zhang Lai raised his head and continued, his throat tightening. I know my father is doing this for my own good, but I am unwilling. I don't want to live my whole life according to his arrangements. And, my brother and I admired him since we were young. Father is a naval general guarding the East China Sea. He is our goal. Everyone says that in the future, we will be like him, achieving merit and protecting our country. But my brother is dead. If I can only shrink back to logistics, how can I take revenge? Zhang Lai suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze like fire. So, in the next match I must win. Yi Chen looked at the father and son, neither willing to back down. Inside, he suddenly felt a bit lost. This matter was not black and white. No one was wrong, but no one could understand each other. He lowered his eyes, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Aren't I the same with my father? Even he hadn't handled his relationship with Yi Jinyuan well. What right did he have to judge others? A heavy feeling pressed down on his heart. At that moment a familiar voice rang out. Oh, isn't this Yi Daishuai? Yi Chen looked up and a figure stepped through the door. Chao Long, the lieutenant sent by the Northern Military District to recruit him. This guy still had a playful grin on his face, his eyes full of teasing. It's been a few months and you've really soared high. You've become the commander of the 3 armies. And well, I'm in a bad spot. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and said nothing. Chao Long spread his hands, grinning. My rank was stripped, and I almost couldn't stay in the military district. Fortunately, now that my dad's commander is gone, you're in the limelight. Given our friendship, can you do me a favor? Help me get reinstated? Yi Chen's pupils constricted, his tone cold. What mistake did you make? Your rank could be stripped. Chao Long grinned, scratching his nose. Actually, I didn't do much. I just went to the armory to test some new weapons. And well, I almost blew up the research department. Yi Chen. His eyelids twitched, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, and slowly articulated. When testing the weapons, was the technician not present? Chao Long shrugged, his smile annoying. No, he wasn't. I went in alone, just to have some fun. I heard it was powerful, so I was curious. In the end, it really was quite powerful. Yi Chen fell silent for 3 seconds, his lips twitching. Just now, I thought old Commander Chao's punishment was severe. Now, damn, not executing you on the spot shows his fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. Chao Long spread his hands, laughing nonchalantly. So, will you help me get reinstated or not? Don't make me kneel down and beg you. Yi Chen glanced at him and said lightly, I can help you. But first, answer me a few questions. Chao Long raised an eyebrow, his face full of suspicion. Go ahead. Yi Chen slowly articulated, if a father and son encounter irreconcilable conflicts, how should they mediate? Chao Long was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, as if he had heard a joke. There's no need for mediation. Since you say it's irreconcilable, what's the point of mediating? Yi Chen was stunned, his brow furrowing as he murmured, I don't understand. Chao Long rolled his eyes, bluntly exposing the truth. Not understanding is normal. Your father is different from others. That Yi Jinyuan has never given you the care a father should. He has never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. He only cares about benefits and face. He has never considered your feelings. The air grew heavy. Yi Chen remained silent. After a long while, he finally spoke softly. When I was fighting the moon god, I saw a world. In it, there was a different Yi Jinyuan. He cared about me. I was thinking, if time could turn back, if I could sit down and talk with him, would it be different? Chao Long laughed and shook his head. No. Do you know how many people are trapped in the moon god's mental control and can't get out? Because that's just a dream. Just a beautiful ending that is desirable but unattainable. But life doesn't always go smoothly. If he could really open his heart to you, your conflicts would never have reached this point. Chao Long scoffed, patting his chest. If they were true father and son, blood ties wouldn't matter, ideals wouldn't matter. In the end, they would definitely be able to sit down and reconcile. Just like me, how much trouble have I caused? Old Chao scolded me harshly, but he never kicked me out of the military district. He paused, his gaze turning cold. But what about him? He never regarded you as his son. He would even wish you were dead. What do you still care about? Yi Chen was stunned. In the next moment, he suddenly laughed. The smile was as cold as a knife, carrying a bone-chilling killing intent. Thank you. He stood up, his back as stern as iron. Next time I see Yi Jinyuan, my knife won't hesitate. After Chao Long finished speaking, he put away his smile and leaned in closer. All right, we've talked about everything. Can you approve a note to get me reinstated now? Yi Chen looked at him, suddenly smiled lightly, his voice calm. I'll reflect this matter to old Commander Chao. If he agrees, you can naturally be reinstated. Chao Long was taken aback. His expression instantly darkening. My dad? Yi Chen, are you messing with me? He's still angry. He definitely won't agree. He lowered his voice, speaking urgently. Use your authority, help a brother out. Yi Chen's expression was cold, his tone flat. I can't make that decision. Chao Long slammed his thigh, glaring and shouting. You're the commander of the 3 armies and you can't make a decision? Alright, Yi Chen, you, the dignified commander of the 3 armies, don't keep your word? Yi Chen's lips curled slightly, coldly stating, I said I would help you. But I never said it would definitely work. Chao Long was taken aback, staring at him, and after a while he muttered a curse. Damn, that's ruthless. He flicked his hand, snorting coldly, "Forget it, I'm going to find Uncle Xiahou." After saying that, he turned and strode away, muttering, "Yi Chen, no sense of loyalty." Half an hour passed quickly. The second round of confrontation began. The rules remained unchanged. But this time, the outcome would determine life and death. If Zhang Lai lost, he would really have to return to logistics. The simulation sand table slowly unfolded, wormholes appeared once again. Zhang Lai stood in front of the command seat, his hands tightly clenched. No urgent orders. No reckless moves. His voice was calm and clear. First defense line, deploy. Heavy artillery, lock onto the swarm. Second defense line, prepare, execute my orders, advance 3 steps. His gaze was fixed on the light screen, his expression more focused than ever before. On the other side, Zhang Tailan was also rapidly issuing commands. But out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but glance to the other side. In that moment, he was stunned. Zhang Lai had changed. No longer reckless as before. His pace was steady, like his own, methodical and precise. Even the rhythm of his commands mirrored his own. A sudden tightness gripped his heart. He hadn't expected that Zhang Lai would learn his tactical system after just one look. That concentrated expression made him feel dazed. It was as if saw the once spirited eldest son, the figure that had long been buried in the sea of insects. Zhang Tailan's hand trembled slightly. An uncontrollable emotion surged within him. So, this child has unknowingly grown up so much. Half an hour passed quickly. The simulation ended. Zhang Lai let out a long breath, raising his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Tension. Anticipation. His gaze remained fixed on the light screen. The score was out. Blue side, full marks. Zhang Lai was momentarily stunned. The next moment, he exploded with joy, raising both fists and shouting excitedly, "I won! I won!" His voice carried the ecstatic joy that had been suppressed for too long. I'm free. I can finally go to the unit I want to." He was like a beast breaking free from shackles, his eyes shining. On the other side, Zhang Tailan quietly watched the light screen. His gaze fell silent for a moment before slowly breaking into a smile. That smile carried a hint of helplessness, a hint of relief. "Forget it." He sighed and spoke slowly. "Go ahead. Wherever you want to go, just go. Just don't regret it later." His voice was low, but there was no anger. Only the complexity and desolation of a father letting go. Zhang Lai was stunned, suddenly turning around and quickly walking up to Zhang Tailan. He saluted crisply and respectfully. "Today, I learned a lot. Thank you for your guidance, father." Zhang Tailan stared at him and said solemnly, "Don't get complacent just because you won one match. There is still much for you to learn." At this point, the coldness on his face finally broke and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Lai was taken aback. He had won. But why was his father smiling? Zhang Tailan looked at him and slowly articulated, "What? Surprised? Is it wrong for me, Zhang Tailan, to have a successful son and smile?" His voice was hoarse but warm. Zhang Lai stood there in a daze, his chest feeling as if it had been struck by something. For the first time, he truly felt his father's concern and love. After a moment, Zhang Tailan turned to Yi Chen. He bowed respectfully, his tone serious. "Marshal Yi, I apologize for troubling you. For our family's trivial matters, wasting so much of your time." Yi Chen gently shook his head and replied softly, "It's nothing. I also benefited greatly." Zhang Tailan smiled and said loudly, "Today, thank you, Marshal Yi, for mediating. I also saw my son's determination. In the future, if Marshal Yi goes to the East Sea, I, Zhang Tailan, will definitely give you a grand welcome." Yi Chen smiled and slowly replied, "If there's a chance, I will definitely go." He turned to Zhang Lai. "What about you? Where do you plan to go?" Zhang Lai scratched his head, a smile he couldn't suppress at the corner of his mouth. "I haven't thought it through yet, but am willing to accept Marshal Yi's arrangements. I am willing to serve you." His voice was strong and powerful, filled with blood and determination. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Lai, his tone calm yet firm. "Your command ability is outstanding. Your learning ability is also very strong. I suggest you join the command team." He paused and added, "Of course, if you want to go to the front lines, that's fine too. Hubao camp, Huban camp, you can choose." Zhang Lai was taken aback, not expecting Yi Chen to give him such a choice. Yi Chen continued, his gaze cold and heavy, carrying an invisible pressure. "However, I need to tell you something. I will not stop here. Soon, I will become the commander of the 3 armies. By then, the Northern Military District will need someone I can trust. You better work hard and make it to the management level. Who knows? This military district might rely on you to take control in the future." As his words fell, the air felt ignited. Zhang Lai trembled all over, his breath quickening, his heart exploding with a roar. It turned out that Yi Chen's true intention was to support him in rising to power. In an instant, his chest surged, blood boiling, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. "Brother Yi, I understand. I will give it my all and never let you down. At this moment, in the underground of the southern city, a series of piercing screams tore through the darkness. Impossible! Impossible! How could this happen? Why is this happening? The voices were chillingly desperate. That was the moon goddess of the insect race. She had her head blown off by Yi Chen's gunshot, yet she did not die. The insect race's tenacious vitality allowed her to survive. But she had gone mad. Completely mad. Her mind was like a shattered mirror, impossible to piece together. She lay against the cold stone wall, her eyes hollow, murmuring, "The insect race is doomed. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Repeating, over and over, like a death knell. Several insect generals stood in silence, their expressions grim. After the great battle, they were all severely injured. A week had passed, and they still had not healed. "My lord moon goddess, I'm afraid, it's over." Sun Luo spoke in a low voice, his gaze as cold as dead water. Huan Lei gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. "What should we do? If this continues, we will be discovered sooner or later." Ming Yuan suddenly turned around, his eyes burning with rage, shouting, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for your reckless actions, how could the moon goddess have been dragged down? You bunch of useless fools." Huan Lei snorted coldly, retorting, "Wasn't it your suggestion to ambush Yi Chen?" Ming Yuan glared, gritting his teeth. "Who knew you would be so useless? You can't even take one human away." She placed her hands on her hips, killing intent radiating, her voice icy. "I really want to tear you apart." A fierce light flashed in Wang Liai's eyes just as he was about to speak. Beside him, Sun Luo raised a hand, pressing down on his shoulder, and coldly chuckled, "Don't reason with the mother insect." Underground, a killing intent brewed quietly. The air was so silent it was suffocating. At that moment, a voice suddenly exploded in their hearts. "You are truly a bunch of useless fools." The voice was cold, penetrating to the bone. The several insect generals trembled in unison, their eyes flashing with fervor. "Lord Sima, we beg you, please save us. We are now trapped in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom, unable to move an inch." Minjiwan's voice was urgent, filled with anxiety. "Yi Zhenyuan has not completed the hatching. The moon goddess is mentally broken. We are powerless." The air fell into silence for a moment. 1,000 miles away, in the depths of the Lighthouse Kingdom's military department, Sima Qing sat in the shadows, his long fingers slowly tapping on his forehead. The corners of his mouth moved slightly. A faint sound wave quietly resonated, penetrating the void along the high-frequency signal, reaching the hearts of the generals. "Hold the moon goddess down. I have a few questions to ask her." The voice was cold and ruthless. Ming Yuan hesitated for a moment, then responded in a low voice, "Lord Sima, the moon goddess has gone mad." "She is not mad." Sima Qing spoke, as if pronouncing a sentence. "She is just mentally stimulated." "Hold her down." The insect generals exchanged glances, bending down in unison to pin the moon goddess on the cold stone platform. She screamed, struggling madly, like a beast being torn apart. "Ah no! Let me go!" Sima Qing gently closed his eyes, a strange curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Slowly uttering a high-frequency signal. "Tell me, what did you see?" The sound wave, like a blade, tore through the moon goddess' shattered mental defenses. She trembled violently, her nails digging into the stone platform, blood seeping through her fingers. Her voice was like shattered glass, trembling and breaking. "I saw that named Yi Chen. Memory? Or illusion? I can't tell. Really can't tell." Her pupils began to dilate. Tears mingled with blood, her entire face twisted into a mask of fear. "I ask you, what did you see?" Sima Qing's voice echoed in her mind again. Cold, piercing. The moon goddess trembled all over, her pupils unfocused, her lips pale. I saw. Yi Chen killed us all. He even personally severed the head of the queen bug. I saw the blood of my kin. Saw them, one after another, dying at his hands." Her voice was hoarse and trembling, like a vengeful spirit crawling out of an abyss. Real. Too real. As if that Yi Chen really experienced it all. Sima Qing fell silent. His brows furrowed slightly. His fingertips slowly tapped against his forehead, thoughts swirling. Logically, the moon goddess' mental strength was extremely strong, and she shouldn't easily fall into an illusion. Her state didn't seem like she was under external illusion either. So, what was all this? After pondering for a moment, he slowly exhaled, shaking his head. "No matter what the reason is, since that Yi Chen has secrets, when the bug army arrives, capture him. Then we will know the answer." His voice was deep and cold, like a wind rising from hell. "Calm down. There is still a month and a half before the army arrives. At that time, your brother Ryu, Yao Wang, will personally lead the bug army to avenge you. What you need to do is hide. Wait for the signal, coordinate from within and without." As for Yi Zhenyuan, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, carrying a chilling smile. "By then, he should also be awake. The sound waves abruptly stopped, and the underground fell into a deathly silence. Several bug generals exchanged glances, a heavy killing intent flashing in their eyes. The boss is coming? Shi Yan suddenly grinned, letting out a low laugh filled with frenzied battle intent. Hee, that human race is finished. Sen Luo's gaze was sinister as he slowly nodded. The boss power, though not as strong as the queen bug, is enough to destroy the human race. His strength, his abilities, can deliver a devastating blow to the human race. So far, the technology and military power displayed by the human race have yet to match the boss. Ming Yuan licked his lips, his voice cold. Except for those few war gods, there is no one who can rival him. But can the war gods withstand my mental control? If they dare to come, I will make them turn against each other. A cold laugh suddenly rang out. Several bug generals turned their heads simultaneously, looking towards the source of the sound. The moon goddess. She had actually recovered. Her gaze was sharp, her killing intent chilling, as if she were a spirit returned from hell. Lord Sima, she spoke softly, her tone laced with extreme coldness. Thank you for your help. I am much better now. Sima Qing's voice came again, indifferent and icy. Rest well, conserve your strength. In a month and a half, the bug army will launch a full-scale attack. At the same time, I will mobilize the military forces of the Lighthouse Nation to deliver a fatal blow to the Dragon Nation. Under the pressure of the Bug Army, the Lighthouse Nation, and our internal forces, the Dragon Nation will surely perish. His voice was like the whisper of death, cold enough to chill one to the bone. By then, the entire human race will fall into complete panic, and then submit to us. The chilling laughter echoed in the abyss, lingering for a long time. At this moment, in the Imperial capital, Central Agency, Command Hall, Yichen pushed the door open, his gaze stern, directly asking, Moon Goddess and those few bug generals, have there been any updates? He Xianling raised his head, his expression heavy, and slowly shook his head. The situation is not looking good. We installed trackers on them. Initially, the signal was very clear. They used a ground-shifting technique and headed east. But in the end, the signal completely disappeared. Yi Chen frowned, his tone sharp. Disappeared? He Xianling nodded, his voice low, as if it was erased, completely cut off. Logically, our trackers shouldn't lose them. But now, it's as if they are being interfered with. Those few valiant generals have evaporated, leaving no trace at all. In the hall, the atmosphere was stifling, making it hard to breathe. He Xianling continued. We have dispatched search teams to conduct a thorough investigation in the east. The Eastern Military District has also mobilized large-scale drones and underground detection systems. But so far, we still haven't found any traces. He paused, a serious look flashing in his eyes. We speculate there is a high possibility that an ancient god relic is hidden in the eastern city. Ancient god relics possess powerful shielding barriers. If those valiant generals have hidden inside, he slowly uttered, his voice carrying a heavy sense of oppression, we may not be able to find them in a short time. The hall fell into dead silence. Yi Chen's fingers slowly tightened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Ancient god relic? He murmured. Yi Chen walked to the battle sand table and brought up the holographic map. In the southern region, dozens of cities were marked. Among them, 2 locations were highlighted with prominent red marks. Those were the confirmed locations of ancient god relics. His gaze moved inch by inch, finally stopping at a blank area. That was the last place where the insect race's valiant generals had disappeared. Yi Chen reached out, pointing at that area on the map, his voice deep and sharp. Focus on observing here. This area is very likely where the ancient god relic is located. He Xianling frowned, speaking in a low voice. If it really is there, the insect race won't let us approach easily. Moreover, this area is a bustling city center. Many people live here. If we stir the grass, we might lead to significant casualties. Yi Chen retracted his finger, his gaze like a knife, slowly speaking. So, I need to go there personally. Time is running out. He turned around, scanning the room, his eyes cold. It's time for the Eastern Military District to begin the trial. The air instantly froze. He Zuanling's heart jolted. Yi Chen continued, his voice resolute. I have taken the Western Military District. The Northern Military District has also pledged allegiance. As long as I gain control of the Eastern Military District, I can truly become the commander of the 3 armies. At that time, all the forces of the Dragon Kingdom will converge in one place. Only then can we face the impending insect race army. As his words fell, the command room fell into silence, yet a fervent battle spirit surged beneath the surface. He Xianling stared intently at Yi Chen. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. He Xianling raised his head, looking at Yi Chen, his gaze heavy. Before you go to the east, there is one personal matter. Yi Chen was taken aback, his brow slightly raised. What matter? He Xianling slowly uttered 2 words, Bai Jingsa. Yi Chen's expression stiffened, and he quickly scanned the surroundings, only to realize a problem. Bai Jingsa was not present. He hasn't recovered from his injuries? He Xianling shook his head. His voice low. If it were just injuries, that would be fine. He submitted his resignation letter. He chose to step down from the position of envoy. Yi Chen was taken aback, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Why? He Xianling took a deep breath, slowly speaking. Guilt. He was your bodyguard. But in that battle, he couldn't withstand the moon god's mental control. Instead, he almost killed you with his own hands. This matter is a disgrace to him. So, he left. The air fell into silence. Yi Chen remained silent for a moment, his gaze deep. He Xianling continued, his voice heavy with pressure. You know who Bai Jingce is. He is not just an envoy. He is the blade of the central. Those who betray the country, who embezzle and neglect their duties, cannot escape his punishment. But now, he has stepped down. The blade of the central is broken in half. He Xuanling's gaze was chillingly sharp. A great war is imminent. This position cannot find a replacement in a short time. Because it requires not only strength but also character and absolute loyalty. If Bai Jingce cannot pull himself together, the central may collapse. Some are already itching to move. With the insect army pressing in before the battle has even begun, some are thinking of fleeing. Right now, we cannot publicly announce Bai Jingce's departure, only that he is recuperating. But even this, the rumors are already off. If it is truly exposed, I'm afraid it will spiral out of control. As his voice fell, the entire command room became stifling, making it hard to breathe. It was easy to predict. If someone were to find out that Bai Jingce was gone, perhaps they would consider transferring assets abroad and fleeing the country. After all, the pressure from the insect army was too great, especially after the battle with the moon god. Many had lost confidence in resisting the insect race. Yi Chen slowly raised his eyes, a cold light igniting in his gaze. Where is Bai Jingce now? He Xianling raised his hand, pulling up a string of encrypted coordinates and pushing it in front of him. He erased the address. But there's one thing to note. Only the core of the central knows Bai Jingce's identity. And you are now the center of attention. If you go directly, it could easily cause unnecessary trouble. Yi Chen glanced at him, his tone calm. I understand. I will conceal my identity well. He said no more, turned, and left. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded. The command room fell into a brief silence. At that moment, a trusted aide approached Yi Xianling, lowering his voice. Commander, Yi Chen is now the focus of the entire nation. Isn't it too risky to hand this over to him? I'm worried that if his whereabouts are exposed, someone might plot against General Yi. Yi Xianling slowly shook his head, his tone steady. No, his strength is not weak. Don't forget, the moon god, which the entire northern military district was helpless against, was shot down by him. Moreover, he is the future commander of the three armies. If he can't handle this little matter, how can he manage the entire military in the future? The aide wanted to say more, but Yi Xianling coldly interrupted. Furthermore, the reason Bai Jingce has a heart demon is because of Yi Chen. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. Yi Chen is the only one who can bring him back. At this moment, in a bustling city in the east, under the night sky, traffic flowed like a river, neon lights flickered. A low-key black sedan slowly stopped in front of a luxurious hotel. The car door opened, and a young man with an elegant demeanor stepped out. He wore a well-tailored suit, his steps steady, with an innate calmness and sharpness in his eyes. Louis, the youngest general in the Eastern Military District. The receptionist at the hotel was stunned at first glance, then her eyes flickered with excitement and disbelief. General Liu, good evening. Louis smiled faintly, nodded, his tone gentle yet imposing. I have a reservation here. His words were unhurried, yet they tightened the hearts of those who heard them. The receptionist quickly lowered her head to operate the system, and moments later, she revealed a respectful smile. General Liu, please follow me. At the top floor of the hotel, the long corridor was silent, with a red carpet laid out and dark golden walls reflecting the dazzling crystal lights. Soon, the two stopped in front of a heavy alloy door. Outside the door, several formidable martial artists, dressed in sharp suits with metal sheaths at their waists, had eyes as cold as eagles. The moment they saw Louis, they all bowed their heads in unison, respectfully saying, General Liu. Louis slightly nodded, returning the greeting, and pushed open the door. Click.as the alloy door swung open, a strong scent of cigars rushed in. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, as if even the air was burning with suppressed intensity. A long table was set, with 3 individuals already seated. 2 elderly men, their hair completely white, dressed in long robes, sat upright with their backs straight, their eyes gleaming with a restrained ferocity, like sleeping beasts. A young man, with sharp eyes, lightly tapped his fingers on the table, the rhythm cold and precise, resembling a silent threat. If someone from the east were present at this moment, they would undoubtedly be filled with dread. For these 3 men held too much power. They represented 3 of the 4 great families of the Eastern Military District, the Zhang, the Zhu, and the Gu. And now, the fourth seat belonged to the Lu family. With the arrival of Lu Yi, the four great clans of the East had gathered together. As Lu Yi entered, the others stood up to greet him. The first to speak was an elderly man with a full head of white hair, his voice deep and heavy. "Lu Yi, you have finally arrived." This man was Gu Qianshan, the head of the Gu family, who had once served as the deputy commander of the Eastern Military District. Although he had now retreated behind the scenes, his influence remained profound. Another robust man slowly turned the jade ring on his finger. His gaze was deep, and a faint smile played at the corners of his lips. "General Lu, it's good to see you well." He was Zhang Tingchuan, the head of the Zhang family, the actual power behind the Eastern Military Industry Group, controlling the largest armed industry in the East. Sitting on the opposite side was an elderly general with graying temples. His military uniform was impeccably buttoned, and he appeared like a standing battle blade. "Young Lu, come and take a seat." This was Zhu Hanyang, the head of the Zhu family and the former combat commander of the Eastern Military District. Known for his iron-fisted methods in suppressing rebellions, he was hailed as the Eagle King of the East. At the corners of the conference table, representatives of the four great families had already gathered. The air was so heavy it felt suffocating. Louis walked to his seat, slightly bowed, and spoke softly. "I apologize for keeping you all waiting. A few days ago, I received reports that a formidable general from the insect race might be hiding in the east. I was dealing with this matter, which caused my delay." As Louis took his seat, three pairs of eyes simultaneously fell upon him. Their gazes intertwined, a dark tide surging beneath the surface. Zhu Hanyang was the first to speak, his voice low and carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. "The reason I troubled you all to come here is to discuss one matter. Yi Daishu, Yi Chen." As soon as these words were spoken, the air instantly tightened. Everyone's gaze turned sharply towards Zhu Hanyang. He slowly exhaled and continued. "Sun Xuanma seems inclined to hand over military power. What do you all think?" Gu Qianshan raised his hand, stroking his beard, his eyes deep with thought. "Currently, the Eastern Military District is controlled by our four great families. If a new player like Yi Chen suddenly appears, the situation could become quite precarious." Zhang Tingchuan lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, producing a dull sound. "Military power is fundamental. If Yi Chen gets involved, it's not just a matter of military power, but whether our voice in the East still holds weight." Zhu Hanyang snorted coldly, his tone growing firmer. "Sun Quanmo's rise to commander is merely riding on the glory of his predecessors. If he wishes to retreat, no one will stop him. But the military power of the East cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. No matter how many military achievements Yi Chen has, he is not from the East." Gu Qianshan nodded slowly. "If he is allowed to command troops, the four great families of the East will first lose their balance. Let's not forget, it took us a long time to unite. If power becomes unbalanced, we will revert to a state of individual governance." Zhang Tingxuan's lips curled into a smile that was not quite a smile. "The problem is, this Yi Chen is not an ordinary outsider. His reputation now overshadows the entire military. A direct confrontation would come at too great a cost." The conference room fell into silence. The only sound was the tapping of fingers on the table, like the drums of a countdown. At this moment, only Louis remained silent. The three men almost simultaneously turned their gaze towards him. Zhu Hanyang's eyes were sharp as a knife. "Louis, what do you think?" The air once again froze. All eyes were locked onto Lu Yi. Lui fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking, his tone humble. "I am young, and my considerations are not as far-reaching as yours." He glanced at the three of them, his expression still calm. "As for what to do, I am willing to cooperate fully." He paused, then shifted his tone. "However, right now, the Dragon Country faces both internal and external troubles. If we truly want to take action against Yi Chen, it's better to be cautious." Moreover, Louis' gaze slightly hardened. Although Yi Chen has gained the recognition of the Northern Military District and has become the commander, he has not interfered in the affairs of the Northern Military District. What does this indicate? He smiled gently. It indicates that his arrival may not necessarily be a bad thing. As his words fell, the meeting room fell silent for a moment. The three had different expressions. Zhu Hanyang frowned tightly, his fingers tapping on the table. The sound like a drumbeat. Zhang Tingchuan had a smile on his lips, but the mirth did not reach his eyes. Gu Qianshan lowered his head, gently stroking his beard, as if weighing something. The air grew increasingly heavy. Zhu Hanyang suddenly raised his head, his voice low and carrying a hint of coldness. "Do you know what Sun Xuanma has been up to lately?" The three fixed their gazes on him, watching quietly. Zhu Hanyang slowly uttered a few words. "He plans to have his little sister marry Yi Chen." As soon as these words were spoken, the air instantly froze. Gu Qianshan's hand slammed heavily on the table, producing a dull thud. "A marriage alliance? Ha, he's quite bold. He wants to rely on Yi Chen to stabilize the Sun family's position?" Zhang Tingchuan also raised his head, his expression completely cold. We cannot allow Yi Chen to come to the east. If he comes, he will be the greatest enemy of our 4 families. Sun Xuanma is calculating well, trying to use Yi Chen to suppress us? A pipe dream. Xu Hanyang sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over the two. It seems you all have some thoughts already. Gu Qianshan slowly nodded, his voice as cold as iron. Take action, let this acting commander completely disappear. Zhang Tingquan's lips curled into a chilling smile, whispering, exactly. And it must be done beautifully. It's best to act before Yi Chen arrives in the east. Don't let anyone suspect that it was us from the east who did it. As the words fell, the lights in the meeting room seemed to dim a notch. The air was thick with a lurking sense of danger. Xu Heniang's gaze slowly turned to Louis, speaking coldly. So, Louis, what about you? Are you standing with us, or with Sun Xuanma? The atmosphere in the meeting room was suffocating. All eyes were fixed on Louis. Louis smiled slightly, his expression calm, yet he uttered a single word, kill. This short word was as heavy as thunder. A chilling aura spread through the air. Xu Heniang's expression finally softened, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Good, very good. He slowly scanned the crowd, his tone grim. Since there are no objections, then I will say one thing. He lowered his voice, each word ringing clear. Right now, there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The news just received Yi Chen is heading to Chongqing Town. Gu Qianshan frowned. Chongqing Town? Yes, a small town on the northern border. Xu Heniang's eyes glinted with cold light. No one knows what he is going there for. But the intelligence I received indicates that he is traveling very low-key. In fact, there are no bodyguards around him. As these words were spoken, the killing intent around the meeting table instantly solidified. Zhang Tingquan chuckled lightly, his fingers tapping on the table, producing a dull thud. If that's the case, then it truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This matter must be done thoroughly. All 4 families must send people, no one can think of staying out of it. Gu Qianshan slowly nodded, his tone indifferent. Before taking action, wipe away all traces. This matter must not fall on our east. Louis's lips curled slightly, his smile appearing gentle yet carrying a hint of coldness. I will also send people to go. I hope this time, we can eradicate the roots. Zhu Hanyang slowly stood up, his gaze cold and fierce, uttering his final words. Then, it settled. The lights in the conference room cast a harsh glow on the faces of the 4, as if shrouded in a layer of chilling blood. In the northern border, Chongqing Town. A gentle breeze brushed against him, surrounded by mountains and rivers, flowers blooming everywhere. The town was tranquil and beautiful, seemingly isolated from the world. Yi Chen, wearing a mask, slowly stepped into the town. His eyes scanned the streets, where blue stones paved the way, and wind chimes tinkled softly under the eaves, the breath of time wafting towards him. Is this the hometown of Baijingsa? He murmured to himself, stopping his steps and looking around. This journey was based on the coordinates given by He Xianling. Although Changqing Town was not large, its alleys crisscrossed, making it no easy task to find someone. Fortunately, Baijingsa had distinct features. Due to his cultivation method, he had a head of snow-white long hair. In such a small town, it would not be difficult to inquire. Yi Chen looked up and saw an old tavern ahead, its doorframe weathered, lantern swaying gently. He stepped forward, pushed the door open, and the wooden door let out a soft creak. Inside the tavern, a few elderly men were gathered around a stove, drinking tea. The firelight reflected on their weathered faces, bringing a sense of tranquility from the passage of time. Yi Chen approached the counter, took off his mask, revealing a faint smile. Boss, I want to inquire about someone. The boss looked up, his eyelids lifting slightly as he leisurely glanced at him. Speak. White hair, male. Surname Bai. Yi Chen paused, then added in a low voice, probably, looks to be no more than 30 years old. The boss hand paused, his eyes flickering, then he laughed. Of course, I know him. That man is quite generous, orders a few bottles of wine, tosses down a wad of cash, and doesn't even ask for change. Hey, how could I forget such a generous person? Yi Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he continued to ask, where is he now? The boss squinted, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Why are you looking for him? Yi Chen said no more, casually pulling out a large bill and gently pressing it on the counter. To meet a friend. The boss' eyes immediately brightened, reaching out to take the money, his tone instantly warm. A big mansion at the northernmost part of the town. Very conspicuous, red walls and black tiles, with stone lions at the entrance. He lowered his voice, cautioning, brother, are you really going? That man's temper isn't very good, he's unpredictable. A few days ago, some local thugs saw he was wealthy. They blocked his way at the door, trying to extort him, but ended up with a few broken bones. And this man not only beat the thugs, even the local constable who came to investigate was beaten by him. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding slightly, thanks. After saying that, he turned and left the tavern, walking along the stone-paved street towards the north of the town. What a strange person. The boss watched Yi Chen's departing figure, muttering to himself. Why have so many outsiders come here recently? He shook his head, bent down, and continued to wipe the counter. Not long after, the tavern door was suddenly pushed open. A gust of cold wind swept in, bringing with it a faint aura of menace. A group of masked men slowly walked in. Their leather boots thudded heavily on the wooden floor. The leading man spoke in a low, chilling voice. "Boss, I have a question for you." The boss looked up, his eyelids twitching slightly, forcing a smile. "Ask, go ahead." The masked man's gaze was cold and menacing as he fixed his eyes on him. "Have you seen a young man from out of town?" About 20 years old, with a southern accent, wearing a mask, taciturn, looking quite mysterious. The boss was taken aback, his lips twitching as he rubbed his fingers together. The other party's gaze turned icy, and before he could speak, someone beside him threw a stack of cash onto the table. "Speak." The boss' eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "I've seen him, he just came by." "What did he come for?" The masked man continued to press. The boss pursed his lips, rubbing his hands again, the meaning clear. "Damn." The masked man's expression darkened, his hand moving towards the hilt of his knife. His companion beside him pressed down on his wrist and whispered a warning. "Don't act recklessly, have you forgotten our purpose?" The masked man snorted coldly, suppressing his anger, and tossed out another stack of cash. "Speak quickly." The shopkeeper chuckled, lowering his voice. He asked about the whereabouts of a white-haired man. "White-haired man?" The masked man frowned, muttering, "A spirited young man with dyed white hair?" This piece of information was clearly useless. The masked man narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Then where is this young man now?" The shopkeeper scratched the back of his head, looking as if he was deep in thought, and casually said, I can't remember." Yet his gaze secretly darted towards their pockets. The masked man's breath hitched, veins bulging. Just as he was about to draw his knife, his companion reached out again, holding him firmly. "Don't make a scene, stay calm." The masked man gritted his teeth and tossed out another wad of money. "This is your last chance." The shopkeeper grinned, flicking the bills with his fingers. Finally nodding, he went west. "He just left not long ago. There's still time to catch up." The masked man shot him a cold glare and raised his hand to signal his subordinates. "Go!" A flurry of footsteps faded away. The tavern door closed once more. The shopkeeper looked at the cash on the table, his eyes squinting into slits as he murmured, "Today is really a windfall." Beside him, an old drunkard slammed his bowl down on the table, frowning as he asked, "Shopkeeper, what are you up to?" He shot a sideways glance at the counter, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Old Boy clearly lives south of the town. You first tricked that young man into going north, and now you're deceiving another group to head west? What do you mean by that?" The shopkeeper slowly pocketed the money, his movements leisurely, but a smile remained on his face. He lifted his eyelids, speaking casually, "Who knows? As long as the money is in hand, isn't that enough?" The old drunkard paused, shook his head with a smile, muttering, "You'll end up dead because of this sooner or later." The shopkeeper couldn't be bothered with him, leisurely stuffing the money into his sleeve. At this moment, Yi Chen had already reached the northernmost part of the town. Before him, there was no so-called mansion mentioned by the shopkeeper. Only a stretch of desolate graves, tombstones standing in rows, the cold wind carrying the scent of grass, bringing a hint of chill. Yi Chen squinted, his brows slightly furrowed. Tricked? He looked up at his surroundings, the mountain wind brushing against his clothes, the area silent and still. Clearly, that shopkeeper was playing him. Just as he was about to turn and leave, suddenly, a thought struck him. This was the old home of Bai Jingse. After resigning from his position as envoy, Bai Jingse rushed here immediately, indicating there were people here he couldn't let go of. Yi Chen slowly retracted his steps, his gaze sweeping over the desolate graves. Soon, he noticed a particular tombstone. In front of the grave was a bouquet of fresh white flowers, the petals still glistening with morning dew, clearly indicating that someone had visited recently. Yi Chen approached, slowly bending down to brush the dust off the tombstone. On the cold stone slab, a few lines were engraved. Grave of Bai Chingyin year 2680 of the Dragon Kingdom, rest in peace her brother. Bai Jingse. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, his pupils constricting. This was Bai Jingse's sister. And this tombstone was erected 70 years ago. The art of maintaining youth? A thought crossed his mind. Bai Jingse looked to be just over 30. But this tombstone was over 70 years old. This meant Bai Jingse was at least over 70, possibly nearing 100. It must be due to the cultivation method he practices, Yi Chen thought to himself. If that were the case, it became even stranger. Logically speaking, the older one is, the more experiences they have, their mindset would also be more stable. They wouldn't easily fall under mental control. Yet Bai Jingse was deeply trapped in shadows, unable to extricate himself. There must be some other special reason. With this thought, Yi Chen looked around. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding tombstones. In the next moment, his pupils slightly constricted. Year 2680 of the Dragon Kingdom, rest in peace, not just one, The surrounding tombstones were almost uniformly engraved with the same year. Year 2680 of the Dragon Kingdom? Yi Chen murmured, his fingertips gently tracing the cold, hard engravings. What does this mean? He crouched down, flipping through one gravestone after another, and with each glance, his heart grew heavier. These people had died in the same year. Died in the same disaster. Yi Chen took out his portable terminal, pulled up the local historical records, and quickly searched. Soon, cold words appeared on the screen. In the year 2680 of the Dragon Kingdom, Changxing Town, a locust plague broke out. The swarm emerged from the underground of the northern border, invading the town. Out of more than 3,000 people in the entire town, fewer than 100 survived. Yi Chen closed the terminal, his gaze darkening as it fell on the desolate graves before him. The wind howled, and the grass and trees bowed low. It was as if they were still recounting the brutality that had devoured everything that year. He slowly raised his head, looking into the distance, and silently thought, By Jingsa, is your obsession rooted in this disaster? Yi Chen withdrew his gaze, staring at the patch of barren graves, secretly speculating, if Bai Jingsa was not young, then the elderly over 70 in the town must know him. With this thought, he stepped forward, walking towards an old man sitting not far away. The old man was hunched over, sitting on the stone steps. He cradled an old cat in his arms. Leaning on a bamboo cane, his eyes cloudy, Yi Chen slightly bent down, his tone softening. Old man, may I ask you something? Has a young man with white hair ever returned to this town? The old man's eyelids lifted slightly, as if he hadn't heard clearly. What did you say? White what? I mean, a young man with white hair. Yi Chen patiently repeated. The old man blinked, stammering, White cat? Do you know my old Bai? Not a cat, a person. Yi Chen felt a bit speechless. He tried several different ways to ask, but the old man either shook his head or pretended to be confused. He even simply mumbled in dialect to brush it off. After asking for a long time, he gained nothing. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. Could it be that the people here were deliberately avoiding something? Just as he was at a loss. A crisp sound of high heels echoed from the street corner. Yi Chen instinctively turned around. A familiar figure caught his eye. Long black hair, a sharp suit, a briefcase slung over her shoulder, and a bright smile. Lu Yu, the female reporter from the Central Agency. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, a sense of surprise bubbling up inside him. What was she doing here? He quickly lowered the brim of his hat and bowed his head, pretending to be nonchalant as he turned to walk away. Just as he reached the street corner, a clear voice, laced with laughter, slowly rang out. General Yi, it's only been a few days, and you don't recognize me? As her voice fell, the street seemed to pause for a moment. Yi Chen's footsteps hesitated slightly. He slowly raised his head, his gaze colliding with her lively eyes. Lu Yu smiled, looking at him with great interest. I'm not General Yi, Yi Chen replied softly, lowering the brim of his hat, his expression indifferent. Lu Yu smiled, crossing her arms, her eyes sparkling like stars. Alright, if you don't admit it, then I'll have to call someone. She turned to the side, deliberately taking a deep breath. Let's see how many fans of General Yi there are in this little town. Don't. Yi Chen felt a jolt of tension. He reached out, grabbing her wrist, and whispered in surrender, Okay, I admit it, is that enough? Lu Yu blinked lightly, a playful smile dancing in her eyes. That's more like it. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, lowered his voice. I'm currently on a confidential mission, so please don't disturb me. But Lu Yu was unfazed, stepping closer. Her gaze fixed on him, her smile meaningful. Unfortunately, I can't leave. Because I'm here from the central government to assist you. Yi Chen's brow twitched, surprise flashing in his eyes. Assist me? Lu Yu nodded, explaining softly. They didn't tell me the specific task, just said to assist you in completing your work. Her gaze shifted slightly, landing on his partially obscured face. And suddenly her lips curled up. But seeing you so mysterious, I'm really curious about what you're doing here. The wind brushed past, bringing a sense of oppressive silence. Yi Chen stared at her, silent for a few seconds. In the end, he spoke, looking for someone. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Who? Yi Chen's voice was low, carrying a hint of coldness. Central Envoy Bai Jingsa. As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze suddenly. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with surprise, then she smiled, her expression inscrutable. Bai Jingsa, isn't he on leave? Bai Jingsa has resigned, Yi Chen stated bluntly. I came to see him. Lu Yu was taken aback, her eyes widening. What did you say? Envoy Bai resigned? If this gets out, it would be big news. Yi Chen glanced at her indifferently. If you dare to spread it, the Central Agency will make you disappear by tomorrow. Lu Yu was speechless, stunned for a few seconds before quickly waving her hands. Forget I said anything. I regret it. I don't know anything about this. Yi Chen said coldly. It's too late. Since you know, don't think you can stay out of it. If you don't want to be implicated, help me find someone. As long as you can persuade Bai Jingsa to come back, there will be no problem. Lu Yu sighed helplessly. Alright, do you have any clues? Yi Chen briefly explained how he had been gathering information at the tavern. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Got it. Wasn't it said before that Bai Jingsa got drunk and hit someone from the security office? Then we can just go to the security office and find out where he is. Yi Chen nodded. Let's go then. Although the tavern owner was really serious with every word he said, but going to the security office might yield some results. Soon, the two arrived at the security office. Yi Chen asked right away, "Excuse me, has a white-haired man come to this town?" The officer looked up, his tone indifferent. "I don't know." The air instantly froze. Lu Yu stepped forward, pulling out her press credentials. "Don't get me wrong, we mean no harm. I'm a reporter here for an interview." The officer glanced down, momentarily stunned. "You are Lu Yu, the host from Central News?" Lu Yu nodded, smiling. "That's me." The officer's attitude changed immediately, his face breaking into a smile. "Oh, I often watch your show. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person." Lu Yu smiled, pressing her lips together. "Thank you for the compliment. We actually came here to learn about this white-haired man." Upon hearing this, the officer's smile vanished. He looked around and then lowered his voice. "The person you are looking for is Bai Jingsa?" Lu Yu eagerly nodded. "Yes, we are looking for him." The officer exhaled, his expression darkening. "I advise you not to provoke him." Lu Yu frowned. "Why?" The officer sneered, a hint of malice in his eyes. "Do you know? This man is a demon. He would do anything for promotion and wealth. He even personally killed his own sister." As the words fell, the air became deathly silent. Lu Yu was stunned, her breath catching. What did you say?" The officer's expression changed, and he quickly covered his mouth. "I didn't say anything. Don't ask me. Anyway, no one in this town dares to mention him, let alone want to see him. Such a person is not worth interviewing." "I don't believe it," Yi Chen said coldly. "Bai Jingsa is definitely not that kind of person." The officer snorted coldly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." His gaze swept over Yi Chen, landing on the mask he wore. "Sneaking around, what are you doing in our town? Show me your identification. Otherwise, I will detain you." The air suddenly tensed. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, a pressure emanating from him. Lu Yu quickly stepped forward, her smile radiant, linking her arm with Yi Chen's. "Don't be like that, he's my bodyguard." "Officer, please don't scare me. I'm just curious about what this Bai Jingsa has done." The officer raised an eyebrow. "You'd better not inquire." Lu Yu blinked, her tone soft enough to melt ice. "Please, I promise not to say anything reckless. If you're worried about trouble, I can report anonymously, alright? You know I'm a reporter." "Of course, I'm very curious about these matters." The sheriff stared at her for a few seconds, swallowed hard, his gaze flickering. He lowered his voice, his eyes cold as ice. "This matter, my father told me about it." He paused, his tone growing even more chilling. 70 years ago, the locust plague came. Changxing town was attacked by a monster. It could release parasitic eggs. Over 70% of the townspeople were infected. Lu Yu held her breath. 70%. Doesn't that mean the entire town was destroyed? The sheriff sneered. Destroyed? It didn't have to be. At that time, the country already had a special medicine. As long as it was injected, people could be saved. Then why? Lu Yu wanted to ask but didn't dare to continue. The sheriff gritted his teeth, spitting out two words. Bai Jingsa. The air instantly froze. He was the commander at that time. To save the special medicine, he personally killed 70% of the entire town. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses lay everywhere. Lu Yu covered her mouth, her face pale. It's impossible." The sheriff's voice, however, slithered into her ears like a venomous snake. "After killing, he was promoted. Later, he even obtained the elixir of immortality. He lived for 70 years, looking younger than I do. Truly, good people don't live long, while evildoers live for 1,000 years. Lu Yu's breath quickened, her fingers trembling. "Does he have some grudge against your town?" "Grudge?" Hatred flickered in the sheriff's eyes. "On the contrary, we not only have no grudge against him, but we are also his benefactors. Back then, the locust plague was rampant, and famine was everywhere. He and his sister came to our village to escape the famine. Orphans, with no parents. He grew up eating from the homes of others, yet turned around and slaughtered the entire town. Heart of a wolf, lungs of a dog. A white-eyed wolf." Lu Yu's face turned white. This can't be true, right?" Yi Chen clenched his fists, his tone icy. "Tell me, where is he?" The sheriff's expression darkened, shaking his head. "No. This person is too dangerous. I can't tell you. I've told you so much just to advise you not to get close to him." "Dangerous?" Lu Yu lowered her voice, forcing a smile. "This person beside me is not an ordinary person. He is my bodyguard, very capable, not afraid of danger. The sheriff shot a glance at Yi Chen, snorting coldly. Capable? Just him? He looks like a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet? Although Yi Chen covered his face, the sheriff could still tell that Yi Chen was quite young. He looked to be just over 20. A kid of that age. His martial arts cultivation might not even reach the martial realm. I don't believe it. The sheriff suddenly drew his baton, holding it horizontally in front of him, his gaze contemptuously fixed on Yi Chen. Unless you can exchange a few moves with me. Otherwise, don't even think about getting me to reveal the demon's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. Don't look at me with that kind of gaze. To become the local sheriff, your martial arts cultivation must at least be above the martial realm. Do you have martial realm strength? The sheriff stared into his eyes, asking. Sorry. Yi Chen slowly spoke, his voice as cold as a blade. I am currently at the martial master realm. As the words fell, boom, an invisible pressure suddenly exploded. The air instantly froze. The entire sheriff's office felt like it had plunged into a frozen hell. The sheriff felt a tightness in his chest, his breath constricted, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. The baton fell with a thud at his feet. Martial master? The sheriff trembled all over. His tongue felt tied, unable to speak for a long time. Yi Chen stepped closer, looking down at him, his gaze devoid of warmth. Now, can we talk? The sheriff's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, nodding repeatedly, his voice trembling. In the south of the town, that group of old houses. The white villa, the most conspicuous house. Yi Chen withdrew his pressure and turned to leave. He left behind a single sentence, like a cold wind blowing into the sheriff's ears. Thank you. Then, the two arrived at the southern edge of Changqing town. An abandoned block. The dust thick enough to cover footprints. Yi Chen and Lu Yu slowly walked up to a large white villa. The former glory had long since faded. The walls were mottled and peeling, and the iron window frames were covered in rust. In the yard, weeds grew wildly, and a broken statue lay in the mud. The wind blew, stirring up a ground of dry leaves, carrying a pungent smell of mildew. Is there really someone living here? Lu Yu whispered, his palms sweaty with tension. Yi Chen did not answer. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No response. However, the next second, the door slowly opened by itself, emitting a sharp creak. Inside, there was a dead silence. Dust floated in the beams of light. The air was thick with a strong smell of alcohol, choking and making it hard to breathe. Yi Chen stepped into the house. His pace was slow, and with each step the floor creaked underfoot. His brows gradually furrowed. The smell of alcohol was even stronger. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. A glass bottle fell to the ground, shattering and producing a crisp breaking sound. In the silence, it was particularly jarring. Yi Chen followed the sound and pushed open a half-closed door. What came into view was an extremely desolate scene. On the sofa lay Bai Jingzi. His white hair was disheveled, like a pile of discarded snow. His face was pale, with dark circles under his eyes. He reeked of alcohol, as if he had been pulled out of a wine pool. Around him, bottles were scattered haphazardly. The floor was soaked with spilled liquor, carrying a stench of rotten mildew. At that moment, his demeanor no longer showed the sharpness of the central blade. Only ruin. Only despair. Like a lone wolf with broken claws. Lu Yu covered his nose, took a step back, and whispered, Is this really Bai Jingzi? Yi Chen remained silent, his gaze cold and sharp as a blade. He stepped closer, softly calling out, Old Bai. Wake up. No response. Only the heavy sound of breathing mixed with the smell of alcohol lingered in the air. Yi Chen frowned and opened his water bottle. Splash. Cold water splashed onto Bai Jingzi's face. Bai Jingzi shuddered suddenly, his eyelashes fluttering, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze was hollow, as if he had lost focus. Who are you? His voice was hoarse, deep with the rasp of drunkenness. It's me. Yi Chen removed his mask, revealing a sharp face. Yi Chen. Bai Jingzi froze, staring at Yi Chen for a few seconds before suddenly chuckling lightly. Heh, here you are again. A hallucination. So, every time I get drunk, you show up? He raised his hand, as if groping in the air. His fingers trembled but grasped nothing. Xingyin, are you still there? His voice was low, almost despairing in its softness. I haven't finished telling the story yet. The corners of Bai Jingzi's mouth twitched slightly, and his gaze suddenly dimmed. He glanced around the empty room. His expression dazed, murmuring, where's Xingyin? Xingyin, where did she go? No one answered. Only the wind blew through the broken window, stirring up a cloud of dust. Special Envoy Bai, haven't you woken up from the moon goddess dream yet? It's time to wake up. I need you. The country needs you. Humanity needs you. Yi Chen's voice drowned out the sound of the wind outside the broken window. The man on the sofa moved. Jinxa slowly opened his eyes, his gaze hollow, like stagnant water. After a moment he focused and recognized Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen? A bitter smile tugged at his lips, cold and bitter. What are you here for? A joke? I am no longer the envoy. Yi Chen's heart tightened, but he still spoke coldly. Now, I need your strength. Strength? Jinxa chuckled lightly, the sound like rusted iron scraping. I don't want strength. All I want now is alcohol. Let me die drunk here, that would be nice. He staggered to his feet, reaching for the overturned empty bottle on the table. His movements were slow but stubborn. Yi Chen grasped his hand, his gaze sharp. What did you see under the moon goddess mental control? Why has it come to this? Moon goddess. Shirai Saku was stunned, lowering his head, murmuring. I saw my sister. I saw the people in the town, saw those faces. They are all alive. His voice trembled, as if afraid this happiness would shatter. Ah, everyone is still alive, that's great. He suddenly looked up, his eyes red, his voice almost pleading. Don't pull me back. Just let me continue to fall. Only in dreams, in alcohol, can I still see them again? Yi Chen stared at him intently. In a month and a half, the insect race will emerge. The Dragon Kingdom needs you to stabilize the situation, otherwise, everyone will die. Pull yourself together. Believe me, your sister wouldn't want to see you like this. Shirai Saku fell silent, his shoulders trembling slightly. And suddenly he laughed softly. Doomed? Then let's be doomed together. I haven't wanted to live for a long time. His voice was cold, filled with a sense of deathly silence. Yi Chen, how strong do you think I am? How great? What a joke, I'm just a fragile human. He slowly lay back on the sofa, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. Let me stay here, in this little town, to accompany them a little longer. Even if it's just in an illusion. Yi Chen watched the scene, feeling a heaviness in his chest. In that moment he understood. This was post-traumatic stress disorder from battle through alcohol, through dreams, escaping everything. Yi Chen turned around and said in a deep voice, I'm going to find a psychologist. Wait. Lu Yu suddenly grabbed him, her eyes flashing with sharpness. Let me try. She stepped forward to face Shirai Saku, looking down at the drunken, despondent figure. Her voice turned cold, her tone precise. As if conducting a live interview. Do you want to see your sister again? What good would it do to see her again? Are you going to kill her again? Whoosh! The air instantly chilled. Shirai Saku's eyes snapped open. The killing intent swept through the entire villa like a blade. The wine bottle trembled, shattered glass bouncing on the floor. Yi Chen was startled. He hadn't expected that this reporter's words would be deadlier than any weapon. Journalism, killing without blood. Shut up! Shirai Saku growled, his voice hoarse, laced with painful tremors. He suddenly flipped over, but his foot slipped bang. He fell heavily to the ground. The broken bottle pierced his palm, blood seeping out. Xing Yin. I'm sorry. And Wang. I'm sorry. Uncle Zhao, I'm sorry. He pushed himself up, suddenly bowing deeply, again and again. His forehead struck the floor littered with glass shards, blood oozing out. Yi Chen watched, his throat tightening. Lu Yu did not step back, she gritted her teeth. Her voice like a knife. They're dead, what good is your apology now? The person you should apologize to most right now is Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Shirai Saku slowly stood up. He looked at Yi Chen, his gaze filled with pain and struggle. I'm sorry. I almost got you killed. Yi Chen shook his head, his voice low. I don't blame you. I just hope you can pull yourself together. Shirai Saku smiled bitterly, his eyes hollow. Pull myself together? I'm already done for. He raised his hands, his fingers trembling slightly. You see, these hands can no longer hold a sword. I'm afraid. Afraid of losing control again. Afraid that the sword in my hand will hurt those around me again. Afraid that my own power will become a killing blade. His voice grew increasingly hoarse. 70 years, Yi Chen, 70 years. This memory is like a curse pressing down on my mind, impossible to shake off. When I close my eyes, I can see her. My sister. Xing Yin. Shirai Saku looked up, his eyes reddening. She would smile, saying her brother has come back, saying she isn't afraid of hunger, isn't afraid of the cold anymore. I told her that now her brother is an envoy, with money, power, and strength. The beautiful dress she wanted, I can buy. If she wants to go to school, I can send her whatever she wants, I can give it to her. I could even give her the whole world. The voice faltered, shoulders trembling slightly. But the next moment she was covered in blood, standing in front of me. I knelt down, holding her, asking over and over if it hurt, if she blamed her brother. I bowed my head to her, apologized, begged for her forgiveness. But when I opened my eyes, she was gone. They were all gone. The people in the town, one by one, called my name, begging me to save them. But I couldn't save them. I killed them with my own hands. Do you know? Shirai Saku murmured, his voice squeezed out from his throat. As long as I pick up the sword, these images will flash before my eyes, one after another. I'm afraid. He looked up, staring intensely at Yi Chen, his eyes bloodshot. In the moon goddess illusion, I saw her, I saw them. I don't want to wake up. But when I really woke up, I found my sword striking the door of the Northern Military District's command room, again and again. I tried to hand you over to the enemy. Shirai Saku's shoulders trembled violently, his voice shattered. At that moment, I was scared. Scared that my weakness would get you killed. Since then, whenever I hold a sword, my hand starts to shake. The sword becomes dull. I can't channel my true energy. I don't deserve to pick up a knife again. I don't deserve to stand on the battlefield. He slowly lowered his head, his laughter dry, filled with despair. I'm sorry, Yi Chen. Please go back. Let me rot in this wine, die in this dream. Lu Yu couldn't help but speak up. What on earth is going on? Did you really kill your own sister? Kill the people of the whole town? Shirai Saku fell silent. After a long while, he slowly sat down, picked up the wine bottle, and took a swig. His Adam's apple moved. His hand trembled slightly. 70 years ago, he began, his voice deep. The insect race invaded Changxing Town through a wormhole. Among that group of insects, there was a parasitic type. They would lay their eggs in the bodies of humans. In just a few minutes, the eggs would take root in the flesh and blood. Soon, they would burst out. Shirai Sako's eyes were like dead ashes. I saw with my own eyes, one after another, people having their chests burst open by the eggs. I saw the insects pouring out of their 7 orifices, gnawing them into empty shells. At that moment, Changxing Town became a hell on earth. Lu Yu bit his lip tightly and asked, but wasn't there an antidote? 70 years ago, at that time, the antidote had already been developed and was being promoted nationwide, right? Shirai Saku laughed. That smile carried a bone-chilling coldness. Yes, there was an antidote. Every town was supplied with a drug targeting the parasitic eggs. So, I risked my life to take the infected people to the police station. But guess what I saw? The medicine was still there. The bottles were there. But the medicine was fake. Drinking it had no effect at all. Lu Yu's pupils constricted. Fake? Shirai Saku lowered his head, his gaze sharp as a knife. The real medicine was sold. Sold abroad. Sold to the rich. Because they could pay astronomical prices. His hand gripped the wine bottle tightly. So, I could only watch those people, one by one, have their bellies cut open. Watch them being gnawed by the eggs, torn apart, in so much pain they begged for death. His voice suddenly became hoarse. My sister knelt in front of me, begging me to end her suffering. The people in the town, those uncles and aunts who watched me grow up, also begged me to shoot quickly. Shirai Saku suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. I couldn't bear it. But in the end, I could only draw my gun, shooting their heads, one by one, to pieces, to completely shatter the eggs inside them. Then, set fire to their bodies, turning them to ash. Silence. The wind rushed in through the broken window, scattering the wine bottles on the table. So, she wasn't wrong. Bai Jingsa slowly exhaled, as if he were expelling his very soul. I killed them with my own hands. Killed my sister. This time, Yi Chen finally understood. He understood why he could become the sharp blade of the center. Why corrupt officials trembled at the sound of his name. Because he was a vengeful spirit returned from hell. He walked over mountains of corpses, crossed seas of blood, carrying endless hatred, cutting down all the treacherous in the world. But now this fire of revenge had long since burned out his own being. It had scorched his heart and dried up his soul. Perhaps he was truly tired. Perhaps he really needed a rest. The dream of the moon goddess became the last straw that broke him. Yi Chen sighed deeply. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder. A wave of coldness surged from his palm, as if touching a piece of cold iron. Good brother, Yi Chen spoke softly, his tone unusually gentle. Rest well. Drink less. Get yourself adjusted. Wait for your return. After saying this, he turned around. Step by step, he walked toward the door. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty villa, carrying a faint melancholy. Lu Yu turned back, looking at the man slumped on the sofa. His lips pressed together, a flicker of compassion flashing in his eyes. The door slowly closed. At that moment, the air was filled only with the scent of wine and a soul buried for 70 years. Just as he stepped out of the villa, bang! The air was torn apart by a bullet. Yi Chen suddenly turned his head. The bullet grazed past his ear, hitting the doorframe and sparking. Get down! He pulled Lu Yu into his arms, crouching low and rolling, using the terrain to hide behind a stone pillar. Whoosh! 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 3 dark figures rushed in. Their forms were ghostly, the blade light flickering in the night. The killing intent surged toward them. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, the shurying blade instantly unsheathed from his waist. A flash of cold light. Clang! Sparks flew. The first battle knife was forcefully parried. Yi Chen reversed his grip, sweeping the blade horizontally, forcing back two of them. Who sent you? He asked in a low voice, his tone icy. No one answered. The shadows pressed forward, the blade light intertwining like a dance of death. Yi Chen stepped forward, his figure soaring. The blade light transformed into 12 afterimages. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered, both of their shoulders severed, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? The remaining black-clad man paused, a strong fear emerging in his eyes. The shurrying blade flashed coldly. One strike, across the throat. Clean and swift. In the blink of an eye, one dead, two maimed. The smell of blood filled the air, making it suffocating. Yi Chen slowly turned around, his gaze icy, landing on the two black-clad men with severed arms. I won't kill you. His voice was deep, like cold iron striking the ear. You have only one chance. Tell me who sent you, and I will spare your lives. The two men turned pale, blood flowing endlessly, breathing rapidly, their lips trembling, yet they remained silent. Clap. A round of applause suddenly broke the silence. Good skills. The voice was leisurely, yet carried an invisible sense of oppression. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The man, wearing a mask, stood tall, his demeanor elegant, as if strolling leisurely. He approached, slowly clapping his hands, his tone laced with mocking admiration, truly worthy of being the Ancina Millennium Ease-level martial arts talent. 3 martial masters of the same realm, under your hands, can't even last 3 rounds. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, the shurrying blade slightly tilted, cold light dancing along the blade. The sense of pressure surged from the darkness. In the next moment, he sensed the opponent's aura was as heavy as a mountain, far beyond these killers before him. Martial Zone Realm. Yi Chen's expression darkened, his back instantly tensing. Who was this person? A minion of the insect race? An enemy of Baijingsa? Or, a high-ranking official from the Dragon Kingdom? Yi Chen stared at the man before him. His gaze was like a blade, his mind racing with speculation. The masked man smiled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. The commander of the 3 armies, a name well-deserved, but. He slowly raised his hand, flicking his fingers. Let me try your weight personally. Countless mechanical lights flickered to life in the shadows. In the next moment, a swarm of dark drones soared into the sky behind him, like a flock of mechanical falcons, blocking out the sun. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. Drones? Eastern Military District. The answer flashed through his mind. It seems it's you. The masked man seemed to understand, a faint smile appearing on his face, his tone suddenly cold. That's right. Since you know, don't expect to leave alive. He waved his hand. Fire. Boom. 50 drones instantly scattered, forming a battle formation that filled the sky. Bullets whistled, lasers sliced through the air. A net of destructive fire rained down on Yi Chen without any blind spots. Swish! The shadow-devouring blade was drawn. 12 beams of blade light slashed out, fast as lightning. However, the bullets wove through the gaps in the blade light. The drones seemed to have a mind of their own, instantly adjusting their formation to evade the strikes and continue suppressing fire. Clang! The first bullet shot out, and the protective aura around Yi Chen exploded. Yi Chen frowned, blocking with his sword. Boom! The shockwave hit his arm, sparks flying from the blade. He was pushed back half a step, his arm slightly numb. A sinking feeling settled in his heart. These bullets, something's not right. Useless. The masked man stepped forward slowly, his voice as indifferent as cold iron. These drones have all been refined by my true energy. Each one is an extension of myself. Each bullet is equivalent to a full-force strike from a martial sovereign. He raised his hand, and 50 drones simultaneously locked onto Yi Chen. Red lights flickered, as if 50 bloodthirsty warriors were all targeting him. Right now, you are equivalent to a single person facing 50 martial sovereigns. The masked man's smile carried a bloodthirsty madness. If you can withstand the first round, that would already be impressive. But after that, will you still have your life? The masked man waved his hand. Open fire. Boom! Countless bullets rained down again, like a torrential storm sweeping through the entire block. Swish! Yi Chen's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the masked man. The shadow-devouring blade was raised high, 12 beams of blade light slashed down from different angles, reaching an extreme speed. Clang 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 clang. Sparks flew everywhere. 12 drones suddenly rushed in front of the masked man, forming a moving steel wall that blocked all the blade light. How is that possible? Yi Chen's eyes darkened, the force of his strike pressing down, but he couldn't break through that layer of mechanical barrier. The masked man chuckled lightly, his tone calm. I forgot to tell you, these drones are not just firepower platforms. Their defensive capabilities are also on par with my realm. Below the martial sovereign, there's no solution. He slowly spread his arms, his expression looking down as if he were the master controlling the entire battlefield. Have you seen it, you bumpkin from the Western Military District? This is the foundation of the Eastern Military District. And the masked man moved his fingertips, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Your attack methods have been completely analyzed by the AI. Your speed, strength, and blade path have all been recorded. From now on, every strike you make, every step you take, will be predicted and countered. The masked man slowly uttered the last few words, his voice cold as steel. In other words, you have no chance of winning. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. The next moment, he vanished again. Let me guess what you will choose to do. My AI tells me, you will choose to run away. And you will take a woman with you. The masked man closed his eyes, and after a moment he opened them, suddenly smiling and saying, form up, bind. Almost at the same time, several drones charged towards Lu Yu. Layers of electric nets shot out from their bodies. Zzzzz. Yi Chen's figure appeared. His body was paralyzed by the electric net. The drones accurately predicted his next move. It's over. What a pity. The gap in our strength is too great. Under the technological power of the Eastern Military District, the gap in strength is almost impossible to make up with technology. Aim. Prepare to fire. With a command from the masked man, several red lasers locked onto Yi Chen's forehead. Bullets poised and ready. In the next moment, countless bullets shot through the air. Stop! A crisp voice rang out. Lu Yu raised a hand to block. A drone suddenly flew out, positioning itself in front of Yi Chen. Bang! An electromagnetic shield rose up. Whoosh! The bullets struck the shield, instantly changing trajectory and fiercely shooting towards the ground. Boom! The ground exploded, a cloud of dust swirling. This is technology from the East? The masked man's pupils constricted sharply. He stared intently at Lu Yu, speaking each word with precision. You are also from the Eastern Military District? A brief silence followed. Then came the masked man's uncontrollable roar. Lu Yu? A reporter from the Central? How could you be here? You have the surname Lu. Are you from the Lu family? His face twisted in rage, his voice booming. The Lu family has betrayed the Eastern clan? Lu Yu took a deep breath, her gaze calm. Yes, that's right. I am indeed from the Eastern Lu family of Longhua. Louis is my cousin. The masked man trembled all over, his fists clenched, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers. I see. I said, how could I possibly encounter you here? At that moment, Yi Chen slowly stood up. He tore off the electric net on his body and casually tossed it aside. He raised his head, his expression indifferent, as if he didn't regard the masked man at all. If it weren't for me feigning weakness, how long did you plan to lurk beside me? What is your purpose in following me? Yi Chen's gaze slowly fell on Lu Yu. Yi Chen began to speak slowly. From the moment I met you, I found it strange. Why are you here? But you haven't given me a reasonable explanation. So, all along, I've been speculating. Your identity. Your purpose. Lu Yu fell silent, her fingertips trembling slightly. In fact, she initially didn't know Yi Chen's purpose for being here. It was just her cousin who asked her to protect Yi Chen. She didn't expect this man's vigilance to be so terrifying. I even suspect you are a central official, sent to investigate by Jinxa. So, I thought, to use you, to use your information to meet by Jinxa. Yi Chen's eyes grew colder by the inch, but I didn't expect. You are from the East. His hand slowly raised, pointing at the masked man. And you are different from them. It was only when Lu Yu made her move that Yi Chen fully confirmed. This woman was a friend, not a foe. Now I understand. He whispered this, his tone indifferent. It turns out, I am merely caught up in the internal strife of the East. I thought it was a factional struggle within the Central. If you really are a spy sent by the Central, then, it could be troublesome. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around. His gaze was as cold as ice. Locking onto the masked man, the air suddenly thickened. Blabbering. You really don't take me seriously. Facing death, still trying to show off in front of a woman. The masked man was completely enraged. With a wave of his hand, several drones charged in again. Be careful, Lu Yu exclaimed softly. She was about to control the drones to fight back, but Yi Chen turned his head. His gaze was icy. Now, immediately disable the control of all drones. Lu Yu was taken aback. Before she could react, she saw Yi Chen take a deep breath. His energy sank into his dantian. In the next moment, he suddenly tilted his head back, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. The laughter roared like thunder. Accompanied by true energy, it exploded. The sound wave turned into substance. Sweeping out, a circle of invisible shockwaves swept across the battlefield. The drones trembled in unison. As if struck by an invisible hand, they fell to the ground. Crash, 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 they fell everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions merged into one. The masked man's expression changed drastically. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His steps retreated 3 paces. His eyes bulged, bloodshot, his face was as pale as paper. Impossible. What is this? Is this a mental attack? The voice trembled with fear. Fingers shook violently, pointing at Yi Chen. The moment the sound wave hit, he felt as if his internal organs had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. It wasn't just a mental injury, even his body had suffered serious internal damage. Yi Chen slowly raised his head, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Western Military District, the ultimate skill of the war god Zheng Yi. Battle intent roaring. Although my power isn't as deep as his, it's more than enough to deal with you. Lu Yu reached out, covering her head. Her eardrums throbbed. Her mind was in a daze. If she hadn't retracted her consciousness in time just now, she would have been severely injured by that roar. This guy, she thought in horror. That roar was not just a sound wave. It was true energy. It was also mental power. The two merged into one. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, Yi Chen slowly stepped forward. With each step, he approached the masked man. The sound of his footsteps echoed heavily. Do you really think I don't know the attack methods of the Eastern Military District? His voice was indifferent and cold. The masked man trembled all over, panic finally appearing in his eyes. Yi Chen continued, his tone chilling, as the future commander of the 3 armies. I know your combat methods in the Eastern Military District. Your fighting style, including your weaknesses, I know them all. The masked man breathed rapidly, his heart racing. Yi Chen's words were like a cold blade, slicing through his hidden cards. You inject mental energy and true energy into technology. Controlling machines with mental power, enhancing machines with true energy. The combination of the two is indeed beautiful. But Yi Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with cold light. As long as I launch a mental attack while you are fully focused, I can directly deal a heavy blow to your spirit. Upon hearing this, the masked man's face turned deathly pale, his legs going weak. Yi Chen drew his blade. Step by step, he walked up to the masked man. Swish! He grabbed the man's long hair, yanking him up from the ground. The shadow-devouring blade was pressed against his neck. The masked man gasped violently. He wanted to mobilize his true energy but found a sharp pain within, his true energy in chaos, making it impossible to use. He tried to concentrate and control the remaining drones but only felt a severe headache, waves of tearing pain crashing over him. His mind could no longer focus. Wait! I surrender! I'll tell you everything! He screamed in terror. I can expose the mastermind. I know who is behind this. It's the 4 great families. It's the Eastern Military District. It's... Before he could finish, a blade sliced through. Blood splattered 3 feet. His voice abruptly stopped. A bright red crack appeared on his neck, gradually becoming visible. The masked man stared wide-eyed, slowly kneeling on the ground. Yi Chen looked at his corpse, speaking coldly. I will investigate. But I don't need you to tell me. The shadow-devouring blade was sheathed. He turned around, his back cold and stern. This ambush had completely come to an end. Then, Yi Chen withdrew his gaze. He looked at Lu Yu and spoke softly. Who sent those people just now? Lu Yu hesitated for a moment but chose to be honest. 3 of the 4 great families in the East. Zhang, Gu, Zhu. As for our Lu family, we have always regarded you as a friend and never thought of being enemies with you. Yi Chen looked at her quietly, his expression neutral. Then, he nodded. Thank you. Lu Yu was taken aback. She didn't expect Yi Chen to actually trust her. That masked man just now, Lu Yu began, lowering her voice, should be from the Zhang family. Should I contact the central authority to send someone to protect you? No need. Yi Chen shook his head, his tone stern. Not many people in the central authority know about Bai Jing's resignation yet. If the central authority intervenes now, this matter can't be kept under wraps. At that time, the situation will only become more chaotic. Yi Chen looked down at the corpse beneath his feet, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips, laughter, low and cold. Moreover, I have a way to get Shirai to regain his spirits. Although this might be a bit excessive. But right now, we can't afford to care about that anymore. He bent down, lifted the corpse's coat, and began to search with both hands. Soon, a communication device was retrieved. The cold metal radiated a bone-chilling aura. Yi Chen pressed the switch, and the device lit up. After a sharp crackle of electricity, an anxious voice came through. Zhang Rong, has the mission been completed? What about Yi Chen? Did you kill him? The voice was urgent, tinged with impatience. Yi Chen slowly brought the device closer, his tone icy to the extreme. The 4 major families of the East, is it? Quite bold. Daring to assassinate the commander of the 3 armies? Aren't you afraid of being exterminated? In the next moment, his voice was as sharp as a knife. Just wait. Wait until I return to the center. You 4 major families of the East. All of you will die. As the words fell, Yi Chen suddenly crushed the communication device, sparks flying. The air fell into silence. Lu Yu's heart trembled, feeling a chill run down her spine. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Lu Yu found it unbelievable. Now that the other three major families had failed in their assassination attempts, Yi Chen could return to the center quietly without encountering any danger. However, he was still in Changxing town, daring to mock these families to their faces. There was no other explanation than madness. The other families, sensing Yi Chen's murderous intent, would surely retaliate fiercely. They would stop at nothing to kill Yi Chen. What you're doing is putting yourself on the fire to roast. Lu Yu didn't understand why Yi Chen would do this. Could it be just to vent his frustrations? To indulge in a moment of thrill? Let's leave quickly. If the three major families send assassins again, then this time, we would be in real danger. Lu Yu urged. I'm not leaving. In fact, I plan to stay for another night. Yi Chen said slowly. You still plan to stay? Are you trying to throw your life away? Lu Yu's tone was urgent. However, in the next second, she shuddered. A look of surprise appeared in her eyes. It seemed she understood something. I see, you want to use the enemies of the East in this little town, to awaken the special envoy by? Yi Chen nodded. But what you're doing is really too risky. What if he doesn't wake up? What should we do? Lu Yu asked anxiously. Yi Chen shook his head, calmly saying he will wake up. He definitely will. I believe in him. If he loves this place deeply, he will surely awaken again. Lu Yu looked at him, stunned. After a moment, she slowly uttered a sentence. You're crazy, really a madman. Yi Chen smiled, standing in the wind of Changxing town, gazing at the distant dilapidated old street, his gaze resolute. What he needs now is not comfort, but anger. I want him to see with his own eyes this town, once again caught in a storm because of him, either sink completely, or wake from the dream and grasp the blade again. Lu Yu took a gentle breath, looking at the man before her with a complex expression. You're betting your life. I can afford to bet. Yi Chen spoke softly. As long as he wakes up, this country will have one more sharp blade to cut down evil. Humanity will have one more chance to survive. Worth it. The wind stirred his clothes. The setting sun cast a slanting light, illuminating his eyes. Bright as fire. Lu Yu no longer tried to persuade him, because she knew. This man had made up his mind. He would use his life to awaken that sleeping blade. At this moment, in the eastern part of Longhua, in the conference room of the Zhang group, the atmosphere was heavy, suffocating. The representatives of the three major families had faces as pale as paper. They had received Yi Chen's warning, a cold voice that sent shivers down their spines. All of you four major families will die. The conference room was instantly thrown into chaos. Zhu Hanyang was trembling all over. He pounded on the table, his voice erupting in anger. Zhang Tingchuan, what are your people doing? Not only did they fail to kill Yi Chen, but they also exposed our identities. Zhang Tingchuan's face was dark. His fists cracked as he clenched them tightly. Stop the nonsense. Didn't we agree that the three families would act together? What happened? What effort did your two families put in? Gu Qianshan's face was cold as he quietly interjected. This is not the time for mutual blame. We need to think about what to do next. Inside, he was in a complete panic. If Yi Chen returned safely to the central command, if he revealed this matter, then their three families would be finished. Completely finished. The 7 special envoys from the central command would surely come out in full force, especially that cold-blooded Bai Jingzi. That knife, which specializes in killing traitors, once drawn, would never be sheathed again. By that time, let alone their families, not even a single one of their bloodlines would survive. Right now, there's only one way. Zhu Heniang's voice was low, chilling, laced with murderous intent. Root out the grass and eliminate the roots. Yi Chen must die. He enunciated each word with a tight grip. Deploy all forces, mobilize all assassins. At all costs, keep him in Changxing town. Kill him. The air was deathly silent. After a moment, Zhang Tingchuan spoke, his voice cold and hard. I agree. Gu Qianshan closed his eyes and nodded heavily. I agree too. If we're going to kill, let's do it cleanly. This time, we must ensure he can't even be found in pieces. Gu Qianshan slowly raised his head, his gaze fierce. But such a big commotion, aren't you afraid it will raise suspicions? Zhu Hanyang scoffed, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Suspicions? Just find an excuse. Then tell them that a wormhole has appeared in Changxing town. Well, send troops to encircle and suppress. It's only natural. If necessary, wipe the entire town off the map. Erase it from the map. After all, who cares how many people die in such a place? Zhang Tingchuan shook his head. That small town isn't under our southern jurisdiction. But Zhu Hanyang insisted, we can't worry about that now. Those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff. I'll send someone over to give them a heads up. You just need to mobilize your troops. Zhang Tingchuan and Gu Qianshan exchanged glances. A fierce light flickered in their eyes. Fine. As long as we can kill Yi Chen, even if we have to take the blame afterward, even if we lose military power, it's better than having our entire family wiped out. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with the same murderous intent. The conference room was dead silent. The next moment, Zhu Heniang's voice was chillingly cold. Start mobilizing the troops. I want to see Yi Chen. Can you still return to the military district alive? Then, Zhu Heniang's gaze shifted. It landed on Lu Yi in the corner. Lu Yi. His voice carried a coldness. What do you say? You seem to be in no hurry at all. Lu Yi raised his head, his expression calm, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He shrugged. It's no use being anxious now. My troops are all tracking the movements of the insect race. There are no extra hands to deal with Yi Chen. After a pause, he leisurely added, of course. If you need, I can take a leave and run over personally. Zhu Heniang's eyes lit up, his voice cold. Good, then you go personally. With your strength, dealing with Yi Chen will be more than enough. No problem. Louis smiled slightly, his tone relaxed. Leave this matter to me. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly turned cold. Zhu Hanyang slowly stood up, his voice sinister. From now on, we will deploy comprehensively. I will issue orders to mobilize troops in the name of the military department. Shangjia Camp, Tiger Warrior Camp, Wuxia Camp. All three camps full assault. Lock onto Yi Chen's location and initiate the encirclement at the first opportunity. Necessary measures: carpet bombing, completely flatten Chongqing town. Not a trace must be left. After leaving the conference room, Louis returned to the car, closed the door, and dialed a number. Xiaoyu, how's the situation on Dai Shuai's side? At that moment, in Chongqing town, in an old restaurant, the oil lamp flickered dimly, steam rising. Yi Chen sat in a corner, eating quietly. The chopsticks moved slowly and steadily. Lu Yu answered the call, glancing at Yi Chen with a complex expression. It's hard to explain. She lowered her voice, turned her back to Yi Chen. He not only killed all the assassins sent by the three major families, he even provoked them. It's simply courting death. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Then, a low laugh came through, laced with coldness. What is his intention in doing this? Louis asked with a sneer. Well, he does have his own purpose. Lu Yu wanted to tell her cousin about the situation with Bai Jingce. But Bai Te's condition was complicated. She didn't even know where to start. After a moment of silence, Louis sighed and said, since Dai Shuai has his own plans, I want to ask further. I will go personally to ensure his safety. Immediately, Louis's tone turned serious. Now, listen carefully. The situation is dire. Xu Henian has already taken action, mobilizing the 3rd Battalion Shangjia, Hushi, Wuxi. They are coming for Yi Chen. Their excuse is to eliminate the wormhole. In reality, they plan to use carpet bombing to violently erase your area. Bang! Lu Ye's water cup fell to the ground. Her hand, however, gripped the phone tightly, the veins on her hand bulging. What did you say? Her voice shot up, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. Yi Chen frowned, quickly turning his head to avoid others' gazes. Fortunately, the other guests only noticed Lu Yu. No one saw Yi Chen's face. Louis coldly spat out. Not only do they want to kill him, but they also want to wipe out the entire town. You all better be extremely careful. Beep. The call ended. The air fell into an instant silence. Lu Yu slowly turned, staring at the person. Yi Chen still had his head down, scooping soup from the bowl, gently blowing on it. But now, he had to wear a hat. Keeping his head down to cover his face. Lu Yu gritted her teeth, stepped forward 2 paces, lowered her voice, almost grinding her teeth. Yi Chen, they want to kill you. It's not an assassination, but a full-on assault. The army. Carpet bombing. Yi Chen raised his eyes, his gaze eerily calm. Oh, just one word. Lu Yu felt a lump in her throat and slammed her hand on the table. The bowls rattled, spilling a few drops of soup. Do you know what this means? The Hushi battalion is full of extreme body-forging warriors with strong individual combat capabilities. And the Wuxi battalion is a drone unit. The sky is their hunting ground. As for the Shangjia battalion, she breathed heavily, her gaze locked onto him. It's all mecha units. Heavy firepower, heavy armor. Yi Chen, this isn't just about dealing with one person, it's practically a large-scale battle. Yi Chen smiled, putting down his chopsticks, his tone nonchalant. Then they are welcome. The more people that come, the better. Lu Yu was stunned. What are you saying? The more chaotic it is, the more it can awaken Bai Jingce. Yi Chen looked at her calmly, as if discussing a banquet, not a massacre. Lu Ye's voice couldn't help but rise. Are you planning to involve everyone in the entire town? Her hands trembled slightly. Yi Chen, do you know, if Bai Jingce refuses to act, not only the people in the town, even we, could die here. Yichen slowly raised his gaze, his eyes deep, his voice cold and steady. No, if he were truly heartless, he wouldn't have resigned in shame. And he certainly wouldn't have fled back to this place. He picked up the spoon and gently stirred the clear soup in the bowl, whispering, "Now, don't rush. First, eat something to fill your stomach. Then, wait for the enemy to come to you." As time passed, the sunset gradually descended. The streets of Changxing town remained quiet. The cobblestone path glimmered under the sunlight. An old man fanned himself with a palm leaf. And children chased each other in the alley, their laughter crisp. Everything felt like a paradise untouched by the world. However, a low, rumbling hum shattered this tranquility. At first, it sounded like the wind, soft, almost imperceptible. Then, the ground trembled slightly. The soup in the bowl rippled, and the porcelain spoon clinked softly, producing a sharp sound. "What's that noise?" The old man at the tea stall raised his head, his brow furrowed. "Is it an earthquake?" "No, it's not an earthquake, it's a roar. It seems to be coming from the sky." Someone ran to the street corner, looking up. In the next moment, his expression changed. "God, what is that? An airplane?" "No, it's not an airplane." Before his shout could finish, the low hum suddenly transformed into a thunderous roar. Even the glass on the street trembled. In the distant sky, a dark shadow appeared, like a crack opening. Then, the crack tore open, and a dark curtain enveloped the heavens. The roar sounded like a stampede of wild beasts. Mechs descended from the clouds. Their black shells reflected a cold light. They hovered over the small town like a pack of steel beasts. Women grabbed their children, looking around in panic. Some stumbled back home, locking doors and windows. What's going on? What happened? The army? Why is there an army? Are they going to fight? Quick, go home. Don't stand in the street. Fear spread like a plague. At that moment, at the end of the street, an armored vehicle rolled in. The tracks crushed the bluestone slabs, producing a harsh grinding sound. Dust filled the air, and the old man coughed, his eyes filled with terror. One vehicle. Then another. A torrent of steel invaded the quiet town. In the sky, a swarm of drones loomed, dark and precise, hovering at low altitude. Infrared targeting dots landed on the townspeople, blinking like the gaze of death. "Run! Run!" The crowd scattered in panic. Cries, shouts, and chaos erupted at that moment. The soldiers from the Tiger Division were the first to disembark from the armored vehicle. Clad in black combat suits with silver arm guards, each pair of combat boots hit the ground with a sense of iron and bloodlust. Long blades glinted coldly, resting on their shoulders, merciless. Above, the drones from the artillery unit flashed cold light from their barrels, poised to strike. Higher up, the mechanized battlesuits from the armored unit spewed flames, like steel giants, circling and looking down. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. It enveloped everything, like an invisible mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Birds took flight in fright. Dogs barked wildly. The cries of children were completely drowned in the chaos. And at that moment, Liu looked at the red dot of the gun barrel sweeping across the faces of the townspeople. Cries, curses, and pleas intertwined. Like a mad symphony. Her expression changed completely. She stared intently at the cold drones above, her fingertips trembling, gritting her teeth, and muttered under her breath, "They've gone mad, they're insane." Her voice could not suppress her fury. As a journalist, she had seen battlefields, witnessed conflicts, but she had never seen a scene like this. A peaceful small town, a group of ordinary people, suddenly turned into a battlefield in an instant. These people don't even intend to spare the town. Her voice trembled, but a fire ignited in her eyes. It was not fear, but anger. It was a rebellious instinct that came from deep within. They treat this place as a wormhole battlefield just to kill you. Yi Chen slowly set down his chopsticks and stood up. He picked up the Shadow Devourer knife. His calm eyes reflected the oppressive sky. The excitement finally begins. Lu Yu suddenly reached out, grabbing his wrist. "What are you going to do?" Her voice trembled, but within that tremor was a mix of anger and worry. "Are you going out? Alone? You want to face this entire army by yourself?" Yi Chen looked down at her for a moment. The gaze was calm to the point of cruelty. "I have also lived in a slum before. Life should not be treated like grass. These people cannot die." He slowly withdrew his hand. His tone, however, was as heavy as iron. "These people are drawn to me. This trouble should also be resolved by me. I will attract their attention. Your task is to find Bai Jingzi." Lu Yu was stunned. "Me? Use your most skilled rhetoric. Wake him up with a scolding." The words struck her like a knife, piercing her heart. She finally understood Yi Chen was not only forcing Bai Jingzi but also pushing herself. Damn it! Lu Yu gritted her teeth, feeling a fire burning in her chest. "Then you must not get into trouble. Come back alive for me." She turned around, just about to contact her cousin. Her fingertips paused, and her face turned pale in an instant. No signal. The phone screen was dead silent. She looked up and saw the buzzing drones filling the sky, her heart sinking. Signal interference. They were completely isolated. Changxing Town had severed all contact with the outside world. All hope now rested on waking Mai Jingxe. At this moment, in the town, an elderly man approached, trembling. He was the mayor of Changxing Town. His hands shook and his voice quivered. "Officer, what are you here for?" A sergeant stepped forward, his expression stern. "Don't worry, we are just here to catch Zerg spies." The mayor was taken aback, then let out a long breath. Just catching spies? But he still felt uneasy. Did it really require so many troops to catch one spy? Tanks, mechs, drones, a dark and oppressive display. The entire town felt like a battlefield. This was too frightening. Just then, ZZZZ, the old-fashioned broadcast in the town, suddenly came to life. After a harsh electric sound, a deep and powerful voice spread throughout the town. "I am the acting commander of the 3 armies Yichen." Boom! Like a thunderclap, it exploded in everyone's ears. "I now command you everyone, immediately disarm. Stay away from the town. Otherwise, you will be dealt with for treason." The voice was cold and ruthless, shaking the air. The soldiers were all stunned. Their guns trembled slightly, as if a massive stone pressing against their chests had suddenly collapsed. Yi Chen? That young acting commander? No way, is it really him? A few soldiers couldn't help but murmur. How could he be here? Did he come to participate in the extermination mission too? But, it's strange, didn't they say there was a wormhole here? Where is the wormhole? Why are the villagers all alive and well? They exchanged glances, confusion and unease evident in their eyes. At this moment, far away in the eastern city, Zhu Henian's expression changed drastically upon hearing the voice. And he smashed the teacup beside him. "Damn it, how is this possible? Didn't I tell you to activate the signal interference?" A subordinate quickly explained, "The broadcast is from the town's old system, our jammers don't work on this thing." "Then what are you waiting for?" Zhu Henian roared. "Immediately cut off the power. Completely sever their broadcast." His gaze was extremely cold, his nails digging painfully into his palm. He could not let the soldiers know the truth. The mission, he told the troops, was to find Zerg spies and eliminate the threat. He did not tell them the real purpose. That was to kill Yi Chen. Because he knew very well that if they found out he had sent troops to eliminate Yi Chen, with Yi Chen's current prestige, those soldiers would probably turn against him. And at this moment, the town was in complete uproar. The voice from the broadcast was like a shot of adrenaline. "Yi Chen? Commander Yi is in our town?" someone exclaimed, their voice trembling but filled with excitement. Fear dissipated at that moment. Cheers gradually replaced the cries. "Commander Yi is here, which means we won't be in danger." "What the hell, you scared me." Some even rushed out of their homes, wanting to take a photo with Yi Chen. In their eyes, as long as Yi Chen was there, nothing would go wrong in this town. On the other side, the soldiers in the town were in disarray. They looked at each other, and many put down their guns. "Is it really Yi Chen? What should we do? Should we follow orders and retreat? It seems there's no danger here, maybe we should retreat first. I don't want to be treated as a traitor." Chaos spread rapidly. At that moment, a sharp command came through the encrypted channel. "No official notice has been received regarding General Yi's arrival in Changxing Town. It's highly likely that a Zerg spy is impersonating Yi Chen to create chaos. The plan remains unchanged. All personnel on alert. Weapons loaded. Prepare to attack." The soldiers' expressions changed. They hesitated but slowly raised their guns. The sergeant major stepped in front of the town mayor and coldly demanded, "Where is the broadcast coming from?" The mayor's legs went weak, nearly collapsing, trembling as he raised his hand. The security office, it's at the security office. Go! Move out!" With a wave of his hand, the sergeant major led a large group straight towards the security office. Meanwhile, inside the security office, Yi Chen held an old-fashioned microphone, his voice deep and firm, repeating over and over, "All troops, immediately evacuate the town. Disarm and stay away from civilians. Otherwise treated as traitors." The voice struck the air like a hammer. Beside him, the officer stood frozen, his eyes turning red, tears streaming down his face. General Yi, it really is you." He trembled as he rushed forward, his eyes filled with excitement and guilt. I never thought that one day my idol would stand before me. Before I even dared to doubt you, spoke disrespectfully to you, and even almost laid hands on you. General Yi, I deserve to die. I beg for your forgiveness." Yi Chen turned to look at him, his gaze indifferent. No need. Just 3 simple words, yet they made the officer weep uncontrollably, kneeling heavily on the ground. The next moment, bang! The lights in the room suddenly went out. The entire security office fell into silence. Boom! One by one, the lights in the town went dark. The power supply was completely cut off. Darkness engulfed the streets. The cold wind blew through, carrying a bone-chilling murderous intent. In the distance, the sound of propellers and tank treads roared in unison. The air felt suffocating. Almost in an instant, the security office in the town was surrounded by the Eastern cavalry. All weapons were loaded. At the same time, they all pointed towards the security office. On the other side, inside the villa, Special Envoy Bai. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Yu rushed in. His heels crunched on the scattered wine bottles, making a sharp sound. On the sofa, Bai Jingce leaned back, his eyes murky, reeking of alcohol. Yi Chen is being hunted. Lu Yu shouted sharply, his voice trembling. The 4 major families of the Eastern Military District have issued a death order. To kill him, they are willing to bomb the entire town clean. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jingce's drunken eyes suddenly shook. In that moment, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in the depths of his pupils. However, it was just for a moment. The next second, the light faded, hesitation creeping across his face. He slowly raised his hand, trying to channel his energy, but it felt as if he had hit an invisible shackle. His fingertips trembled. The energy scattered. The blade could not be formed. Bai Jingce said blankly. He lowered his head, looking at his hands. His voice hoarse and bitter. I am powerless. Powerless? Lu Yu rushed forward, grabbing his collar, his eyes reddening. What are you hesitating for? If you don't wake up now, the people of the town, Yi Chen, the future of humanity, will all be destroyed by these people. Bai Jingce fell silent for a moment, slowly closing his eyes. If it's destroyed, then so be it, he murmured, his voice light as a sigh. This place no longer has anyone I care about. I've long wanted to go down and accompany Qingyin. Bai Jingce. Lu Yu suddenly let go, her gaze turning completely cold. She stared fiercely at the despondent man before her, her blood boiling in her chest. Yi Chen's words suddenly exploded in her ears. He needs anger. Lu Yu took a deep breath, her voice suddenly icy, like a knife, each word carving into Bai Jingce's heart. Good. Then just rot here. When the artillery falls, this land will run red with blood. Not only will everyone in the town be dead, but even your sister's grave will be blown to pieces. Her ashes will be swept into the stinking ditch, and the bodies in the town will be thrown into the wilderness, left for wild dogs to gnaw on. Bai Jingce, you just keep lying there. After all, if your sister has any spirit in the heavens, she will never forgive you, coward. Buzz, the air suddenly trembled. Bai Jingce's eyes snapped open. Blood vessels crazily spread in his eyes, his gaze igniting, killing intent soaring to the sky. In an instant, all the wine bottles in the villa shattered simultaneously, turning into shards of glass scattered across the floor. Who dares disturb her peace? The voice was deep, as if rolling out from the depths of hell. Bai Jingce slowly rose, his hands clenched into fists. The killing intent, like a storm, engulfed the entire villa. Seeing it take effect, Lu Yu's voice grew colder, harsher. Bai Jingce, you personally slaughtered your sister, slaughtered the people in the town. Wasn't it all to let others live? They volunteered to die at your hands, right? They died to prevent the spread of the insect eggs, to protect the town for the future. How can you betray their lives? You say there's no one left in the town, but the town itself is proof of their existence. And now, you choose to escape. But once you escape, everything will be lost. As her words fell, the villa fell into a deathly silence. The air was so heavy it was hard to breathe. Bai Jingce's fingertips trembled slightly. His gaze gradually became clearer. He slowly spoke, his voice deep, as if he were biting through each word. I understand. Sister, I'm sorry. I still can't go down to accompany you. I still can't rest. I still have to keep fighting. Suddenly, he raised his head, a long-lost light burning in his eyes. It's Yi Chen, isn't it? He deliberately lured the enemy, forcing me to act. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid is ruthless enough. But only someone like him is the most feared enemy of the insect race. This battle, I'm not fighting for my sister. Not for the town. I'm fighting for Yi Chen. For the future of the human race. Boom! True energy surged, sweeping through the entire villa. The floor cracked, the walls shattered, frost instantly condensed. The air was as cold as if it had fallen into the far north. Bai Jingce raised both hands, true energy condensing into frost, inch by inch, transforming into sharp blades. The frost sword, its edge revealed, glinted coldly. Where the sword fell, the ground instantly froze, cracks spreading. Lu Yu stared at him, her chest heaving violently, her voice trembling. Special Envoy Bai has returned. 70 years ago, he wielded his sword to slay his kin, guarding a pure land. Over 70 years, he wielded his sword to slay treacherous officials, maintaining the order of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, he draws his sword again. Not for himself, not for the past, but for Yi Chen, to guard the future of the human race. The blade of the central. Bai Jingce, once again, draws his sword. At this moment, Eastern City. In the Zhang Group conference room, Zhu Henian stared intently at the screen, his gaze icy. Confirmed? Confirmed. The intelligence officer's voice trembled. Yi Chen is at the Public Security Bureau. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire conference room exploded. Gu Qianshan suddenly stood up, laughing. Great, then he can't escape. Zhang Tingchuan also laughed. He actually didn't run? He's really crazy, thinking we wouldn't dare to move against him? Zhu Heniang's eyes were cold and fierce as he uttered a single phrase. Today, let him die here. He slammed his hand on the table, a murderous intent surging. Follow my orders. Lock onto the police station. Lock down the entire town. Execute carpet bombing immediately. Need a reason? Just say there's a wormhole here. Even if it's entire town, we must kill Yi Chen. As soon as the words fell, the operator's hand slammed down on the red button. The battle reports synchronized in an instant. The next moment, the sky above Chongqing town shattered. Cannons roared to life. Heavy artillery lined up, treads rumbling. Tank barrels howled at the sky, flames raging. Hundreds of drones blotted out the sun, resembling a storm of steel. Laser beams intertwined into a web of death, locking down every corner of the town. Missiles tore through the air, accompanied by a roar of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The air ignited. The earth trembled. The shockwave of the explosions swept across the entire area, like the arrival of the apocalypse. Streets were whipped by fierce winds, sand and debris flying. Flames devoured the sky, engulfing the edges of the town. Chongqing town, just a second ago it was a tranquil countryside, and a second later, it became hell. Zhu Hanyang stared at the screen, a mad light flickering in his eyes. Yi Chen, this time, let's see how you survive. However, just as the artillery was about to descend upon the police station, boom, the heavens suddenly collapsed. A mass of white mist descended from the sky, swallowing light, swallowing fire. A chill, like a tide. The temperature plummeted to below zero in an instant. Between heaven and earth, white frost spread everywhere, whipping up icy winds, sealing the vast sky. Missiles halted midair, flames extinguished. Bullets traced a trajectory in the frost before gradually solidifying. The entire world seemed frozen. The armored treads were stuck in thick frost. Drones fell like rain, shattering into pieces. Soldiers screamed, their bodies stiffening, even their pupils freezing in an instant. Yet the police station stood firm in the eye of the storm, unscathed. No frost, no snow, perfectly fine. What's going on? Where's the firepower? Where are the missiles? Where did our artillery go? Panic filled the conference room. Zhu Hanyang suddenly turned his head, looking at the big screen. The next moment, a massive white silhouette loomed in the sky. A towering frost giant, holding a heavenly sword, its cold light splitting the air as if a deity had descended. Its eyes were cold and merciless, looking down upon all beings. Its sword, carrying the aura of world destruction, slowly lifted. In front of the screen, the three major families were completely dumbfounded. Zhu Hanyang collapsed into his chair, his lips trembling wildly. This is impossible. Gu Qianshan's throat was dry, his voice like a broken copper. That's the central envoy, by Jingsa? Zhang Tingchuan directly broke down. It's over. We're all finished. They recognized it. This was the Dharma form of the blade of the central. At this moment, compared to the terror of the three major families, the residents of Chongqing town saw a different scene. When the order to fire was given, they only heard the violent sounds of explosions from the sky. Boom! The sky exploded. Shells fell like a meteor shower. Flames lit up the entire town. The sharp whistling sound tore through eardrums. Artillery? Have they gone mad? Some people picked up their children and ran desperately. Some knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Why are they firing? We haven't done anything. Cries and shouts intertwined, creating a chaotic hell. At that moment, boom, the world changed abruptly. An extremely cold chill descended from the sky. White mist rolled in, engulfing the entire town. Whistling shells froze in midair. Bullets hovered less than a meter from the crowd, flashing with icy blue light. The next second, everything froze. Shells, bullets, war vehicles, drones, all transformed into crystalline ice sculptures. Even the searing flames were sealed in midair, frozen into a silent picture. Crack, 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 crack. The ground froze, snow and mist swirling. A massive shadow slowly stepped out from the white mist. It stood, holding a sword to the giant. Clad in ice armor, with flowing white hair and eyes as cold as frost. An ice sword rested on his shoulder, a chill spreading across the heavens. Each step he took was like thunder, shaking the earth and sky. What is that? A deity? Or a monster? Oh my God, save us! The crowd erupted in chaos, fear intertwining, and many fell to their knees. However, in the next moment a child looked up, dazed, reaching out to catch a snowflake. Mom, it's not cold. His voice trembled, yet was filled with wonder. It was then that people realized the snow landing on their shoulders was not bone-chilling but warm. as if it were gently caressing them, soothing their terrified hearts. In this dead silence, the door of the security office slowly creaked open. A figure stepped out. He removed his mask, revealing a familiar and youthful face. It's him, Yi Chen. In an instant, the fear that had weighed heavily on their chests crumbled. Cries turned into shouts. Shouts transformed into cheers that echoed like a tsunami. General Yi! General Yi is here! We are saved! General Yi, what happened? Why are they bombing us? General Yi, is it the insect race? Are you protecting us? The crowd surged, yet they dared not approach the frost giant too closely. They could only gather around Yi Chen, their gazes fervent, filled with admiration and trust. Yi Chen scanned the crowd, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everyone, there's no need to be afraid. His voice was clear and stern, yet it felt like a calming needle piercing into each person's heart. Indeed, there were those who wanted to harm you. They were spies of the insect race. They took control of the army, attempting to use firepower to kill me, to kill you. But now, their conspiracy has been thwarted. He raised his hand, pointing to the giant shadow standing with a sword in the sky. What stopped all this was not me, but your guardian, the pride of your town. Come down, Bai Jingce. Look at this land, these people you fought to protect with your life. Even if your true energy is as cold as absolute zero, you have left warmth for them. As these words fell, the frost giant slowly dissipated. The mist cleared, revealing a tall, slender figure emerging from the depths of the frost. White hair like snow, the light of the sword reflecting his resolute face. Bai Jingce, the blade of the central. The man who had instilled fear in countless high officials now stood with a sword in hand. His expression remained as indifferent as snow. But at the moment he appeared, the excitement of the townspeople abruptly halted. Fear climbed back onto their faces. They had heard the rumors. 70 years ago, during the insect disaster, Bai Jingce did not distribute medicine but instead personally slaughtered the town. All for promotion. Someone couldn't help but whisper, how is he still alive? He was a ruthless executioner who would stop at nothing for promotion, but if that's true, why did he save us? The crowd stirred, fear and doubt intertwining. Bai Jingce quietly watched them. Waves of emotion stirred in his eyes, yet he did not speak in defense. He simply walked step by step to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen turned to glance at him, smiling. His voice was low, yet filled with joy. Special Envoy Bai, welcome back. Bai Jingce nodded slightly. His gaze swept over the townspeople. His face remained expressionless. It was hard to tell if he was happy or sad. The townspeople, however, fearfully averted their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. At that moment, Yi Chen slowly stepped forward. His voice echoed like thunder in the quiet town. Actually, you all misunderstood. His gaze swept over those faces filled with fear and doubt. His tone was cold and steady. 70 years ago, it was not he who destroyed the town. On the contrary, it was he who saved this land. As the words fell, the crowd erupted in uproar. Someone whispered, saved us? But the rumors say enough. Bai Jingce slowly raised his hand, his voice deep. No need to explain, the past is better left unmentioned. No, Yi Chen suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade. I must speak. Bai Jingce, you are a hero. Your achievements should not be distorted, nor should they be buried. You should not bear this unjust blame, nor should your sword be broken due to misunderstanding. At this moment, Bai Jingce was stunned. His fingertips trembled slightly, as if the shackles that had been suppressed for years were pried open by these words. Yi Chen did not stop. He turned to face everyone, his voice resonating across the frozen earth. I have investigated the events of 70 years ago. At that time, the insect race invaded, and parasitic eggs spread throughout the town. The people Bai Jingce killed were not innocent, they were compatriots already infected by the insect race. He personally severed the necks of his loved ones just to stop the spread of the parasitic eggs. If it weren't for this, the entire Changxing town would have long since turned into a nest for the insect race. The crowd was shocked, in an uproar. Is this really true? He killed to save us? But what about the medicine? Wasn't it said that there was a special medicine at that time? Yi Chen's expression darkened, and he spat out a word, greed. It was the greedy officials. The medicine existed, but it was sold abroad by those in power, exchanged for gold. What remained in the town were all useless fake medicines. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the townspeople turned ashen. Someone roared in anger, beasts! The ones who harmed us are not him, but those corrupt officials. Those damn things deserve to die 100 times. Yi Chen's voice grew colder, carrying a force that could tear the heavens apart. This matter was deliberately covered up back then. The truth was replaced by lies, and the hero was slandered as a butcher. Yi Chen turned back to look at Bai Jingce, speaking each word clearly, but he did not become despondent because of this. He relied on his own sword, on his own blood, step by step, to rise to the position of envoy. For what? To seek justice for you. To send those corrupt officials, one and all, to hell. The crowd held their breath, even the sound of the wind fell silent. Yi Chen suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Bai Jingse, his voice like a war drum. He is the guardian of order, your hero. 70 years ago, he protected you once. Today, he has protected you a second time. After saying this, Yi Chen slowly stepped back, passing his gaze to Bai Jingse. The sunlight fell on the shoulders of the white-haired man, casting a desolate yet sharp light. At this moment, he was no longer a fallen drunkard, but a hero drawing his sword. So, is it really like this? I didn't expect the truth to be like this. We, all misunderstood? The voices of the townspeople were low, yet filled with shock and shame. The fear in their eyes gradually faded away. In its place was reverence and emotion. Bai Jingse turned calmly, draped in the setting sun, his back standing tall like a solitary peak. Really, meddling in other people's affairs. His voice was as light as a feather. Yet the corner of his mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Yi Chen stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice, because people need heroes. And heroes also need the support of the people. Then, Yi Chen looked at the frozen soldiers and said, Bai Jingse, it's time to handle the aftermath. Bai Jingse slowly raised his finger. The chill at his fingertips, like the whisper of death, sliced through the air. In an instant, the ice mist that enveloped the world began to dissipate. It transformed into countless specks of light falling onto the pale earth. The frozen soldiers gradually regained their movements. Their bodies still retained the coldness, trembling as they lifted their heads. The next moment, when they saw the two figures ahead, their hearts shook violently. Yi Daishuai, and Bai Tishing? Fear, reverence, and ecstasy intertwined into an indescribable emotion. The soldiers knelt in unison, their voices hoarse. We salute Yi Shuai. We salute Bai Tisheng. Yi Chen raised his hand, his voice cold and authoritative. Put down your weapons and leave the town. No one hesitated. The elite of the 3rd Battalion withdrew like a receding tide. They stowed their firearms and withdrew in an orderly manner. Rows of armored vehicles slowly rolled out of Changxing town. The ground trembled, yet the will to fight was gone. The sky once again let the sunlight through. The white snow melted, turning into clear droplets that fell onto the charred ruins. At this moment, in a corner of the town, Louis stood with his hands in his pockets, shrouded in shadow. He gazed at the figure standing tall and couldn't help but murmur, this Yi Chen really has the potential to be a commander. Behind him, Lu Yu knelt on one knee, holding a camera, the shutter clicking incessantly. In the lens was the scene of a youth standing shoulder to shoulder with a hero. It was the moment the frost giant's shadow shattered, the hope that shone through the gloom. Cousin, did you know? This is a major exclusive news. Her voice trembled, her eyes sparkling with undeniable excitement. The commander of the 3 armies personally came to the countryside just to vindicate the hero, to expose the darkness of 70 years ago, to crush the insect race's conspiracy. Yi Chen, in disguise. Louis squinted with a smile, chuckling lightly. In the end, he couldn't help but let out a curse. Damn, he really is a freak. The instructor looked at Yi Chen's results and couldn't help but ask, have you ever piloted a mech before? Yi Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. I learned a few times before. Upon hearing this, the instructor nodded slightly, secretly relieved. He thought so. If such quick and precise maneuvers were achieved on the first try, then all his years of teaching would have been in vain. Yet even so, Yi Chen's performance still left him in shock. Precise. Decisive. Every bullet fired was almost a perfect hit. This level of skill, in the entire Eastern Military District, could not exceed 10 people. And those were all seasoned veterans who had fought and bled in the mech units for years. But Yi Chen, after just a few lessons, could reach such a level? The more the instructor thought about it, the more astonished he became. Looking back at Yi Chen, it was no longer just shock. What he saw was not just talent, but a certain overwhelming battlefield instinct. This was not the gaze a rookie should have. It was a sharpness that could only be possessed by someone who had seen life and death, who had killed countless enemies. In fact, in this life, Yi Chen had never piloted a mech. But in his previous life, he had briefly encountered it in the military's top training class. At that time, he was already the war god of the Great Xia, so strong that he didn't need any mech by his side. But this time was different. He had not yet grown to his peak and needed to utilize every available means, including mechs. At this moment, his hand gripping the control stick was steady, his gaze as sharp as a blade. As long as he wished, this cold, steel body could also become a weapon in his hands. He needed to obtain the Qilin. He would face the impending great battle with a mech. And now, it was just the beginning. Then, Yi Chen put away his weapon and turned to the instructor. What other tests are there? The instructor glanced at him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Since you're so confident, let's try the obstacle flight. After saying this, he pressed a red button on the control panel. The next second, Buzz, the entire training ground rapidly transformed, countless mechanical arms extending from all directions, numerous obstacle walls, rotating blades, and rapid missiles raining down, densely packed, almost nowhere to escape. Objective: pass through the obstacle area and reach the finish line. Time limit 5 minutes. Timing start. Yi Chen suddenly controlled the mech to soar into the air. The powerful jet sound exploded. The mech darted through the air like lightning, rolling and diving with movements as smooth as flowing water. A rotating blade brushed past him, and without hesitation, he sidestepped and used the momentum to pull up. A beam of light swept from below, and he suddenly twisted into an shape, dodging directly. The surrounding obstacles came crashing down like raindrops, but Yi Chen seemed to have already predicted the path, every step perfectly timed, accurate to the millimeter. In just 7 seconds, he steadily stopped at the finish line, the entire process without a scratch. The training ground instantly fell silent. The instructor stared at the data on the screen, completely stunned. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. A few seconds later, he suddenly burst into applause. "That was amazing. Your flying skills are even faster and more impressive than those of our veteran pilots. At this level, I could arrange for you to take the driving test tomorrow. I could set it up for today." After saying this, he glanced at Yi Chen again and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This isn't something a normal person could train for. It's as if you were born to fight in mechas." Yi Chen smiled gently, his voice calm. "It's just obstacle training. I haven't tried real combat yet." The instructor was taken aback. His smile remained, but his tone carried a hint of reluctance. "Is that really necessary? With your reaction speed and shooting accuracy, real combat shouldn't be a problem. Besides, you just arrived at the Eastern Military District. You should take a break." Yi Chen shook his head, his tone gentle yet undeniably firm. "I want to see what I can achieve." The instructor fell silent. He actually felt a bit uneasy inside. That precise burst of fire earlier, combined with the jaw-dropping evasive maneuvers, had already made him question his own abilities. If they continued fighting, he feared he would truly be crushed and lose confidence. But Yi Chen's determination was resolute. He could only grit his teeth and nod. "All right, then let's go." With that, he walked toward the mecha area on the other side. It was a white heavy-duty mecha, a model 1 tier higher than Yi Chen's, primarily focused on defense and suppression. The instructor climbed into the cockpit, took a deep breath. He pressed the switch and the visor slowly closed, his voice deep. "Yi Chen, just don't beat me too badly." The next second, the two mechas slowly ascended, facing each other in midair. The live combat exercise officially began. The instructor told Yi Chen, "In this battle, there are no restrictions on weapons. You can use both ranged and melee attacks, until either mecha completely loses combat capability." Yi Chen nodded, understood. The next moment, he controlled the white training mecha, suddenly drawing a shock blade and charging toward the instructor's direction. The instructor reacted quickly, immediately drawing a laser gun and firing continuously. Several beams of laser shot toward Yi Chen. Whoosh! Yi Chen's mecha merely tilted slightly and easily dodged the barrage. What a fast reaction! The instructor was startled, his fingers quickly moving to pull the trigger. At the same time, he continuously maneuvered the mecha backward, trying to create distance from Yi Chen. Laser beams rained down like a storm, but Yi Chen's mecha moved like a ghost, precisely avoiding each shot while closing in on the instructor's position without losing speed. 30 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards. Seeing the opponent getting closer, the instructor decisively abandoned his gun, switched to the shock blade, and prepared to face the enemy head-on. Clang! The two shock blades collided violently. The metallic resonance echoed throughout the training ground. Sparks flew wildly between the blades. The instructor swung a horizontal slash aimed directly at the core of Yi Chen's mecha. However, Yi Chen quickly maneuvered the mechanical arm and seized the instructor's wrist holding the blade. The two mechas were locked in a struggle, the metallic structures grinding against each other with a sharp roar. The instructor hadn't had time to react. Suddenly, Yi Chen's mecha adjusted the thruster angle in midair. The entire mecha spun abruptly, using the centrifugal force and the pull of the mechanical arm to throw the opponent's mecha into an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! The ground shook violently, dust flying everywhere. The instructor's mecha was flung from the air to the ground. The instructor struggled to adjust his posture, trying to regain control of the mecha to flip it over. But Yi Chen had already drawn his laser gun and quickly shot at the power system behind the instructor's mecha, hitting it with a bang. The core power was interrupted, and the entire mecha instantly went limp. Yi Chen piloted his mecha, stepping onto the back of the instructor's mecha, the gun barrel aimed directly at the cockpit. Inside the cockpit, the instructor spread his hands, smiling wryly as he shouted, I concede. I'm getting old, my reactions just aren't what they used to be." Yi Chen immediately lowered his gun, and the mecha slowly backed away, stopping to the side. The hatch opened. He quickly stepped down and walked towards the instructor's mech. With concern, he asked, "Are you okay?" The instructor opened the hatch, smiled wryly, and shook his head. "Your combat awareness is stronger than any rookie I've ever seen. I'm truly impressed." The instructor stood still, feeling dizzy for a long time, still somewhat dazed. He looked at Yi Chen and couldn't help but ask, "What technique did you just use? How could you throw my entire mech off like that?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "It was just a regular judo throw." The instructor. He was stunned for a second, then looked at Yi Chen with a speechless expression. But inside, he was already churning judo throw? You call that ordinary? Today's rookies struggle just to stand in a mech. And you, on the other hand, are throwing it in midair. You can even use fighting techniques while piloting a mech, using softness to overcome hardness? Is this kid a natural at this? The instructor stared at him with a complex expression. Seeing this, Yi Chen looked slightly puzzled. "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong with my operation just now?" The instructor came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand. No problem. Your operation was perfect." He sighed and covered his forehead. "It's just that I'm a bit dizzy. I want to go out for some fresh air, maybe smoke a cigarette to calm down." Yi Chen asked with concern, "You're not dizzy from that throw I just did, are you? Do you want to go to the medical room to check?" The instructor glanced at him, his mouth twitching, and raised his hand to wave it off. "No need, I just want to be alone for a bit." After the instructor left, Yi Chen was just about to take off his training suit when suddenly, applause erupted from behind him. "Teacher Yi, you're amazing. I didn't expect your mech piloting skills to be so proficient." A familiar voice came. Yi Chen turned around to see a figure standing not far away. It was Lin Xiaotong. He suddenly remembered Lin Xiaotong had indeed volunteered to join the Eastern Military District earlier, to be able to integrate combat techniques into mech piloting. That cold and arrogant voice finally disappeared completely from Mike's mind. Advisor Joe stepped closer to Mike, his steps steady and his expression calm. Mike retreated in terror, but several soldiers held him by the shoulders, rendering him unable to move. Advisor Joe looked down at him and said softly, "Do you know who has been using you?" Mike's pupils constricted. "Sima Qing?" Advisor Joe shook his head with a smile, his tone indifferent. "No, it's the Zerg. Sima Qing is a Zerg spy infiltrating humanity. Did you think you were a major in the Lighthouse Nation? Wrong. You are just a discarded pawn." Mike gritted his teeth, his face pale. Advisor Joe continued, "That so-called teleportation device doesn't have any teleportation function at all. From the very beginning, it was just a highly concentrated explosive. Did you think you could escape unscathed? You won't. As soon as you press the switch, it will detonate on the spot. By then, whether Yi Chen is dead or alive, you will definitely be reduced to ashes." The word struck Mike's heart like a cold blade. Mike trembled all over, his gaze completely shattered. "You mean I will die?" "Of course. Do you think the Zerg care about your life? You are just a physical container for the detonator." Advisor Joe looked at him, suddenly changing his tone. "But we saved you. We replaced the device. We preserved your life. So if you are willing to honestly confess everything now, we might consider dealing with you leniently." Advisor Joe stared at Mike. He had seen through him long ago. This kind of person, afraid of death, would say anything to save their life? Sure enough, Mike's gaze became chaotic. His voice began to tremble. It was Sima Qing, the commander of the Lighthouse Nation's military. "It was he who instigated me." He breathed heavily, as if someone had his throat in a vice, and repeatedly spoke. "At first, I was just ordered to deal with Yi Chen. Later, Sima Qing had me bring explosives to the engagement banquet, to blow up your dragon country's high-ranking officials, and Yi Chen killed them all." The audience erupted in an instant. Seeing this, Mike immediately put on a flattering expression, his voice urgent. "I was wrong. I really was wrong. At first, I thought Yi Chen was just a puppet propped up by the Senate, but now, I know, he is truly fighting for humanity." Mike's voice trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I really regret it. I beg you, spare me." He knelt there, shaking all over, completely losing his edge. At this moment, the truth broadcasted live had completely ignited public opinion. In Dragon Country, countless people were so angry they trembled. Social media exploded in an instant. "Beasts of the Lighthouse Nation. Despicable. Shameless. Scum. This is Yi Shuai's engagement banquet, and you dare to engage in political struggles. It's disgusting." Someone directly smashed their wine glass on the ground, shaking with rage. Someone at home yelled at the TV, tears hitting the floor. More people rushed to the streets, holding banners that read "Execute Mike and human traitors cannot be tolerated," roaring loudly. Veterans live-streamed, pounding their scarred chests in anger. "How much blood has Yi Shuai shed for humanity? What use is this dog? He'll be the first to fire on the battlefield." Forums, news sections, and bullet screens were all dominated by the same topic. "Execute Mike, Lighthouse Nation human traitor." The Lighthouse Nation was also in chaos. Thousands of people rushed outside the military headquarters holding signs in protest. Sima Qing is a dog of the insect race. Traitors must step down. Someone tore down the military flag on the spot and burned it live, shouting, "This kind of army doesn't deserve to fly this flag." The government hotline was overwhelmed. Countless people questioning the insect race isn't attacking, but you're killing your own people? Is this what humans do? Why are you allowing traitors to embarrass us worldwide? Other countries were also stirred up. Someone ran to the government building and pounded on the door, hoarsely shouting, "Are you also helping the insect race? If you don't support Dragon Country, you're helping to dig the grave for all humanity." On various national online forums, some were so angry they pounded their keyboards, others were in tears. I thought the insect race was the biggest enemy. But human hearts are even scarier. Even more extreme netizens directly issued threats. If the Lighthouse Nation dares to touch the heroes of Dragon Country again, we are willing to fight across borders and take them down directly. At this moment hundreds of millions of people around the globe roared simultaneously, "Give humanity justice. Those who betray the human race must pay the price." At the engagement banquet, Advisor Zhou turned around, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen. His voice was steady, yet sharp. "Yi Shuai, should we spare him a life?" Mike's face turned pale in an instant. He stared at Advisor Zhou, his voice trembling. "Wasn't it said that as long as I reveal the truth, I would be spared?" Advisor Zhou smiled slightly. "I can spare you." He paused, his eyes meaningful. "But I can't guarantee Yi Shuai will spare you." Mike was taken aback, suddenly turning around. He saw Yi Chen walking towards him step by step. His footsteps were steady, yet felt like they were crushing his heart. "Yi Shuai, I was wrong." Mike panicked, pleading rapidly. "I am also a member of the human race. We should unite against the outside. I am willing to fight for humanity, willing to atone for my sins. I beg you, give me a chance." Yi Chen stopped, his gaze icy. "Just now, were you trying to detonate the explosives?" "No." Mike quickly denied it, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. But Yi Chen smiled. "You are lying." His hands slowly brushed over the ring of the mind. His deep voice carried a sharp edge. "Your mental fluctuations can't deceive me." This ring amplifies his spiritual perception. A martial artist with weak spiritual power lies in front of him, and the fluctuations of their soul are as clear as ripples on water when a stone is thrown in. If it weren't for Advisor Zhou exposing the conspiracy in time, Yi Chen's gaze was like a knife, piercing directly into Mike's eyes. "Just now, all of us would probably be dead. Now you want to beg for mercy? There's no such good fortune. If you really considered us as compatriots, you wouldn't attempt to activate the bomb." Mike's expression changed completely. He realized today he could not escape death. Suddenly, he lunged forward, swiftly drawing a gleaming dagger and pressing it against Yi Chen's neck. This turn of events shocked everyone around. But Mike was too close, they couldn't stop him in time. The cold blade pressed against Yi Chen's artery. Mike gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. "Bring my Storm Sea Swallow mech. Otherwise they'll kill your genius right now." He wanted to use Yi Chen as a shield. Not only that, a mad thought flashed through his mind: if he could keep Yi Chen hostage and take him back to the Lighthouse Nation, wouldn't he achieve a tremendous feat? Swish! Countless killing intents instantly locked onto him. The several war gods present exerted their pressure like a tide, overwhelming him. Mike trembled all over. Cold sweat poured down, and even the dagger in his hand shook. But the next second the pressure suddenly vanished. The war gods actually stopped their movements. Mike was stunned. Then he saw Yi Chen reach out, blocking them. "Don't come closer. Do as he says," Yi Chen said calmly. Mike's heart surged with joy. So that's it. It seems Yi Chen is also afraid of death. He talks grandly about sacrificing himself to resist the insect race, but in reality he's just a hypocrite who fears death. The expressions of the war gods darkened as they exchanged glances. In the end, it was Sun Quanma who raised his hand, commanding his subordinates. "Go. Return to the Eastern Military District and retrieve his mech." His voice was low but left no room for doubt. However, no one moved. Some people's faces turned ugly. Others clenched their fists, unwilling to accept it, their eyes fixed on Mike. Sun Quanmu glanced at them. "Follow orders. Right now Yi Chen's life is more important." Soon, the mech was brought to the scene. Mike held the knife tightly against Yi Chen's neck, forcing him to board the cockpit. Yi Chen raised his head, chest out, his expression cold, as if he didn't take this hostage situation seriously at all. He stepped into the mech one step at a time. Mike turned back to glance at everyone, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Don't follow, otherwise he dies." The threat echoed in the banquet hall. The next second, he forced Yi Chen into the pilot's seat, coldly ordering, "Take off towards the Lighthouse Nation." The cockpit door closed, locking with steel. The mech's engine roared. Under countless gazes, Yi Chen's figure was taken skyward by the silver mech, transforming into a beam of light, disappearing into the horizon. Should we send the mech troops to pursue? Someone asked urgently. Sun Quanmo waved his hand. No need. That mech's speed is close to the speed of light. Ordinary machines can't catch up. He paused, his gaze deep. Moreover, I just received a mental transmission from Yi Chen. He said to let them go. He said's going to the Lighthouse Nation to meet Sima Qing. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room changed color. Damn, he's really a madman. What does he want? To infiltrate the enemy camp alone? Is he seeking death? A strange glint flashed in Lu Xian's eyes as if he thought of something, and he suddenly spoke up. I need to return to the Western Military District. After he finished speaking, he turned and strode away. Before everyone could react, an officer rushed in, looking tense as he shouted, "Report! The Phoenix has launched. Its Captain Suncha's caught up." At this moment, inside the cockpit of the Phoenix, Sun Jian slammed the control stick. The mech's engine roared, and speed was pushed to the limit time and again. Her eyes were fixed on the distant point of light Yi Chen's mech. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Don't follow me. I have my own plans. It was Yi Chen. Sun Zian's heart jolted, biting her lip as she gazed at the receding figure, unable to hold back as she shouted, "You're still wearing my mother's ring, don't lose it. Come back alive. If you lose it, you'll call off the engagement and remarry." In the cockpit, Yi Chen's voice came back with a hint of laughter. "I will return safely. You go back and notify the 3 major military districts, every soldier, every war god, all on standby in the Western Military District. This is my first order after becoming the Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom." As his words fell, the black mech transformed into a beam of light, completely disappearing into the horizon. Sun Jian gripped the control stick tightly, a flash of unwillingness crossing her eyes. She slammed her fist on the armrest, abruptly turned the mech around, and sped back to the hotel. The mech landed with a thunderous roar. Sun Jian leaped from the hatch, landing directly in front of Sun Quanmu, and said in a deep voice, "Yi Chen wants us to mobilize troops, all to the Western Military District on standby." The Western Military District? Sun Quanmu frowned. What are we going there for? Advisor Zhou squinted, suddenly smiling. I might know what Marshal Yi is planning. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and a man in a white robe with a feather fan walked over. It was Advisor Zhuge from the Western Military District. His expression was serious as he stepped forward and said, "I arrived late. I didn't expect to encounter this situation right after getting here." Advisor Zhou stepped forward and quietly relayed Yi Chen's original words to him. Upon hearing this, Advisor Zhuge's eyes brightened, and the next moment he seemed to understand. So that's it. Marshal Yi is taking a risk for this. You all immediately arrange personnel. I need to return and deploy troops right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, I haven't even had a bite to eat. And I have to go back to work. Advisor Zhou smiled and reminded him, "Take care of your health, don't overwork yourself." Advisor Zhuge waved his feather fan and retorted, "Your dark circles are worse than mine, you might be ahead of me." At this moment, in the cockpit of the Storm Sea Swallow, Mike could hardly wait to open the communication line to Sima Qing on the other end. "Commander, I succeeded. I have captured Yi Chen, and am heading towards Lighthouse Country." In the military base, Sima Qing, who had been listening to the report with a cold face, suddenly stood up. "You, really captured him?" Mike's face was full of pride. "I caught him myself, he's sitting right next to me." Sima Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone revealing a hint of excitement for the first time. "Very good, very good. Bring him here immediately, they'll send you the coordinates of a military base. This time, you've done a great service. When you return, he'll personally promote you." After the communication ended, Mike looked at the virtual map in front of him and hurriedly input the coordinates. The engine of the Storm Sea Swallow roared as it sped straight towards Lighthouse Country. The mech soared through the sky, having already flown out of the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Thunderclouds rolled on either side of the mech, and there were no pursuers in sight. Mike glanced at the calm-faced Yi Chen beside him, feeling even prouder. What's wrong? The Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom is still obediently following my orders? Ha, if you are the hope of the Dragon Kingdom, then what am I? A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. I am the despair of the Dragon Kingdom. Remembering how he was schemed against by Advisor Zhou at the engagement banquet and made a fool of, Mike's smile turned bitter with resentment. Do you know? When the insect race arrives, our Lighthouse Country will never help you. In fact, we will take the opportunity to send troops and trample you underfoot. By then, the Dragon Kingdom will be annihilated. All the foolish people of the Dragon Kingdom will die under the slaughter of the insect race. Yi Chen slowly turned his head, his tone indifferent. What benefit do you think you will gain from this? Why do you hate the Dragon Kingdom so much? Mike sneered, because the Dragon Kingdom is our greatest enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now that the Zerg are coming for you, those Zerg are our friends. I see. Yi Chen murmured, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. It seems the higher-ups of the Lighthouse Nation know everything. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. Mike was taken aback. What? What do you mean you won't hold back? The next second, he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh wildly. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, are you crazy? You've become my prisoner and you're still acting tough here? Do you know where you are right now? The military district of the Lighthouse Nation is not your Dragon Kingdom's backyard. Inside, there are not only countless powerful warriors but also our most advanced high-tech equipment. Don't think that just because you're a mere martial artist, even if your Dragon Kingdom's warriors come, they will die inside. Just me alone can easily subdue you. Once you're in our military district, what waves can you possibly make? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen merely smiled faintly. Oh, do you really think you have subdued me? Yi Chen suddenly laughed. Mike, do you underestimate me a bit? Mike's heart skipped a beat, and before he could react, he heard Yi Chen say calmly, "Move the knife away from my neck." He was about to coldly refuse, but his arm suddenly shook uncontrollably. The knife slowly moved away. Stab yourself in the arm with the knife. While Mike's face changed drastically, his heart resisting wildly, but his arm seemed to have its willpower stripped away, suddenly stabbing towards his own arm. Thud! The blade sank into flesh. Blood instantly gushing out. The pain made the veins on Mike's forehead bulge, leaving him completely dazed. What is happening? Why can't I move? No one could answer his questions. Yi Chen simply lowered his head, slowly stroking the ring on his finger. This mind ring had multiplied his mental power several times, enough to unleash a mental disturbance akin to that of a moon goddess. And Mike's meager mental strength was utterly fragile before him. From the moment Mike had taken him hostage, Yi Chen had never truly been under his control. Mike stared intently at the wound on his arm. Blood flowed steadily from the cut, soaking his cuff. It was then he realized. From start to finish, everything had been under Yi Chen's control. Fear surged in an instant like a tidal wave. He couldn't understand. Why had Yi Chen come to their military district? And why did he dare to step into the Lighthouse Nation alone? Yi Chen merely glanced at him indifferently. He stood up from the driver's seat. You drive. Mike's whole body trembled. The blood was still flowing from his hand. He couldn't care less about bandaging it and could only sit in the driver's seat like a puppet. Under Yi Chen's icy gaze, he gritted his teeth and controlled the mech to fly towards the military base. Soon, a massive military base appeared at the end of their view. Towering defensive walls were densely packed with heavy artillery and energy towers. The gun muzzles glinted coldly, ready to unleash devastating firepower at any moment. High-speed fighter jets patrolled the skies. Under their wings hung tightly packed missile bays, their flight paths tracing sharp arcs. The outer perimeter was guarded by fully armed warrior-level soldiers. Their heavy armor reflected a cold sheen, and their long guns glimmered ominously. Each person's gaze was like a cold blade fixated on the newcomers. On the ground, several giant mechs stood ready. Their thick armor reflected blinding light. They resembled sleeping steel giants. At this moment, all the weapon radars had locked onto the Storm Sea Swallow's body. In the center of the base, a tall and upright figure had been waiting for a long time. He wore a sharply tailored dark gray tactical coat. Golden insignias adorned his shoulder epaulets. The metals on his chest flickered with a cold light. Each metal is earned through blood in war. A standard short blade hangs at his waist. The scabbard is as black as ink, and the hilt is engraved with a blood-red eagle emblem. It symbolizes the power that surpasses all. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back. Black combat boots press against the hard ground. His posture is straight as a statue. His face has deep contours, and his gaze is sharp as a hawk's. His thin lips are pressed into a straight line, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. The tactical commander of the Lighthouse Nation. Sima Qing. The hatch of the mech slowly opens. Yi Chen leaps down to the ground. The sound of his landing is dull yet powerful. Sima Qing squints slightly, showing no surprise. It's as if he already knew he would come. He stares at Yi Chen and slowly speaks. His voice is deep, like a blade slicing through steel. Why do you dare to meet me? Yi Chen stares back at him, his gaze icy. You were once the commander of the southern military district of the Dragon Nation. Now, you have become the tactical commander of the Lighthouse Nation. But your true identity is the Zerg. Am I wrong? Sima Qing neither nods nor denies it. Instead, he tilts his head back and suddenly laughs. The laughter is low, laced with sarcasm. Yi Chen, no matter what I am, you should not appear before me. Because coming here, you have only one outcome. That is, to remain here forever. Whether as a corpse, or, in another way. Yi Chen's expression is calm. Incurious. Why do so many people, after coming into contact with you, choose to surrender to the Zerg? What exactly did they see? And what made them think that the human race can never win against the Zerg? Sima Qing stares at him, his eyes cold with condescension. because we Zerg have our own civilization, and our strength far surpasses yours by thousands of times. Our goal is not to exterminate humanity, nor to consume you all, but to colonize. The corners of his mouth curve slightly. Just like you raise poultry, we will keep humans confined on Blue Star, then treat you as food. Of course, the premise is first to pull out your teeth, to sever your claws, so that you will forever lose the chance to resist. Yi Chen remains silent, his expression grave. In his eyes, murderous intent surges. Sima Qing slowly speaks. The current Zerg, the power we have displayed is merely 1/10. We have only sent out vanguards, deployed advanced troops. Our industry, our technology, the strength in all aspects has yet to be revealed. This time, in 3 months, we will annihilate the Dragon Nation, to showcase our strength before all humanity, to make all resistors give up their resistance. By then those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. His gaze is playful. Do you know how I became the commander of the Lighthouse Nation? Because the Lighthouse Nation is the most technologically advanced country on Blue Star. After witnessing the technology of the Zerg, they have long given up resistance. They chose to comply, chose to help us enslave and manage humanity. We can obtain nourishment from your bodies. We can gain wisdom from your souls. This nourishment will elevate our Zerg evolution to a new level. Yi Chen suddenly speaks. So, the bomb you gave to Mike is from Zerg technology? Otherwise, I don't believe Blue Star's technology has the capability to harm the War God. Sima Qing slowly nods. Exactly. On your Blue Star, the War God is one of the strongest combat forces. But even so, your human War God has weaknesses. I only need to obtain the blood of the War God, to develop a poison targeting every War God. I can even use Zerg technology to create explosives that can obliterate the War God. Yi Chen suddenly extends his hand. In his palm lies a bullet-shaped metal object. The explosives you mentioned, is this it? Then now, I return it to you. Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. With a wicked grin, true energy surged into the explosive device. At the moment the bomb was about to detonate, Yi Chen suddenly flicked his hand. The metal device was hurled far away. Sima Qing's expression changed drastically. He almost teleported in front of Yi Chen, reaching out to grab him, trying to stop his action. However, was still a step too late. Just as he lunged in front of Yi Chen, a mental shock suddenly slammed into his mind. His movement froze for 1/10 of a second. It was in this brief pause that Yi Chen had already thrown the bomb. At the same time, he grabbed Sima Qing's wrist. He looked at Sima Qing with a smile. Welcome back to the Dragon Kingdom. In the next second, Yi Chen's handsome emblem on his chest suddenly glowed with runic light. It was a life-saving item given to him by Lu Xian from the Western Military District. It could instantly teleport him back to the Western Military District. Sima Qing only felt a flash of white light before his eyes. Before he could react, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. He had followed Yi Chen and appeared in the command room of the Western Military District. At this moment, in the command room of the Western Military District, Commander Lu Xian sat at the main seat. Sun Xuanma and Chao Zijian, the two commanders, stood side by side. Not only that, but other war gods and elites from different military districts had also gathered here. They had long set up a trap in the Western Military District. None of them expected that Yi Chen would bring such a great gift. The traitor of the human race Sima Qing was captured alive and brought to the Western Military District. They were all too familiar with that face. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Sun Quanmo's brows twitched violently, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Chao Zijian's pupils constricted, as if he had seen something absurd. Several war gods stood up simultaneously, their chairs scraping loudly against the floor. Lu Xian gripped the armrest tightly, his voice deep as thunder. Sima Qing? The atmosphere in the room instantly turned icy cold. Madness flickered in Sima Qing's eyes as he slammed his hand on the teleporter on his chest. A beam of azure light flickered up, and the ripples of space suddenly spread out. However, swish! The sound of a blade rang out. Immediately after, a flash of light cut through the air. The light was so fast it seemed to tear the air apart, creating a rift in the surrounding space. Blood splattered. Sima Qing's right arm was completely severed. Along with the teleporter, it tumbled to the ground. War god Guan Yun stood with his blade raised. The large knife was held high, still dripping with blood, a murderous aura surging like a tide. Want to run? Come and take your life. He stepped forward, his heavy military boots cracking the ground beneath him. The momentum of the blade surged again, directly threatening Sima Qing's throat. Sima Qing roared in anger. He stomped down hard, causing the earth to collapse. The recoil forced Guan Yun back a step. He glanced at Yi Chen, his gaze venomous. He couldn't help but think, since it had come to this, he might as well kill Yi Chen, this great threat, first. Seizing the opportunity, he struck out a palm towards Yi Chen. The palm wind was like a mountain, the air compressed to the point of exploding. The light and shadow in the entire command room seemed to be swallowed by this force. But just as he was about to succeed, clang! A silver light, like a heavenly river descending, whipped up a fierce wind. Yi Chen's figure was instantly swept away, turning into an afterimage, evading that devastating blow. The silver armor reflected in Sima Qing's eyes. A long spear crossed the air, its cold gleam menacing. War God Zhao Ziyun, with a stern expression and eyes like lightning. Want to touch Commander Yi? As his words fell, the long spear suddenly shook. The spear tip erupted with blinding white light, like thunder piercing the sun, instantly penetrating the teleporter on Sima Qing's chest. Metal exploded, sparks flying. The teleportation runes were like severed meridians, extinguished in an instant. Sima Qing felt a chill at his heart. Immediately after, the surrounding space was sealed off by several killing intents. The pressure between the war gods descended like the collapse of heaven and earth. The entire command room seemed to transform into a purgatory of slaughter. Sima Qing looked at the human generals with predatory gazes. He knew a great battle was inevitable. So, he sneered coldly. Good, since you want to fight, he declared, then I will unleash my true power and battle you. Let you see just how terrifying the insect race is. Let you understand why I dare to assert humanity will surely be defeated. As his words fell, his aura surged wildly. The sound of bones cracking echoed continuously. Thick, black gold insect armor spread from his neck to envelop his entire body. The armor resembled a king's battle armor, with dark golden patterns flickering with a cold light. His head distorted, and a fierce armored mask covered his face. His eyes transformed into deep red compound eyes, profound and icy. Sharp mandibles sprouted. Clicking ominously, 8 pitch-black limbs suddenly unfurled behind him, like the lethal legs of a tarantula. His shoulder armor towered, resembling a tower of the abyss. The insect core in his chest pulsed, sending out eerie ripples. He was no longer human, but an insect emperor overlooking all beings. At the same time, behind Sima Qing, a massive pitch-black shadow suddenly tore through the air. The avatar of the law rose with a thunderous roar. It was a gigantic tarantula that blotted out the sun. Its entire body was covered in dark golden armor, heavy and cold. Each limb resembled a curved blade, glinting with a chilling light. When its 8 legs spread, they spanned the entire command room. Countless crimson compound eyes opened simultaneously, fixating on the surrounding war gods. Their gaze was like needles, seemingly capable of piercing one's soul. Dark spikes protruded from its back, glinting with a metallic coldness. Each breath was accompanied by a deep, strange tremor. Boom! The 8 legs suddenly stomped down. The walls, solid enough to withstand the war god's strikes, instantly shattered into dust. The ground collapsed, and steel rebars snapped like brittle twigs. The entire command room crumbled under this blow. Amidst the swirling dust, the insect law avatar emerged like a supreme predator crawling out of hell, looking down at the surrounding army. Insect race, die! Almost the moment the avatar rose, Guan Yun roared, leaping into the air, his Qinglong blade bursting forth with cold light. Zhao Ziyun, like silver lightning, thrust his spear straight through the void. Whoosh! The blade light and spear shadow cascaded down like 2 rivers from the heavens, shattering the air and shaking the entire battlefield with a deafening roar. Block! A resounding clash of metal rang out, sparks flying. Sima Qing stood firm. The steel limbs behind him suddenly spread open, intertwining like chains, forcefully blocking the combined attack of the 2 war gods. The ground sank several feet, shockwaves sweeping around, destroying all buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters. Second brother, I come to assist you. The war god Zhang Yi roared as he charged in. His figure transformed into an afterimage, the snake spear like a dragon, accompanied by thunder, crashing towards Sima Qing's heart. Bang! Sima Qing extended a massive black claw, fingers like hooks, firmly grasping the snake spear. Thunder exploded, but he crushed it with sheer force. Is this the peak combat power of humanity? Sima Qing's gaze was icy, his voice like thunder. To me, your strength is as weak as that of a child. He swung his arm violently, sending Zhang Yi staggering back several dozen meters, the ground beneath him cracking inch by inch. If it weren't for the need to raise you, humanity would have long been the blood food of the insect race. He looked down at the 3 war gods. His eyes filled with disdain. Behind him, the massive insect law avatar slowly raised its 8 legs, as if in the next moment it would crush the entire western military district into ruins. Suddenly a thunderous shout reverberated through the sky. Diani came like a war god descending, dual halberds in hand, red light surging. Boom! The halberd tips tore through the air, stirring up 2 massive waves, like a giant dragon emerging from the sea, roaring as it slashed towards Sima Qing's head. A cold light flashed in Sima Qing's eyes and two steel limbs shot out from behind him, transforming into two black lightning bolts, meeting the dual halberds. Clang! Metal clashed, sparks shooting out like meteors. The shockwave swept in all directions, shattering walls dozens of meters away and toppling countless devices. The ground beneath Sima Qing suddenly sank half a meter, forcing him back a step. At that moment, boom! Behind Guan Yun, Zhao Ziyun, and Zhang Yi, three towering law avatars suddenly rose. Blade shadows like mountains, spear momentum like waterfalls, the snake spear swirling with thunder. The four law avatars faced off against Sima Qing's massive spider-like shadow in midair. The air was crushed into a vacuum, and the howling wind sliced through the surroundings like a knife. In the next moment, the clash of godly powers swept across the entire western military district. Boom! The heavens and earth shattered, a tidal wave surged, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The confrontation between the war god and the insectoid powerhouse tore open a hellish vortex on this battlefield. DNES dual halberds resembled two bolts of thunder splitting the sky. The roar accompanied by crimson light shattered the air into fragments. With each swing, the ground would explode into a deep trench, and debris was hurled 100 meters high by the shockwave. Sima Qing's steel limbs moved like a giant python emerging from its den, swift as lightning, colliding hard against the halberd's edge. Clang! The deafening metallic roar exploded in everyone's eardrums. The violent shockwave directly overturned the ground within dozens of meters, and the walls instantly crumbled. Guan Yun's greatsword surged like a raging tide. The blade's light spread across the sky, slashing the void as if it were being torn apart. Zhao Ziyun thrust his spear, and the spear's light transformed into a silver meteor. It descended with the force of 10,000 thunders, aiming straight for Sima Qing's throat. Zhang Yi's snake spear coiled, morphing into a massive black dragon, swirling and roaring in the air. With an unmatched oppressive force, it swept towards the opponent. The four war gods unleashed their power simultaneously, their divine forms appearing towering like mountains, their aura like a prison. Their weapons and divine forms struck together against the giant spider shadow. The explosive force akin to igniting a miniature sun in the center of the battlefield. Boom! The shockwave raised a tempest that flipped steel war vehicles 100 meters away. The entire defensive barrier of the western military district trembled violently, as if it were about to be completely shattered. The clash between the war gods and the insectoids instantly turned the battlefield into a center of destructive storm. In the distance, a low rumble suddenly echoed from the ground. A column of black cavalry, like a group of ground-hugging phantoms, raced forward, trailing blazing tails, piercing through the dust and mist. The engines roared, distorting the air in waves. At the forefront, the war god on the lead cavalry, clad in fluttering black armor, had eyes like cold stars. Xia Miao Yuan, the commander of the black cavalry in the northern military district. He abruptly halted the flying vehicle, leaping up like lightning. In his hand, a black longbow. Its string taut like a full moon. True energy surged wildly, transforming the artifact into an arrow as dark as ink. The arrowhead condensed with extreme killing intent and a breath of destruction. Buzzing the next moment, the black arrow transformed into a pitch-black ray, tearing through the sky, moving so fast that it left only a fleeting shadow. Sima Qing suddenly raised his hand, his steel limb blocking in front of his chest. Boom! The limb was pierced directly through. The black ray, like a bamboo being split, forcefully penetrated his palm. Before he could react, the arrow, carrying surging true energy, crashed into his chest. Bang! A mass of pitch-black true energy exploded in his chest cavity. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entire area. Sima Qing's chest was blasted open, creating a blood hole the size of a bowl. Insect blood gushed out like a waterfall, splattering the ground and walls with charred corrosive marks. Boom! Guan Yun shouted loudly. The great sword fell from above. The blade's light descended like thunder. It slashed the air with a deafening explosion. The void seemed to be torn open with a bloody gash. Zhao Ziyun's silver spear pierced through the air. The spear's tip dragged out a brilliant white light, like a silver dragon roaring in fury. In an instant, it pierced through dozens of meters of air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Zhang Yi's snake spear swept wildly. The spear's shadow surged like a tsunami. Wave after wave of spear energy crashed down, striking against Sima Qing's insect armor. Sparks and insect blood flew together. DNES dual halberds swung in unison. The halberd shadows rolled like mountains collapsing and seas splitting. Each strike created deep pits in the ground, shaking the entire command room's ruins with a thunderous collapse. Xia Maiyuan's figure raced through the air. He fired arrows in rapid succession. The arrows transformed into black thunder, piercing through the void. Each arrow carried the sound of tearing the heavens and earth, shattering the insect armor into fragments. Don Qingxia's sharp blade slashed horizontally. The red light flickered like a blood moon falling. Each strike drew blood, inflicting multiple wounds on Sima Qing's body. Insect blood splattered everywhere, like a torrential rain of blood. The assault of the 6 war gods surged like a tidal wave. The power of true energy and artifacts intertwined in the air, transforming into a storm of destruction. The earth trembled in response. Sima Qing's insect armor was repeatedly torn apart. His limbs were disassembled one by one. The shattered insect limbs fell amidst the flames, crashing into the ground and creating numerous craters. His figure, under the god-level siege, was forced to retreat repeatedly, on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Yi Chen stood quietly to the side. His expression grave. He could no longer intervene in a battle of this caliber. The military had dispatched 6 war gods to hunt down one person, highlighting the terror of Sima Qing. However, it seemed that the outcome was already decided. As long as no unforeseen events occurred, this traitor would find it impossible to escape. Suddenly Sima Qing's true energy condensed. His arms shook violently, and countless white threads shot out like a torrential spiderweb, enveloping the battlefield. In an instant, several war gods were trapped in place. The threads were as tough as steel, exuding a cold dampness. They not only bound their bodies but also ensnared their weapons tightly. On the threads, a faint purple hue surged. Touching them brought a chill and a tingling sensation that penetrated to the bone. This was a poison capable of devouring true energy. The more one exerted themselves, the faster it spread. Guang Yun. Sima Qing called out sharply. 2 limbs suddenly extended from behind him, glinting with a ghostly purple light piercing into Guang Yun's body. Hiss! Guang Yun let out a muffled groan, his flesh rolling. The purple veins instantly spread from the wound, like a venomous snake slithering through his blood vessels and limbs. Guang Yun gritted his teeth and circulated his true energy, but found that the toxin intertwined with his true energy, spreading even faster. The pain was excruciating, and his strength was rapidly fading. It's poisonous. Be careful! His roar echoed across the battlefield. But it was already too late. With each name Sima Qing uttered, a limb pierced into one of the war gods like a sickle. The purple toxic light flickered, and one after another, the war gods fell victim. In the blink of an eye, all 5 war gods were suspended by the spider silk, like prey hanging in midair. Xia Miao Yuan shouted fiercely, releasing several arrows. The black arrows transformed into streaks of light, shooting rapidly towards the spider silk. However, at the moment the arrows touched the silk, they were devoured by the strange white threads, not even causing a ripple. Xia Miaowen's expression turned completely serious. Sima Qing gripped the spider silk tightly. The 5 war gods struggled in midair but could not break free. He threw his head back and laughed, his laughter wild, echoing in the command room. Do you see it? The strongest combat power of your human race is now all in my grasp with this extermination starnet. His gaze was sharp, his tone mocking. I told you long ago. In front of the insect race, humans have no chance of winning. Sima Qing scanned the entire area, a smile on his lips, his eyes filled with derision. Very well. Toxicity accelerate. He shook the spider silk in his hand, and the purple light surged. The wounds of the 5 war gods instantly spread with dense toxic patterns. Sima Qing's voice was chilling. I want you humans to witness your war gods, one by one, dying before your eyes. Yi Chen's expression darkened, and he suddenly commanded, all troops, attack. Target Sima Qing. Rescue the war gods. With a single order, troops from all directions moved simultaneously. But soon, problems arose. The 5 war gods belonged to different military districts. The soldiers from each district rushed to save their own. The western cavalry rushed towards Guang Yun, Zhaoziyun, and Zhang Yi. But their numbers were limited and had to be divided into 3 places, resulting in not a single one being rescued. Instead, they were pierced by the spider silk and hung in midair. The northern tiger Ben Mech surged forward to rescue Dian Eli, but inadvertently blocked the fire routes of other military districts, becoming a natural cover for Sima Qing. The eastern warships descended from the sky, unleashing their firepower to bombard the spider web. As a result, missiles mistakenly hit their own side, and the explosive shockwaves further disordered their lines. The chaotic battlefield was filled with shouts. Why are you hitting me? You blocked my fire line. You're shielding the insect race. Nonsense. You're the spy for the insect race. The soldiers, full of youthful vigor, were even more enraged. The shouts, explosions, and sounds of metal clashing mixed together. Sima Qing watched all of this with a secret smile. As expected, even when pushed to the brink, you humans will still tear each other apart for your own interests. At this moment, the commanders of the 3 major military districts Lu Shen, Chao Zijin, and Sun Quan were all present at the same time. They looked at one person, Yi Chen. The situation in the battle had reached a critical point. They were eager to know under the conflict of the 3 armies how Yi Chen would handle it. Even they could not intervene. Whether he ordered an attack or a retreat, he would be seen as biased or weak by his own people. Yi Chen suddenly raised his hand. The ring of the mind shone with light. In the next moment, all the soldiers heard Yi Chen's voice in their minds. Everyone listen to my orders. Prioritize rescuing the god of war, Guan Yun. This is my commander of the 3 armies, Yi Chen's order. Anyone who disobeys will face military law. A stir arose in the army. Some were dissatisfied, feeling that Yi Chen was prioritizing the people of the Western Military District. Others believed it was because of Yi Chen's deep friendship with Guan Yun. Still, others speculated that it was because Guan Yun had once saved Yi Chen, which led to this priority. But with the order given, many still redirected their firepower, collectively attacking the spider silk on Guan Yun. Break! The silk snapped. Guan Yun roared, falling from the sky. He grabbed the Qinglong blade and suddenly slashed down. The blade's energy soared into the sky. In an instant, it severed the spider silk binding the other gods of war. The 5 gods of war were freed simultaneously. Only then did Yi Chen speak. Because the god of war Guan Yun's Qinglong blade is a divine artifact brought back from the ruins of the ancient gods. It possesses the ability to cut through anything, easily severing spider silk, so he must be rescued first. Therefore do not question my orders. Do as I say. Upon hearing this, everyone responded in unison. Yes, Commander Yi. Yi Chen's gaze was as sharp as a knife. The moment for counterattack has arrived. Let the insect race that despises us see the resolve of humanity. The command rang out like thunder. The mech troops charged in guerrilla style. The flying cavalry provided high-altitude cover. Once a mech was ensnared by spider silk, the light cavalry immediately assisted in breaking free. The eastern battleships circled above the enemy without needing to strike the main body. They unleashed their firepower, targeting the military orders were passed down, and the 3 armies moved together. Like a swarm of bees, they surged forward. The concentrated attack forced Sima Qing to retreat repeatedly. Anger grew in his eyes. The fighting spirit of humanity only grew stronger with each battle. This was precisely the situation the insect race dreaded the most. Boom! These shattered. Sima Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. The momentum around him visibly waned. Damn humans! Damn Dragon Kingdom! Damn Yi Chen! You actually forced me to this extent. He raised his head, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Good. No need to wait another month. Today I will annihilate your nation. As his voice fell, he suddenly tilted his head back. A strange frequency of sound waves erupted from his mouth. Buzz, the sky darkened at a visible speed. It was as if an invisible force was blocking the sun. At that moment, the 3 commanders, Yi Chen, simultaneously received an urgent report from the central command in the imperial capital. The insect race had launched a large-scale attack above the Dragon Kingdom. They were madly crashing into the Skynet, tearing at the defensive inscriptions. The Skynet's limit of endurance was about to be reached. Only then did everyone realize that the sudden darkness of the sky was not due to clouds, but rather because the insect race had obscured the sun. Countless insect shadows, densely packed, like a living canopy. The Dragon Kingdom had been completely surrounded. Sima Qing's voice was filled with cruelty. When your defenses collapse, the insect race will launch a massive attack. By then the entire Dragon Kingdom will be hell. At this moment people across the Dragon Kingdom looked up at the sky. The sky was gloomy, and the golden inscriptions of the Skynet flickered in the clouds. Rays of light swayed like dying candles. Boom! A dull crashing sound echoed continuously from above, one after another, like thunder crashing, mixed with the chilling sounds of insects, and the sound of wings beating, rushing towards them. Buzz 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 deafening. Some trembled, raising their astronomical telescopes. In the lens an overwhelming swarm of insects, like a tide, filled the entire horizon. Each monster its mouth sharp as a knife, compound eyes glimmering with a ghostly light. Once they dove down, this land would turn into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in mere moments. Terrified screams echoed from all corners of the street. Panic spread like wildfire. Some people ran frantically, clutching their children. Others knelt on the ground, praying. Some were already so frightened that they had lost their wits. The broadcast suddenly blared. Orders from the central command spread throughout the land. All citizens immediately proceed to the underground shelters. Repeating, take shelter immediately. The alarm blared long and loud. Red lights flashed. Cities fell into chaos and despair as if it were the end of the world. And at this moment, within the Eastern Military District, Yi Chen received the news. He immediately issued orders. The 3 major military districts, all station troops, launch an immediate attack. Prepare to meet the enemy ahead of time. At the same time, Yi Changtian personally connected to the Central Command's communication. Have the Senate step in. Negotiate with various countries immediately. The current situation cannot be resolved by the Dragon Kingdom alone. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. They should understand. The call was cut off. Yi Chen turned and looked at the soldiers present. The defensive deployments in all regions have been completed. Other countries have also come to assist at our Dragon Kingdom's invitation. The insect race has launched an attack ahead of time and they have already lost their composure. As long as we hold steady, victory will be ours. Do not be afraid, concentrate all efforts to defeat the enemy before us. As his words fell, the already wavering morale of the troops ignited with a fiery fighting spirit. Roars and responses surged back and forth. The intent to kill swept across the entire battlefield once more. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in the sky. Crack! The sky shattered. The sky net collapsed. Countless cracks broke open simultaneously, scattering golden light. In the next moment, a black tide of the insect race descended from the sky. Like rain. Like a waterfall. It obscured the sun and covered the earth. Open fire on the insect army, Yi Chen decisively ordered. Roars erupted and cannon mouths opened in unison. A dense rain of bullets and flames dyed the sky crimson. Sima Qing took advantage of the chaos to retreat. The insect race covered for him like a tide. His figure gradually disappeared at the horizon's edge. The enemy is trying to escape. Should we pursue? Someone looked to Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. Now is not the time to chase. Several war gods have been poisoned. They need to be sent back for treatment. Right now, the insect race is rampant across the country. We must first exterminate the insects. Upon hearing the order, everyone could only stop. The firepower was reamed at the sky. Boom! Dense explosives and mechanisms detonated in succession. Explosions soared into the sky, tearing the insect race into pieces. Human warriors stepped forward in unison. Zhuge, the strategist, waved his feather fan. Whoosh, an east wind suddenly rose, transforming into a towering tornado, sweeping towards the sea of insects. The insect race was swept together like fallen leaves by the raging wind. Zhou, the strategist, raised his hand. The strings of a zither appeared at his fingertips. He plucked lightly. Buzz-sound waves rippled out, penetrating the sea of insects. In an instant, flames ignited on the surface of the insect race. It was not an external fire, but a burning from within. That fire could not be extinguished, could not be put out. With the assistance of the east wind, the fire borrowed the wind's might and spread rapidly. 10 spread to 100, 100 to 1,000. Soon the entire sky transformed into a blazing inferno. The insect army wailed in the sea of fire, turning to charred ashes. And at this moment, in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, in the central command room, alarms rang out one after another. On the massive three-dimensional map, red dots spread continuously, almost dyeing the entire map of the Dragon Kingdom red. 1/3 of the southern border has fallen. The northwest border is embroiled in fierce battles. In the Jianghuai region, the scale of the insect race exceeds estimates. Each report struck the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. He Xianling stared intently at the map, his expression more serious than ever. Has there been any response from the Senate? The communicator shook his head. No, none of the three elders have responded. He Xuanling's hand slowly clenched into a fist. What about the diplomatic requests? The announcements for external support? None either. Boom slammed his fist heavily on the control panel, anger boiling in his chest. Just moments ago, he had made 2 requests, one asking the Senate to step in and unite various countries against the insect race. The other requesting central envoys to go to various places to coordinate support. The result was that all had fallen into silence. I'll go find them myself. Before he could finish, a communications officer suddenly turned around. Report! The border satellite has detected multiple high-heat reactions. It's a large military force approaching the Dragon Kingdom's border. The entire command room fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Xuanling's heart tightened at this critical moment. Foreign troops were closing in. Were they reinforcements, or were they here to take advantage of the chaos? Connect the communications immediately. The screen flickered. Soon, a stern-faced foreign officer with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared. Your Excellency, He Xianling, commander of the Dragon Kingdom, there's no need to be nervous. The other party was dressed in a deep blue military uniform, adorned with numerous medals. I am Alex Connor, the commander of the expeditionary forces of the Vis Empire. We mean no harm, we only wish to fight alongside you. Before He Xianling could respond, the screen split into multiple panels. The second face appeared dark-skinned, with a hooked nose, his voice deep and powerful. Commander of the 1st Legion of the Gusha Federation Adnan Khalid, leading 30,000 troops, requests to join the front lines. Following that, a third face emerged. It was the female commander from the cold extreme nation Kara Vladimir. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, and her gaze was sharp as a blade. The cold extreme Iron Cavalry Corps has arrived at the northern pass. The 4th, the 5th. Faces of different skin tones filled the entire screen. There were admirals from the Island Federation, bringing dozens of warships to the East China Sea battle zone. There were mechanized legions from the Eurasian Alliance, redirecting fully armed steel torrents to the Central Plains battlefield. He Xianling was stunned. At that moment he seemed to see the banner of humanity fluttering in the wind. His voice trembled slightly. "Thank you for being willing to extend a helping hand at this time." Among them, Alex Connor waved his hand. "To be frank, our government has not ordered us to deploy troops. But we watched Marshal Yi Chen's speech. We saw his remarks at the engagement banquet." Adnan Khalid interjected, his voice resonant and powerful. "At that moment, we understood facing the insect race, if we do not unite, humanity will surely perish." Kara nodded gently, her eyes glinting with fighting spirit. Marshal Yi said, "Strategies of alliance, unite to resist the enemy. This is not just the Dragon Kingdom's battle, but the battle of all humanity. Since he can stand up, we must also stand up." He Xianling took a deep breath, looking at the pairs of determined eyes on the screen. At that moment, he truly felt for the first time Yi Chen's name had transcended borders, becoming the banner of humanity. In the entire command room, all the officers were stirred by this momentum, their blood boiling. The foreign warships were arrayed along the coast of the Dragon Kingdom. The sound of mechanized legion tracks came from the border. The war horses of the cold extreme iron cavalry neighed, rolling like thunder across the snowy plains of the north. The strength of the world was converging on this battlefield. At this moment humanity united as one. The goal was singular: defeat the insect race. Protect Blue Star. This battle lasted a full week. The sound of cannon fire rang from dawn to dusk and from night until dawn again. Until the moment the Skynet was restored. The insect army finally retreated like a tide. The sky of the Dragon Kingdom revealed its brightness once more. This was a victory. It was also a Pyrrhic victory. 70% of the forces had been exhausted. Countless towns had turned to ruins. The 5 war gods were poisoned, unconscious. To preserve their lives, the military sent them to the research institute, using cryogenic technology to preserve them. They would wait for the antidote to be developed before awakening them. In the command room of the Western Military District, Yi Chen stood before the sand table, his voice hoarse yet still clear and powerful. The Eastern Military District will be responsible for urban restoration. The Western Military District will take over logistics comprehensively, relax recruitment conditions, and expand channels. The Northern Military District will take charge of the production and maintenance of national weapons and equipment. Orders were issued one after another. His eyes were bloodshot. For 7 days and nights he had not closed his eyes, constantly deploying troops and coordinating the overall situation. Some advised him to rest. He shook his head. "The battle is not over. How can the commander of the 3 armies fall first?" It wasn't until he confirmed that the Zerg had completely retreated from the Dragon Kingdom that he let out a long breath. "I'm going to rest for a while." As he turned to leave, everyone in the command room saluted in unison. "Commander Yi, you've worked hard." Yi Chen slept for 3 days and 3 nights. The exhaustion of body and mind after the great battle left him feeling as if his soul had been drained. Moreover, due to the mental strain during that time, he fell into a deep slumber. On the evening of the 3rd day, the moment he opened his eyes, the first person to enter was Commander Lu Xian. In just a few days, this iron-blooded commander seemed to have aged overnight. Not only because the 3 war gods of the Western Military District were severely poisoned and their fates uncertain, but also because the people of the West had suffered from the Zerg's massacre, with hundreds of thousands of lives lost. However, upon seeing Yi Chen, he still smiled. "How's your health?" Yi Chen shook his head. "I'm fine." He then asked, "Nothing happened while I was asleep, right?" Lu Xian slowly shook his head. "The Dragon Kingdom is recovering quickly. With its deep foundations and the power of a great nation, it should not be underestimated. This time, the Zerg attacked hastily and failed to conquer our Dragon Kingdom, suffering heavy losses instead. We not only stopped their offensive but also counterattacked, blowing up their wormhole. For a short time, the Zerg won't dare to invade Blue Star again." Hearing this, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. All the fatigue and sacrifices seemed to have found meaning. Lu Xian continued with a smile, "While you were in a coma, your fiancée came to see you often. Sun Jian, that girl seems to care about you a lot." Yi Chen was taken aback, then revealed a somewhat embarrassed smile. He hadn't figured out how to interact with that woman yet, but just thinking of Sun Zian's beauty and figure stirred something in his heart. In his previous life, he had little contact with women and had never married. In this life, the matter of marriage came so quickly. With the threat of the Zerg temporarily receding, although Sima Qing was not dead, his injuries would take a century to heal. His path had already led him to a different kind of life. Perhaps it was time to take a moment to experience a new life. But just as the thought arose, fatigue washed over him again. Suddenly his expression turned serious. He still had one thing left unfinished. Moreover, it had to be resolved by him personally. With that in mind, Yi Chen spoke with a steady tone. This battle is not over. He looked at Lu Xian, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The 6 Zerg generals, including the Moon God, are still hiding underground in the east. And there's also Yi Yuan, who has been transformed into a Zerg. They are hiding near the ancient god ruins. I must confirm this in person, otherwise, it will always be a huge hidden danger. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Lu Xian reached out to stop him. I know this is a hidden danger, but the Eastern Military District has already sent people to investigate. You don't need to be in such a hurry. You just woke up and you haven't even attended the commendation ceremony yet and you want to dive back in? Lu Xian's expression was one of persuasion. Yi Chen noticed that he seemed to have more to say, so he nodded and sat back down. You're right, so is there anything else? Lu Xian pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up and asked, did you cause quite a stir at the military base in Lighthouse Country? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, amusement dancing in his eyes. Before I teleported back to the Dragon Kingdom, I left a bomb at their military base. It was developed by Sima Qing, using Zerg scientific technology. Its power is immense. It said that even war god level experts could be injured. I wanted to see its power, so I casually left it there. He spoke nonchalantly, but his gaze turned a bit colder. Anyway, the military of Lighthouse Country has long been controlled by the Zerg. What I did can only be considered clearing an enemy stronghold for humanity. Lu Xian nodded, his voice serious. That bomb's power is indeed tremendous. The entire military base was blown to smithereens. Even some innocent people nearby were affected. He looked up at Yi Chen. However, no one knows that you did this. Even the people over there in the lighthouse think it's their military messing things up. Yi Chen nodded. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Even if the lighthouse military knew he was responsible, they wouldn't disclose it. After all, he was initially taken away by a major from the lighthouse. If they admitted it was his doing, it would essentially confirm that the lighthouse military illegally invaded Chinese territory and kidnapped the Marshal of Long Nation. That would only amplify the lighthouse's crimes. Moreover, once others realized he had the capability to blow up an entire military base, the respect for Long Nation would only grow. This was certainly not the situation the lighthouse wanted to see. So, even if the base exploded, they could only claim it was an unfortunate accident. Lu Xian stared at him. So the explosives were made using Zerg technology, as Sima Qing told you? Yi Chen nodded. Lu Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. And his expression changed. Yi Chen was puzzled. What's wrong? Lu Xian remained silent for a moment before speaking. A long time ago, before I became the commander, I participated in a weapon development program. At that time, the Long Nation military was developing a special explosive. Its power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. I will never forget that scene. His voice was low. Later, for some unknown reason, the development program was suddenly halted. Everything was left unresolved. Until I saw the footage of the lighthouse being bombed. That scene reminded me of what happened back then. So, I suspect, some high-ranking officials within Long Nation may have obtained Zerg technology. Lu Xian took a deep breath. Of course, it's also possible that other countries have connections with the Zerg and happen to steal their technology. Even the research between humans and Zerg may have already come into contact. Yi Chen's expression darkened as he nodded. What was the name of the program you participated in back then? I am now the commander of the 3 armies. Perhaps I can find out. Lu Xian was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. That program was codenamed Destruction. His voice was deep and serious. The goal at that time was to develop an explosive powerful enough to destroy a city. The materials were special and the manufacturing process was extremely complex. Several batches of researchers died for it. A shadow crossed Lu Xian's eyes. I still remember that experiment clearly. The moment the explosive detonated, the ground seemed to be violently lifted and the sky changed color. But just when everyone thought the plan was about to succeed, the higher-ups suddenly ordered it to be halted. All related materials were sealed. And the experimental site was leveled. Yi Chen's brows furrowed. What was the reason for the halt? Lu Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know. Later, I was promoted and left the research sequence, and I never dealt with this matter again, until I saw the footage of the lighthouse being bombed. I felt that power was almost identical to destruction. Yi Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. So, this thing could possibly come from Long Nation? Lu Xian nodded. It's possible. It could also be that the plan leaked out back then and was taken by other countries or even the Zerg for modification. But in any case, this indicates that there are forces secretly pushing for the technological integration of humans and Zerg. Yi Chen said solemnly, I will investigate this thoroughly. I am now the commander of the 3 armies. If I want to investigate, no one can stop me. Lu Xian nodded seriously. Good. But you need to be mentally prepared. War heaven. This matter involves aspects you may not even imagine. After leaving the room, Yi Chen suddenly saw several medical staff hurriedly carrying a stretcher towards the medical room. He focused and realized it was Shirley. At that moment, Shirley was covered in wounds. His body was riddled with gaping injuries, bloodied and weak, as if he would faint at any moment. Yi Chen's brows furrowed, and he immediately followed. What happened? Who beat him up like this? The medical staff quickly responded. No one hit him. He injured himself during training. Yi Chen was taken aback. It turned out that Shirley had watched him train before. That scene had ignited Shirley's passion. He also wanted to become stronger. So, he secretly tried to train in a high-gravity environment. The result almost crippled himself. Shirley's face was pale, his eyes filled with despair and frustration. He looked at Yi Chen, his voice hoarse. I'm really too stupid to think I could replicate your training methods. Yi Chen walked to the bedside, his expression softening. You can't rush things. Everything must be done step by step. Shirley lowered his head, gritting his teeth. Tears shimmered in his eyes. I'm just too foolish, too dumb. If only I had your abilities, I could have saved my family. Yi Chen's heart jolted. He looked at Shirley and asked in a deep voice, what happened to you? If you tell me, maybe I can help you. Shirley's voice was raspy, his eyes bloodshot. My grandmother died in this insect disaster. As the words fell, Yi Chen fell silent. Shirley's emotions completely broke down. I was abandoned as a child. If my grandmother hadn't picked me up and raised me as her own grandson, I would have rotted in the sewers long ago. She taught me how to be a person, provided for me. But this time, during the insect disaster, I couldn't even protect her. His fist slammed down on the hospital bed, his knuckles turning white. Shirley choked up as he recounted how, upon receiving the notification of the insect disaster, he immediately applied to go to the slums to find his grandmother. But when he got there, he was powerless to stop the tide of insects. If it weren't for my teammates desperately covering me, I wouldn't even have been able to leave behind a corpse. His voice trembled. By the time I rushed to my grandmother's house, she had already turned into a pool of blood. The air in the hospital room felt heavy, as if frozen. The surrounding nurses showed expressions of sympathy. Some couldn't help but quietly sob. The damage caused by this insect disaster was truly too heavy. Yi Chen remained silent for a moment before speaking. If you want to become stronger, I can give you some guidance. Actually, your martial arts talent is quite good. There's a set of boxing techniques and training methods that would suit you well. If you're interested, come find me later. Shirley pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes still filled with sorrow, but he nodded vigorously. Thank you, Brother Yi. After Yi Chen left the medical room, he saw Shen Mo at the end of the corridor. He was holding a thick book, his brow furrowed, pacing back and forth in the Western Military District's corridor. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Shen Mo looked up. The two exchanged glances and smiled slightly. Brother Yi? Shen Mo. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shen Mo put away his smile. The Research Institute is investigating the insect race's potent toxins. They want to find an antidote for several war gods. But as it stands, he sighed. The hope is slim. To develop an antidote, we might need materials from the insect race's home planet. With the materials available on Blue Star, it's simply impossible. Yi Chen's heart sank. Guan Yun, Zhao Ziyun, Zhang Yi. These war gods who had once saved him in his past life were now poisoned, their lives hanging by a thread. And he was powerless to help. The guilt in his chest weighed down like a boulder. Shen Mo suddenly lowered his voice. However, I have another idea. Yi Chen looked at him. We've tried all the medications. Not a single one worked. So I was thinking if we use materials from the ancient god ruins, there might be a chance. A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Materials from the ancient god ruins? Shen Mo nodded. The problem is, those materials are all in the hands of the three major military districts. They're extremely rare, and to use them for research, we must go through upper-level approval. And the military district is unlikely to agree. Yi Chen was silent for 2 seconds. Then he spoke. It doesn't matter. I approve. As long as it can save the war gods, the materials from the ancient god ruins can be used freely. His voice was cold and firm. At all costs, we must bring them back to life. Yi Chen immediately took out his phone. He opened the military's joint channel. His fingers flew across the screen. A message was simultaneously sent to the three major military districts. Fully support the Research Institute in developing the antidote. No resources should be spared. Materials from the ancient god ruins are no exception. The message was dispatched. The military district channels instantly trembled. The Western Military District responded first. Without hesitation. They had lost 3 war gods. They craved the antidote more than anyone else. But the northern military district, the atmosphere grew cold. Someone whispered, "The north is the richest military district with the most resources. Are we really going to take all the materials now? This loss is the greatest." Meanwhile, the eastern military district was also restless. A portion of the officers wore grim expressions. "Eating from both sides. Just married to Captain's son. And now we have to take money from his wife to support others? It's disgraceful. Extremely disgraceful." They admitted that Yi Chen had indeed defeated the insect race. They acknowledged that he had brought victories, but now the insect race had temporarily retreated. The front lines were stable. Those who were secretly dissatisfied began to voice their concerns. This newly supported marshal, isn't it time for him to step aside? Within the military district, doubts persisted. But after all, Yi Chen was the marshal. His orders were not to be disobeyed. However, the voices of discontent had quietly reached the Elder Council. The Elder Council. The atmosphere was heavy. 3 elders, Lin Taiha, Jia Chongshan, and Qin Rohai, sat on either side. Thick letters lay on the table. Lin Taiha slowly spoke. "Isn't this new marshal going a bit too far?" Jia Chongshan nodded. "It's true that new officials often make a splash, but this time the fire is too fierce." Qin Rohai's voice was low. "With the insect race retreating, the 3 major military districts united. What we need now is not just a general who can wield a sword, but a leader who can soothe the hearts of the people." Lin Taihan narrowed his eyes. "Don't forget we supported him to rise for the next century plan of Long Country." The 3 exchanged glances. Silence lingered for a moment. Jia Chongshan slowly said, "It's still early. There's no need to rush. Wait until he has fully matured." Lin Taiha completed the last sentence. "Then we can continue with the original plan." In the silence, Qin Rohai suddenly spoke. "No." His voice was low and cold. "I am already impatient." Lin Taiha and Jia Chongshan turned to him simultaneously. Qin Rohai abruptly stood up. The chair legs screeched against the floor. "Yi Chen. He must be related to the ancient god ruins." Now his gaze was sharp, eyes gleaming with fervor. "I want to call him in immediately." Soon, Yi Chen received the summons from the Elder Council. The next day, he took a plane and arrived at the Elder Council. In the conference room, the large door slowly closed. The air became thick. Yi Chen stood in the center. The 3 elders sat solemnly at the long table. Their gazes were as heavy as mountains. Qin Rohai spoke directly. "Yi Chen, I want to conduct a brain scan on you." Yi Chen frowned. Qin Rohai stood up and slowly approached. "You are different from others. Your familiarity with the ancient god ruins, your advanced thoughts, you don't seem like a person from this era." His eyes seemed to peel away layers of disguise. "You seem more like a future person from a different time and space." Yi Chen's heart jolted. A chill crept up his spine. Had his identity as a reborn person been discovered? He smiled faintly. "Elder Qin, please don't joke. How could I possibly be a person from the future? From my birth to being abandoned by my family, then surviving in the slums, and later being picked up by the Yi family, and then joining the army, signing up for the elite training camp, all of this as witnesses." Qin Rohai raised his hand, directly interrupting. "No, there is one thing very strange." His voice was low and cold. "According to the records, your mother's medical records originally stated difficult labor. But this record has been altered. The original text before modification was." He fixed his gaze on Yi Chen. "Madame Shenrushua, what you gave birth to was a stillborn." Yi Chen's heart jolted, his pupils constricting sharply. "A stillborn? But I am clearly alive. How could it possibly be a stillborn? As for this matter, I truly do not know. It is very likely a clerical error by the hospital, which is why it was amended," Yi Chen said in a deep voice. Qin Rohai nodded and continued. "There is indeed this possibility. But you are simply too special. Not only are you familiar with the runes of the ancient divine ruins, but even the Qilin has reacted to you. It was precisely because I sensed your connection to the ancient divine ruins that I investigated your origins. I want to know what exactly happened back then. So I hope you will accept brainwashing." Yi Chen shook his head. "Sorry, I refuse. Brainwashing, mental stimulation that penetrates deep into memory. If one's mental strength is insufficient, it could backfire. If resistance is fierce, it could damage memories, even leading to complete dementia." And Yi Chen's mental strength was not weak. Back then, the moon god of the insect race had mental strength sufficient to control tens of thousands. Yet when attempting to brainwash him, it was instead repelled. So, even if Qin Rohai wanted to brainwash him, Yi Chen refused. And he was powerless. The two exchanged silent glances. The air thickened. Qin Rohai spoke first. "All right." He withdrew his piercing gaze. "Actually, I just wanted to verify clearly. If you are unwilling, I will not force you." Yi Chen sighed slightly. Sorry, I have too many memories I do not want to touch. Of family, of comrades, various I do not want to recall those things again. Shinrohai was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. He shifted the topic. However, your use of materials from the ancient divine ruins for antidote research has already caused dissatisfaction among many. Yi Chen smiled faintly. They care too much about their immediate interests. However, I already have a countermeasure. Shinrohai raised an eyebrow. Countermeasure? Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. Let them taste the sweetness. Then they will keep quiet. Shinrohai's eyes flickered. What do you plan to do? Yi Chen looked into the distance. According to previous intelligence, the insect race's 7 sons and the artificial insect race, Yizhen Yuan, are likely underground in the eastern region. Very possibly, near the ancient divine ruins. His voice was low and cold. Next, my goal is very simple. To completely eliminate the threat of the underground insect race. Then, enter the ancient divine ruins. Explore together, share the treasures. Shinrohai suddenly raised his head. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Could it be you already know the whereabouts of the ancient divine ruins? Yi Chen's heart stirred. He sensed the other's suspicion. So, he took the opportunity to speak. Actually, I can understand the text of the ruins. It's because I had come across some materials in the Yi family before. Although I can't say I'm proficient, I can discern a bit. And the distribution of the ancient divine ruins also follows a certain pattern. He paused. I can't be completely certain, but I have a rough idea of the range in my mind. At this point, Yi Chen deliberately held back, leaving space for Shinrohai to speculate. At the other end of the table, Lin Taihe suddenly spoke. Let him do it. We will wait for your good news. He shifted his tone. However, you are now the commander of the 3 armies. Although your reputation is high enough as the leader of the 3 armies, your own strength must also be strong. Otherwise, it will be hard to command respect. Just like the recent events, if your strength were just a bit stronger, who would dare question your decisions? Yi Chen was silent for a moment. Lin Taihe was right. In his previous life, he could suppress the 3 armies not only through authority but also through strength. In this life, although he had integrated the 3 armies ahead of time, his own realm had just reached the martial master level. Too weak. He raised his head, his gaze resolute. After this matter, I will definitely train with all my might. Quickly improve my strength. Yi Chen left. The door closed. Heavy as 1,000 pounds, Lin Taihe slowly turned his head to look at Shinrohai. You are too anxious. Yi Chen is very clever. What if he senses our intentions? What then? Shinrohai snorted coldly. So what if he senses it? Can he escape? Jia Chongshan waved his hand. Calm down. Since he can't escape, letting him struggle a bit longer might not be a bad thing. His current realm is too low. Once his strength and reputation rise to another level, it will be of greater value to us. Shinrohai's gaze darkened. But now, he has rejected me. I'm worried that if we drag this out, he will lose control. It would be better to act now. Perhaps we could uncover the secrets of the ancient god ruins. Lin Taihe shook his head. Don't forget, he said he could find the ancient god ruins. Once he finds them, we might have new discoveries. There's no need to act against him prematurely. Shinrohai fell silent. After a while, he nodded slightly. It was an implicit agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Chen walked out of the Elder Council. His steps slowly came to a halt. He turned back to look at the heavy door. Just now, Shinrohai's tone had been cold and oppressive. It even carried a hint of threat. The other party had investigated his background thoroughly. This made his heart sink. The Elder Council. They can't really think of me as a puppet, can they? A thought flashed through his mind. A fierce light suddenly flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. If they truly believed he could be manipulated, then he would make this group of elders pay the price. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave the Elder Council, suddenly a familiar figure appeared ahead. Chen Ziming. Yi Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect to see him in the central agency. However, the other party was holding him up, cleaning the corridor. Yi Chen walked over. Ziming. Chen Ziming was slightly startled. Upon seeing Yi Chen, a hint of avoidance flashed in his eyes. You're working here? Yeah. Chen Ziming nodded. But I'm just a cleaner. Brother Yi. I still have work to do, so we'll be busy. After saying that, he lowered his head and continued mopping the floor. He didn't look at Yi Chen again. Yi Chen had intended to catch up, but seeing his disinterest in conversation, he turned to leave. Just as he walked a short distance, a sharp voice came from behind. Why are you dragging your feet? Haven't you cleaned it yet? You don't really think you're the young master of the Chen family, do you? A man approached. The head of the logistics department of the central agency, Zhao Guangyi. He stood in front of Chen Ziming, coldly reprimanding him. Sorry, they'll finish up quickly, Chen Ziming replied in a low voice. But Zhao Guangyi was relentless. He pointed at a shoe print on the floor, sneering. Look, there's still a shoe print here. Are you even taking this seriously? You can't even handle such a small task, what a waste. Yi Chen then noticed that it was the mark he had left just moments ago. Sorry, it was my oversight. I'll clean it up right away. Chen Ziming apologized, bending down to mop. But Zhao Guangyi kicked him down to the ground. If you can't do it, then get lost. If it weren't for your dad pulling strings, you wouldn't even be able to enter the central door. Chen Ziming clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. But in the next second, he forcibly suppressed it. He picked up the mop and continued cleaning. Zhao Guangyi stared at him, his smile growing more malicious. Oh, still dare to glare at me? If you have the guts, come at me. Come hit me. Do you dare? I knew you were a coward. I stand here cursing you and you don't even dare to retaliate. Chen Ziming kept his head down. The mop slid across the floor. Yet anger brewed in his eyes. Zhao Guangyi watched Chen Ziming, a cold smile on his lips. Don't blame me. Your brother specifically instructed me to take good care of you. He lowered his voice, laced with mockery. Who told you to be the illegitimate child of the Chen family? If you had some talent, that would be one thing. But you just can't get it together. A waste. Sent to the training camp, sent to the army, still disliked by others. He squinted his eyes. I heard that you and Yi Shuai are training at the same place, in the same batch, right? People might have already forgotten about you. Chen Ziming paused with the mop in his hand. Brother Yi hasn't forgotten me. Zhao Guangyi was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Brother Yi? Damn, you're really something. Thought he considered you a brother? I only dare to call him Yi Shuai. You, a cleaner, are worthy of calling him Brother Yi? What are you even? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. A brother like you only brings him trouble. Chen Ziming listened, his fists slowly clenching. The knuckles turned white, but he didn't retort. He just lowered his head and dragged the mop with more force. Suddenly, who said he doesn't deserve to be my brother? A deep voice came from behind. Zhao Guangyi jolted. His whole body shivered. Turning around, he saw Yi Chen. The arrogant demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold sweat. Yi Shuai. Chen Ziming also lifted his head. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But soon, that light dimmed again. Lowering his head, he softly said, Yi Shuai. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Why are you being so formal? Weren't you always calling me Brother Yi? We are classmates, brothers, friends, and even comrades. From now on, don't call me Yi Shuai. I still prefer hearing you call me Brother Yi. He stepped forward and patted Chen Ziming's shoulder. Chen Ziming smiled shyly. The anger in his eyes dissipated in an instant. But that hint of evasion still lingered in his gaze. Yi Chen then turned to Zhao Guangyi. Chen Ziming is my friend. You said I forgot him. Doesn't that mean you're insulting me, Yi Chen being unfaithful and ungrateful? Zhao Guangyi's face changed drastically. He waved his hands repeatedly. I absolutely didn't mean that. Yi Chen said coldly, then tell me, why are you deliberately making things difficult for him? What grievances do you have between you? Today, if you don't give me an explanation, then I'll report this to the central authority, saying you, as the logistics minister, abuse subordinates, bully the weak, and then get kicked out of the central office. Zhao Guangyi's face turned pale. His voice trembled. Yi Shuai. I didn't want to do this. It was the eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Zihua, who made me do this. He raised his hand, pointing at Chen Ziming. He said that this guy's mother seduced the head of the Chen family back in the day. That's how this illegitimate child was born. The whole family despises him. The head of the Chen family originally wanted to send him to the military, but he didn't even pass the final test of the elite training camp. Later, he was sent to the central office for logistics. Zhao Guangyi swallowed hard. When Chen Zihua found out, he threatened me to make trouble for Chen Ziming. The Chen family has a huge influence in the capital. I dared not disobey. I was also forced into the Chen family's affairs. Actually, I didn't want it to be like this. Yi Shuai, please spare me. At this moment, he was genuinely scared. He thought Chen Ziming was already helpless. That's why he dared to act recklessly. But if he had known earlier Chen Ziming was Yi Chen's brother, not to mention as Zhao Guangyi, he wouldn't even dare to speak to Chen Ziming like this, even if he had 100 lives. Yi Chen was about to explode. But beside him, Chen Ziming spoke up. Forget it, Brother Yi. I don't blame him. This is what I deserve. Yi Chen was taken aback. Looking at Chen Ziming, for some reason, his heart tightened. He remembered Chen Ziming's talent wasn't particularly outstanding. But during the elite training camp, he was the most hard-working one. Back then, Yi Chen couldn't help but want to help him, wanting to encourage him, because in those eyes, he saw his former self. abandoned by the family, suppressed by siblings, climbing up desperately, fighting to prove himself, in the end pushed into the abyss by his own kin. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to help Chen Ziming, wanting him to stand up. He wanted everyone in the Chen family to look up to him, but now there was no longer a fiery light in those eyes, only emptiness remained. The passion seemed to have long since burned out. In its place was endless coldness. Yi Chen stepped forward. Standing in front of Chen Ziming, he asked softly, "Good brother, what's wrong with you? If you have grievances, tell me. I'm here to help you." Chen Ziming was taken aback. Tears welled up in his eyes. He turned his face away, not wanting Yi Chen to see his expression. His voice trembled. "Why do you want to help me? Why help someone like me?" Yi Chen looked at him, his gaze deepening. "Because I've been through the same thing as you. That was my most helpless time. I wished so much that someone would stand up to help me. Even if it was just to sit down, chat, and have a drink. To listen to me talk about the grievances of these years. For me back then it would have been a tremendous help." He looked at Chen Ziming as if he could see his former self through him. "Like this. Let's go to a nearby restaurant and sit down to talk." Yi Chen patted his shoulder and led him away from the central agency. Inside the restaurant, Chen Ziming's emotions gradually calmed down. He took a sip of tea and said softly, "Actually, I passed the final assessment of the elite training camp. I was extremely excited at that time. I even wanted to sign up to go to the Western Military District to find you." But then his hands trembled slightly. The spot was taken by someone else. It was my brother Chen Zihua. This was the arrangement of the Chen family. Yi Chen raised his teacup, his gaze turning slightly cold. A scene from his past life flashed through his mind. His parents, taking advantage of his serious injury, dug out his supreme bone just to let his brother take his place. Chen Ziming continued with his head down. "I know they mean well for me. Later, they arranged for me to go to the Central Logistics Department, keeping me safe and away from the front lines. A stable job, many people envy it. But my brother never forgives me. So they let others deal with me. I've gotten used to it. After all, I shouldn't have been born into this world." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen frowned. This Chen Ziming, clearly bullied, was still looking for faults within himself. It seemed the Chen family not only suppressed Chen Ziming but also conducted mental control. No wonder he would willingly give up the spot he had fought so hard for to his brother. Yi Chen stared at him, suddenly asked, "Are you willing?" Chen Ziming was slightly taken aback. A spark of anger flashed in his eyes. Yi Chen's voice cut into his heart like a knife. "The hardest worker in the elite training camp is you. You clearly should be on a bigger stage. You could clearly take another step up. Are you really willing to stay like this?" Chen Ziming's breath quickened, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. "I am not willing. I really am not willing. But what can I do?" Yi Chen's gaze darkened. "Leave the Chen family. Since they don't like you, what are you still doing there?" "No, I can't." Chen Ziming shook his head. "They won't let me go. If I leave the Chen family, they will kill me. I am the sinner of the Chen family, a scandal. Just surviving is already their mercy." Yi Chen looked straight at him. "Then fine. I ask you, are you afraid of death? If you're not afraid of death, I can help you. Go to the Northern Military District, find Zhang Yuan from the assault camp. Aren't they all hoping you die? Then go to the unit with the highest mortality rate. And then survive. Temper your spirit and will. No matter what, it's better than rotting here." Chen Ziming fell silent, struggling within. After a moment, his gaze darkened again. "Forget it. I've always known him an ordinary person. A pile of mud, unable to support a wall. Brother Yi, don't say anymore. I cherish the days I can fight alongside you, but I don't deserve it. I don't have Shirley's resilience. I don't have Shen Mo's intelligence. And I don't have Zhang Lai's passion and drive. I'm just an ordinary person." Yi Chen looked at him. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, he could only nod slowly. "I respect your choice. But, as a friend, I don't want to see you give up on yourself. Even in the logistics department, you can contribute to humanity. Don't underestimate yourself. In my heart, you will always be a brother." He paused. "If you encounter injustice, just tell me. I'll back you up." Chen Ziming's eyes glistened with moisture as he nodded heavily. Yi Chen stood up. He turned and left the dining hall. However, his expression turned cold the moment he stepped out the door. The replacement of quotas was actually happening in the military. If local dignitaries could arbitrarily change military enlistment quotas, ordinary people would never have a path to promotion. The quality of the army would gradually decline, becoming a breeding ground for the children of the nobility. Ultimately, the army of Longwa would become vulnerable. Since he sat in the position of commander-in-chief, would never allow such a thing to happen. Yi Chen made a decisive decision. He took out his communicator. By Jinxa. Go to each military district. Coordinate with the heads of the local training camps. Adjust the files, strictly investigate the behavior of local dignitaries' children replacing enlisted personnel. His voice was as cold as ice. By Jinxa acknowledged the order. Yes. The message was sent out. The investigation was immediately initiated. That night, Longwo was shaken. Confidential files were urgently retrieved. Countless names were marked in glaring red. The internal communication channels of the military were silent. Then batch after batch of soldiers' military registrations were cancelled on the spot. Some shouted in anger. Some were in despair. Those whose military registrations were cancelled protested one after another. We have made contributions in the military. We have been on the battlefield. We have killed enemies. We have shed blood for the country. Now, how can you just kick us out with a word? Their voices erupted in various military districts. Anger, defiance, and shouting continued. But for these 2 days Yi Chen completely ignored them. He did not respond. He did not argue. He just set off overnight. Eastern City. The lights were still bright. Yi Chen arrived carrying a chill. He needed to gather personnel to completely resolve the troubles of this city. This time coming to the east was different from before. In the past, as soon as he got off the plane, many people would come to greet him. But now what appeared before him was only a red mech. Phoenix. The cockpit slowly opened. Sun Xian. The combat tight suit outlined her capable figure, exuding a heroic spirit. She stood in the cold wind, her expression complex. Get in, they'll take you back. Yi Chen boarded the mech. The two drove towards the Eastern Military District. Along the way, the officers and lieutenants they encountered all had indifferent expressions. In their eyes, there was a hint of resentment and hostility. As soon as they entered the operations command room, they saw Chief of Staff Zhou, who was sporting dark circles under his eyes, directing operations at the console. Upon seeing Yi Chen, he immediately forced a smile. Oh, isn't this our Commander Yi? You actually have time today to come to my Eastern Military District for inspection? Recently, Commander Yi's movements have been quite significant. We thought you had long forgotten about the Eastern Military District. Yi Chen spoke. Of course I haven't forgotten the Eastern Military District. But you all seem to have forgotten my identity. Chief of Staff Zhou chuckled. Commander Yi is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, how could I forget? Yi Chen's gaze darkened. Then have you heard the military orders? Chief of Staff Zhou was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Chen to issue orders as soon as he arrived. However, he still put away his smile and nodded. I will listen. The next moment Yi Chen raised his hand and pointed directly at him. Go back and rest, come back after getting 8 hours of sleep. Ha! Chief of Staff Zhou was stunned. He completely did not expect such a military order. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. Military orders are like mountains, hurry up and execute? Or do you think this place can't do without you? His voice was cold and stern. Chief of Staff Zhou fell silent for a moment. He glanced at Yi Chen. Yes. He saluted and turned to leave. Inside the Eastern Command Room, everyone exchanged glances. They all knew Advisor Zhou had been here for several days and nights due to various matters. It wasn't that no one had advised him to rest, it was just that he hadn't left at all. If one day he suddenly collapsed from overwork, no one would be surprised. And when Yi Chen arrived, the first thing he did was to order him to rest. This kind of military order caught everyone off guard and brought a subtle warmth to their hearts. Sun Xian's gaze softened a bit. All right. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze. Contact all the officers in the Eastern Military District and have them assemble immediately. And notify the Western and Northern Military Districts to each send at least one general to lead a team to the Eastern Military District. His voice was low but carried an undeniable sharpness. Form a punitive expedition to converge in the Eastern Military District. 3 days later 3 armies will gather. Yi Chen issued the command. As his words fell, he turned and left the command room. Behind him, Sun Xian was slightly taken aback. At least one general. A hint of worry arose in her heart. Currently, the major military districts had their opinions about Yi Chen. Their attitude towards the assembly order was likely to be perfunctory. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace to catch up. Just as she was about to remind him, Yi Chen suddenly turned back. Want to join me in a date? Ha! Sun Xian was stunned. She had not expected him to say such a thing at this moment. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Then why are you following me? Sun Xian's expression darkened. I have no intention of dating. Her tone was icy. I just want to see if I can help you. Yi Chen looked at her. I do have a small favor to ask of you. After saying that, he handed over his ID card. Help me book a room. Book a room? Sun Xian looked down at the ID card in her hand. A flush instantly crept onto her face. This. She glared at Yi Chen, both embarrassed and angry. The coldness on her face faded a bit. What's wrong? Is that not okay? Yi Chen asked calmly. Well, it's not that it's not okay. Sun Jiyan sized him up. Although they were engaged, this progress was too fast. She felt a slight tightening in her heart. But then she thought Yi Chen was already 18. Perhaps he was just curious about matters between men and women. Maybe he was under too much pressure lately and needed an outlet. Besides, she had originally planned to take him down. Now that he had taken the initiative to speak, she had no reason to back down. With that thought, she secretly prepared herself mentally. However, Yi Chen stretched lazily and said slowly, "It's getting late. I plan to stay at a hotel near the military district for the night and get a good sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take a stroll nearby and check the terrain." "Is that it?" Sun Jiyan was taken aback. "That's it," Yi Chen countered. "What else do you want?" "Nothing else. I'll go change my clothes first." After Sun Jiyan finished speaking, she waved her hand. The phoenix roared in and stopped in front of her. She jumped onto the mech and sped away, disappearing into the sky. Moments later, Sun Jiyan returned to her room. She stood in front of the mirror, her gaze assessing herself from head to toe. Logically speaking, her curvy figure should be quite appealing to men. When she put on the combat bodysuit, she could even feel countless scorching, even lecherous gazes. But Yi Chen seemed to have no reaction to her at all. Thinking of this, she snorted coldly. "Anyway, I won't go out of my way to please men." In terms of clothing, she decided to be casual. So, she changed into a set of leisure wear. It was not sexy, but rather comfortable and relaxed. Downstairs in the dormitory, Yi Chen was waiting. When he saw Sun Ziyan, there was a clear flash of surprise in his eyes. Without the sharpness of the combat suit, she appeared more casual. It had to be said that this version of Sun Jiyan was particularly eye-catching. The two walked side by side out of the dormitory building. The night enveloped them, and the streets outside the military district were surprisingly quiet. Sun Jiyan took a step ahead, glancing at Yi Chen from the corner of her eye. "You just suddenly suggested I get a hotel room, which almost made me misunderstand." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "You're overthinking it. I just need a place to stay, convenient for checking the terrain of the eastern city tomorrow." Sun Jiyan huffed lightly. "You're quite serious." "What, do you wish I wasn't serious?" She didn't respond, instead quickening her pace. Under the streetlight, Yi Chen watched her silhouette. The casual outfit outlined her figure, not as sharp as combat gear but even more captivating. It seemed she sensed the gaze behind her. Sun Jiyan turned around, her eyes carrying a hint of wariness. "Yi Chen, were you just peeking at me?" "No. Not peeking, I was openly admiring my fiancé." Yi Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? Then do you think him pretty?" Sun Jiyan frowned, hands on her hips. "Yeah, quite pretty." Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Jiyan was taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward answer. A faint blush crossed her face. "Not very old, but your mouth sure knows how to talk." Sun Jiyan muttered, unable to resist quickening her steps. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit subtle. But as they walked, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This little brat, was he just teasing her? Just turned 18, and he dared to toy with her? With that thought, she felt a wave of displeasure. She then secretly decided tonight she must tease him back. Soon, the two arrived at a hotel in the east. Sun Jiyan walked to the front desk and efficiently completed the check-in process. "Isn't this room booked for me?" Yi Chen looked up. "How did you record your identity information too?" Sun Ziyan's expression was calm. "You're now the commander-in-chief. I'm worried about your safety, so I plan to be your personal bodyguard." Saying this, she pinched the room card between her fingers and gently waved it in front of Yi Chen. The corners of her lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Tonight, I will protect you well. Please take care of me." Yi Chen squinted slightly, staring at the room card swaying in front of him. "Protect me well?" His tone carried a hint of meaning. Sun Jiyan raised an eyebrow. "What about it? You're not scared, are you?" Yi Chen suddenly laughed. "Not scared at all. I'm a man. How could I be afraid of you eating me? It's just I'm wondering if you really want to protect me or if you have other motives." Sun Jiyan huffed. "Then what do you think my motive is?" Yi Chen looked down at her, speaking seriously. "I think you want to take advantage of me." Sun Jiyan was stunned, then couldn't help but grit her teeth and curse, "Narcissist. Rest assured, I absolutely won't. I'm not interested in kids, I'm not that perverted." The two stared at each other for a moment. The atmosphere suddenly seemed to spark with an undefined tension. Yi Chen reached out and took the room card. "Then let's go. Bodyguard, I look forward to your performance." Sun Jiyan snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the elevator. Yi Chen watched her retreating figure, a faint smile tugging at his lips. After entering the room, Yi Chen did not sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the center of the bed, hands resting on his knees, back straight as a gun. His breathing was steady and deep, as if even the air flowed in rhythm with his inhalation and exhalation. He closed his eyes, his expression serene, brows slightly furrowed. The whole person was immersed in a state of calmness. A faint aura circulated around him, as if with every breath, he absorbed the essence of the world into his body. With each exhale, he expelled the impurities within. Sun Jiyan had originally thought to take the opportunity to tease him a bit, but seeing this scene, her words got stuck in her throat. She had just said she wasn't interested in Yi Chen. If she approached him now, wouldn't that be slapping her own face in front of him? With that thought, an inexplicable feeling of being manipulated rose in her heart, making her uncomfortable. She crossed her arms over her chest and sat not far from Yi Chen, her fingertips lightly tapped against her arm, as if suppressing an impulse. Usually, when other men looked at her with even a hint of malice, she would instantly get goosebumps, feeling disgusted and uncomfortable from the depths of her heart to her skin. But standing in front of Yi Chen at this moment, she felt a sense of urgency, an urgent desire to attract his gaze, an urgent wish to be valued by him, an urgent longing for his eyes to rest solely on her. She bit her lower lip gently. Her gaze slowly slid from his face to his broad shoulders, then to his sculpted, steady sitting posture. Yet the man before her remained with his eyes closed. His breathing was even, his expression calm. It was as if he had shut out all external distractions. He seemed to have sunk into a state of tranquil stillness. The more he exuded this purity and coldness, more it made Sun Jiyan's heart itch. That itch was not physical. It was a deep-seated impulse and a desire for conquest. Unconsciously, her fingertips rubbed against her palm, as if holding back something. She wished she could break all his rules at this moment. Make him fall for her. Make him go crazy for her. Make this young marshal completely conquered and captivated by her. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly spoke. "What are you thinking?" Sun Jiyan jolted, as if caught in the act. She immediately shook her head. "Nothing." Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. "Your mental fluctuations are interfering with me," he said, raising his hand to remove the mind ring from his fingers. "This ring amplifies mental power too strongly. When I was meditating just now, wearing it, I unconsciously spread my mental power outward. I just didn't expect his gaze fell on her. Your mental fluctuations surged towards me, directly affecting me." Sun Jiyan's heart tightened. She quickly turned her face away. Her usually calm face was now flushed, almost dripping with heat. "Nothing. You can continue your training." She turned around. Her steps hurried. "I'm going to take a shower, to calm down." After saying that, she pushed open the bathroom door and quickly walked in. The moment the door closed, the warmth lingered on her face, refusing to dissipate. Yi Chen continued to close his eyes. His mind sank into his body, steadying his breath and circulating his true energy. However, inside the bathroom, a more intense and obvious mental fluctuation emerged. That fluctuation was like invisible ripples crashing against his perception in waves. Clearly, he had already taken off the mind ring. Yet that fluctuation remained strong and palpable. Yi Chen's heart sank slightly. Realizing this, he could only forcibly withdraw his mind. He no longer deliberately paid attention to the source of that fluctuation, until that fluctuation completely disappeared. The bathroom door was pushed open. Sun Jiyan walked out. Her expression had returned to its usual coldness. "I need to rest," she said flatly. "If you're not sleeping, give me the bed. You can sit on the sofa." Yi Chen's heart stirred. For some reason, he detected a hint of resentment in her words. "Aren't you my personal bodyguard? How can the bodyguard sleep in the bed while I, the protected target, end up on the sofa?" He couldn't help but tease. "Oh?" Sun Jiyan raised an eyebrow. "Well, if you want to sleep in the bed together, that's fine. After Ali don't mind." Saying this, she directly sat on the bed. Reaching out, she began to unbutton her outer coat. Yi Chen rubbed his forehead. Forget it. He was too lazy to argue with her. He turned around and walked out of the room. Closing the door, he went straight to the sofa to continue his training. Really lacking in romance. Sun Jiyan muttered under her breath. She pulled the blanket over herself and turned her back. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. At this time, other military districts had also received Yi Chen's mobilization order. Northern Military District. Commander Chao Zixio immediately convened an internal meeting. In the conference room, everyone took their seats. Chao Zixio spoke, discussing who would respond to Yi Chen's mobilization and lead troops to attack the insect race. However, as soon as he started speaking, someone stood up, looking defiant. "Commander Chao, I think we should just forget about this matter. According to the previous rules, each manages their own territory. In the past, when the Zerg appeared in our northern cities, it was our northern troops who went to eliminate them. Now that they have Zerg in the eastern region, why should we send troops to help?" He paused, letting out a cold laugh. Moreover, they are Zerg's fierce generals. I heard that even the long-lost Zerg moon god might be among them. It is clear that this battle will undoubtedly be a fierce one. The Eastern Military District isn't putting in any effort. Why should we risk our lives for them? Does the Eastern Military District not have a war god? Does the Eastern Military District not have enough troops to deal with the Zerg? This person was of general rank and his words carried significant weight. As soon as he spoke, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, I think Yi Chen just wants to use our Northern Military District as a pawn. Whoever wants to go can go. I certainly won't take on such a thankless task. Commander Chow, I'm not feeling well. Please don't assign me to this. Voices rose and fell, and the atmosphere in the conference room quickly shifted towards dissatisfaction and resistance. Seeing that everyone was unwilling to go, Chao Zixio frowned. He felt somewhat helpless. He had just taken office, and although the generals would listen to him out of respect, their resistance was now so strong. Even if he forced someone to go, estimated they would likely just go through the motions. At that moment, someone stood up. "I'll go." The voice was firm, resonating in everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look. The speaker was none other than the captain of the assault camp, Zhang Yuan. Instantly, laughter erupted in the conference room. All right, you go. You should definitely go. Some joked half-heartedly, half-mocking. If I remember correctly, you and Yi Chen are friends. That's just great. You can take your assault camp, and that will be enough. Just make sure Yi Chen doesn't think your strength is too weak. The words were blunt and unreserved. The assault camp had once been the pride of the Northern Military District. But now, there were fewer than a dozen people left in the camp. And Zhang Yuan, as the captain, hadn't even stepped into the realm of martial arts. In their eyes, if Zhang Yuan and a few others went to help, just not dragging them down would be a blessing. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists. His knuckles turned slightly white from the force. He knew his current strength was weak. He also knew he was looked down upon. But he didn't want the name assault camp to fall on his shoulders. He didn't want the sacrifices of the assault camp to be in vain. So, as long as there was even a slight chance to earn military merit, he would unhesitatingly take on the battle. Moreover, this time it was in response to Yi Chen's call. Whether for Yi Chen or for the assault camp, he had no reason to refuse, even if what lay ahead would be a fierce battle. All right then. Chao Zixio spoke in a deep voice. You, Zhang Yuan, will lead the assault camp over first. Sensing Zhang Yuan's eagerness and determination, Chao Zixio could only arrange for him to go first. On the other side, the Western Military District. The scene was completely different. After Lu Xian received Yi Chen's summons, he immediately convened a meeting to discuss the matter of going to the east to deal with the Zerg generals. However, in response to Yi Chen's call, everyone was eager to respond. I'm willing. Those despicable Zerg have caused us to lose 3 war gods in the west. We must settle this score. Exactly. I also want to lend a hand to Commander Yi. Count me in. I want to go too. Count me. Don't fight with me. The enthusiastic voices nearly threatened to lift the roof off. Lu Xian looked at the scene before him, feeling a warmth in his heart. But Sun faced a dilemma. He didn't know whom to send. After all, the Western Military District had suffered the heaviest losses. Especially after the battle with Sima Qing, the battlefield was right within the Western Military District. After that battle, their morale was severely damaged. Originally, the West was the area with the fewest personnel and the most lacking resources among the 3 major military districts. Now, they had lost even more soldiers. He feared that sending people to the east recklessly would lead to a depletion of forces. At that moment, a figure stepped forward. It was Advisor Zhuge. He said in a deep voice, I am willing to go. I will personally select suitable people to accompany me in supporting the Eastern Military District. Lu Xian, seeing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the most trustworthy person in the Western Military District. With him leading the team, he could feel at ease. Good. Then let Advisor Zhuge select people to go. At this moment, in the Eastern Military District, Sun Xuanma quickly walked to the door of Advisor Zhou's room. Just as he was about to push the door open, he was blocked by 2 guards. Commander Sun, Advisor Zhou is resting. Resting? Sun Xuanma frowned slightly. It was still very early in the morning. In his impression, this old advisor, who often worked late into the night, had hardly ever slept at this hour. He had thought that the other party was once again dealing with military affairs all night. The guards explained, it was Commander Yes' order that Advisor Zhou must return to sleep for at least 8 hours. Yi Chen. Sun Xuanmo repeated softly. He couldn't help but feel a bit curious. But then he thought, allowing Advisor Zhou to catch up on sleep was a good thing. Forget it, let him rest more. Just as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. Advisor Zhou walked out. His face was still somewhat pale, but the dark circles under his eyes had noticeably faded and he looked much better. He stretched and yawned. Little Chuanma, do you need something from me? Little Chuanma? Sun Chuanma was taken aback. What kind of address was that? In his life, it was the first time someone had called him that. In that moment, he even doubted whether Advisor Joe was still half asleep. It's nothing, you can continue resting. Sun Chuanma waved his hand. But Advisor Joe shook his head. I've rested enough, just say what you need. Hearing this, Sun Chuanma had no choice but to walk into the room and express his intentions. Once inside, Sun Chuanma got straight to the point. My sister, Sun Jian, went out with Yi Chen last night and hasn't returned all night. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of displeasure. Although they are engaged, if this gets out, what kind of propriety is that? Advisor Zhou, holding a cup of coffee, laughed upon hearing this. I didn't expect you to be so reluctant to marry off your sister. Sun Quanmo's expression changed slightly. Indeed, it was he who had initiated the marriage alliance. But now, especially with Yi Chen's recent decisions, he found everything about him displeasing. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. Besides this matter, you must have other reasons for coming to see me, right? Advisor Zhou sat down, leisurely stirring his coffee. Sun Chuanma hesitated for a moment but still spoke up. Yi Chen is gathering a punitive force, but there are very few who are actually responding. He frowned as he recalled, I heard before that the insect race was lurking at the eastern city gates, and many generals were eager to try. But once Yi Chen arrived, those people suddenly became unenthusiastic, especially the people from the four great families. Sun Quanmo's tone paused. Initially, the four great families were dissatisfied with Yi Chen's rise to power and wished to see him removed. As a result, he had personally cleaned them out. Later, Sun Chuanma selected a new batch of people to take their places. But now, Yi Chen wanted to thoroughly investigate those in the military who were unworthy of their positions. Many officers with unsatisfactory records had received warnings from central envoys. It could be said that Yi Chen had offended both sides. The current attitude of the Eastern Military District towards Yi Chen, don't even mention helping. It would be good enough if they don't create more trouble. After listening, Advisor Zhou asked lightly, so, you want me to help you? Sun Chuanma nodded, looking somewhat troubled. I want to help Yi Chen, but it's hard to speak up. Although Sun Chuanma didn't particularly like Yi Chen, he couldn't just stand by while the insect race wreaked havoc in the east. Don't worry, someone will step in. Advisor Zhou picked up his coffee, his tone firm. Don't forget, among the four great families, the Liu family hasn't suffered much. That kid from the Liu family will most likely be willing to help. He paused, his gaze meaningful, and besides, didn't you notice? With General Yes power, he could easily appoint someone to assist. But now, he has us integrating our own forces. I guess he's screening for his trusted subordinates. Advisor Zhou's lips curled slightly as he whispered, he's observing who is willing to take the initiative to help. At that moment, in a windowside restaurant in the eastern city, Yi Chen sat at a table by the window, gazing out at the myriad lights of the city. Neon lights intertwined, skyscrapers stood tall, and the city under the night sky resembled a flowing river of stars. He sighed softly, the infrastructure capabilities of the East truly impressive. He remembered clearly. The insect tide triggered by Sima Qing had nearly swept across the entire country. The Eastern Military District was also among those attacked at that time. Yet just a few days later, everything here had returned to normal. Even more prosperous than before. Sun Jian was elegantly cutting her steak and glanced at him. There was a hint of pride in her tone. Of course, all of this relies on our Eastern technology. She set down her knife and fork, took a sip of red wine, and continued, in our Eastern Military District, houses are the cheapest items. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. The cheapest houses? This is the first time I've heard of it. That's right. Sun Jian nodded. The building materials are just the readily available cement and steel bars. We only need to input the building templates into a swarm of drones, and then the drones will construct automatically. In just a few days, a skyscraper can rise from nothing right before your eyes. Yi Chen sighed softly. No wonder the East can have such a prosperous scene. Sun Ziyan's eyes flickered with a hint of pride as she said, in the entire Dragon Country. Only the imperial capital can compare with us. Although the prosperity of the imperial capital surpasses ours. But the housing prices in the imperial capital, they're higher than the sky. Yi Chen smiled gently. I've heard some things, but it shouldn't be as exaggerated as you say, right? Do you know the prices of houses near the central district? Sun Jian snorted coldly. Even a toilet could cost tens of millions. Ordinary people work hard their whole lives and may not even be able to afford a house in the imperial capital. Many people have taken loans for 30 or 40 years just to find a place to stay in the imperial capital. Yi Chen frowned slightly. That indeed seems inhumane. So, Sun Jian gently set down her wineglass. People living in the East are happy. Our citizens won't worry about housing. The construction speed and technological level in the East are among the best in the country. Yi Chen looked at her. That is indeed something to be proud of. Of course. Sun Xian's lips curled slightly. After all, the East's drone technology relies entirely on the relics of the ancient gods. Yi Chen's gaze shifted slightly. Ancient god relics? That's right. Sun Jian looked out at the lights, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. It was the technological achievements my parents brought back from the ancient god relics that allowed the people of the East to enjoy such convenience and prosperity. At this point, Sun Xian's expression suddenly darkened. That proud light seemed to be swallowed by the night. She gently pressed her lips together, her gaze no longer on the lights outside but lowered, as if looking at the empty wineglass in her hand. Her eyes slightly reddened, her nostrils gently flared, yet no tears fell. Yi Chen sat quietly beside her. Silent. He did not offer words of comfort. Because he knew that some emotions do not need to be interrupted by others. He vaguely guessed that Sun Jian must have been thinking of her family. He lowered his head and looked at the soul ring on his hand. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the cold ring wall. He had heard about Sun Jian and Sun Quan's parents, as well as that brother. They were all heroes of the eastern region. All had once charged to the front lines, achieving remarkable military feats. Yet in the end, they all fell on the battlefield. With the support of many veterans, Sun Quan became the youngest commander in the East, while Sun Jian, at a young age, took the position of captain of the archery camp. It seems that both of them have had a difficult journey. Yi Chen looked at the woman before him. He had always thought of this fiancée as a valiant Valkyrie on the battlefield, a flower on a high peak. But now it seemed she was just like all women. She could laugh, feel shy, and also have a soft and vulnerable side. After a moment, Sun Jian gently exhaled, pulling herself back from her thoughts. Only then did she realize that Yi Chen was quietly watching her. His gaze was steady, yet it felt as if he could see through to her heart. Sun Jian's heart trembled slightly, and she immediately turned her head away, avoiding those eyes. I just thought of my parents, and it touched my heart a bit. Her voice was low, but it carried a hint of choking emotion. Yi Chen nodded, not asking further. If only my parents and my elder brother were still here. Sun Jian slightly raised her chin, gazing out at the night outside, her eyes gradually brightening. If that were the case, our eastern city would definitely be built even better. A nostalgic smile crept onto her lips. Especially my parents, back when they were still around. The eastern region was just a coastal fishing village. They always wanted to develop our homeland. Her fingertips gently traced the wineglass, her voice soft yet imbued with a firm strength. Now, if they could see the prosperity of the East, I wonder how happy they would be. At this point, she suddenly turned her head, her gaze landing on Yi Chen. It was a determination that could not be refused. So, I will help you. Her words were softly articulated, but each one struck like a hammer in Yi Chen's ears. I will never allow the insect race to survive underground in the eastern city, nor will I permit the city built by my parents to be tarnished by the insect race. She slowly stood up, her back straight, as if swearing on the battlefield. If no one responds to your call, then I, Sun Jian, as the captain of the archery camp, will bring all the members of the archery camp to support you. Thank you. Yi Chen nodded, his voice steady. Sun Jian gently shook her head. I should be the one thanking you. After all, you are fighting for our East. She paused, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of the wineglass. Her gaze lowered, as if brewing something. After a moment of silence, she suddenly raised her eyes, staring at Yi Chen. Actually, I have one thing I want to ask you for help with. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. What is it? Sun Xian took a breath, her tone gradually becoming heavier. My parents and my brother all died on the battlefield against the insect race beyond the skies. Her voice was light and trembling. I watched them die. Yi Chen's gaze deepened, not interrupting her. It was a light so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at. It flashed by, like an illusion. She raised her hand, making a quick stabbing motion, her fingertips trembling slightly. No one saw clearly what it was. Even I only saw that light pass through their bodies. In the next moment, my parents and my brother had their chests pierced. Toxic blood gushed from their mouths. They died just like that on the battlefield beyond the skies. Tears glimmered in Sun Jian's eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. Over the years, I have searched through books and records. She lifted her head, her gaze cold and sharp, but I have never been able to find out what kind of existence was responsible for their deaths. I don't know its abilities, I don't know its appearance, I only know that its speed is infinitely close to the speed of light. Is it him? A cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. One of the 7 solar generals of the insect race, the Sun General. High speed, quick attacks, every move wrapped in dazzling light. This was the most troublesome existence among the 7 solar generals. Unexpectedly, the enemy of the Sun family would be him. Why? Yi-Chen already had the answer in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud, fearing that she might act impulsively, really rush out to the sky and confront the insect race. So, Yi-Chen only said in a deep voice, "I will help you find out the truth." Sun Jian smiled faintly. She spoke, "Thank you for being willing to help me. I really didn't misjudge you, you are a reliable man." Yi-Chen was taken aback for a moment. He had heard countless compliments, but being praised by his fiancée still made him a bit uncomfortable. The two exchanged smiles. Yi-Chen glanced at the time and suggested leaving the restaurant. While settling the bill, he took a glance at the menu. 6,000 dragon coins. They had only had lunch. 300 dragon coins for the shrimp dumplings, and there were only 2. The plating was exquisite, but the taste was average. There were a few other dishes that cost no more than 10 dragon coins, yet they dared to sell them for over 100. The price of one plate was enough for the people in the slums to spend half a month's wages. The key was, after spending thousands, he still hadn't eaten enough. But thinking about it, this was a well-known restaurant in the East, so it was normal for it to be expensive. He silently noted that in the future he would rather order takeout than eat here. At that moment, the waitress recognized them. Her eyes instantly lit up, and her face showed uncontainable excitement. She quickly walked over, her voice trembling. "You are General Yi, right? This is Captain Sun beside you?" Before the two could respond, the waitress had already pulled out her phone from her apron pocket carefully and eagerly saying, "Can we take a picture together? I want to send it to my brother. He is your diehard fan." In the restaurant, several diners also heard the commotion and turned to look. Someone whispered in surprise, "It really is General Yi." Another person excitedly took out their phone, "Captain Sun is here too." Soon, people from several tables stood up, gathering around with their phones. "General Yi, can we take a picture with you? Miss Sun, my mom really likes you." Sun Jian smiled gently, "Of course." Yi-Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead but still stood up. He made way and stood shoulder to shoulder with Sun Jian. Facing a circle of people holding up their phones, the flashes kept going off. The waitress was so excited that her hands trembled, constantly adjusting the shooting angle. Yi-Chen leaned slightly forward, maintaining a polite smile, cooperating as everyone took their group photos one by one. It wasn't until the last guest finished taking their picture that everyone happily dispersed. "Thank you, General Yi." "Thank you, Captain Sun. It's such an honor." Yi-Chen nodded before sitting back down. Just as he took out his card to pay, Sun Jian quickly swiped hers first. "I suggested coming here, so naturally. I'll pay." Then she smiled and said, "Your popularity is really high now. I originally wanted to take you for street food, but I was afraid of being surrounded. I could only bring you to this upscale restaurant with fewer people." Yi-Chen nodded. Becoming a national idol was indeed not easy. He put on a mask and followed Sun Jian out. However, the waitress who had just taken the photos watched their backs. She took out her phone and whispered, "Young Master Chen, I've taken the photos of them dining at Wangchun Tower as you requested." A low voice came from the other end of the line, "Good, very good. Send me the photos, the Chen family will reward you." At this moment, in the imperial capital, the Chen family. On the roof, a golden crystal chandelier hung down. Millions of finely cut crystals sparkled in the light, as if time had frozen. The floor was covered with imported animal skin carpets. The dark golden beast patterns flickered under the light. On the walls, made of spliced sandalwood, hung several authentic works by world-renowned artists. The seal at the signature was silently flaunting wealth. A coffee table carved from a single piece of obsidian reflected the brilliance of the chandelier. A handsome young man in his 20s lounged lazily on a black and gold-trimmed leather sofa, his long fingers playing with his phone. The light from the screen illuminated his profile, casting a cold hue over the smirk at the corner of his lips. After hanging up the phone, he raised his eyes to look at the little maid beside him, who was dressed in a black and white maid outfit. The maid stood respectfully on the thick carpet, holding a silver tray with steaming coffee. "Zhou, send the photos of Yi-Chen at Wangchun Tower to a few media outlets in the capital." His voice was calm yet tinged with a hint of amusement. "Just say Yi-Chen has become the commander of the 3 armies, indulging in pleasure, ignoring the crisis of the Eastern Bug clan, lavishly spending in high-end restaurants with his fiancée." The glass teacup on the coffee table gently swayed, the golden liquid inside rippling slightly. It reflected the coldness in the boy's eyes. "Spend some more money to find smaller media outlets," subtly guiding the narrative. "It won't be long before this youngest marshal becomes the biggest joke in Longhua." The boy chuckled softly, his posture relaxed, yet he resembled a hunter in the capital ready to shred the dignity of his prey at any moment. The maid named Zhou took the phone. Her slender fingers tightened slightly at the edge of the screen, her gaze flickering with hesitation. "Young Master Chen, won't this be a bit inappropriate?" She spoke softly, glancing at the boy's expression from the corner of her eye. Yi Chenhe is the current marshal of Longhua. So what? Chen Zihao suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a knife, his voice laced with suppressed anger. He slowly sat up straight, looking down at Xiaoying with evident dissatisfaction at her doubts. I, Chen Zihao, as the new head of the Chen family, should be achieving great things after taking office. But this Yi Chen has made me lose all face. At this point, his fingers gripped the armrest of the sofa tightly, his knuckles turning white. The resentment in his eyes seemed as if it could bleed. It turned out that as the heir of the Chen family, he was supposed to smoothly enter the northern military district for a gilded career. Yet under Yi Chen's new decree, he was publicly stripped of his military status. And that wild younger brother Chen Ziming, who had popped up from nowhere, instead took the opportunity to climb the ranks and enter the Central Guard Army. He had become the laughingstock of the entire city. He couldn't swallow this anger. Yi Chen, you dare to take my military status? Then I will take your position as marshal. Chen Zihao slowly leaned forward, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let me show you why the Chen family in the capital is known as the richest family in Longhua. Chen Zihao waved his hand, dismissing Xiaoying. He picked up the phone, his tone brief. Come to the reception room. Soon, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a scarred face and a straight posture walked in, exuding a military aura. Uncle Yan. Chen Zihao leaned back on the sofa, his gaze sharp. I need connections in the military. You've been retired for a long time, haven't you? Can you still get in touch with old friends? Yan Hanfeng saluted him, his voice steady and powerful. Although I have been retired for many years, before retiring, I was one of the central envoys, and my military status is that of a 5-star general. I can still reach out to military connections. The corners of Chen Zihao's lips curled slightly, a hint of pride in his smile. The person I need to deal with is Yi Chen. Yan Hanfeng was momentarily taken aback, a flash of surprise in his eyes. But soon, his expression turned serious, his tone firm. I, Yan, am willing to serve the Chen family. The next day, 2 news articles topped the headlines of major portals. The first one, Longhua Marshal Yi Chen on honeymoon with fiancé at Wangchun Tower, accompanied by several clear photos of the couple, the title glaringly eye-catching. The content overwhelmingly criticized Yi Chen. The reporter claimed to be deeply disappointed in Yi Chen. He claims to come to the east to deal with the Bug Clan, but in reality he only cares about his own enjoyment. Spending nearly 10,000 with a woman at a high-end restaurant. The words were sharp, directly pointing at Sun Jiyan. The previously marketed aloof Valkyrie persona is now seen laughing and drinking with Yi Chen, completely lacking military discipline. More provocative statements kept appearing. If Longhua's soldiers indulge like this, what will happen to the civilians when the enemy comes? These reports surged like mushrooms after rain. They quickly fermented, igniting a heated discussion online. Soon, the internet was divided into 2 factions. The majority directly scolded the reporters and the newspaper. What's wrong with a couple enjoying themselves after a battle, fighting for the Dragon Kingdom with all my might, and I still have to be criticized for having a meal? Someone was even more blunt. Journalists are just bad, they're jealous, they're anti-rich. Others defended Yi Chen. This kind of enjoyment isn't worth envying, it's what Commander Yi deserves. Many netizens directly hit the report button, pushing related news down in popularity. But on the other side, some took the opportunity to mock. Yi Chen has become arrogant since becoming a marshal. He's forgotten his roots. Someone said sourly, a meal costs more than my half-year salary. Is this using our tax money for his own enjoyment? Even more extreme comments were shouted. The insect army has retreated. We don't need Yi Chen anymore. The military district should cut military spending and invest the money in national development. Meanwhile, another piece of news was overwhelming in its praise for the Chen family. Reports stated Chen Zihua, the newly appointed head of the Chen family, invested hundreds of billions to establish a children's support fund. This fund is specifically for rebuilding schools and establishing orphanages, providing safe havens for children who have lost their families. He also generously donated millions for disaster recovery in slums. In the accompanying photo, Chen Zihua smiled gently, standing in front of a dilapidated school building, posing with a group of children in worn-out clothes. This scene quickly struck a chord with countless netizens. The comments section was filled with gratitude and praise. Young Master Chen is truly a great philanthropist. This is the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. The Chen family truly deserves to be the richest family. Caring for the world. In just half a day, Chen Zihua's image was packaged into that of a household name philanthropist. Soon after, more news broke. The Chen family would hold a charity gala, where several pieces of famous collections would be auctioned off, with all proceeds going to the Children's Charity Fund. This action once again won the admiration of countless people. At this moment, Eastern Military District Command Room. The now rejuvenated Chief of Staff Zhou sat at the command desk, holding a newspaper. He frowned slightly and said softly, "It seems Commander Yi is in trouble." After saying this, he instructed the communications officer to contact Yi Chen. Before long, Yi Chen pushed the door open and calmly looked at him. Chief of Staff Zhou, what do you need me for? Haven't you seen the news? Chief of Staff Zhou lifted his chin and pointed to the newspaper. Yi Chen shook his head. I haven't had time to look. I've been studying the map of the eastern cities these past few days. His voice was very flat, but there was a hint of deep thought in his eyes. The buildings in the eastern cities were too dense, and the terrain was complex. He was trying to recall the location of the ancient god ruins in the eastern cities from his previous life. However, in this life, the East had undergone several insect disasters, and the streets and landscape had been completely changed. He found it difficult to confirm and could only spend more time studying. Then, Yi Chen picked up the newspaper. As he glanced down, the first thing that caught his eye was the news about him and Sun Jiyan. He merely scoffed. Today's news media will do anything for heat and traffic. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Their conscience has been eaten by dogs. To him, this was just a minor issue. The people who support me won't be deceived by such things. However, Chief of Staff Zhou shook his head and tapped his finger on another column of the newspaper. Commander Yi, take a look at this. Following his fingertip, Yi Chen noticed the second headline. It was the news about Chen Zihua. Chief of Staff Zhou paused, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. This Chen Zihua, as the new head of the Chen family, has always been very low-key. Or rather, the entire Chen family has always been low-key. He looked at Yi Chen, his expression serious. In today's Dragon Kingdom, on the surface, the richest family is the Ma family. But in reality, the Chen family is the most wealthy and powerful underground tycoon. He lightly tapped the newspaper. Today, first-year dining incident was exposed. Then, this Chen Zihua suddenly began to publicly promote his charitable endeavors. Moreover, these two reports almost came from the same media outlet. Chief of Staff Zhou narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "It seems that this incident was likely orchestrated by the Chen family." With a shift in tone, he asked directly, "Commander Yi, does this Chen Zihao have a conflict with you?" Upon hearing that name, Yi Chen immediately understood. Chen Zihahi was indeed the brother of Chen Ziming. He had helped Chen Ziming, which naturally offended Chen Zihao. However, he never expected that the Chen family had such terrifying power behind them. The underground tycoon of Long Country. Just hearing that title made it clear he was not to be trifled with. But Yi Chen merely smiled lightly. If his hatred can benefit the people, if he can really throw money into rebuilding the slums, then I would be happy to have such an enemy. Advisor Zhou's expression darkened. Commander Yi, you are thinking too simply. Now that Chen Zihao is stepping onto the stage using you as a stepping stone, it's clear he's targeting you. Perhaps his goal is your position as marshal. He stared at Yi Chen. His tone heavy. The so-called charitable funds of the Chen family are merely a means to gain fame. This money won't end up in the hands of the poor. Instead, it will be transferred from one hand to the other effortlessly, reaping a wave of praise. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression remained calm. So he is a hypocrite. I know nothing about finance, and I really thought he was so kind-hearted. He shook his head, seemingly self-deprecating. No wonder, back in the slums, I saw news every day about the wealthy donating, yet we still couldn't fill our stomachs or keep warm. After saying this, Yi Chen smiled faintly. No need to worry. Such a person is not worthy of being my opponent. The position of marshal cannot be bought with money. If he lacks the ability, even if I give him the position, he won't be able to hold it down. After all, this Chen Zihao was just a spoiled rich kid. If Chen Zihao truly had the capability, how could he not even qualify to enter the elite training camp? He even had to snatch Chen Ziming's spot. He despised those who relied on their family to rise to power without any real ability. If Chen Zihao really came to trouble him, he would definitely not hold back. Meanwhile, in the capital city, the night was falling. In the Chen family's private villa, the lights were bright and the decor was luxurious. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, illuminating the bright red carpet, and the air was filled with the scent of wine and perfume. In the hall, voices were bustling. Wealthy individuals from various places, dressed elegantly, held high-stemmed wine glasses, either engaging in quiet conversations or mingling socially. In the center of the stage, a band was playing lively string music pleasing to the ear. Auction items were displayed one by one on the exhibition stands. Jade, ancient paintings, pearls shining brilliantly under the lights. Many reporters had already set up their equipment, aiming their cameras at the crowd to capture every smiling face. They looked excited, with pens and recorders ready to document everything. This was because Chen Zihao had just announced that tonight there would not only be an auction but also a major press conference waiting to unfold. The entire scene was extraordinarily lively, yet there were undercurrents swirling beneath. Chen Zihao sat at the center of the banquet. Surrounded by lights and the clinking of glasses, several young wealthy men gathered around, whispering and laughing. Brother Hao, are you really planning to go after Commander Yi? He's a national idol, my parents compare me to him every day. Chen Zihao gently swirled his wine glass, the red wine reflecting the cold smile at the corner of his mouth. I've been displeased with him for a long time. However, I'm not reckless. There's a reason for what I'm doing. He raised his glass, his tone firm and composed. He has just ascended to the position of marshal, and his foundation is not yet stable. Within the military, many are dissatisfied with him. If I can win people's hearts at this moment, perhaps I can turn his subordinates into my own. In this way, I can also use his achievements to my advantage. When the time is right, I will accumulate my strength and strike, pushing him off the marshal's platform in one fell swoop. As he finished speaking, he tilted his head back and drank the wine in one go. The young wealthy men exchanged glances, then began to applaud and praise him. Brother Hao is indeed impressive. Marshal Hao, come, I toast to you. Once you become the marshal, don't forget about us brothers. For a moment, flattery echoed all around. Chen Zihao laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Don't worry, once I rise to power, I will never forget you all. Chen Zihao said with a gleam in his eyes, Yi Chen is just a discarded child of the family. Unlike me, I have the connections of the Chen family as my backing. He raised his glass, looking pleased with himself. I also have connections in the military. My personal bodyguard, Yan Hanfeng, was a 5-star general back in the day and served as a central envoy, knowing many important figures in the center. Now, he has already gathered quite a bit of support for me. Connections, power, funds, I lack none. Why shouldn't I compete with him? Several wealthy young men quickly chimed in. Captain Hao is the true leader, Yi Chen is nothing. That's right, didn't that foreigner say it before? Yi Chen is just a product of the deification movement. How can he compare to Brother Hao, the true god? At this point, someone suddenly brought it up. Brother Hao, didn't you join the Northern Military District? Why did you suddenly withdraw? As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere froze. Chen Zihao's expression stiffened, and his smile faded. The matter of changing military status. Although not publicly disclosed by the center, everyone had some understanding. Naturally, he couldn't say it outright and could only force a cold laugh. Ha! I just couldn't stand that Yi Chen, that's why I withdrew from the military. What is he? Young and yet elevated to such a position. Let me take orders from him? I absolutely refuse. He straightened his back, his tone stubborn. I am the recognized heir of the Chen family, having inherited all the family assets long ago. And he, Yi Chen, is just a puppet in the political arena. Just then, Xiaoying walked over, leaning down to whisper, Young master, the press conference is about to start. There are already many reporters and civilians gathered outside. They have been waiting for a long time. Chen Zihao nodded, bid farewell to a few friends, and stepped toward the door. Pushing open the heavy iron door, a cacophony of noise rushed at him. Outside, reporters had already gathered in droves. Flashing lights flickered, illuminating the night as if it were day. Rows of cameras pointed like long guns at the villa's entrance. Young Master Chen, I heard you have an important announcement tonight. Is there a new investment project? Young Master Chen, this is your first public appearance after succeeding as the family head. Can you talk about your future plans? Will the funds from the charity auction be invested in disaster area reconstruction? Reporters raised their microphones, shouting loudly. The mixed voices almost vibrated the air with a buzzing sound. Meanwhile, many citizens were also squeezed together at the back of the crowd. Some held up their phones to livestream. Discussions buzzed with curiosity and excitement on their faces. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Zihao stepped out. He walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and spoke steadily. Actually, I have always felt guilty. As the new head of the Chen family, holding funds and assets, I have not been able to truly contribute to the country and the people. He spoke of the insect disaster in the capital, his eyes filled with sorrow. At that moment, I was heartbroken. Countless people lost their loved ones, their homes, everything. Some have worked hard their entire lives, with loans still unpaid, and their homes, which they lived in for only a few years, were destroyed by the insect disaster. Many in the audience had red eyes. Some quietly sobbed, while others recalled their own losses. Chen Zihao looked at them, his expression sorrowful, but deep down he felt secretly pleased. The speech was effective. He could feel he had control over the crowd's emotions. Therefore, I have decided to contribute to the country and the people. All proceeds from tonight's auction will be used for disaster area reconstruction. Chen Group's real estate business will significantly reduce prices and launch a new insurance plan to ensure the safety of citizens' property. As soon as he finished speaking, the enthusiastic atmosphere instantly cooled down. Many faces showed disappointment. Housing prices, insurance. This had nothing to do with the lives of the lower-class citizens. They only wanted to know if they could eat enough and stay warm. Chen Zihao looked at the crowd's dissatisfaction, a surge of anger rising in his chest. Hundreds of billions in concessions, and still not satisfied? He gritted his teeth inwardly but maintained his smile. After a moment, he raised the microphone, his tone: "You destroyed your own homeland. Therefore, I swear I will not tolerate the insect race continuing to ravage the Dragon Kingdom. I will provide both money and effort to support the military to clear out the remaining remnants in the east and completely eliminate the insect race." With a thunderous sound, the crowd below erupted once again. Some raised their arms in cheers, while others cried out in tears, vowing to kill the insect race. Flashing lights flickered wildly, and the shouts pierced the night sky. Chen Zihao stood under the spotlight, reveling in this fervent adulation. Watching this scene, Chen Zihao felt a surge of secret delight. He hadn't expected this tactic to be so effective. He had watched many of Yi Chen's speeches and understood long ago if the conflict could be directed towards the outer insect race, it would be easy to win people's hearts. Yi Chen. Didn't expect it, did you? Your manipulative tricks have long been learned by me. He sneered triumphantly in his heart. Meanwhile, in the Western Military District's tent, the charcoal fire blazed brightly, steam rolling from the iron pot. The aroma of roasted meat mingled with the spiciness of strong liquor, filling the room. Yin Hanfeng raised his cup, laughter ringing out. Sitting across from him was an old general with white hair and beard. This man was one of the war gods of the Western Military District, Wang Hanzhong. Although over 100 years old, this old war god still appeared vigorous and robust. His brows revealed a sharp brilliance. "Old Huang, your health truly makes me envious. At your age, you can still serve in the military." Yin Hanfeng looked at the old general before him and couldn't help but praise him. Huang Hanzhong chewed on his meat heartily, grease on his beard. Hearing this, he laughed heartily and downed his drink in one go. "Hey, don't underestimate my old bones. As long as I raise my bow, who on the battlefield dares to say they charge ahead of me?" The two clinked their cups, the liquor splashing onto the table, flowing down the wood grain. The camaraderie from past battlefields made the atmosphere momentarily warm. Yin Hanfeng's eyes flickered slightly, his smile fading. He set down his cup, his tone serious. "Old Huang, I came here today with a request." Huang Hanzhong raised his eyes, absent-mindedly stroking his beard. "Oh, go on." Under the firelight, Yin Hanfeng's expression turned grave. "I am currently serving the Chen family. The Chen family has done me a favor. Now the young master wants to lead troops to attack the eastern insect race. If you could assist, it would be foolproof." Huang Hanzhong frowned slightly, putting down the meat in his hand. "This matter, shouldn't it be Yi Chen's responsibility?" Yin Hanfeng immediately shook his head, speaking earnestly. "Yi Chen? What I've seen in the east these past few days is not someone worth entrusting. He indulges in pleasure and is arrogant. The other military districts already do not respect him, and now they feel he is unworthy of use." Huang Hanzhong fell silent, his fingers lightly tapping the table. He had heard the rumors about Yi Chen, but he knew in his heart that Yi Chen had clashed with the major military districts to save a few war gods. "Yin Hanfeng, do you really think Yi Chen is forcing the military districts to hand over relic treasures to the research institute just to save people?" He spoke slowly, his voice deep. Yin Hanfeng's gaze sharpened, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Senior, that may not be the case." Yin Hanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, setting down his cup, his tone gradually lowering. "Old Huang, in fact, Yi Chen is not as you think." He picked up the pot and refilled Huang Hanzhong's cup. "On the surface, he is forcing the major military districts to hand over materials from the ancient god relics to save a few war gods. But in reality?" Yin Hanfeng sneered, his fingers lightly tapping the table. "Yi Chen has friends in the research institute. Moreover, he also holds a bachelor's degree from the research institute. Think about it carefully, what he is doing serves two purposes. First, testing the obedience of the troops to see who dares to defy orders. Second, paving the way for his friends, secretly supporting his own power." The flickering firelight seemed to dull the aroma of the roasted meat. Huang Hanzhong's brows gradually furrowed, his gaze heavy. Seeing this, Yin Hanfeng added another knife. "What's worse is, these actions bring no benefit to those war gods who are poisoned, even possibly delaying treatment, endangering their lives." As the words fell, the tent fell silent for a moment, leaving only the sound of wine bowls lightly clinking. Huang Hanzhong slowly raised his eyes, half squinting as he fixed his gaze on Yin Hanfeng. That look was sharp, carrying the coldness of someone who had experienced the battlefield. "Oh," he spoke softly, his beard gently trembling. "What are your plans? Go on," Yin Hanfeng advised. "Since the West is peaceful now, if Elder Huang is free, why not join our Chen family's team and take a trip to the east?" He raised his cup in a toast, his eyes flickering. "If that General Yi is truly as useless as rumored, you can report this matter early. For the military district, it wouldn't be a bad thing." Huang Hanzhong pondered for a moment, lifted his wine bowl, and drank it all in one go. That makes some sense. I haven't really met Yi Chen either, it wouldn't hurt to see him. After saying this, he reached out to tear off a piece of roasted meat, chewing it with delight. Seeing this, Yen Hanfeng felt a surge of joy and immediately seized the opportunity to say, "Elder, you can rest assured, this trip to the east, travel expenses, vehicle costs, appearance fees, and even military expenses will all be borne by young Master Chen." He shifted his tone, speaking with even more certainty. "You can bring your troops along, the more, the better. After all, this is an operation against the insect race, which can not only earn prestige for the Western Military District but also showcase your reputation as the war god Huang." Huang Hanzhong wiped his beard and nodded with a smile. "All right, then I will bring 3,000 men along. Then it's settled." Yen Hanfeng immediately stood up, raising his cup, his expression invigorated. "Young Master Chen has already made all the arrangements. We can set off as soon as you give the order." The firelight in the tent flickered, the aroma of wine and meat intertwined, and the atmosphere seemed even more fervent. Yet beneath the excitement, a dark tide was quietly surging. After leaving the Western Military District, Yen Hanfeng immediately called Chen Zihao to report. "The war god Huang from the Western Military District has agreed to accompany us to the east, but he is different from others. He plans to first assess Yi Chen's strength and attitude before deciding whether to help. This is the toughest nut to crack. After all, he is the old war god of the West." Yen Hanfeng paused, his tone becoming resolute. "Other forces, the Eastern Military District, the Northern Military District, and even the Central Envoys have all responded to me. Their attitude is clear, they all express a willingness to follow young Master Chen." At this moment, Chen Zihao, who had just held a press conference, revealed a look of ecstatic joy upon hearing this news. He won. He had already won. So many people supported him. When the day came for Yi Chen to lead the charge against the insect race, he just needed to show up with his team. Yi Chen would become his backdrop. By then, he could even announce to the outside world Yi Chen's appeal was nowhere near his own. He was utterly unworthy of sitting in the marshal's position. He could also tell all those following Yi Chen, helping Yi Chen would bring no benefits, but following him would yield rich rewards. Military funds, cultivation materials, fame, status, all of these the Chen family could provide. With great rewards, there will surely be brave men. He didn't believe that people truly viewed money as nothing. Thinking of this, Chen Zihao's heart surged with excitement. In fact, the Chen family had long wanted to enter the military circle. After all, as the underground tycoon of Long Country, they had already made enough money. Now, what they truly sought was power. For this, his parents had already laid the groundwork. Yen Hanfeng was the key piece left for him by the Chen family. If this operation succeeded and he could take away Yi Chen's reputation, then perhaps he could use this achievement to directly knock on the doors of the military's high ranks. The next morning, Yi Chen and Sun Jiyan arrived early at the Eastern Military District's main venue. Today marked the third day since he issued the military order to attack the insect race. It was also the final deadline. If none of the three military districts responded, the East would have to act alone. Sun Ziyan's eyes carried a hint of worry. She had heard quite a few rumors along the way. Many soldiers, dissatisfied with Yi Chen's decisions, refused to respond to the call. If that were the case, today would be the moment Yi Chen lost all face. Suddenly, from the distant horizon, a low rumble echoed. First, dozens of armed helicopters broke through the sky, their wings slicing through the air like a flock of iron birds. Following closely behind, large transport planes trailed long tails of fire, arranged in clear formations, casting a shadow over the sky. On the horizon, a convoy of armored vehicles marched forward, their treads grinding over the earth, stirring up dust like waves. And higher up, several transport ships slowly approached, their massive hulls blocking out the sun. Hundreds of fighter jets circled around them, their presence resembling a real combat exercise. The entire airspace of the Eastern Military District was instantly enveloped by the roar of aircraft and shifting lights. The sense of oppression made hearts race. Even ordinary soldiers looked up, unable to suppress their gasps. Troops descended, forming orderly lines. Military flags fluttered, and weapons stood tall. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood like mountains, their breaths converging, as if coalescing into a force of iron-blooded killing intent. Sun Jiyan stared blankly at the scene before her, her heart surging. This was no mere response to a command. This was a grand assembly capable of shaking the entire army. Just as everyone thought that all of this was the response to Yi Chen's call for a punitive force, suddenly, the clouds roiled. A massive space battleship seemed to tear through the void. The battleship shimmered with colors. Its hull was covered in metallic patterns, layered like dragon scales, reflecting the brilliance of the morning sun. The sides of the deck were inlaid with red gold carvings, resembling a palace soaring through the air. Dozens of energy veins flowed across the surface of the ship, pulsating like the bloodline of a divine dragon, radiating dazzling light. At the bow, a large spiritual energy crystal was embedded, refracting brilliant rays. That was the unique energy core of the Chen family. Each pulse made the surrounding air tremble like the beating of a drum. Accompanied by dozens of escort teams, this extraordinarily luxurious space battleship slowly descended over the eastern military district, adding an invisible might to the already shocking scene. Sun Jiyan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She immediately recognized the totem emblazoned on the battleship's hull, the golden lion, roaring with its head held high, of the Chun family from the imperial capital. This was not a military battleship. It was a private spaceship forged by the Chun family with their wealth. Moments later, the battleship's hatch slowly opened. The gangway unfurled like a golden dragon. A figure slowly walked out from the hatch. It was Chen Zihao. He wore finely tailored luxurious clothing, adorned with insignias symbolizing his status, and walked with a leisurely grace. Behind him, the maid Xiaoying elegantly followed, holding up her skirt, while the bodyguard Yen Hanfeng stood like an iron tower at his side. Chen Zihao stood at the top of the gangway, looking down at the neatly arranged soldiers below. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a mix of appreciation and disdain. He raised his eyes to look at Yi Chen, his expression filled with pride. In his view, Yi Chen was far too naive. As the commander of the three armies, he lacked the strength to summon 100,000 troops. He was no match for himself, who could simply use money to assemble this grand army. He lowered his gaze to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked up, coldly meeting his gaze. The two locked eyes in midair. Sparks suddenly flew. In an instant, Yi Chen's expression hardened. He had already seen through Chen Zihao's intentions. Such a massive force, neatly arrayed before him, did not take orders from him, the commander of the three armies. Instead, it was Chen Zihao who could command them with his own power. If this matter were to spread, Yi Chen's prestige would be utterly trampled. His identity as the commander of the three armies would become a laughingstock. As expected, Yi Chen sneered inwardly, his expression indifferent yet sharp. This young Master Chen is coming for me. His eyes were like blades, showing no retreat as he stared directly at Chen Zihao. In his gaze, coldness and provocation intertwined. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. After a moment, Chen Zihao snorted coldly, the first to look away, stepping down from the spaceship. Click, click. The flashlight suddenly lit up. Rows of reporters rushed forward, cameras in hand. These media outlets, all from the imperial capital, came along with Chen Zihao. They frantically pressed their shutters, capturing every step Chen Zihao took as he descended from the cabin door. In front of the cameras, Chen Zihao wore a confident smile. With every gesture, he exuded composure. His gaze and posture seemed to reflect a born leader, destined to stand at the center of the stage. Surrounded by a throng of reporters, he walked straight up to Yi Chen. He raised his hand and smiled. Commander Yi, I am Chen Zihao. I've long admired your reputation. Not long ago, I heard that Commander Yi would lead the army to attack the eastern Bug tribe. As a citizen of the imperial capital, I have suffered greatly from the Bug tribe's persecution. Upon hearing the call, I personally funded $1 million to invite the army for assistance. As soon as he finished speaking, the reporters erupted into a frenzy of clicks. Under the flashing lights, Chen Zihao's smile was magnified infinitely. Yi Chen smiled faintly and extended his hand to shake. His expression was neither humble nor arrogant, his voice steady and calm. Young Master Chen cares for the people and is willing to contribute. For that, I am grateful. The soldiers of the Eastern Military District, witnessing this scene, wore complex expressions. Some whispered in awe, the Chen family's financial power, truly terrifying. They can actually invite such a large force. This isn't just about money, right? Just now, I saw the legendary General Huang from the Western Military District. That's not someone you can just casually invite, without extreme connections. Don't even think about it. They've even invited the war god? Young Master Chen's influence is too great. Young Master Chen is a major financier. Inviting these people, the payment must be substantial. Sigh, if only I could join young Master Chen's ranks, how wonderful that would be. Discussions rose and fell. Many soldiers looked at Chen Zihao and the accompanying army with admiration and envy. They couldn't help but feel a sense of disparity. Clearly, it was a day to attack the Bug tribe, yet the passion ignited in their hearts was dampened by the impact of this luxury and financial power. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Zihao felt even more pleased. The smile on his face gradually took on a hint of mockery. He scanned the crowd, deliberately lowering his voice but ensuring everyone could hear. Strange. Isn't today the day to attack the Bug tribe? He paused, his gaze fixed directly on Yi Chen. Why haven't I seen the troops from other military districts responding to the call? As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Chen Zihao smiled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Could it be that apart from the Eastern Military District, no one else is responding to Commander Yi's call? Chen Zihao's expression darkened, suddenly feigning anger. He looked around, his tone suddenly rising. Could it be that the other military districts don't take Commander Yi's words to heart at all? After a brief silence, he said in disappointment, "If truly no one comes to support Commander Yi, then wouldn't Commander Yi become the bald commander?" Listening to the discussions around him, Sun Jiyan suddenly raised her intercom and issued an order. "All troops of the Wuxi camp, stand by. Assemble immediately at the military camp square." As the command was given, boom, countless mechas from the Eastern Military District took to the sky simultaneously. Iron wings trembled, flames erupted, like a steel torrent breaking through the sky. In less than 5 minutes, over 1,000 mechas were neatly lined up behind Sun Jiyan. The ground rumbled and the air trembled. The scene was as shocking as a mountain collapse or a tsunami. Sun Jiyan coldly commanded, "Report." The sound roared like thunder, echoing through the military camp. 1,000 soldiers stood in perfect formation, showing no signs of slackness. Then, she strode up to Yi Chen and knelt on one knee. "Wuxi camp, all 1,000 personnel are present. Please give your orders, Commander Yi." At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone understood clearly Sun Jiyan was backing Yi Chen. Without prior preparation, it would have been impossible for these 1,000 soldiers to assemble fully armed in just a few minutes. Yi Chen's expression darkened, and he nodded slightly. "Stand by." His tone was not loud, but it was incredibly steady. It was as if thunder had struck, forcefully calming the restless atmosphere in the venue. However, suddenly, a loud, abrupt laugh broke the heavy atmosphere. It was Chen Zihao. He laughed so hard he doubled over, completely unable to hold it in. Ha-ha-ha. Laughter echoed across the square, drawing countless gazes. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had thought that Yi Chen could at least gather 10,000 people. In the end, it was merely 1,000. And they were gathered thanks to women. How ridiculous. This commander of the 3 armies turned out to be just a hollow shell. Seeing everyone looking at him, he immediately suppressed his laughter and clapped his hands. With a gentle curve at the corners of his mouth, he put on an expression of great admiration. "Ha, everyone, don't misunderstand. The martial archery camp under Commander Yi is truly remarkable. Well trained. It makes me unable to help but admire them, which is why I lost my composure and laughed out loud." At this point, he deliberately paused, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He then continued, his voice booming. "It seems Commander Yi believes that the soldiers of the Eastern Military District are very strong. 1,000 elite troops are enough to eliminate 4 generals of the insect race." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the venue froze again. Everyone knew it was flattery, but it sounded like blatant sarcasm in their ears. Everyone present understood. Dealing with generals of the insect race was no easy task. Unless a god of war-level powerhouse personally intervened, it was impossible to kill them with just 1,000 people. Even a general in the army would need to coordinate with a large force, relying on tactics and attrition to barely hold their ground. But now, Yi Chen had only a mere 1,000 men. No matter how you looked at it, it was insufficient. Someone thought Chen Zihao was unaware of the situation and quietly reminded him, "Young Master Chen, Commander Yi has so few people by his side. To deal with the insect race, I'm afraid it's far from enough." Before he could finish, Chen Zihao's expression darkened, and he suddenly scolded, "You dare? Do you know what kind of status Commander Yi holds? At such a young age, he sits in the position of Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom. How could he be a name without substance? Even with only 1,000 men, Commander Yi can surely lead them to break the enemy forces." The person was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and nodded in agreement. Right. Commander Yi will definitely succeed. I have faith in him." The others also chimed in, but their tone carried a different meaning. "Anyway, the army young Master Chen invited has tens of thousands of troops, and there's a god of war overseeing it. What are we afraid of? Yes, with young Master Chen here, it's stable. If it really relies only on Commander Yi's 1,000 men, that would truly be a death wish." Voices rose and fell. On the surface, they were in agreement, but in reality, they drew a stark contrast between Yi Chen and Chen Zihao. One side had a lonely 1,000 men, while the other boasted a grand army of tens of thousands. The disparity was glaringly obvious. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. Countless drones swept across the sky, trailing light. On the horizon, thousands of mechs marched in unison, rumbling towards them. Everyone looked up. They saw countless soldiers from the Eastern Military District carrying drones, their mechs shining, rushing towards them like a torrent of steel. Leading them was General Liu Yi of the Eastern Military District. He had an elegant demeanor, and after landing, he first smiled slightly and cupped his hands in salute. "Commander Yi, young Master Chen, I have long admired you both." Then, he became serious and said, "I, Liu Yi, have been ordered to lead 1,000 men from the armored camp to assist." The armored camp landed in unison, forming an orderly line. The imposing presence instantly bolstered the ranks behind Yi Chen. This scene invigorated many soldiers following Yi Chen. Commander Yi was not alone. However, in Chen Zihao's eyes, it was still not enough. He raised his hand, clapping enthusiastically, his face beaming. Good, good. The armored camp of the Eastern Military District truly lives up to its reputation. After praising for a moment, he suddenly turned his head, his gaze drifting between Lu Yi and Sun Jian. Then, his smile deepened. He walked to Yi Chen's side, but his voice carried a sting. However, I find it a bit strange. Why is it only people from the Eastern Military District who have come? What about the other two major military districts? Why haven't we seen a single shadow? Is it only Miss Sun and the Eastern Military District who support you? He paused, feigning concern. But his voice was deliberately lowered so that those around could hear. If this gets out, wouldn't it be said that our commander Yi can only rely on women to hold the fort? Relying on a woman to live off her, the title doesn't sound too good, does it? As soon as Sun Jian heard this, her anger flared up. But before she could speak, Yi Chen smiled and said softly, to marry a wife like this, isn't that a skill in itself? His words instantly silenced the room. Even Sun Jian felt her cheeks flush, and the words she was about to utter got stuck in her throat. Chen Zihao had expected to see Yi Chen furious and embarrassed, but instead, he received a nonchalant retort. He felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He had wanted to see Yi Chen flustered, even begging him for help. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen merely smiled lightly, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Or rather, did Yi Chen really think that the luxurious team he had assembled with money would heed his commands? Chen Zihao snorted coldly in his heart, then stepped forward, closing the distance to Yi Chen, his voice sharp. Commander Yi, why not call in a few more people? The few around you really aren't enough to see. He deliberately paused, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, if Commander Yi is willing to borrow some troops from me, that wouldn't be impossible. It's just that they might be a bit dissatisfied after all. The salary I offer isn't low. The money for bringing them here is 5 times their usual military pay. He stood tall, his face brimming with pride. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen seemed to look at him seriously for the first time, raising an eyebrow and feigning surprise. Young Master Chen's financial power is truly admirable. Before he finished speaking, however, he suddenly shook his head and sighed. Young Master Chen's good intentions are as clear as day. It's just, unfortunately, your money probably won't cover the army's expenses. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around were taken aback. Chen Zihao immediately let out a cold laugh. Commander Yi need not worry. My Chen family is large and prosperous. Would we care about these? Don't mention 5 times, even 10 times, Chen Zihao, can still afford it. As he spoke, he deliberately emphasized his tone. A mere military expense is nothing but a drop in the bucket for my Chen family. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly smiled. That smile seemed gentle, but his eyes were like a bottomless cold pool. Oh, is that so? Then that's good, I can rest easy. I was worried that young Master Chen's actions would burden the Chen family. For some reason, upon hearing this, Chen Zihao's heart tightened suddenly. He had just been full of vigor, but now an inexplicable sense of unease arose. Chen Zihao, slightly dissatisfied, asked coldly, does Commander Yi look down on our Chen family's financial power? Yi Chen quickly shook his head with a smile. How could that be? Young Master Chen's intentions, I certainly understand. As soon as he finished speaking, dust began to swirl ahead. The roar of thunder shook the heavens and the earth. The 3,000 iron cavalry of the Western Military District charged in unison from afar. Their war chariots were mottled in color, and their armor was covered in signs of repair. The flames from the power engines flickered intermittently, appearing somewhat outdated. Yet despite this, the overwhelming aura of slaughter that rushed toward them was 10 times more intense than any new elite unit. This was not the momentum brought by equipment, but the iron-blooded killing intent forged through blood and fire. At the center of the formation, a special vehicle stood out. It was a modified command vehicle. Its appearance was not extravagant, but it was wrapped in heavy steel plates, resembling a slumbering giant beast. On top of the vehicle sat a person. With a feather fan gently waving, his gaze was piercing. Dressed in a white robe, he exuded a calmness and strategy akin to that of a scholar. This person was none other than the strategist of the Western Military District Zhuge Kanshu. The 3,000 iron cavalry came to a thunderous halt, and the dust settled. A mountain-like killing intent instantly enveloped the entire area, causing many onlookers to feel a sinking sensation in their hearts and sweat in their palms. Zhuge Kanshu slowly rose, putting away his feather fan, and looked down at the crowd from his vehicle. The next moment, he leaped down, landing as steady as a rock. He bowed deeply, his voice resonant. The Western Military District, 3,000 soldiers, have come at your summons. His voice shook the heavens and echoed in their ears. Yi Chen stepped forward to meet him, facing him directly. The two locked eyes, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Yi Chen took a step closer. In front of everyone, he bowed deeply and spoke earnestly. Advisor Zhuge, I am truly grateful for your assistance in bringing troops. He knew very well that the Western Military District had just suffered a heavy blow not long ago. The city was in ruins, desperately in need of soldiers and generals. Now, being able to mobilize 3,000 iron cavalry from the assault camp to help was not only a matter of face for him but also a source of confidence. Advisor Zhuge merely waved his feather fan lightly, smiling as he gestured dismissively. General Yi is being too modest. With the insect race as a formidable enemy, how can we stand by idly? As fellow humans, we must work together. His gaze swept across the room, sharp as a knife. Though his words were gentle, they carried an undeniable firmness. Then, Advisor Zhuge stepped closer, lowering his voice so only Yi Chen could hear. This mission is not solely my decision. Commander Lu Xian personally ordered it, strongly requesting troop support. General Yi need not worry, the western cities have basically stabilized. If it weren't for that, even if I wanted to, I couldn't mobilize so many people. After speaking, Advisor Zhuge lightly waved his fan, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, as if he wanted to convey this belief deep into Yi Chen's heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart and nodded solemnly. With the West's assistance, I, Yi Chen, will not let you down. At this moment, looking at the imposing crowd beside Yi Chen, Chen Zihao's expression changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 people had gathered around Yi Chen. Now, only the northern military district had yet to arrive. Their prolonged absence made him uneasy. Could it be? The northern military district was the strongest military district. Their delay in coming. Could it be because they had too many people to mobilize at once? If the northern military district truly sent out all their forces, bringing 100,000 troops to bear down, wouldn't that steal all his thunder? While he was lost in thought, suddenly, urgent news came from the front. The northern military district has sent people. Everyone looked up in unison. They saw several dark figures racing across the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. In an instant, more than a dozen black Falcon-type flying vehicles tore through the sky like arrows piercing the sun. Zhang Yuan landed first, his voice booming like a bell. The assault camp of the northern military district, 12 men, reporting for duty. Seeing this scene, Chen Zihao couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the northern military district only sent 12 people? Isn't this a joke? And a young kid is the camp leader? Isn't he about the same age as General Yi? What happened? Did the others in the assault camp all die? As his words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned sharply towards him, their expressions varied, a chill rising in the air. In that moment, a sense of unease stirred in Chen Zihao's heart. He forced himself to calm down, hiding his smile. Turning to Yen Hanfeng, he whispered, "Is there something wrong with what I said?" Yen Hanfeng frowned, sighed. His voice was extremely low, yet it struck Chen Zihao's heart like a heavy hammer. The assault camp has the highest casualty rate in the northern military district. The reason they only have 12 men is that the others all died on the front lines resisting the insect disaster, sacrificing themselves to protect the city. Though they are few in number, they are indeed the most respected troops. Young master, your earlier words were indeed disrespectful. A few simple words, yet they struck like thunder. Chen Zihao's face changed drastically. A chill ran through him, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. It was only then that he realized he had misspoken. He quickly forced a smile, pretending to apologize, clasping his fists in a gesture of contrition. I misspoke earlier, please do not take offense. However, the cold, piercing gazes remained fixed on him, lingering for a long time. Chen Zihao hurriedly approached Zhang Yuan, forcing a smile as he cupped his hands. I was wrong earlier and offended the northern military district. If Captain Zhang has any dissatisfaction, I am willing to make amends to show my apology. Zhang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he snorted directly. Compensation? His gaze was like a knife, piercing straight into Chen Zihao's heart. I, Zhang Yuan, do not care for that. My strength is indeed inferior. My age is indeed still young, but the blood of the assault camp flows on me. I will never allow anyone to tarnish the reputation of the assault camp. He shot a sidelong glance at Chen Zihao. His expression was stern, his tone icy. How could a spoiled rich kid understand the ambition of the assault camp? I disdain to argue with you. With that, he turned and walked straight to Yi Chen's side, standing tall. His sharpness was evident, yet he stood as steady as a mountain. Chen Zihao's face darkened, turmoil churning in his chest. He had already bowed his head to apologize, yet this kid dared to mock him publicly? If it weren't for the crowd, he would have wanted to make Zhang Yuan disappear immediately. He cursed inwardly. No wonder the death rate in the assault camp is high. It turns out to be a bunch of crazy people looking for death. However, on the surface, he dared not say more, forcing a smile. After all, so many people were watching, and he still had to maintain the Chen family's face. At that moment, Yen Hanfeng stepped forward, clasping his fists and speaking. Commander Yi, the 3 major military districts have all arrived. His voice was deep, carrying a sense of pressure. In that case, can we set off to attack the insect race? As his words fell, all eyes in the room turned to Yi Chen. The flags of the 3 military districts fluttered in the wind. 5,000 iron cavalry, 12 from the assault camp. The killing intent surged. They were just waiting for Yi Chen's command. They would immediately become Yi Chen's sharp blades, fighting alongside him. Meanwhile, Chen Zihao stared at Yi Chen, secretly sneering. He wanted to see how these 5,000 troops would deal with 5 elite insect generals. Just then, Yi Chen stepped forward. He surveyed the crowd, his voice steady. Today, you all have traveled thousands of miles to support the East. I am grateful. His words were firm yet sincere. The soldiers of the 3 armies held their breath, watching him. However, the army has just arrived, and after a long journey, it is not suitable to set out immediately. I have ordered the kitchen of the Eastern Military District to prepare good food and wine. Tonight, we will hold a grand feast to send off for tomorrow's journey. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. The cavalry raised their arms and cheered. The 3,000 from the west had fiery eyes, the 12 from the assault camp stood silently, and the eastern soldiers were also invigorated. Even the mercenaries brought by Chen Zihao began to roar, their blood ignited. At that moment, the atmosphere in the entire military camp boiled over. Everyone shouted in unison, "Commander Yi!" The cheers shook the heavens, soaring into the clouds. Chen Zihao? Wait, guys, you are the ones I invited. Why are you all shouting for Commander Yi now? He was puzzled. He had spent so much money to finally win their hearts. How could Yi Chen's one sentence buy them all back? Was it just a day off? Was it really worth being this happy? But he didn't understand. For these mercenaries, it was a different story. They held the 5 times the military expenses given by Chen Zihao. Yet they didn't have to fight. Instead, they could drink and eat meat. This deal was simply more delightful than a pie falling from the sky. Soon, the food and drink were served. Tables filled with large bowls and plates, the aroma of meat wafting through the air, steam rising. Barrels of wheat beer were brought in, filling iron cups to the brim. The tent was bustling with activity. Soldiers from the 3 military districts rarely sat at the same table, toasting and drinking together. The original hostility and rivalry transformed into hearty laughter over the dining table. Many even pounded the table, singing raucous military songs, their voices shaking the liquid in their cups. All of this, however, was completely unacceptable to Chen Zihao. He frowned, lifting his iron cup. The beer was bitter and strong, lacking the fragrance of wine, and instead made him feel nauseous. He forced himself to swallow a mouthful, his face instantly turning ugly. Rude. He felt a wave of disgust, thinking his status had been lowered. So, after sitting for a moment, he coldly stood up and left. On the contrary, Yi Chen had long been accustomed to the roughness of military life. He raised his cup, sitting with the soldiers, laughing and drinking heartily. The iron cups clinked, and the beer splashed. His figure blended with the soldiers of the 3 armies. At that moment, he was no longer above them, but a comrade fighting side by side. Laughter and the sound of drinking resonated throughout the military camp. In a corner of the banquet, Uzhuge, holding a wine cup, sat beside the old war god Huang Hanzhong. He tilted his head and smiled, asking, "Old Huang, what brings you here?" Huang Hanzhong chuckled, the scar on his face twisting slightly in the firelight. "I just wanted to see this young marshal." "Oh?" Zhuge's eyes flickered, pressing further. "So, what do you think after seeing him?" Huang Hanzhong raised his wine bowl and drank deeply, the liquor dripping down his beard as he laughed heartily. "Good. This Marshal Yi is to my taste. The young man has both courage and strategy. I am very satisfied with him." His laughter boomed like a bell, shaking the wine bowls on the table. The soldiers around them brightened at his words. To receive praise from the old war god was no less than being bestowed a golden seal. On the other side, Sun Jian frowned. Looking at the inebriated Yi Chen, she lowered her voice and advised, "Stop drinking. If you keep this up, you won't be able to get up tomorrow, and that will delay important matters." Yi Chen, tipsy, shook his head and raised his cup with a laugh, replying, "If I can't get up, then I can't get up. I'll just drink for another 2 days. Sun Ziyan's expression darkened, her breath growing colder. Just as she was about to scold him, Louis beside her gently coughed. He leaned in and whispered, "Miss Sun, there's no need to stop him. Marshal Yi knows what he's doing. This is part of his plan." Sun Jiyan was taken aback, looking at him with suspicion. "Plan? Drinking is part of the plan?" Louis smiled mysteriously, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Marshal Yi set up this banquet to improve relations among the 3 military districts. This wine must be drunk. Moreover, this is not only to win hearts but also to deal with Chen Zihao. Deal with Chen Zihao? Sun Ziyan's curiosity was piqued. Louis lowered his voice, scanning the lively tent, and said lightly, "There are many experts gathered here. The insect tribe wouldn't dare to attack. So the first one to be restless must be Chen Zihao. After all, he invited so many people, it must have cost him a lot." Sun Jiyan paused for a moment. After a careful thought, she suddenly understood. So that's how it is. As the wine flowed and the night deepened, the camp gradually dispersed. The Western Military District had properly settled 5,000 soldiers, while the 100,000 brought by Chen Zihao were still standing in the open space. Each one looked around, bewildered and at a loss. They dragged their weary bodies, not knowing where to sleep. A sense of restlessness began to fill the air. At that moment, Huang Hanzhong cleared his throat and slowly stood up. The old war god had a hint of cunning in his eyes as he said loudly, "Ahem. I remember, didn't young Master Chen say? All food, clothing, housing, and transportation are on him." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar. Countless soldiers were first taken aback, then their eyes lit up. "That's right. Young Master Chen is wealthy. How could he let us sleep in the wild? I want to stay in a luxury hotel." Soon, the gaze of the 100,000 people all turned towards the Chen family's spaceship. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, excitement, and a hint of pressure. The atmosphere was instantly ignited. Someone took the lead and shouted, "Go ask young Master Chen for money." In the next moment, the voices of 100,000 roared like thunder, and everyone responded. Countless people surged towards the spaceship, creating a scene that shook the heavens and the earth. The shouts echoed so loudly that the night sky seemed to rumble. At this moment, Chen Zihao was in the Chen family's private spaceship. Dressed only in a loose nightgown, he held the maid Shouying in his arms. His fingers slid along her black silk thighs, his breath quickening, ready to vent his pent-up frustration. Suddenly bang, bang, bang. There came a hurried and heavy knocking at the door, shaking the cabin walls with a buzzing sound. The voice was filled with panic, almost breaking the door down. Chen Zihao's expression darkened, his anger flaring. "Damn it, who dares to ruin my mood?" He pushed Shouying away, threw on his nightgown, and walked over with an impatient look. Creak, the cabin door opened. There stood Yen Hanfeng, drenched in cold sweat. His face pale, as if he had just crawled out of hell. "Young Master Chen, it's bad." His voice trembled as he hurriedly said, 100,000 soldiers have all surged up. They are demanding accommodation fees and shouting to stay in luxury hotels. As the words fell, Chen Zihao felt his head explode with a buzz. He stood frozen in place, nearly fainting from anger. What? His pupils constricted, his face alternating between green and white. 100,000 people? Staying in luxury hotels? Are you crazy? Yet Yen Hanfeng could only smile wryly. "Young Master Chen, they said it was your own promise: food, clothing, housing, and transportation, all on you. Where are they now?" Chen Zihao asked coldly. "They're all on the deck." Yen Hanfeng pointed outside. Chen Zihao snorted coldly and quickly made his way to the deck. The night wind howled, and drunken soldiers crowded the deck, their eyes bloodshot. "Young Master Chen, we can't sleep in the wilderness, can we? You said you'd cover everything." Chen Zihao's expression darkened as he forcibly suppressed his anger, managing to squeeze out a smile. "Hotels are fine, but just ordinary ones will do. No need to be too particular." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in commotion. "Ordinary hotels? What if we can't sleep comfortably? Who's to blame if we can't fight tomorrow? Aren't you the young master of the Chun family? You can't be out of money, right? You're not just messing with us, are you?" Someone shouted directly, "Young Master Chen, what about today's military funds? Why don't you pay up right here, so we can feel at ease?" Chen Zihao's face darkened. "Do you dare to pressure me? Do you really think the Chun family is out of money?" But the drunken soldiers were beyond caring, growing more and more unruly. "Young Master Chen, are you going back on your word, leading us to our deaths? Give us the money. If you don't, well, go get it ourselves." In an instant, a murderous aura emerged, and the chaotic shouts were deafening. A drunken man even reached for a weapon at his waist. Yen Hanfeng felt his scalp tingle and hurriedly stepped in front of Chen Zihao, urgently whispering, "Young master, just give them the money. If this group really gets rowdy, we won't be able to stop them." Chen Zihao gritted his teeth, and in the end, he input the account password, forcibly withdrawing a large sum from the family account. His heart bled. The drunken mercenaries cheered and jumped for joy as soon as they received the money. "Young Master Chen is generous. Young Master Chen is truly magnanimous. Come on, let's go drink a few more." The shouts rose and fell, and some even draped their arms around Chen Zihao's shoulders, trying to pull him to the tavern. But soon, they were drawn away by the next wave of shouts, dispersing in a throng. The deck returned to quiet, leaving only Chen Zihao, his face ashen, his chest heaving violently. He felt like a walking ATM, not daring to shout a single harsh word. Damn it! He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. As the money flowed out, it felt as if his dignity was being stripped away as well. At that moment, soft footsteps approached from behind. The maid Shouying, dressed in a fitted nightgown, came over, holding a cup of warm water, gently advising, "Young master, don't be too angry." She offered the cup, her gaze soothing. "Just hold on a bit, maybe tomorrow the troops will be dispatched." Her words were like a cool breeze, but they could hardly extinguish the fire in Chen Zihao's heart. He took a sip of water and sneered. Oof. Dispatched? It better be tomorrow. Otherwise, Chen Zihao will eventually be played to death by that Yi Chen. The next morning. Morning light poured down, but the camp was filled with the aroma of meat and wine. Yi Chen had set up a long table early in the morning. Beef soup steamed hot, and large pots of food were continuously brought out. The sounds of military music and laughter intertwined, making the entire camp feel like a festival. Soldiers from the 3 military districts were all smiles. Those who hadn't had enough the night before continued to eat meat and drink heartily today. Some even raised their cups while shouting, "Long live Commander Yi." On the other side, Chen Zihao, still seething with anger, stepped out of the cabin with a pale face. Just as he wanted to see if they would be moving out today, he was nearly driven to faint by the scene before him. Still eating and drinking. Still hosting a banquet. Yi Chen. Chen Zihao felt like his lungs were about to explode. Are you here to fight the insect race, or are you on vacation? However, his roar was drowned out by the soldiers' cheers. No one paid him any attention. Yan Hanfeng stood to the side, secretly sighing, watching Chen Zihao, who was so furious he was about to jump. He couldn't help but think this delay was probably Yi Chen's true scheme. In fact, Yan Hanfeng was right. Yi Chen was deliberately stalling, wanting to drain Chen Zihao's funds. He wanted him to be worn down by the 100,000 troops until he broke. Chen Zihao couldn't sit still any longer. He stormed into the banquet, his face ashen as he glared at Yi Chen, who was raising a toast with the soldiers, and gritted his teeth, asking, "Yi Chen, when are you going to mobilize the troops? When are you going to attack the insect race?" Yi Chen turned around, his expression calm and unhurried. He replied softly, "Young Master Chen, there's no need to rush. This battle is of great importance. We still need to discuss the plan further. Why don't you go back and rest for now?" Chen Zihao angrily asked, "Are you deliberately stalling?" Yi Chen took a sip of wine, his gaze as calm as an ancient well. He simply stated, "Attacking the insect race is not child's play. The enemy is not weak. We must be cautious. Acting rashly will only lead to needless deaths." As soon as he finished speaking, people around him began to chime in. "Commander Yi is right. How can we be hasty in war? Young Master Chen, it's best not to advise those who are experienced. If young Master Chen is afraid of death, he can go back, but don't demoralize the troops." One voice after another of support and cheers pushed the atmosphere at the banquet table to a climax. Chen Zihao's face turned red, choked by a few words and unable to speak. His chest heaved violently, feeling like a clown. He was so furious he trembled all over, yet he couldn't find any reason to refute. His face was ashen as he abruptly shook his sleeves and left. Back in the spaceship's cabin, he felt as if he had been ignited. Bang! He kicked the table over, spilling wine and dishes everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth clenched tightly, his voice low and hoarse. "Yi Chen, you bastard." His fist slammed down on the table corner, splintering the wood. He was so angry his chest heaved, breathing rapidly, as if he were about to spew fire from his throat. The maid, Xiaoying, was so frightened she quickly stepped aside, not daring to approach, and could only cautiously advise, "Young Master Chen, calm down. Just hold on a little longer, maybe we'll mobilize tomorrow." But Chen Zihao was deaf to her words, veins bulging on his forehead, his heart filled only with the resentment of being humiliated and toyed with. He gritted his teeth, silently cursing, "Yi Chen, I won't let you off." Suddenly, ding-ding, the communication screen lit up abruptly. Chen Zihao was taken aback, seeing the incoming call symbol, his heart tightening. It was an elder from the family. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the answer button. On the screen, a middle-aged man from the Chen family had a cold expression, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Zihao, what on earth are you doing? How much of the accommodation fees for 100,000 people have you used? Do you know the family has other investment plans recently?" Chen Zihao's face stiffened, wanting to explain but was interrupted. "The military funds we provide you are for you to attack the insect race and achieve merit, not for you to be a fool, treated as an ATM. Chen Zihao's lips trembled, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, but he couldn't utter a word. The middle-aged man coldly reprimanded, "From today on, the family will only allocate limited military funds. You either lead the troops to fight and earn merit, or you immediately withdraw. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself." The communication was abruptly cut off. Chen Zihao stood frozen in place, his fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palms. With a stern face, Chen Zihao walked up to Yan Hanfeng. Lowering his voice, he gritted his teeth, "Uncle Yan, how about we lead the troops ourselves to attack the insect race? Even without relying on Yi Chen, I want to win a battle." Yan Hanfeng frowned upon hearing this, shaking his head and sighing, "Young Master Chen, you don't even know where the insect race is. How can you fight? This isn't just a game, it's a life and death battlefield." Chen Zihao's face was stiff, his lips quivering, but he couldn't respond. He slammed his fist heavily on the table, his eyes filled with indignation. Then, what do we do next? We can't just keep dragging this out. Yin Hanfeng looked at him, his expression complex, and said softly, withdraw the troops. At this point, we can only retreat. No. Chen Zihao suddenly raised his head, his eyes fierce, gritting his teeth. I won't accept it. This time, our Qin family spent money, spent favors, and got nothing in return. If I go back, it'll be ridiculed by my family. How can I swallow this anger? Yin Hanfeng was silent for a moment inside. Young Master Chen, this is the situation. You came here under the banner of helping Yi Chen. If you withdraw now, you can still leave with a good reputation. But if it drags on to the end and the money can't be raised, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. And don't you see? The Chen family gives them money and they won't be grateful, they think it's only natural. But Yi Chen only treats them to drinks and they are full of gratitude. Dragging this out will only bring harm to the Chen family, not benefits. After hearing this, Chen Zihao stood frozen in place. It felt as if a giant stone was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. That night, Chen Zihao gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. He gathered everyone, his tone grim. I have matters to attend to and must return to the capital. I can no longer accompany you in battle. You can leave if you want, stay if you want. I will provide one last payment for accommodation and travel expenses. After that, your food and lodging will be on your own. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. The atmosphere froze, only the sound of the wind howling. After a moment, someone stepped forward, voice resolute, Young Master Chen, we will not leave. It is a soldier's duty to fight the insect race. How can we retreat just because of money? Yes, we are soldiers, not mercenaries. If you want to go, go, we will stay and swear to follow Commander Yi to the death. In an instant, everyone expressed their stance, their words filled with righteousness. As they turned, almost in unison, they looked at Yi Chen, their eyes filled with determination and respect. Yi Chen sat there, silent, only smiling without speaking. Chen Zihao's face turned ashen. Just last night, these people were clamoring for money and wanting to stay in luxury hotels. Yet in the blink of an eye, they had become heroes willing to face death. Chen Zihao stood there, feeling like a complete joke. He had desperately thrown money at them, yet now no one was grateful. Instead, Yi Chen had won everyone's hearts with just a few drinks. At this moment, Yi Chen looked at everyone and said loudly, if you are willing to stay and fight the insect race alongside me, I am deeply grateful. As his words fell, everyone responded enthusiastically, the atmosphere heated. Then, he turned and walked in front of Chen Zihao. His gaze was calm, his tone sincere. Young Master Chen, I am also grateful for your willingness to help, to contribute money and effort. The surrounding soldiers nodded in agreement, following Yi Chen to express their thanks. However, in Chen Zihao's ears, these words felt like a sharp sword piercing his heart. He forced a smile, nodding awkwardly, and replied perfunctorily, not at all, we are all of the same human race, united as soldiers. But deep down, he was on the verge of exploding. To others, this was praise. But to him, every word felt like mockery, mocking him for being a fool who could be exploited. Mocking him for spending money while Yi Chen stole the hearts of the people. Chen Zihao's eyelids twitched, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. If it weren't for the gazes of others, he would have torn off this hypocritical smile on the spot. Once Chen Zihao left, Yi Chen announced loudly, today we rest, and tomorrow the entire army will set out to fight the insect race. As his words fell, the entire camp responded with a thunderous roar. Fight the insect race! Fight the insect race! The sound echoed like thunder, filled with murderous intent. The soldiers' eyes burned with fervor, their morale at an unprecedented high. Over 100,000 people, at this moment, seemed to have their hearts aligned as one. Sun Jiyan stood at the back of the crowd, watching this scene unfold. Secretly marveling, Yi Chen effortlessly drove Chen Zihao away, effortlessly held the fate of 100,000 troops in his hands. He didn't issue any extra commands, there were no unnecessary actions. Just a few banquets and a few words, and he firmly grasped the hearts of the generals and the people in his hands. A complex emotion surged within Sun Jiyan. It was both admiration and fear. This man truly has the ability to single-handedly support a battlefield. The next morning, after the troops were assembled, over 100,000 soldiers stood in formation, their presence formidable. Yi Chen did not rush to issue orders but instead summoned Chief Strategist Zhuge and Strategist Zhou into the command tent. In the center of the tent lay a large map of the eastern region. Yi Chen stood before the map, his finger pointing to a perilous location, and spoke in a deep voice, after my investigation. The trace of the insect tribe's valiant general is right here. The two men's gazes sharpened as they followed his finger. Yi Chen continued, moreover, this place is not just the insect tribe's lair. Adjacent to it is the entrance to the ancient god ruins. The atmosphere in the tent instantly grew tense. Chief Strategist Zhuge's expression turned serious. Strategist Zhou also silently nodded. The ancient god ruins represent opportunities and treasures. Yi Chen withdrew his hand, his gaze cold and fierce. Therefore, this battle must be won. Once victorious, the insect tribe will be completely driven out of the dragon kingdom. He then solemnly commanded, "Bring Lu Yi and Sun Ji in here." Shortly after, the two entered side by side. Yi Chen pointed at the map, his tone sharp. "The forest lord Muyao will release spores, allowing the insect tribe to parasitize human bodies. But they are utterly helpless against modern technology. You two will each command your respective mech units and drone units to suppress him from the front. You must hold him down." "Understood." Lui and Sun Jian replied in unison, their gazes resolute, clasping their fists and bowing before promptly exiting. Next, Yi Chen turned to Huang Hanzhong. "General Huang." Huang Hanzhong stood up, his face solemn. "Commander Yi, please give your orders." Yi Chen pointed to another blue-marked area. "The water abyss can resist attacks from mechanized units and can corrode machines. This enemy requires a martial arts master to deal with. Old war god Huang, this task is entrusted to you." Huang Hanzhong laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with cold light. "Good. I've been itching for a while. Let me have a go at these insect tribe pests." After he finished speaking, he bowed and declared loudly, "I will obey." The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became intense, filled with killing intent. Yi Chen slowly retracted his pointer and turned his gaze to Chief Strategist Zhuge. "The Fire Lord, Shi Yan, is your responsibility. You have clashed with him before and know his weaknesses well. If necessary, use his fireworms against him to disrupt his formation." Chief Strategist Zhuge slightly nodded, saluting solemnly, "I will obey." Then, Yi Chen looked at Strategist Zhou. "The Earth Lord, Huang Lei, is the most cunning. He can burrow underground and has escaped pursuit several times because of this. You are from the east and are familiar with the terrain here. If he tries to escape underground again, you must intercept him personally." Strategist Zhou's expression hardened, and he clasped his fists, speaking in a deep voice, "I will not let him escape again." Finally, Yi Chen surveyed the entire room, his tone resolute. "As for the Moon Lord, this person will be dealt with by me. I will personally pilot the Qilin mech, equipped with the Mind Ring, to deploy a mental domain shield, ensuring he cannot interfere with our forces. Commander Yi is mighty." The soldiers in the tent responded in unison, their fighting spirit soaring. At that moment, Chief Strategist Zhuge suddenly stepped forward, a serious expression on his face. "Commander Yi, what if Yi Zhenyuan is also on that battlefield? Should we prepare a countermeasure in advance?" As these words fell, the atmosphere in the tent grew heavy, and everyone's expressions changed. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, speaking in a deep voice, "I have not yet thought it through. In our previous encounters, he has never reappeared. Perhaps he is dead, or perhaps he has other schemes." Chief Strategist Zhuge did not back down but stepped forward, handing a tablet to Yi Chen. "Commander Yi, please take a look." The screen lit up, revealing the remaining files from the Southern Military District. Zhuge's tone was steady, yet it made everyone's heart sink. "We have organized the data from back then and found traces of Sima Qing in the Zerg genes that Yi Zhenyuan integrated." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. "Sima Qing," someone repeated in a low voice, their expression changing drastically. "In the battle in the east, 5 war gods were lost, yet they still couldn't capture him. The shadow of that bloody battle still loomed over many hearts today." Zhuge continued, "More importantly, I used the Beidou AI for simulations, and the results indicate that Sima Qing's strength has surpassed the ordinary Emperor-level Zerg category. His combat power has been assessed as unprecedented Super Emperor level." This statement struck like thunder, causing the hearts of the generals to tremble. "Super Emperor level, so it really exists?" Zhou murmured. Zhuge nodded, his gaze growing deeper. "Originally, I thought this was a new level derived from the Beidou AI simulations, but when I accessed the central database, I found that there was already a file on Super Emperor level Zerg. However, my access rights were insufficient to view the specific content." This statement sent a chill through everyone in the tent. If even the Central Command held relevant information but had never disclosed it, it meant that the enemy they faced was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Yi Chen fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "After this battle, I will personally return to the Central Command to clarify with the 3 elders. What they know may far exceed our understanding." Zhuge's expression was serious as he lowered his voice. "Commander Yi, if we truly engage in battle with the Zerg's fierce generals, please be sure to prepare." He paused, his gaze sharp, locking onto Yi Chen. "Prepare for the Super Emperor level Zerg as the enemy we are about to face." The tent fell silent, everyone holding their breath. "What if it really appears?" Zhuge pressed. Yi Chen remained silent for a moment, his eyes gradually turning cold, his voice deep and resolute. "Then we will all focus fire and take down Yi Zhenyuan first." Yi Zhenyuan. When this name left his lips, it carried a complex emotion, yet there was not a hint of hesitation. He had once been his father, but now he had completely let go. In his heart, his father's shadow had long since died. What remained was merely a Zerg in human skin, an enemy that slaughtered humanity. With the battle objective set, the operation officially commenced. First, the surrounding residents of the east were urgently evacuated, and the entire area fell into a state of high alert. The Eastern Military District dispatched large drilling machines, their roar shaking the heavens as they forcefully penetrated the underground layers. Boom! The heavy rock layers cracked, and a pitch-black underground tunnel was opened. In the next moment, a cold, damp breath rushed forth. From deep within the tunnel came a strange gurgling sound. Following that, countless Zerg eggs and spores surged out like a flood, madly rushing towards the outside. "Watch for protection," Joe shouted sharply. However, an anomaly suddenly arose. Around the large hole in the ground, countless dark plant roots suddenly emerged, twisting like venomous snakes, spreading wildly. On the roots, eerie and cold flowers quietly bloomed. As the petals opened, they sprayed dense spores like a black storm, scattering through the air, overwhelming everything. "It's the wood sun forest." Louis's expression darkened. He set up a spore trap underground, waiting for us to come. Yi Chen decisively ordered, "Armed Assault Battalion, Upper Armor Battalion attack." As the command was given, the war drums thundered. Sun Jian was the first to act, piloting the Phoenix mech into the air. The flamethrower roared, engulfing the Zerg swarm in a sea of fire. The mech forces followed closely behind, a torrent of steel crushing forward with flames. Meanwhile, Louis controlled hundreds of drones that swarmed in. Flames erupted from the belly of the machines, like the sun falling. Especially the main machine he personally controlled, its firepower was the most terrifying. Wherever the flames reached, they instantly ignited the spore roots, spreading fire for 800 miles, incinerating everything. The underground cave was forcibly transformed into a hell of fire. Flames roared, and the sea of fire surged. Countless insect eggs and roots in the underground tunnel were burned to ashes, and the air was thick with a charred stench. Suddenly, a piercing roar echoed from the depths of the earth. Boom! Countless flames were scattered, and a massive shadow exploded from the ground. Sun Luo. At this moment, his entire body was engulfed by the raging fire, the charred bark continuously peeling away. Flames crazily spreading along the branches. He screamed in agony, his roots thrashing wildly against the ground, yet the fire only grew fiercer. Finally, he could no longer hide, forcibly revealing his true form. Before him stood a colossal tree reaching the heavens, its branches and leaves spreading like an umbrella across the sky, yet every leaf burned with crimson flames. The giant tree howled in the flames, as if what was being burned was not flesh, but the very essence of the soul. Roar! Sun Luo let out a furious roar, shaking the air across the battlefield, as burning pollen and spores wildly spread, attempting to extinguish the flames. Sun Luo roared amidst the fire, his voice like thunder, shaking the earth. "Lowly humans! Today, I shall turn you all to ashes." He cursed repeatedly, his voice filled with overwhelming resentment. But behind this roar lay an undeniable fear. This fire was extraordinary, so intense it could burn his very essence. If he continued to hide underground, he would surely be completely incinerated. He could only reveal his true form, betting on a slim chance of survival. However, once Sun Luo's true form appeared, it became the target of all. Boom! The towering tree-like form of Sun Luo broke through the sea of fire, its branches blocking the sky, roots sweeping across the land like mountains. But in that instant, the battle situation flickered, and cannon fire roared. "Attention all troops." Sun Xian's gaze turned cold, her hands swiftly manipulating the holographic display. "Target revealed, immediately suppress. All firepower, focus on that tree." "Understood." In an instant, countless mechas locked onto the target. Missiles, flamethrowers, and energy beams struck simultaneously, turning the entire sky into a rain of fire. The giant tree form of Sun Luo twisted under the intertwining of flames and explosions, howling in agony as the battlefield plunged into a chaotic symphony of blood and fire. Huang Hansheng stood at the forefront. His figure like a mountain, silver hair billowing, his eyes bright and piercing. He wore a dark golden battle armor that shimmered with patterns resembling mountains and rivers, steady and heavy, as if carrying the indomitable will of countless years. In his hand, the longbow was extraordinary. The bow was forged from celestial metal, pitch black as ink, yet golden veins twisted across its surface, exuding an ancient pressure with every breath. The bowstring was crystal clear, seemingly formed from the essence of heaven and earth's thunder, and a gentle pluck could shatter the void. The entire longbow resembled the skeletal structure of a world, majestic and unmatched. Huang Hansheng drew the bow, and the atmosphere of the battlefield suddenly stilled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be forcibly absorbed into his body, dust swirling, fierce winds sweeping, and immense power gathering at his fingertips. "Come forth, insect race scum," he thundered, his voice old yet resonant, shaking the hearts of all who heard. The moment the arrow was released, it was as if a small sun erupted from his hand. The blazing light illuminated the earth, piercing down with destructive force. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked and the black tide swiftly dissipated. Sun Luo looked down, only to see the chest of Ming Yuan pierced, a blood hole several feet wide gushing forth with blood. Her face, resembling an abyss, was filled with horror and unwillingness as she fell heavily into the cave. The 7 luminaries, Ming Yuan was struck through the heart by Huang Hanqing in an instant, her life force completely extinguished. Sun Luo stood frozen, the flames in his eyes nearly solidifying. When he saw the blood hole in Ming Yuan's chest, the entire burning giant tree form trembled, followed by a heart-wrenching roar. Ming Yuan! Amidst the roar, tens of thousands of branches twisted wildly, transforming into a colossal net. Frantically striking the earth and the heavens, the burning spores transformed into a blood mist that spread across the sky, dyeing the entire battlefield a shade of crimson. He cursed incessantly, vowing to slaughter all of humanity. However, the human warriors were not deterred. Huang Hansheng's arrow, capable of severing mountains, was unmatched in strength and had ignited their fighting spirit. Countless soldiers raised their arms and shouted, the mechas roared, and drones lined up, surging forward like a tide. Kill! The 7 luminaries general is nothing compared to this. Let's break the enemy alongside General Huang. In an instant, the morale of the human race soared like a raging fire, a torrent of killing intent sweeping across the battlefield. In his fury, Sun Luo impulsively counterattacked, branches sweeping across, the spore tide rampaging, yet each assault felt like it was pushing him deeper into an abyss. Before the high-spirited humans, his rage appeared more like a desperate struggle. The more frantic he became, the more isolated he seemed. In that moment, his massive form resembled a target waiting to be slaughtered. Just as Sun Luo found himself in a bitter battle, boom! The ground suddenly erupted, and 2 gigantic figures burst forth from the earth. Qihua and Huanglei could no longer be restrained. 2 enormous forms appeared simultaneously. Wangliai's massive scarab avatar, its shell shimmering with iron-gray light, shook every inch of the ground. As it stomped down, the earth within dozens of meters immediately cracked. The surface collapsed, soil and stones flew, resembling a minor earthquake. In an instant, the surrounding buildings toppled like a house of cards. The entire battlefield was instantly cleared. Since you're here, stay with me. Wangliai's deep voice echoed. Following that, his true form stood upon the earth, arms outstretched, commanding the land. A domain unfolded. The people on the ground suddenly found themselves trapped in a quicksand domain. The ground beneath them seemed to be devouring them, pulling at their legs, rendering them immobile. Shatter for me. Huanglei stomped his foot. A terrifying tremor resonated through the ground. The next moment, the sound of cracking bones echoed. Many soldiers with lower realms and insufficient physical strength, trapped in the quicksand, had their legs directly shattered by this terrifying shockwave. In an instant, blood sprayed high. The level of bloodshed on the battlefield surged to its peak. And those in the sky, come down with me. Huanglei slapped the ground. In that moment, dust, debris, and quicksand swirled up. It obscured the sky, each movement carrying a weight of destruction. Numerous mechas and drones were struck by the debris, falling down and being eroded by the quicksand. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chihua's avatar transformed into a fiery butterfly, its enormous wings flapping, stirring up scorching air currents. Countless fiery fragments rained down like raindrops, exploding upon hitting the ground, bursting forth with flames and thick smoke. At the same time, the fireworms released by Chihua surged like a tide towards the human soldiers trapped in the quicksand. Each fireworm was a small self-destructing body, its impact and flames enough to engulf the shields of the mechas. The battlefield was instantly thrown into chaos, flames, dust, and flying debris intertwining into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The immobilized crowd gasped in shock. The mechas and drones were forced to retreat. Sun Jiyan quickly maneuvered the Phoenix mecha, leading the troops to search for weaknesses. Meanwhile, Huang Hanzhong, Lui, and others swiftly adjusted their formations, attempting to suppress the onslaught of Huanglei and Chihua. Yi Chen shouted, "Zhuge, it's up to you." Zhuge stepped forward, holding a feather fan, and waved it slightly. Instantly, an 8 trigrams formation appeared beneath his feet, the formation's light flickering, the ground seeming to come alive. 8 gates open, life gate, rise. A subtle wave emanated from Zhuge. The next moment, the 8 trigrams military formation unfolded. The soldiers who had been trapped in the quicksand created by Huanglei seemed to sense the breath of the formation. They felt their bodies lifted by an invisible force, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves teleported outside the quicksand, regaining their freedom. East wind, break. Zhuge waved the feather fan again, a mighty storm sweeping in as if from the east. The fireworm was swept into the wind, shrieking and tumbling, forming a swirling vortex of burning flames. The vortex, like a sharp blade, howled as it charged towards Sun Luo, striking directly upward. The flames enveloping Sun Luo were covered by the self-exploding flames of the fireworm, burning at a temperature high enough to scorch the air. He screamed in agony, unable to break free. Flames collided with flames, thick smoke intertwined with firelight, and Senluo's Dharma form twisted and shattered in the inferno, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash, turning to ashes. One of the 7 luminaries, Senluo, had fallen in battle. Senluo. Qian's eyes were bloodshot, filled with uncontrollable madness. In that moment, his body trembled violently, as if even his soul had been ignited by rage. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the flames engulfing him surged tenfold. The color of the flames shifted from crimson to blinding pure white, the temperature skyrocketing, nearly reaching 1,000,000 degrees. The air around him completely vaporized, the void distorted violently, and the entire battlefield seemed to descend into hell. The ground melted and collapsed at a visible speed. Steel mechs twisted and dripped in the distance, the scent of metallic steam filling the air. Humans! You will accompany Senluo to the grave. Qian roared, his fury taking on a tangible form as a massive flame butterfly Dharma form swooped down. As the Dharma form's wings flapped, billions of high-temperature phosphorescent shards rained down like exploding stars. He stepped forward, the ground beneath him instantly turned to molten rock. With another step, the flames surged like heavenly meteors, charging straight at Yi Chen. Even if I die today, I will drag you down to hell with me. Qian's voice was hoarse and resolute. His body transformed into a true rocket, trailing a tail of flames at 1,000,000 degrees, hurtling towards Yi Chen at an unimaginable speed. Watch out! Huang Hanzhong roared, shooting an arrow that pierced through the air, striking Qian in the chest and creating a charred blood hole. However, Qian did not retreat. The flames on him burned even more violently. The wound on his chest became a gushing flame nozzle. Qian, carrying a sea of fire, continued to charge at Yi Chen. In an instant, everyone turned pale with fear, desperately rushing to intercept him. But Qian's speed was so fast that no one could stop him. The flames surged, and the world lost its color. Yi Chen was completely enveloped in that 1,000,000-degree sea of death. Yet at this moment, Yi Chen did not flinch or evade. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, suddenly raising his hand, fingers spread wide, commanding like thunder, "Stop right now." In the next second, Qian's movements suddenly froze. The flames seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand. The raging flames, nearly 1,000,000 degrees, came to a halt in an instant, as if frozen in the air. Roar! Qian's eyes were bloodshot, filled with furious rage. He roared with all his might, every muscle in his body struggling. But no matter what, he could not take a single step forward. That humiliation, that unwillingness, made the flames within him even more restless, yet they were ruthlessly suppressed. Yi Chen slowly extended his hand, a simple ring on his fingertip shimmering with a faint light. The ring of the mind. With the help of the ring, Yi Chen's mental power transformed into invisible chains, forcibly binding Qian's anger and will. Anger will only make you lose your reason. Yi Chen spoke coldly, a kingly pressure enveloping the entire area. Qian roared, his voice tearing through his throat, filled with unwillingness and despair. Moon goddess, please, lend me your strength. Boom! The heavens suddenly trembled. A massive, bright moon tore through the darkness, slowly appearing in the sky. The cold moonlight poured down onto the earth like an endless tide, instantly washing away Yi Chen's mental shackles. This aura, the 7 luminaries of the insect clan, the moon goddess. In the human camp, all the soldiers turned pale. They saw an elegant and cold figure slowly rising from the deep pit. She stood in midair, the cold moonlight descending like a deity. The domain quietly spread, and the world seemed to be shrouded in silver brilliance. With the arrival of the moon goddess, the restraints on Qian instantly dissolved. He roared violently, the flames surged once more, his furious fire shooting straight into the sky. However, when he rose again to pounce on Yi Chen, he found Yi Chen's figure had already vanished. A glance around revealed that Yi Chen had retreated to a distance. Qian was momentarily stunned, only to suddenly realize his target was merely an illusion. On the other side, beside Yi Chen, Zhuge Kangmo held a feather fan, gently waving it, his gaze wise and deep like the starry river. He spoke calmly, "The safety of the commander cannot be tainted by insects like you. Bagua formation, shift the universe." As his words fell, the formation's patterns gradually dissipated. Clearly, it was he who had activated the Great Formation to teleport Yi Chen to safety. "Finally, I've lured out the most troublesome one, so this moon god is mine to handle. Qilin, activate." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, his thoughts shifting. Deep within the Eastern Military District, the quietly standing Qilin suddenly awakened. Its eyes burst into brilliant light, 2 energy crystals radiating fierce golden brilliance. The quantum energy furnace in its chest began to pulse, rippling waves of light, as if the heart of an ancient behemoth was roaring. Boom! The hatch opened, and the 30-meter steel giant surged out. The black gold and silver-white body shimmered under the starry sky, shoulder armor runes swirling, 6-folded energy wings unfolding with a thunderous roar. Golden energy flames erupted from the tips of the wings, instantly illuminating the sky, like a 6-winged divine beast descending to the world. The battlefield trembled. And everyone looked up. What they saw was no longer just a mecha but an ancient alien beast rushing through the air. The Qilin stopped in front of Yi Chen, its eyes glowing fiercely, slightly bowing its head. That posture resembled a divine beast bending down, waiting for its master to ascend. Yi Chen stepped forward with his true energy, leaping into the air. In an instant of golden light surging, he fell into the synchronization chamber like a shooting star. Boom! Synchronization link completed. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and before him was no longer the steel cabin, but the Qilin's phantom enveloped in golden light. The giant beast lowered its head, its breath ancient and sacred, as if merging with his will. In the next moment, the heartbeats of man and machine overlapped. The Qilin's 6 wings suddenly flapped, the heavens and earth roaring, and a violent airflow swept across the battlefield. Under the gaze of all beings, the steel divine beast raised its head to the sky, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. That sound was as if the true Qilin had awakened. The human soldiers on the battlefield instantly erupted in fervor, while the insect race felt a chill. The 6 wings spread wide. The Qilin charged like a deity descending, crashing towards the moon god in midair. However, at that moment, the heavily injured and bloodied Qi Yan roared as he charged again. His eyes were blood-red, roaring as he burned away his last life force. The temperature of the flames soared to nearly 1,000,000 degrees, as if the entire battlefield was about to evaporate. Amidst the flames, the massive fire butterfly avatar flapped its wings, carrying a destructive momentum, directly lunging at Yi Chen. Die for me! Qi Yan roared, his form transforming into a mass of world-burning flames, smashing straight towards the Qilin's chest. Boom! The fire exploded, resembling a planet's detonation. But when the flames dissipated, what people saw was the Qilin standing quietly in place, its black gold and silver-white armor unscathed. The golden light emitted by the quantum energy furnace acted like a divine barrier, swallowing the flames entirely. How is this possible? Qi Yan's eyes shrank in disbelief, filled with madness and despair. In the next moment, the Qilin raised its steel giant hand covered in runes, suddenly reaching out. Whoosh! The massive hand gripped tightly, actually seizing the butterfly avatar's wings. Rip! The Qilin tore with both hands, and the butterfly avatar was forcibly ripped apart. The flames scattered, and the wings shattered. Qi Yan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Roar! The giant beast roared, golden light sweeping across. Yi Chen's eyes flashed coldly, his fingers gripping the control stick tightly, his thoughts completely synchronized with the Qilin. Boom! The Qilin's other hand plunged directly into the flames, firmly grasping Qi Yan's true form. This insect race general struggled madly, the flames burning at their peak, yet still unable to budge that divine hand in the slightest. Die for me! Yi Chen whispered. In the next moment, the Qilin suddenly tightened its 5 fingers. Crack! Amidst the thunderous roar, the true form of the crimson flame was crushed in the palm, turning into endless fiery fragments that scattered across the sky. The battlefield fell into an instant silence. Countless human warriors stood frozen in place, while the insectoid horde let out desperate screams. And among all the gazes, the Qilin raised its palm, shattered by blood and fire, proclaiming the fall of the crimson flame to the heavens and the earth. Everyone stared at the blood-red remnants, all plunged into shock. This Qilin, this Yi Chen, with just a casual squeeze, had actually crushed the insectoid general, the crimson flame, into dust. However, before they could regain their senses, the Qilin discarded the remnants of the crimson flame. Its 6 wings suddenly unfurling, golden light surging forth, like a true divine beast, roaring towards the moon goddess. Why? Why? For the first time, fear appeared in the moon goddess' eyes, her voice trembling. Yi Chen was clearly just a mere martial master. Why was her mental control ineffective against him? Why did this mech emit an aura that seemed capable of shattering even the stars? Zzz, golden light erupted, like thunder rumbling. The Qilin clasped its hands together, fingers interlaced. The quantum energy furnace in its chest pulsed like a beating golden star, releasing power frantically. In the next moment, a torrent of true energy surged through the energy conduits, suddenly condensing between its palms. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, as a golden spear over 60 meters long was forged from nothing. The spear was entirely cast in pure gold, its body engraved with ancient runes and dragon-like veins, as if it had condensed the wrath of the gods. At the spear's tip, 3 feet of sharpness transformed into blazing flames, seemingly forged from nothingness, yet capable of piercing through the ancient starry skies. The spear's tail trailed a golden halo, each vibration tearing at the fabric of space. True energy forging. This is impossible. The moon goddess exclaimed in shock. How could the human race's techniques allow a mech to perform such feats? Moreover, true energy forging clearly couldn't make weapons appear out of thin air. How could this bizarre mech create something from nothing? At this moment, the moon goddess' mind was in disarray, leaving her with little time to think. She suddenly soared into the sky, attempting to escape that overwhelming pressure of destruction. However, Yi Chen's gaze was cold, his thoughts shifting. The Qilin lunged forward, its 6 wings exploding, golden light blazing. With a mighty arm raised, it unleashed the roar of the entire battlefield, hurling the golden spear with great force. Boom! The spear pierced through the air like divine thunder. The golden light tore through the sky, like an enraged golden dragon, shooting towards the heavens. Lord Moon Goddess, be careful! Huang Lei roared madly, planting his hands on the ground, forcibly lifting hundreds of meters of rock layers, stacking them up to form a mountain-like earthen wall. Boom! The golden spear pierced down. The earthen wall crumbled before the spear's tip, as fragile as paper, exploding layer by layer into countless dust particles. The residual power of the golden light surged forward, crashing directly towards the Moon Goddess. With a deafening roar, the golden spear brutally pierced through the Moon Goddess' chest, shattering the moonlit visage hanging behind her. The entire giant moon exploded in the air, turning into countless shards of light that fell to the earth. On the battlefield, the screams of the insectoids and the gasps of the humans rang out almost simultaneously. Everyone witnessed Yi Chen had truly used the Qilin to shatter the Moon Goddess with a single spear. At the moment the Moon Goddess fell from the sky, her chest pierced by the golden spear, Yi Chen in the cockpit finally let out a long breath. The Qilin's eyes and six-winged brilliance extinguished in an instant. The massive body seemed to have exhausted its last divine energy. It stood in place, the golden splendor rapidly dimming. Strong, it was indeed strong. But the cost was also astonishingly high. Yi Chen felt his bloodlines drying out, his dantian empty, true energy completely drained, leaving him almost unable to lift his hand. His chest heaved sharply, each breath bringing searing pain. In this state, he felt like a dying mortal. If enemies were to attack now, he would be utterly powerless to fight back. Rumble! The earth suddenly shook violently, the ruins saw the moon god fall, chilling his heart and courage, and he turned to flee into the earth. The entire battlefield was in turmoil, as if the very ground was helping him escape. Yi Chen's expression changed suddenly, awakening him from his daze, and he shouted hoarsely, "We can't let him get away. Advisor Zhou, stop him." However, Advisor Zhou merely smiled calmly, raising his hand behind his back as if everything was under control. "Commander Yi, please rest assured. How could I not be prepared for such a cunning insect general?" As his words fell, boom! The earth suddenly lit up with countless silver-white patterns. The entire battlefield transformed into a massive formation in an instant. The power of the earth's veins forcibly awakened. Countless silver chains shot up from the ground, intertwining into a grand net that tightly ensnared the ruins, who was about to burrow into the earth's core. Roar! The ruins howled in pain, struggling with immense force, causing the ground to crack and fly. But those silver chains seemed not of this world, glowing with mysterious runes, forcibly pulling the ruins out and suspending him in midair. Advisor Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp, yet his tone remained flat. "This iron chain formation was prepared specifically for you." The silver chains firmly bound the ruins. He roared madly, his body swelling, his insect armor stacking up like layers of rock. Sharp bone blades and pincers clashed against the chains, creating deafening sparks and booms. Roar! A mere mortal dares to trap me? The ruins' roar nearly shattered the air. Yet Advisor Zhou's expression remained stern, issuing a command, "Everyone open fire." Boom! 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 A torrent of concentrated attacks suddenly poured down. Energy cannons, swords, knives, and missiles, like a torrential rain, they crazily bombarded the ruins. Flames and dust engulfed the battlefield as if the heavens themselves had been ignited. However, within the chains, the ruins' insect energy seemed to be sealed. All manifestations and abilities were locked away by the chains, unable to be unleashed, relying solely on that indestructible insect armor to withstand the onslaught. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes of bombardment. The mountains were flattened, the earth turned to scorched soil, yet at the center of the chains, the ruins still had not completely collapsed. His armor had charred and peeled away, insect blood splattering everywhere. But he continued to roar and struggle, like a dying giant beast filled with desperate madness. Roar! I will kill you all. As the bombardment reached its limit, Advisor Zhou shouted fiercely, "General Huang, it's your turn." Huang Hanshang had long been ready, stepping into the void, drawing back a golden war bow. The bowstring pulled to a full moon, true energy and spiritual power intertwining, transforming into a brilliant light arrow. In that moment, all sounds in the world seemed to be drained away, leaving only the slight tremor of the bowstring. Armor-piercing arrow, fire, buzz. The golden arrow transformed into a streak of light, instantly piercing through the ruin's head. Puff! The insect armor shattered, the massive insect general's body stiffened, and his wailing abruptly ceased. Boom! The ruin's enormous body fell from the chains, crashing heavily onto the scorched earth, kicking up one last heavy cloud of dust. Thus the last insect general to descend upon the Dragon Kingdom had completely fallen. On the battlefield there was a moment of silence. The ruin's corpse was nailed to the ground by the chains, the remnants of the moon god still glowing faintly, the air thick with the scent of burning and blood. The crowd was first stunned, then gradually erupted into long-suppressed joy. We won! The insect generals are all annihilated. We held our ground. Cheers rose and fell, soldiers collapsed to the ground gasping for breath, tears glistening in their eyes. However, amidst this joy, the Qilin slowly knelt upon the ruins. In the cockpit, Yi Chen's face was pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his true energy drained to nothing, barely able to keep his eyes open. He breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, as if he might faint at any moment. Advisor Zhou and Huang Hansheng immediately surrounded him. Commander Yi, rest quickly, while handle the aftermath. The battle is over. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, pushing himself up from within the cabin, his voice hoarse yet cold. No, it's not over yet. The crowd was taken aback. He raised his eyes, his gaze piercing through the ruins and lingering smoke, fixated on the silent darkness below. Don't forget, there's still one person, Yi Zhenyuan. Silence fell once more. The soldiers, who had been overwhelmed with joy, suddenly froze, a chill running through their hearts. Yi Chen took a deep breath, leaning against the armor of the Qilin. His voice steady and sharp. Everyone, regroup immediately. Gather the wounded, replenish the firepower array, and set up defenses. We must be ready to fight again. Yes. The echoes of agreement resounded across the battlefield, drowning out the joy and replacing it with a new sense of grim determination. Ecstasy turned into vigilance in an instant. Suddenly, white spider silk burst forth from the ground like countless cold tentacles, swiftly wrapping around the bodies of Mingyuan, Qian, Yuetian, Huanglei, and Sinluo. The corpses didn't even have time to hit the ground before being violently dragged underground, disappearing without a trace. Boom! An unprecedented sense of oppression surged from the depths of the abyss. It felt as if the entire battlefield was shrouded by an invisible giant hand. In the next moment, a figure slowly stepped out from the dark depths of the cave. When Yi Chen saw that face, he trembled, his heart tightening. Yi Zhenyuan, long time no see. Zhan Tian. The man's voice was calm and deep, as if a father were conversing with a son he hadn't seen in a long time. There was even a hint of an indescribable softness in his gaze. Fire! Chief of Staff Zhou immediately ordered. Boom! 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 Countless bursts of fire poured out, a torrent of murderous light gathering like a rainstorm. Yet Yi Zhenyuan remained unmoved, slowly raising his hand. Buzz centered around him, a domain suddenly unfolded. It was like an invisible barrier, completely isolating all the raging firepower. The roaring sounds continued, but they were firmly sealed outside the domain, unable to create even the slightest ripple. How is this possible? The crowd gasped in shock. Whoosh! Only a golden light broke through the layers of obstruction, shooting straight toward Yi Zhenyuan's brow. It was the arrow charged by the old war god, Huang. The golden glow was as dazzling as the sun, unstoppable. However, Yi Zhenyuan merely tilted his head slightly. The arrow grazing his temple, stirring a few strands of long hair, yet not even scratching his skin. Too slow. His voice was cold and merciless. In the next instant, Yi Zhenyuan raised his other hand. Thick spider silk shot out like steel, violently wrapping around the Qilin. Crack! 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 At the moment the silk tightened, the armor of the Qilin emitted a dull grinding and twisting sound, as if a colossal beast was being forcibly dragged. Boom! The massive mech was forcibly pulled in front of Yi Zhenyuan. Inside the cockpit, Yi Chen felt his whole body tremble. He was almost yanked from his seat, his chest heaving violently. Commander Yi, be careful! Cover Commander Yi! Chief of Staff Zhou shouted, ordering everyone to rush forward to assist. However, that layer of domain remained like a wall of iron and copper, completely isolating everyone outside. In that moment, only two people remained on the battlefield. One was once a hero of the human race, now an enemy. The other was the Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom, also a son pushed to his limits. In less than a year, you've grown up. Yi Zhenyuan gazed at the Qilin, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, seemingly mixed with relief. Don't talk to me in that fatherly tone. Inside the cockpit, Yi Chen gritted his teeth, his voice cold enough to freeze. You don't deserve it, and neither does he. Saying this, he continued without pause, frantically pouring various supply potions into his mouth. The fiery liquid slid down his throat, his chest feeling as if it were being scorched by flames, yet it also brought a trickle of true energy flowing back. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to steady his mind. Had to buy time, he had to recover. As long as his true energy returned to its peak, he might have a chance to contend with this monster before him. However, Yi Zhenyuan merely shook his head lightly, disappointment flickering in his gaze. It was as if he were looking at a stubborn child. If it weren't for me, you would have been dead long ago. His voice was deep and powerful, each word striking into Yi Chen's heart like a hammer. Your life, your strength, all your achievements and talents were bought with my blood and sweat. On what grounds do you say I don't deserve to treat you like a son? Boom! Before the words fell, Yi Zhenyuan's figure flickered and suddenly leaped onto the armor of the Qilin. Don't think that just because you have this layer of iron protecting you, you can be safe and sound. He sneered, his voice resonating through the metal, echoing like a nightmare in the cockpit. In my eyes, this is nothing but a pile of scrap metal. In the next moment, Yi Zhenyuan bent down, gripping the edge of the hatch. His muscles bulged like coiled dragons, the raw power bursting forth with a crackling sound from his bones and tendons. Crack, crack, crack under his brute force. The heavy armor began to twist, the metal emitting a piercing shriek, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. Inside the cockpit, Yi Chen's pupils constricted sharply, his breath quickened, and his hands gripped the control stick tightly. Anger and fear intertwined in his heart, yet were forced down in his chest, waiting for the moment to strike back. Yi Zhenyuan's gaze was fixed on the cockpit, his voice low and filled with an undeniable coldness. If it weren't for me, 18 years ago, on the night your mother gave birth to you, you would have been dead long ago. He stepped closer, his tone growing colder and more chilling. It was I who fed your mother the miraculous seed I secretly brought back from the ancient god ruins. Because of this, you were able to be born smoothly. Yi Zhenyuan's voice was like a sharp blade, each word cutting to the heart. Otherwise, you would have been a stillborn baby, a dead infant from a difficult delivery. What achievements would you have today? What so-called youngest marshal of the dragon country? Boom! Yi Chen's mind jolted violently, his head ringing. It was as if the entire world had shattered with that sentence. He sat stiffly in the cockpit, his mind blank. His breath momentarily halted, even his hands froze in midair. A suffocating and unsettling feeling surged from the depths of his bloodline, impacting his body and mind. Yi Chen recalled the elder's word she was related to the ancient god ruins, and even the hospital records from the day he was born had been tampered with. All the details pieced together, and he almost instantly understood what Yi Zhenyuan said was very likely true. After a brief shock, he did not dwell on it. Instead, his gaze gradually became resolute. Yi Chen took a deep breath and coldly spoke. So what? I was indeed immensely grateful to you for giving me life. But you gave birth to me, only to abandon me, even to kill me with your own hands. Since that's the case, my current self has long been unrelated to the Yi family. His voice grew louder, like a battle horn. My life now is free. The love you failed to give, others have given. The care you failed to provide, my comrades, my country, will give. I was born in the dragon country, deeply loved by the people, trusted by my comrades, and able to receive the heartfelt protection of everyone. Therefore, I am happy. Yi Chen's gaze was fierce, staring directly at the man before him, his tone sharp as a knife. And you? You betrayed your country, betrayed humanity, betrayed the very self that should have protected everything. Now you are nothing but a pitiful creature, with a broken family and a shattered home. As the words fell, it was as if a thunderbolt struck Yi Zhenyuan's heart. Around them, silence reigned. Chief of Staff Zhou clenched his fists, his eyes reddening, suddenly realizing that this young marshal seemed to be more mature than they had imagined. The old war god Huang's gaze was deep, his heart stirring, clearly of an age, yet hearing Yi Chen's words still made him feel a surge of blood. The soldiers held their breath, their chests rising and falling with fervor. Their Marshal Yi, even in dire straits, showed not a hint of retreat. In this silence of awe and stirring, shut up. Yi Zhenyuan was completely enraged, his eyes bloodshot, murderous intent surging. He roared fiercely, forcefully tearing open the hatch of the Qilin, the sound of metal clashing reverberating across the battlefield. How ridiculous! Yi Zhenyuan sneered, his voice chilling as if it came from the depths of hell. The so-called country and comrades you speak of can save no one. He had once abandoned Yi Chen, but that time Yi Chen had miraculously survived. Now, it was his turn to reclaim everything. His eyes were bloodshot, his arm like steel as he grasped Yi Chen's neck, effortlessly lifting him up. Thank you, Yi Chen, Yi Zhenyuan said in a low voice, a hint of frenzied excitement in his tone. You helped me kill the 5 valiant generals of the insect race. Now, their power resides within me. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over Yi Chen. Once I fully absorb this power and merge the essence of the 5 generals into one, I will become truly terrifying. And you, now, will also become my nourishment. Yi Zhenyuan slowly leaned down, a blood-red smile twisting on his face. Your strength is still too weak. The power of a martial artist is just like what I was back then. Your Qilin is strong, but your strength hinders its performance. What a pity, you are too impatient. If you had trained for a few more years, with your talent, you would have inevitably become a war god. Yi Zhenyuan shook his head regretfully. Now, you've just become a marshal, and you can't wait to attack the insect race. All your efforts are about to go to waste. He smiled slightly, greed glinting in his eyes. As long as I consume you, your talent, your memories, your abilities, all will be devoured by me. In the next moment, Yi Zhenyuan's face suddenly contorted, his skin splitting open, a blood-red maw slowly opening, resembling the abyss of hell. He intended to swallow Yi Chen whole. Come on, let me see how you got to this point. What makes you different from ordinary people? Excited roars erupted from Yi Zhenyuan's throat. This terrifying scene made the hearts of the surrounding soldiers and advisors leap to their throats. The air was thick with a sense of impending death. Yi Chen's figure trembled slightly in Yi Zenyuan's grip. This was a standoff of life and death in an instant. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly lifted his head, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Alright, you want to know? Then I'll tell you. He grasped Yi Zenyuan's arm. The ring of the mind suddenly bursting forth with blinding light in his hand. In an instant, Yi Zenyuan's eyes widened in shock. His face changed dramatically, his hands clutching his head, trembling in pain. What is this? What have you implanted in my brain? Countless chaotic and sharp memories flooded Yi Zenyuan's mind like a torrent. He saw outer space, a blood-red battlefield. Amidst burning ships and wreckage, the insect race and humanity fought fiercely. The 7 generals of the insect race appeared in turn, each meeting a different death. He also saw the scene of the insect queen being beheaded, piercing into his mind. The image suddenly switched. He found himself trapped in ruins, watching a rescue helicopter slowly ascend and leave. Surrounding him were swarms of insects, an abyss of despair. Immediately after, he was thrown into a slum. The surroundings were filthy and foul-smelling. He chewed on spoiled food. His clothes tattered. The gazes of passers-by pierced him like needles, filled with mockery, disdain, and contempt, suffocating him. What is this? Whose memories are these? Get out of my head. Yi Zenyuan screamed, clutching his head, his voice hoarse and desperate. At this moment, the domain dissipated and everyone rushed forward. In the cockpit of the Phoenix mech, Sun Jiyan was the first to rush out. She broke through the wind, snatching Yi Chen and shielding him in front of her. Yet Yi Chen's gaze remained calm and sharp. His eyes fell on the nearly broken Yi Zenyuan, and he slowly spoke. If back then you used something from the ancient god's relics to bring me back to life, then you must have loved my mother very much, right? Then why did you kill her? You have devoured the memories of so many people, but do you still remember who you really are? Yi Zenyuan's body trembled, his eyes blood-red. In his gaze was utter confusion and fear, past glories, present madness, all shattered by this power. In a daze, Yi Zenyuan seemed to see a familiar figure, his wife, Shen Shue. She looked at him with a concerned gaze, her brows furrowed with worry. Ru Shue. He instinctively stepped towards her, a wave of warmth and attachment swelling in his heart. But in the next moment, the scene before him suddenly twisted. Shen Rukshu's head was gone. Above her neck was only a pool of flesh and blood, red plasma splattering on the ground. The acrid smell of blood seemed to fill the air instantly. In an instant, a terrifying memory surged into his mind like a tide. He saw clearly that in that blood he had actually devoured her with his own hands. The one he loved dearly, the wife he had vowed to protect with his life, had been consumed by him. Fear, regret, despair. Like sharp blades, they tore at Yi Zenyuan's nerves again and again. His eyes bulged wide, his whole body trembled, and he was on the verge of collapsing to the ground. At the moment of his complete mental breakdown, he let out a tearing scream, suddenly transforming into a shadow, fleeing rapidly towards the east. Chase! No matter what, we cannot let him escape. Zhuge, the strategist, decisively commanded, leading a small team closely behind. The battlefield's residual flames had not yet extinguished, but the roaring sound of mechas echoed once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Jiyan quickly brought Yi Chen back to the camp and hurriedly called for a military doctor. After a careful diagnosis, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. There are no external injuries, just excessive consumption of vital energy. He needs to rest. Upon hearing this, the tense atmosphere finally eased. Yi Chen, in a daze, felt as if he were floating, seemingly lying in a warm, soft embrace. A faint, elusive fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, bringing him a slight sense of peace. In reality, he was leaning against Sun Ziyan's chest. This scene caught the eyes of many young soldiers. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Some even coughed lightly, pretending to glance over, only to quickly look away. Although Sun Ziyan's cheeks were flushed and she felt somewhat embarrassed, she ultimately did not push him away, thinking of the man sleeping in her arms as her fiancé. She merely bit her lip, lowered her head, and gently placed her hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. At this moment, the camp gradually fell silent. Only the flickering firelight and the heavy breaths of the soldiers remained. Outside the medical building, a guard mecha stood quietly. Lin Xiaotong sat inside, her gaze fixed on the room through the mecha's viewport. Sun Jiyan was bowing her head, cradling the sleeping Yi Chen. At that moment, a wave of indescribable bitterness and jealousy surged within her. But soon, she gently closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her expression had become resolute and calm, suppressing all the emotions within her heart. Time passed, though how long it was, she could not tell. Yi Chen awoke from his slumber, finding himself safely lying on a hospital bed in the Eastern Military District's medical department. He instinctively turned over and got up. The first thing on his mind was to head to the command room. However, before he could leave the ward, Zhuge and Zhou, the strategists, approached him with serious expressions. General Yi, Zhuge reported in a deep voice, Yi Zenyuan could not be retrieved. As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze. Yi Chen's heart sank. Yi Yuan had absorbed the powers of several formidable insectoid generals. Allowing him to leave would pose a significant threat. It could even become a nightmare that would crush the entire human defense line in the future. Zhuge continued in a low voice. We chased him all the way to the border. But we were stopped by the troops of Sakura country. They knew full well that Yi Yuan was extremely dangerous, yet they still allowed him to cross the border, insisting on keeping us outside the national gate. It's simply harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself. At this point, a flash of anger crossed his eyes, but he still shook his head. If I force my way in, it could lead to a diplomatic incident, so I can only endure. Yi Chen's brows furrowed tightly. The reaction from Sakura country was too abnormal. If it were simply diplomatic rigidity, why would they risk allowing a bug type of Yi Yuan's level to enter, just to tear their relationship with Dragon country apart? There must be something more behind this. On the other side, Advisor Zhou spoke up. General Yi, we have indeed discovered ancient god ruins underground. This is already the third ruin found by the Eastern Military District. May I ask how you plan to arrange this? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and replied calmly, since the ruins were found in the East, it should be the East's responsibility. I won't interfere. However, if there are any items that can detoxify or herbs and materials needed by the Research Institute, I hope you can cooperate. Of course. Advisor Zhou immediately bowed in response. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Yi Chen suddenly asked, this time, what are our losses? Advisor Zhou's voice was low, 20,000 dead. Most of the casualties occurred during the pursuit of Yi Yuan. Yi Chen's fingers trembled slightly. Advisor Zhou then added, but we also achieved significant results. We killed 5 elite bug generals at the cost of 20,000 men, which is already quite low. Yi Chen nodded slowly. He certainly understood the significance of this calculation. But in his heart, these 20,000 were not just cold numbers, they represented 20,000 vibrant lives. 20,000 shattered families. If only he were stronger, would so many have to die? Advisor Zhuge noticed his shame and self-blame, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder heavily. Enough, you have done well enough. Now that there are no more bug types within Dragon Country, you should feel relieved. Advisor Zhou echoed, leave the upcoming matters to us, you can rest assured. Yi Chen looked at the two of them, his gaze flickering, and finally nodded slowly. Yet, an indescribable sense of fatigue surged in his chest. At that moment, Advisor Zhou suddenly spoke. General Yi, may I ask when you plan to get married? Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, instinctively raising his head. Married? Advisor Zhou nodded solemnly. Yes. The engagement banquet has already been held, but because you were abducted, the wedding date has been delayed until now. Commander Sun asked me to inquire about your thoughts. To see if we can settle it soon. The corridor fell unusually silent for a moment. Yi Chen remained silent for several seconds, his expression showing no ripples, only speaking, let them decide. Advisor Zhou's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. He sighed inwardly. This response was too cold. He sensed that Yi Chen did not take his marriage to Sun Jian to heart. There was no hesitation, no wavering, nor even a hint of joy or expectation. But then he shook his head helplessly. After all, this was originally a political marriage, with no real emotional foundation on either side. I hope, he thought silently, they can develop feelings over time. Outside the tent, the howling wind of the night watch echoed. It seemed to blow a hint of unspoken chill over this marriage that had yet to begin. After leaving the medical building, Yi Chen walked straight into a quiet training room. He slowly sat down and took out his weapon, the shadow-devouring blade. The blade was still sharp, but after countless battles, the blade was faintly covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Then, he took out the dragon-slaying original embryo gifted by Chao Wei. That iron body was supported by his true energy, quietly floating in midair. Heavy as a mountain, it exuded an ancient and vast aura. Yi Chen took a deep breath, formed a seal with his hands, and true energy surged out, flames suddenly igniting in his palms. Boom! The flames instantly rose, enveloping the dragon-slaying original embryo. The air was scorched, making a hissing sound, and the temperature in the training room rose sharply, even the ground turning a brighter ed.at that moment. A faint dragon's roar echoed from the depths of the flames. Deep and ancient, it seemed to come from a distant primordial age. Yi Chen's heart jolted, and he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, his spiritual world trembled violently. Before him stood a colossal fire dragon formed from condensed spiritual energy. The dragon was engulfed in blazing flames, its eyes like scorching suns. It looked down at him, letting out a roar that resonated through his very soul. That roar seemed capable of shattering the heavens and the earth, causing Yi Chen's spiritual sea to ripple with unrest. He gritted his teeth, gripping the shadow-devouring blade tightly, channeling his true energy into it. Dragon-slaying original embryo, shadow-devouring blade, merge for me. The flames surged violently, and the air in the training room seemed to ignite. The dragon's roar intertwined with the flames, like the last forge of heaven and earth, nurturing a new divine weapon. Within the spiritual sea, the flames churned like a crimson ocean. The fire dragon stretched 100 feet long, its wings blocking out the sun. Roar! A furious roar shook the heavens and earth. The dragon's claws, carrying overwhelming flames, suddenly struck towards Yi Chen. In that instant, the entire spiritual sea seemed on the verge of collapse. The fiery waves crashed into the depths of his soul, as if they intended to burn him to ashes. Yi Chen's body trembled, feeling as if his spiritual form was about to be torn apart. But he suddenly activated the mind ring, and instantly, a brilliant halo lit up around him. Like the tolling of a soul-restraining bell, it dispelled the heart-wrenching pain. "Calm down for me," Yi Chen growled. In the next moment, his spiritual power surged forth like a tsunami, forcefully resisting the fire dragon's assault. The two sides were locked in a stalemate within the spiritual sea, the dragon's roar and his thoughts clashing, each moment feeling like a collision of thousands of troops. Finally, under the enhancement of the mind ring, the fire dragon's ferocity gradually weakened. The violent flames in its gaze were suppressed, revealing a sheen of submission. It slowly lowered its head, its fiery scales extinguishing one by one. Ultimately, it transformed into a wisp of spiritual imprint, merging into the blade embryo. The dragon's soul had been tamed. However, the real challenge was just beginning. Yi Chen opened his eyes, gazing at the dragon-slaying original embryo suspended in the flames, his expression solemn. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, suddenly forming seals with his hands, his true energy surging like rivers converging in his dantian. In the next moment, he summoned forth a crimson flame. This was no ordinary fire, but the secret flame from the mystic fire technique he learned in his past life, refining soldiers' crimson mystic fire. This flame displayed a color interwoven with blood red and pitch black, its tongues of fire writhing like dragons and snakes. When it burned, it was not a scorching flame, but rather a heavy, consuming heat that devoured all. It was not suited for battle but was born specifically for forging. It could penetrate the textures of metal, strip away impurities, and refine divine materials. But its flaw was glaringly obvious: immense consumption. Yi Chen exerted all his strength to activate the refining soldier's crimson mystic fire. His true energy and spiritual power flowed away like a breached dam. In less than 2 hours, his complexion had turned pale, his chest heaving violently as if he had been completely drained. Yet even so, the surface of the dragon-slaying original embryo was only slightly reddened. The melting progress was less than 1%. Yi Chen sighed, having no choice but to sit cross-legged. He took out a pill and swallowed it, closing his eyes to meditate and recover. Once his true energy was restored, he activated the refining soldier's crimson mystic fire once more, continuing to burn and refine. This cycle repeated, his body and mind alternating in tempering. He suddenly recalled why he hadn't immediately begun refining when he first obtained this dragon-slaying original embryo. Because it was simply too time-consuming and troublesome. At that time, he had just gone through an engagement banquet, followed by a campaign against Sima Qing in the west. Then came the series of bloody battles against the insect race's fierce generals, leaving him no moment to spare. And now, with the battle temporarily concluded, he felt for the first time an unprecedented sense of leisure. Yi Chen smiled wryly. Perhaps it was truly time to give himself a break. This time, he once again exhausted his true energy and his vision darkened. It took Yi Chen a while to recover. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just mealtime. A wave of emptiness surged in Yi Chen's stomach. With no choice, he got up, put away the shadow-devouring blade and the dragon-slaying original embryo, shook his head, and walked straight to the cafeteria. Just as he stepped out of the training room, a familiar figure appeared in front of him under the corridor lights. "Yi Ge, you really are here." Shirley was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, his voice brimming with excitement. Yi Chen looked up and indeed saw Shirley. Shirley quickly stepped forward, his eyes shining. "I thought it would take a while before I could see you. After that battle with the insect race's valiant general, you were sent directly to the medical department. I tried to go in to see you a few times, but unfortunately, my clearance wasn't enough and I was always stopped at the door." As he said this, he couldn't help but scratch the back of his head, a hint of helplessness in his expression. "Today, the Eastern Military District announced to the public that you had woken up. I figured you, the king of roles, wouldn't just lie in bed either in the command room or in the training room." Shirley grinned. "So I came over with a try-it-out mentality and I really ran into you." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, I promised you I would teach you a suitable boxing technique. I happen to have some free time lately and can give you some guidance on martial arts." Shirley's eyes lit up and he straightened up, eagerly nodding. "Thank you, Yi Ge. Really, thank you, Yi Ge." His voice was filled with uncontainable excitement, as if he had received a tremendous opportunity. Yi Chen waved his hand, his expression calm. No need for thanks. This comes at a price. I'm hungry now, so you treat me to a meal. Shirley was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Is that easy? No problem. He patted his chest, full of bravado. Don't worry, Yiga, I just followed the team to fight the insect race's valiant general and earned some merits, accumulating quite a few merit points. You can order anything today, don't be polite with me. Yi Chen smiled slightly, said no more, and let Shirley lead the way. Thus, the two walked side by side toward the military cafeteria. Along the way, Shirley was animated, occasionally stealing glances at Yi Chen, secretly feeling fortunate. If it weren't for meeting Yi Gu, he probably would never have the chance to receive guidance from a martial-level figure in his lifetime. As they walked, many people spotted Yi Chen from afar, immediately straightening up and greeting him with respect. Marshal Yi. Hello, Marshal. The voices rose and fell, filled with genuine reverence. Among the crowd's gazes, they quickly noticed that the person following Yi Chen was not some advisor or general, but a young man in ordinary military attire. Surprised looks fell on Shirley, filled with scrutiny and confusion. Shirley instantly stood a bit taller, his chin raised higher than usual, and his walking posture took on a bit more swagger. The youthful pride was written all over his face, as if to say, "That's right, this is my brother." He felt secretly proud. In his entire life, he had never been so impressive. Who would have thought that he, who had come out of the slums, would one day walk alongside the Marshal of the Dragon Kingdom? Yi Chen naturally noticed this. Looking at the unhidden sparkle in Shirley's eyes, he didn't speak to stop him but instead smiled gently in his heart. This Shirley was just an 18-year-old boy after all. A counterattacker who had fought his way up from that muddy, filthy slum. In such an environment, surviving was already difficult, let alone reaching this point today. Now, the boy could finally hold his head high, enjoying the respect and glory that belonged to him as a soldier. Let him be proud for a while. The two casually had a meal in the cafeteria. Shirley ordered a table full of meat dishes, almost spending all his merit points. Yi Chen merely smiled faintly, ate a few bites, then got up and left with Shirley. Soon, they arrived at an empty training room. Since I promised to teach you a boxing technique, let me first broaden your horizons. Yi Chen spoke with a calm tone, yet it carried an undeniable sense of power. He reached out and pressed a button on the control panel. The holographic projection in the training room suddenly activated. The walls rippled, and in an instant, the entire space transformed into a blood-soaked battlefield. Swarms of Zerg scouts and elite soldiers roared as they surged forward, hundreds in number, fierce and menacing. Shirley instinctively clenched his fists, his heart tightening. Yet Yi Chen remained unfazed, slowly stepping forward. Boom! As his foot landed, an aura akin to an army pressing forward erupted suddenly. His true energy surged wildly, his fist gathering strength. In that moment, it felt as if thousands of troops were converging upon him alone. Break the army! With a punch, the void trembled. The front line of Zerg enemies, along with the surrounding air, was directly crushed into powder by the force of his punch. Shirley's eyes widened in shock, as if he could truly hear the thunder of iron cavalry, his spirit nearly crushed by the intent of the punch. However, this was just the beginning. Yi Chen moved continuously, each punch connecting like a military formation, each strike linked to the next. Every blow was like a cavalry charge, tearing and shattering the tide of Zerg. In just a few breaths, the Zerg illusions in the training room had been ripped open, one bloody gap after another. Shatter the stars! With a low shout, Yi Chen suddenly withdrew his fist to gather strength. His true energy and mental power erupted simultaneously. In an instant, a punch broke through the air. The intent of the punch transformed into a blazing sun-like star, crashing into the swarm of Zerg. Boom! The virtual battlefield shook violently. The Zerg army instantly collapsed under the fierce light and shockwave, disappearing completely. The training room gradually returned to calm. Only Yi Chen stood in the center, fists withdrawn, his expression unchanged. Shirley, however, was left speechless for a long time. His chest heaved violently, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented fervor. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearing he would desecrate the scene he had just witnessed. This boxing technique. Shirley's throat moved, his voice trembling. He could feel that this was the boxing style that suited him best. Yi Chen glanced at him and said lightly, "This punch is called Break the Army, Shatter the Stars Fist. If you truly want to learn, you must endure 100 times the hardship of others. If you can't hold on, the intent of the punch will backfire and kill you. One punch thrown will harm both enemy and self. If you can endure, it will allow you to carve out your own path to starlight." Shirley suddenly knelt down, his fist striking the ground heavily, his voice resolute. "Brother Yi, no matter the cost, I must learn." Yi Chen nodded, a hint of deep meaning flashing in his eyes. This Break the Army, Shatter the Stars fist was extremely taxing on both physical strength and willpower. Without a body as strong as iron, the punch's power would backfire, shattering one's meridians. Without a resilient spirit, one would be eroded by the killing intent within, gradually becoming irritable and warlike, losing their reason. Shirley came from a slum, with tough bones and a pure heart. His straightforward personality didn't understand pretentiousness, he only knew how to hit hard. This simplicity and ferocity were perfectly aligned with this boxing technique. For this reason, Yi Chen chose to pass it on to Shirley. "Get up," Yi Chen said calmly. Shirley took a deep breath and slowly stood up, his eyes filled with desire and fervor. "Brother Yi, how should I begin my training?" Yi Chen did not answer. Instead, he extended a hand and placed it on Shirley's shoulder. In an instant, a hot and heavy true energy surged into Shirley's body like lava. "Close your eyes, don't resist. Follow my true energy," Yi Chen instructed. Shirley immediately complied, holding his breath and focusing. He could feel Yi Chen's true energy flowing slowly within him, guiding his own true energy along unfamiliar meridian paths. This path resembled a battle formation, encircling his chest, penetrating his arms, and ultimately converging at his fists. In that moment, his arms felt as if they were pressed under a mountain, heavy enough to almost break, yet simultaneously containing an immense explosive power. Shirley's forehead beaded with sweat, his jaw clenched tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt a tearing pain at the tip of his fist, as if his vital energy was burning through flesh and blood, threatening to explode his fist. "Steady your mind," Yi Chen's deep voice echoed in his ears, like the heavy beat of war drums. "Though the intent of the fist governs killing, if the heart remains righteous, it will serve you. Remember, what you strike out is not a fist, but your will." Shirley's breath quickened, yet he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. Images of the darkness of the slums, the humiliation of being beaten as a boy, the bitterness of struggling to survive, and the hatred for the insect race that killed his grandmother flooded his mind. All of this transformed into the only obsession in his heart: I must become stronger. Boom! At the tip of his fist, the vital energy suddenly converged, producing a faint muffled sound. Shirley suddenly opened his eyes. He saw the air around his right fist slightly distort. The intent of the fist was beginning to take shape, faintly exuding an aura of destruction and slaughter. He was momentarily stunned, breathing heavily, before finally uttering a hoarse voice. "Is this the first step of the broken star fist?" Yi Chen slowly retracted his palm and nodded. "Indeed. To condense a prototype on the first attempt shows that you are truly in harmony with this fist." His tone remained calm, but he felt secretly pleased. Shirley, however, was filled with excitement, his blood boiling, flames almost bursting forth from his eyes. "Brother Yi, I will definitely master it. Even if it costs me my life, I will not let you down." At this moment, in the Eastern Military District Command Center, on the wide office desk lay a freshly delivered military report. Sun Xuanma held up the newspaper, his gaze lingering on the striking headline. "Yi Chen leads the army, fighting fiercely for several nights, ultimately annihilating all the insect race within the territory." The ink on the newspaper was still fresh, as if it carried the scent of gunpowder from the battlefield. Sun Xuanma slowly set down his teacup, his expression deepening, and then couldn't help but laugh. "Good. This battle was fought beautifully. With Yi Chen around, the Dragon Kingdom can at least develop steadily for 10 years. Advisor Zhou, standing beside him, nodded slightly. After a moment, Sun Xuanma closed the newspaper and reached for the calendar at the corner of the desk. As he flipped through the pages, he pondered aloud. "Advisor Zhou, what day do you think would be suitable for the wedding?" Advisor Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood, lowering his voice. "Are you planning to finalize the marriage between Marshal Yi and the young lady soon?" Sun Quanmo's eyes flickered, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. "Exactly. A man like Yi Chen cannot be taken by someone else. The sooner it's settled, the better, to avoid unnecessary complications." He tapped his fingers lightly on the calendar, his gaze filled with urgency. The commander of the Eastern Military District, at this moment, resembled an old fox, eager to tie the best thoroughbred in the world to his own stable. Advisor Zhou pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words. "Commander, if I may speak frankly, this matter should not be rushed." Sun Xuanma frowned, a hint of impatience in his tone. "What? Do you think this marriage is inappropriate?" Advisor Zhou immediately shook his head, speaking earnestly. "Not at all. It's just, the feelings between Marshal Yi and Miss Sun are still shallow. If they marry hastily, they may have the title, but their hearts could be miles apart. At that time, Marshal Yi may not truly identify as a member of the Sun family and could even grow distant." Sun Quanmo's fingers tapped twice on the table, his expression stern. "I see that Kid isn't very invested in the marriage either, which is why it needs to be settled quickly to avoid complications." Advisor Zhou slightly bowed, lowering his voice even further. "Precisely for that reason, it would be better to proceed with caution. I have a suggestion. Why not arrange for Marshal Yi to stay at Miss Sun's residence? As they are an engaged couple living together, others want gossip." Over time, as they spend day and night together, their feelings will naturally grow. He paused for a moment, then shifted his tone, his eyes flickering. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that they haven't truly become friends. As long as this matter gets out, no matter how outsiders speculate, in the eyes of the world, they are essentially a married couple. By then, even if Marshal Yi has second thoughts, we can use Miss Sun's reputation as a reason to keep him firmly tied down. Sun Xuanma fell silent for a long time, his face first showing signs of irritation, then gradually relaxing, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Your idea might actually work. He gently closed the calendar, his voice low and decisive. Go ahead and do it. I don't care whether their feelings are genuine or feigned in the future. Yi Chen, this dragon, must be tied to the Sun family. On the other side, the imperial capital, the center, the Elder Council. 3 elders sat in the grand hall, imposing and dignified. A soldier knelt on one knee, reporting in a low voice. Reporting to the 3 lords, I have been lurking for many days and finally uncovered news that Yi Zhenyuan personally admitted that back then, Shen Rushua had a difficult labor, and it was he who forcibly saved the fetus with the miracle seed. Yi Chen was born on that very night. The hall fell silent in an instant. Qin Ruhai, Jia Chongshan, and Lin Taihai exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. Miracle seed. Qin Ruhai slowly spoke. His eyes sparkled with a hint of barely concealed excitement. If it weren't for such legendary items, how could Yi Chen, as he is now, have come into being? This child perhaps is truly a gift from heaven to the Dragon Kingdom. Jia Chongshan merely snorted coldly. A human embryo fused with the miracle seed? Just a deformed seed. Though powerful, it may not be controllable. If it were to backfire one day, it could spell disaster. Lin Tai's gaze was deep as he slowly nodded. There are records in the ancient god ruins. It is an almost omnipotent treasure. It can bring the dead back to life and even make fantasies come true. A veritable wishing machine of the mortal realm. I never expected it to have truly fallen into Yi Zhenyuan's hands. The 3 of them showed expressions of realization. Then, Jia Chongshan furrowed his brows. Wait. If Yi Chen is truly a product of miracles, why did Yi Zhenyuan later abandon him? Qin Ruhai said solemnly. Perhaps it was disappointment. He paid a price, but the child he got in return showed no signs of anything unusual, born weak, and instead became a burden, so he heartlessly abandoned him. Lin Tai's gaze was sharp, and after Yi Chen revealed his talent, Yi Zhenyuan, being arrogant, refused to admit he had misjudged, thus creating a tangled conflict, unpredictable. The 3 looked at each other, remaining silent, with only the flickering candlelight breaking the stillness. After a long while, Lin Taiha finally spoke, breaking the silence. Now, Yi Chen is already a marshal of the Dragon Kingdom. So the question arises, should we tell him the purpose of the Elder Council and the truth of this world? Qin Ruhai immediately nodded, his gaze resolute. We should tell him. He has the right to know his origins. If he can learn the truth in advance, he might become a true pillar in protecting the Dragon Kingdom. Jia Chongshan shook his head, his tone firm. No. The truth is too cruel. He is still too young. Moreover, what good would it do to know? He can't change anything. It's better to keep him in the dark. Allowing him to follow orders without worry, that's the safest approach. Lin Taiha pondered for a moment, then spoke in a decisive tone. Then let's observe first. If he can stabilize and progress, subdue the military district, and truly grow into a qualified marshal, we will inform him of the truth at the appropriate time. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If he becomes complacent in his training, wasting his talent, being restrained and manipulated by others, then there's no need to let him know. At that point, he only needs to become a pawn in our hands, a puppet enough. As these words were spoken, the other 2 elders nodded in agreement. They simultaneously lowered their heads, looking at the recently submitted file regarding Yi Chen. Their expressions varied. Qin Ruhai's gaze was resolute and intense, as if he could see a future leader capable of bearing great responsibilities. Jia Chongshan's eyes, however, were cold, as if he were scrutinizing a puppet that could be used or discarded. Only Lin Tai's expression was obscure and hard to read, as if he were quietly waiting for the scales to tip. At this moment, Yi Chen, the focus of the 3 elders, was completely unaware of the undercurrents swirling around him. He was dragging his weary body, standing in front of his new residence, rummaging for his keys. Today, he had spent most of the day forging weapons, exhausting his vital energy several times. Then he patiently guided Shirley in practicing, meticulously going through each move without a hint of impatience. After finishing, he returned to the training room to continue forging weapons. Back and forth, he had depleted his vital energy 7 or 8 times, his body nearly hollowed out. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that he thought it was time to find a place to rest properly. Advisor Zhou had long since taken care of his discharge procedures. He even thoughtfully arranged a new residence for him and handed him the keys, reminding him, stay in the Eastern Military District first, it's safe and quiet here. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. He took out the keys and pushed the door open. Click. The moment the door opened, he felt a sudden brightness before him. The new room was much better than he had imagined, spacious, tidy, and even exuding an indescribable warmth. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of an air freshener. This environment was completely different from the military dormitories and tents. However, the arrangement inside the room made him pause slightly. Lace curtains hung on the windowsill, cute ornaments adorned the coffee table, and there were even several round little cushions on the sofa. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a woman's room, but Yi Chen only paused for a moment and didn't think much of it. In his eyes, the arrangement and the scent were inconsequential. He only knew he was tired. First, they'll take a shower and then get some sleep, he murmured to himself, pushing open the bathroom door. The steam rose in the bathroom, and the shower head emitted a crisp sound of water, as if it were driving away the fatigue of the entire day. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he noticed women's lingerie hanging in the bathroom. Black, with lace trim, the size appeared clearly belonging to a voluptuous woman. Instantly, his heart tightened. He instinctively became alert. Could it be that he had walked into the wrong room? He saw the lingerie splashed with water and was about to quickly take it down and put it elsewhere. Just then, click. The bathroom door swung open suddenly. Sun Jian burst in, brandishing a submachine gun, exuding a murderous aura. In the next second, she froze. There stood Yi Chen, bare-chested, awkwardly holding her black lace panties, his posture stiff as if caught red-handed. The air froze for 3 seconds. Sun Jian's face instantly flushed red, embarrassment and anger surging together as she shouted, "Yi Chen, why are you here?" Yi Chen was equally helpless, his face written with what else could this be but a misunderstanding. He cleared his throat and calmly explained, "This is the place advisor Zhou arranged for me, by the way. Could you let me finish my shower first?" Sun Jian nearly laughed in anger. "Why are you holding my underwear while taking a shower? Are you a pervert?" Yi Chen's expression was serious, as if he were truly on the battlefield, righteous and solemn. "I was just afraid it would get wet," and was about to put it further away. After a pause, he asked earnestly, "By the way, have you seen enough? I still want to continue showering." Sun Ziyan's eyes nearly blazed with fire, her silver teeth clenched in anger, her ears turning red. "You!" In the next second, she slammed the door shut and hurried away, as if staying another second would make her explode with rage. In the bathroom, Yi Chen scratched his head, muttering softly, "Women are really strange, it's just a pair of panties." Soon, Yi Chen finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. The living room light was still on, and Sun Jian was sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a light purple silk nightgown today, with thin straps, and the delicate fabric outlined her graceful figure. Her long hair was loose, slightly messy, yet carried a hint of languor. However, at that moment, Sun Jian was crossing her legs, holding her phone, and angrily talking to Sun Quan on the line. "Brother, how could you arrange for Yi Chen to stay with me without consulting me? What does this mean?" It seemed like Sun Quan said something on the other end. Finally, Sun Jian hung up with a frustrated bang, and when she looked up, she saw Yi Chen walking out. She let out a muffled grunt, tossed her phone onto the coffee table, and coldly said, "Forget it, it's so late anyway, I can't be bothered to kick you out. You can stay at my place for one night, but only tonight. Tomorrow, you need to find a hotel for yourself." Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment, not rushing to retort, but calmly replied, "Isn't it a bit inconvenient to stay at a hotel? After all, my identity is special, and there might be people coming to find me from time to time. Moreover, I need to train and forge, which requires me to go in and out of the military district repeatedly. If I get targeted by outsiders, it could be quite troublesome." Sun Jian frowned and snorted coldly, "I don't care. Either go stay with my brother, or just don't bother me." She then pointed to the end of the hallway. "There are guest rooms there, and the bedding is in the storage room. You can sort it out yourself. Stay however you want, I'm going to sleep." With that, she walked into her room without looking back and slammed the door. However, once back in her room, Sun Jian leaned against the door and let out a long sigh. What she had just said was merely out of anger. After calming down and thinking it over, Yi Chen's reasoning was completely valid. Her residence was close to the military district, in a safe and discreet location. Not only would it avoid outside disturbances, but in case of an emergency, it could also serve as a temporary command point. In comparison, it was indeed inappropriate for Yi Chen to stay at a hotel. Sigh. Sun Jian rubbed her temples, feeling a bit frustrated. The reason she had insisted on kicking him out was simply because her family hadn't informed her in advance, which made her uncomfortable. But now that she had said those harsh words, her pride wouldn't let her take them back. Moreover, this guy, holding my underwear, can still seriously claim he's not a pervert. How thick-skinned can he be? Sun Jian huffed, hugging her pillow and diving into the soft bedding, pulling the quilt over her head. But the more she tried to forget, the clearer the image became, the bathroom filled with steam, that naked man, calmly holding her, that thing, even saying something about being afraid of getting splashed. Damn it! And he says he's not a pervert? At this thought, Sun Jian couldn't help but bite her lip, tossing and turning for a while without falling asleep. Finally, she slammed her pillow down and could only mutter to herself for comfort, "Forget it, they'll find another excuse to keep him here tomorrow. This guy is really a hassle." After saying that, she wrapped the quilt tighter around herself, turned her back to the door, and reluctantly closed her eyes. The next morning, when Sun Jian woke up, she stretched lazily, and her first instinct was to check the guest room. The result was empty. Yi Chen was nowhere to be seen. The room, however, was spotless. The bedding neatly folded, forming sharp corners like tofu blocks. She was taken aback for a moment and then turned to look at the living room. Only then did she realize that not only the guest room but even the living room had been cleaned, the floor reflecting shadows. On the dining table there was a breakfast laid out, a steaming bowl of nutritious porridge, its aroma wafting through the air. Sun Jian looked at this scene, feeling a bit empty inside. He just left like this, she thought, feeling a twinge of melancholy. She had originally wanted to find an excuse to keep him, but before she could even say anything, he was already gone. She picked up the hot porridge and took a sip. A warm current flowed through her taste buds, slowly entering her stomach, spreading throughout her body. The taste was surprisingly good, much more refined than the meals in the military canteen. On ordinary days, her breakfast consisted of a cup of coffee hastily thrown together. She had never sat down to enjoy a proper meal. To her surprise, Yi Chen was able to make such a breakfast. In that moment, she felt a wave of nostalgia, as if she had returned to a time long ago. Back then, her mother was still alive, her father had not died in battle, and her elder brother had not met with an accident. The family could sit together for breakfast, chatting and laughing. Her eyes unknowingly became a bit moist. Just then, a voice came from behind her. "Is my breakfast so bad that it makes you cry?" Sun Jian was taken aback and quickly looked up. She saw Yi Chen walking out from another room holding a rag, looking like he had just finished cleaning. Why are you still here?" She hurriedly wiped her eyes. "I'm not leaving that quickly," Yi Chen shrugged. "I was just thinking of thanking you for letting me stay the night, so I tidied up the place a bit." He glanced at the dining table and smirked. "But that breakfast was originally made for myself. I didn't expect you to sneak a bite." What do you mean I sneaked a bite?" Sun Zian's face turned red. She had thought it was a parting gift meant for her, only to be caught red-handed. Yi Chen's smile widened. "All right, since you ate my breakfast, I won't hold it against you. I must have startled you when I suddenly barged into your house yesterday, right? So now we're even." Saying this, he looked at her seriously. "So, can I stay here now?" Sun Jian initially wanted to refuse, but meeting his calm gaze softened her heart, and in the end, she could only pretend to be helpless. "Fine, considering you helped me with the chores, I'll reluctantly let you stay. But from now on, all the chores are your responsibility, and you'll also handle the 3 meals. Yi Chen nodded vigorously, readily agreeing. "Deal." Sun Jian was momentarily stunned. She had thought he would protest, but he agreed even more readily than she did. She huffed, turning her face away, feigning indifference. Don't think I want you to stay, you're just a convenient free laborer." Yet despite her words, her hand unconsciously lifted the bowl of steaming nutritious porridge. She had only tasted a spoonful, but the fragrant and smooth flavor still lingered on her lips. So she gently scooped another spoonful, pretending it was casual as she brought it to her mouth. "This breakfast is barely edible, I suppose," she muttered softly, her gaze drifting away guiltily. Unbeknownst to her, the level of porridge in the bowl was dropping rapidly. By the time she realized it, the bottom of the bowl was almost visible. Sun Zian's face flushed slightly, and she quickly set the bowl down on the table, forcing a serious expression. Anyway, I'm leaving the 3 meals to you, so don't slack off." But deep down, she was secretly comforting herself. This wasn't gluttony, it was merely to test Yi Chen's cooking skills. Yes, it was definitely that. When Sun Jian set down the bowl, she deliberately put on a nonchalant demeanor, as if she had only tasted a bite or two. However, Yi Chen could see clearly that the bowl was nearly empty. He watched her tense expression, unable to suppress a wry smile. "Don't worry," he said softly, "they'll work honestly from now on." Sun Zian's heart skipped a beat, wondering if he had seen through her. But seeing his calm demeanor, he didn't expose her. Instead, he earnestly assured her. She slightly turned her face away, giving a soft hum. "That's best." And at this moment, in the imperial capital of Long Country, at the Chun family villa, Chen Zihao stared at his phone screen, his expression dark, his knuckles white from gripping tightly. The screen was scrolling with news headlines. "Yi Chen leads the army to a great victory. Hero of the empire. A new generation of war god emerges. New marshal takes office. All insect tribes within Long Country are exterminated." Almost all the reports praised Yi Chen's achievements, showcasing his triumphant return with the army, with thousands cheering. Yet, Chen Zihao's name was nowhere to be found. His chest heaved violently, as if a flame were burning within. In this battle, he had poured the vast resources and manpower of the Chun family into the fray, only to end up as someone else's pawn. Not only did he gain no merit, but he also suffered heavy losses, nearly losing everything. Damn it, Yi-chin! Chen Zihao slammed his phone onto the table, the screen shattering instantly. Just then, soft footsteps approached from outside, and the maid Shouying entered, whispering, "Young master, Uncle Zhe requests your immediate presence at the ancestral home." Chen Zihao's head buzzed, and his heart sank. This was the last news he wanted to hear. Uncle Zachen Tianzi, the strictest and coldest person in the family. He knew without a doubt that his plan to attack the insect race had completely failed, and Uncle Zhe would surely seize the opportunity to publicly reprimand him. Even more terrifying was that many branches of the family had long harbored dissatisfaction towards him, eager to use this chance to undermine him. On the surface, he was the current head of the Chen family, yet in the eyes of the older generation, he would always be a junior. His position could be replaced at any moment. With this thought, Chen Zihao felt his temples throb, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, and waved to Shouying, "Prepare the car, I need to go to the ancestral home." After a brief silence, he added in a low voice, "Bring Hanfeng along." Moments later, his personal bodyguard, Yen Hanfeng, entered. This stern man was like a drawn sword, his gaze icy. Only with him could Chen Zihao find a sliver of security in his heart. After driving for a while, the ancestral home of the Chen family came into view. With its blue bricks and black tiles, it exuded an imposing aura. The stone lions at the entrance coldly gazed down in the morning light. This was not an ordinary mansion, it resembled a heavily fortified military stronghold. As Chen Zihao crossed the threshold with Yen Hanfeng, his heart tightened involuntarily. Although he was the current head of the Chen family, he had never felt truly confident within this ancestral home. The front courtyard was already filled with many members of the collateral branches, and upon seeing him arrive, their expressions were cold, even tinged with mockery. "Oh, isn't this our Chen family head? Quite the spectacle this time, huh?" "Spectacle? Ha, his name wasn't even mentioned in the news. Looks like he was just a stepping stone for someone else. I really don't understand how someone like him ended up in the position of family head." The mocking voices rose and fell, and Chen Zihao's face turned ashen. But he forced himself to endure. He knew these people were just waiting to see him humiliated. Upon reaching the main hall, he looked up to see a middle-aged man sitting at the head, his presence as heavy as a mountain. It was his uncle Zachen Tianzi. Chen Tianzi's eagle-like eyes fixed on him, his voice like thunder. "Zihao, you really are something. How much manpower and resources did the Chen family expend, and what do we have to show for it? The news only mentions Yi Chen, not the Chen family. Whose authority are you trying to establish here?" With a loud bang, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense, as if the air had solidified. Chen Zihao's heart trembled, and he quickly lowered his voice, "Uncle Zhe, I was also set up." But before he could finish, several members of the collateral branches sneered from below. "Set up? Heh, if you lack ability, you lack ability. Don't blame others. You can't even earn a military achievement. Yet you still dare to call yourself the head of the Chen family?" Chen Zihao clenched his fists, veins bulging. He bowed his head to Chen Tianzi standing before him and said solemnly, "This time, I underestimated Yi Chen. This person is not to be trifled with. Next time, I will not let the family down." As soon as he finished speaking, a member from the left side sneered, adding with a hint of sarcasm, "Young master, how many times have you said that?